The first day of awakening an A-level superpower. I slaughtered the entire demon hunting squad, because those beasts not only killed my only sister, and even cruelly carved out her heart. Afterwards, they accused the woman of trespassing into the combat zone. Facing these beasts in human clothing, I just spoke faintly. Amaterasu, A-class unknown ocular ability Amaterasu. The middle-aged teacher presiding over the awakening ceremony gazed at the purple radiance on the crystal. Facing these beasts in human clothing, as the first awakened individual with this type of ability, you have the right to name it. I raised my head and looked at the mirror beside me. The reflection in the mirror had a pair of particularly captivating eyes. The reflection in the mirror had a pair of particularly captivating eyes, and even cruelly carved out her heart. An unprecedented surge of power coursed through every fiber of his being. It makes me unable to stop the corners of my mouth from curling up. His face was brimming with irrepressible excitement and ecstasy. Never expected the powerful Kekkai Genkai of the Uchiha clan from the anime in my past life, because those beasts not only killed my only sister. An unprecedented surge of power coursed through every fiber of his being, and even cruelly carved out her heart. Let's call it the Sharingan. I just spoke faintly. You have the right to name it. Sharingan? Let's call it the Sharingan. But it seems quite impressive. Envy, jealousy, and a mix of emotions spread through the crowd. You have the right to name it. As the first awakened individual with this type of ability, A-class unknown ocular ability Amaterasu. It makes me unable to stop the corners of my mouth from curling up. His face was brimming with irrepressible excitement and ecstasy. Envy, jealousy, and a mix of emotions spread through the crowd. Starting off with the hardest difficulty, a baby abandoned at the orphanage's doorstep. I just spoke faintly. Let's call it the Sharingan. Envy, jealousy, and a mix of emotions spread through the crowd. His face was brimming with irrepressible excitement and ecstasy, because those beasts not only killed my only sister. From the year I turned 12 when the orphanage disbanded, the two of them relied on each other for survival. The two of them relied on each other for survival. It made me realize the cruelty and coldness of this world, but it seems quite impressive. You have the right to name it. It makes me unable to stop the corners of my mouth from curling up. I slaughtered the entire demon hunting squad. From the year I turned 12 when the orphanage disbanded. From the year I turned 12 when the orphanage disbanded. But it seems quite impressive. An unprecedented surge of power coursed through every fiber of his being. She is very obedient and sensible. I just spoke faintly, and also possesses an extraordinary culinary skill. I just spoke faintly. It makes me unable to stop the corners of my mouth from curling up. It was precisely because of Lin Xiaowan's companionship. It makes me unable to stop the corners of my mouth from curling up. I slaughtered the entire demon hunting squad. An unprecedented surge of power coursed through every fiber of his being. Starting off with the hardest difficulty, a baby abandoned at the orphanage's doorstep. But it seems quite impressive. You have the right to name it. It was precisely because of Lin Xiaowan's companionship. She is very obedient and sensible. The reflection in the mirror had a pair of particularly captivating eyes. His face was brimming with irrepressible excitement and ecstasy, and also possesses an extraordinary culinary skill. You have the right to name it. There is also a striking red warning line. The middle-aged teacher presiding over the awakening ceremony gazed at the purple radiance on the crystal, pointing and gesturing inside. But it seems quite impressive. It made me realize the cruelty and coldness of this world, and even cruelly carved out her heart. The uncle patted his chest, still shaken, and said, pointing and gesturing inside. The middle-aged teacher presiding over the awakening ceremony gazed at the purple radiance on the crystal. You have the right to name it. Demon? There is also a striking red warning line. It made me realize the cruelty and coldness of this world. Afterwards, they accused the woman of trespassing into the combat zone. His eyes anxiously scanned every face. Envy, jealousy, and a mix of emotions spread through the crowd. Xiaowan. No, because those beasts not only killed my only sister. His eyes anxiously scanned every face. You have the right to name it. I slaughtered the entire demon hunting squad. The reflection in the mirror had a pair of particularly captivating eyes. It makes me unable to stop the corners of my mouth from curling up. Afterwards, they accused the woman of trespassing into the combat zone. I just spoke faintly. You have the right to name it. No, we can't just wait around. Shaowan is still inside. As the first awakened individual with this type of ability, the reflection in the mirror had a pair of particularly captivating eyes. Facing these beasts in human clothing, and also possesses an extraordinary culinary skill. Squeezed through the dog hole in a sorry state. She is very obedient and sensible. His face was covered with anxiety and fear. Never expected the powerful Kekkai Genkai of the Uchiha clan from the anime in my past life. Those Sharingan eyes had unknowingly activated on their own. Everything around became clear as well. A-class unknown ocular ability Amaterasu. There is also a striking red warning line. Arriving outside room 501. From the year I turned 12 when the orphanage disbanded. and also possesses an extraordinary culinary skill. Squeezed through the dog hole in a sorry state. Those Sharingan eyes had unknowingly activated on their own. Facing these beasts in human clothing. Those Sharingan eyes had unknowingly activated on their own. Then a cold, sinister voice rang out. It makes me unable to stop the corners of my mouth from curling up. Let's call it the Sharingan. Creak, the door slowly swung open. An unprecedented surge of power coursed through every fiber of his being. As the first awakened individual with this type of ability, the gloomy man's face instantly darkened. Creak, the door slowly swung open. I slaughtered the entire demon hunting squad. Never expected the powerful Kekkei Genkai of the Uchiha clan from the anime in my past life. I slaughtered the entire demon hunting squad, and also possesses an extraordinary culinary skill. No, we can't just wait around, Sharingan is still inside. There is also a striking red warning line. Envy, jealousy, and a mix of emotions spread through the crowd. The two of them relied on each other for survival. But at that moment, I couldn't hear anything. Let's call it the Sharingan. Envy, jealousy, and a mix of emotions spread through the crowd. I just spoke faintly. His face was brimming with irrepressible excitement and ecstasy. A-class unknown ocular ability Amaterasu. You have the right to name it. A-class unknown ocular ability Amaterasu. But it seems quite impressive. Those Sharingan eyes had unknowingly activated on their own. The other lean man among the three instinctively reached out to stop him. But the cold-eyed captain raised his hand to stop him, his eyes betraying a detached indifference, as if he were watching a play. Lin Yi walked past the three men and went straight to Lin Sherwan's body. He slowly bent down, his movements gentle as if he were touching a priceless treasure. He cradled her cold body in his arms. He remained there, head bowed, staring at her pale face, unable to believe what had happened, unwilling to accept it. He whispered her name, his voice hoarse and barely audible. Sherwan, big brother is back. Look, I bought you your favorite cake. As he spoke, he tremblingly held up the cake box, which had been crushed beyond recognition, and placed it in front of Lin Sherwan. Unfortunately, the girl who would always happily take the cake and sweetly say, "Thank you, big brother," was gone forever. At that moment, the heavier-set team member couldn't bear to watch any longer. He moved his lips and said to Lin Yi, "Young man, your sister, she's dead." The cold-eyed captain watched the scene unfold, his face showing no emotion. In his eyes, the heartfelt brother-sister act Lin Yi was putting on was nothing more than an attempt to secure a larger compensation payout afterward. He had seen his fair share of greedy family members. Therefore, he spoke coldly in a matter-of-fact tone. As the captain of the 13th Squad of the South City Demon Hunting Bureau, I am officially notifying the family of the deceased. This incident was carried out to apprehend a fugitive C-class demon. During the operation, the woman accidentally entered the combat zone and was unfortunately caught in the crossfire, resulting in her death. This was a pure accident. In accordance with regulations, we will provide the family with a compensation payment. Please accept our condolences. His words were as cold as ice. However, after speaking, the young man in front of him remained motionless, still holding the girl in his arms and standing by the window. Just as the grim-faced captain lost patience and was about to step forward, the teenager moved. The teenager, who had been keeping his head down, slowly turned around. On his face, 2 streams of blood tears had already begun to flow, shocking to behold. The 3 swirling patterns in his blood-red eyes, which had been slowly rotating, were now spinning and merging at an unimaginable speed. The cold moonlight fell upon him. These people all deserve to die. Ding. Host's extreme pain and anger detected. Fear and pain system activated. Ding. Host's emotional fluctuations have reached the threshold. Ability, Sharingan, is evolving. Evolution successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the S-rank ability Kokurei Sharingan. A cold, mechanical voice echoed in Lin Yi's mind. But he paid no heed. He screamed with all his might in his mind. System. Is there any way? Is there any way to revive my sister? Yes. However, the conditions required to revive a person are extremely stringent. The host must inflict extreme fear and suffering on other living beings to collect emotional energy. Once enough emotional energy is gathered, the host can exchange it in the system store for all the items needed to revive their sister. Of course, besides using items to revive her, the host has other methods, such as utilizing the reincarnation eye. The system can allow the host to unleash the reincarnation of the heavens technique at no cost to revive the host's sister. All right. Lin Yi's response was just one word. A word cold to the extreme, devoid of any emotion. At that moment, Lin Yi had only one thought: he needed a world with Lin Sherwan, and he had to revive her. The outside world. Lin Yi's conversation with the system lasted only an instant. The Sharingan in his eyes continued to undergo changes. Finally, the 3 tonal patterns completely merged into one, forming an unprecedented, eerie pattern resembling a 3-bladed windmill. This was none other than Lin Yi's unique Mangekyo Sharingan. Boom! An overwhelmingly terrifying and powerful aura erupted violently from Lin Yi's body. His black hair moved wildly on its own, dancing madly. Every single item in the room, tables, chairs, cups, was swept away by the violent gust of wind. The 3 members of the demon-slaying corps were caught completely off guard and slammed violently into the wall behind them, emitting a dull thud. Lin Yi looked at the 3 of them. One of his hands still held Lin Xiaowan's body tightly. Then, he took a step forward, walking toward the 3 of them, one step at a time. The cold-eyed captain, whose face had lost all trace of his previous indifference and arrogance, was now filled with endless terror and fear. He stared at the youth approaching him, who seemed like a demon god, and shouted in a trembling voice. I'm from the Demon-Slaying Bureau. You can't kill me. If you dare to kill me, you'll be declaring war on the entire Demon-Slaying Bureau. You'll be labeled a demon and hunted down by the entire Federation without end. Hearing his words, Lin Yi suddenly smiled. He laughed joyfully, his smile bright and radiant. Yet there was something unsettlingly twisted about it. He used his other hand to gently cover half of his face and lowered his head. Only one eye remained exposed, a blood-red eye streaming with tears and flickering with eerie patterns. In a voice that was almost, he murmured softly, "Demon? If becoming a demon could bring little soft back, then I will be a demon." As the words fell, in the 3 people's eyes, which had been magnified to an unimaginable size by fear, Lin Yi slowly raised his head. He looked at them as if they were 3 ants. Then, he spoke softly. Amaterasu. Chapter 3, Tsukuyami Crying Rice. Lin Yi's voice was soft, yet it echoed through the room like the whisper of a demon from the depths of hell. Amaterasu. As the words fell, the 3 demon slayers suddenly burst into flames, without any warning, their bodies engulfed in eerie black flames. Ah! The piercing screams shattered the night's tranquility. The cold-hearted captain, the portly member, and the lean member all felt the excruciating pain of their souls being burned to the core at the same time. This was no ordinary flame. It was icy cold, yet carried the terrifying heat of an inferno. Water! Water! The fat team member screamed in terror, scrambling toward the bathroom, yanking open the faucet, and shoving his head and upper body inside. However, the icy tap water washing over his body did nothing to extinguish the black flames, which instead burned even more fiercely. Ah! My hands! My face! The lean man rolled frantically on the ground, trying to extinguish the flames on his body. But the black flames clung to him like maggots on a bone, refusing to let go. No matter how he rolled or beat at them, they wouldn't budge. The captain was the worst off. He watched helplessly as his arms were consumed by the black flames, slowly turning into nothingness. The terror of watching oneself being consumed, utterly powerless to stop it, was a million times worse than death itself. These black flames were renowned as the strongest physical attack and the unquenchable flames. It would never extinguish until its target was completely consumed. Unless the caster chooses to dispel it. No! Don't! I don't want to die. I don't want to die. The captain completely broke down. The intense pain made it impossible for them to use their abilities. The captain, ignoring the excruciating pain in his body, crawled and rolled on the ground, using his remaining leg to drag himself forward. He finally reached Lin Yi's feet, looking utterly disheveled and exhausted. He raised his face, which had been burned beyond recognition, his pupils filled with nothing but primal fear and pleading. "Spare me! Please, spare me! I was wrong. I truly was wrong. I didn't recognize your true worth. Just let me go, and I'll give you anything you want. Money. Power. Women. I'll give you anything." He screamed incoherently, begging for mercy. However, Lin Yi merely looked down at him from above, his eerie 3-bladed windmill Sharingan eyes devoid of any emotion. Lin Yi slowly knelt down, leveling his gaze with the man, then spoke in a voice as soft as a demoness whisper. "I want nothing from you. All I want is your fear and pain." These words became the final straw that broke the cold-hearted captain's spirit. His pupils dilated suddenly, and he screamed in despair. Finally, his entire body, along with his voice, was completely engulfed by black flames. Soon, the room fell silent. The 3 living people, along with their piercing screams, vanished without a trace. The ground was spotless, with no trace of ash left behind, as if they had never been there at all. Ding! Host has gained 3,000 emotion points. The cold system prompt echoed in his mind. Lin Yi paid no attention to it. He slowly stood up, turned around, and looked down at the cold girl in his arms. In an instant, all the coldness, brutality, and madness in his eyes vanished, leaving only an indescribable tenderness and heartache. "Xiao Ruan, Big Brother will definitely bring you back to life." He spoke softly, as if making a promise, or swearing an oath to himself. After speaking, he raised his head and asked the system in his mind. "System, is there anywhere to store things? I want to preserve Xiao Ruan's body." "Yes, host. The system comes with an independent space that can store any non-living objects." Receiving the affirmative response, Lin Yi sighed in relief. He carefully and gently placed Lin Xiaowan's body into the system's storage space. After completing everything, he finally felt that the heavy weight on his heart had lifted by half. Just then, tap, tap, tap. A series of urgent, rapid footsteps echoed from the hallway outside, growing louder as they approached. Soon. Bang! The door was violently kicked open. A dozen members of the Demon Slaying Bureau, dressed in their standard combat uniforms and armed with specialized firearms, rushed in one after another, instantly surrounding the entire room so tightly that not even a pin could slip through. They immediately spotted Linny standing in the center of the room. Everyone's nerves were instantly on edge, their eyes filled with caution and hostility. "Where's the captain? What's going on here?" The deputy captain leading the group barked the question. They had just received the captain's distress signal, indicating the highest level of crisis. But upon arriving at the scene, they only saw this teenager. The captain and the other two team members were nowhere to be found. No sign of life, no sign of death. But they were absolutely certain that the captain's disappearance was directly linked to the teenager before them. On guard. He's likely an otherworldly demon. The deputy captain suddenly noticed Lin Yi's blood-red eyes and immediately sounded the alarm. Many high-level demonic beings could transform into human form to hunt and infiltrate. And red eyes are a common trait among the vast majority of demons. This young man before them matched all the characteristics. Click. Click. A series of gun bolts being cocked echoed, and a dozen black gun barrels were aimed directly at Lin Yi's head. Several other team members who had awakened their abilities began to emit colorful streams of energy, ready to unleash their powers at any moment. The air froze in that moment. Looking at the Demon Hunting Bureau members before him, who seemed ready for battle, Lin Yi simply reached up, scratched the back of his head in irritation, and sighed heavily. His face was filled with helplessness. But beneath that helplessness, there was a faint hint of excitement. These were all emotional energy in the making. The next second, Lin Yi slowly lowered his hand. He raised his head, and his blood-red eyes, adorned with strange patterns, locked onto everyone's gaze. Moon reading Ci Kuyumi. Without a sound, a strange eye power fluctuation instantly enveloped everyone present. The expressions of the dozen or so demon-slaying corps members froze in unison. Their eyes grew vacant and glassy, and everyone froze in place, unable to move. They had all been affected. Without even realizing it, their minds had been pulled into an illusory world controlled by Lin Yi. Huff. Lin Yi's face paled visibly. Simultaneously trapping over a dozen people in the moon reading illusion was an enormous strain on his current reserves of. His was almost depleted in an instant. However, the effect was undeniable. The expressions on the faces of the dozen or so demon-slaying corps members in front of him began to change violently. Fear, pain, despair, and savagery. Various negative emotions intertwined and surfaced on their faces. Some trembled violently, sweating profusely. Others collapsed to the ground with a thud, foaming at the mouth and convulsing uncontrollably. In Yudu's world, Lin Yi had made them experience the most extreme fear and pain they could possibly imagine in their entire lives. At the same time, a series of intense system alerts sounded in Lin Yi's mind. Ding! Host has gained plus 100 emotion points. Ding! Host gains plus 200 emotion points. Ding! Host gains plus 250 emotion points. Ding! Host has gained plus 180 emotion points. Listening to the pleasant notification sounds, Lin Yi's pale face broke into a satisfied smile. His had been completely depleted, and he could no longer use the heavenly light to deal with them. However, it didn't matter. Lin Yi stepped forward to a team member who had collapsed on the ground, easily picking up a standard-issue handgun from his limp hand. He weighed the pistol in his hand, then aimed it at the team member's head. Bang! The gunshot rang out. Blood and brain matter splattered the ground. Ding! Host has gained plus 500 emotion points. Lin Yi didn't pause, taking a step toward the next person. Bang! Another shot rang out. Bang! 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 In the silent room, gunshots rang out one after another. Lin Yi stood there like an emotionless executioner, expressionless as he carried out the death sentence on each of these people trapped in an illusion, unable to resist. Soon, the room and the hallway were filled with blood. This place had been transformed into a living hell on earth. After dealing with everyone, Lin Yi gained a large amount of emotion points from their final moments. He thought for a moment and brought up his system panel. Name, Lin Yi. Abilities Kakashi's Sharingan S. Abilities Tsukuyumi, Amaterasu, Susanoo. Items none. Ability level B. Emotional value 18888. Note, due to the host's low psychic energy, some abilities may not be usable or may have reduced effects. Please test them yourself. 18,888 emotion points. Not bad. Lin took a glance and furrowed his brows slightly. Why are there only these abilities listed? Abilities like Divine Might and Separate Heaven, which are bug-level abilities, aren't even listed. System, why do I only have these abilities? Lin asked in his mind. Host, the Mangekyo Sharingan you awaken possesses only the above abilities. However, the host can use emotion points to exchange for other Mangekyo abilities in the system store. Alright, show me the exchange panel. The Mangekyo Sharingan ability exchange panel is as follows. Object control 50,000 emotion points. Earth manipulation 100,000 emotion points. 8,000 spears 500,000 emotion points. Separation heaven god 500,000 emotion points. Izanami 500,000 emotion points. Dual divine might 800,000 emotion points. Izanagi 800,000 emotion points. Great sun spirit 1 million emotion points. Looking at the string of zeros on the panel, Lin Yi's eye twitched. This is no ordinary price. Just as he was about to say something, the system prompt sounded again. Please note, host. Some abilities may remain unusable or significantly less effective even after successful redemption due to insufficient. How do I increase the alien energy? Lin Yi immediately zeroed in on the key point. It's simple. You can enhance your alien energy level through combat or by absorbing alien demon cores. Chapter 4, The Black-Robed Man. Alright. Lin Yi replied in his mind. He wasn't sure what a demon core was, but since the name included demon, it must be related to demons. The kaleidoscope Sharingan slowly faded away, and his crimson pupils returned to their normal black color. Lin Yi calmly glanced at the scattered corpses on the ground, then looked down at the pistol in his hand. He casually tossed the gun onto the pile of bodies. Then he walked over to the crooked table and picked up the only photo frame on it. Inside the frame, a young boy and girl were both laughing carefree. The girl's hand was still covered in cream, playfully smearing it onto the boy's face. This was a photo taken on Lin Xiaoruan's birthday last year. Lin Yi extended his finger and gently traced the outline of the girl's happy smile in the photo. A sharp, piercing pain stabbed deeply into his heart. Xiaoruan. It's all my fault. It's all my fault for not protecting you. His lips trembled slightly, but no sound escaped his lips. He repeated the words over and over again in his mind. Moments later, Lin Yi carefully removed the photo from the frame. With a flick of his thoughts, the photo, which held his warm memories, vanished from his hands and was stored in the system space. After finishing everything, he turned and walked into the bathroom. He turned on the faucet, and cold tap water gushed out. Lin Yi buried his head in the sink, letting the water wash away the blood and dirt from his face. He raised his head and looked at the pale, unfamiliar face in the mirror. The depths of his black eyes were as still as death. He put on a black tracksuit he found in the wardrobe, zipped it up, pulled the hood over his head, and most of his face was hidden in the shadows. Then, he took a step forward, stepping over the bodies still bleeding, without pausing for a moment, and walked straight out the door. In the hallway, several more bodies lay sprawled out, blood trickling down the edges of the stairs, drop by drop. Lin Yi continued down the stairs. When he reached the ground floor, the entire neighborhood was still deserted. At the entrance of the residential complex, none of the exorcism team members were to be seen. They lay forever in room 501 and the hallway leading to hell. Lin Yi walked out of the community gate with a casual stride. At the entrance, the residents who had been blocked outside still dared not enter the complex. Seeing someone coming out from inside and not an exorcist, they all rushed over. Young man. What's going on inside? Yes. Has the monster been dealt with? Can we go home now? My son is still sleeping upstairs. Please tell me what's going on inside. Faces filled with anxiety, panic, and anticipation surrounded Lin in a tight circle. The chaotic questions were so loud that he felt annoyed. Lin Yi merely lifted his head. Under the shadow of his hood, a pair of cold eyes swept over the crowd. He said nothing, only shook his head slightly. Then, he pushed through the crowd in front of him and walked straight ahead, leaving the chaos and noise far behind him. The night breeze was cool. Lin Yi walked alone on the deserted street, aimlessly. He didn't know where to go. In this vast world, there was no place for him to call home. How ridiculous. In his mind, there was only one thought, clear and relentless. To revive Xiaoruan. To revive Xiaoruan, he needed an enormous amount of emotional energy. And to obtain enough emotional energy, he must harvest the fear and suffering of the strong, which requires overwhelming power. To grow stronger, one must enhance one's. And to enhance his, he must fight. Fierce battles. Fight against humans. Fight against demonic beings. In endless battles, absorb power and harvest emotions. Lin Yi's gaze flashed a chilling cold light in the darkness. But he sensed the nearly depleted alien energy within his body, and his brows furrowed involuntarily. His alien energy was still far too scarce. The abilities of the Mangekyo Sharingan were truly extraordinary, but their energy consumption was equally monstrous. Whether it was Amaterasu or Tsukuyami, each use drained a massive amount of energy. With his current meager supply of alien energy, he couldn't use it more than a few times. Moreover, the recovery rate of the alien energy was extremely slow. Even now, he has only just begun to recover from the extreme weakness he felt earlier, but the energy within his body has barely replenished. This has become his biggest weakness at the moment. Gak gak. Several crows landed on the eaves of an old building in the distance, emitting harsh, unpleasant cries. Their blood-red eyes glowed in the darkness, giving them an eerie appearance. Lin Yi continued walking forward, his mind racing. Suddenly, His footsteps came to an abrupt halt. A sense of being watched swept over him from behind. Lin Yi's body tensed instantly, almost instinctively, as the strange energy within him began to surge wildly. The next second, those black pupils were suddenly replaced by a crimson red. The kaleidoscope Sharingan eyes appeared in his eyes, emanating an evil aura. He spun around abruptly. A black shadow darted toward him at an incredibly terrifying speed, completely silent. It was a figure shrouded entirely in a wide black cloak. His speed was so fast that he almost left a trail of afterimages in the darkness. However, just as the black shadow was about to reach Lin Yi, the figure's movement suddenly came to an abrupt halt. The cloaked figure seemed to have seen something terrifying, retreating at a speed even faster than when it had charged forward earlier. With a sharp sing, he retreated several meters, creating a significant distance between himself and Lin Yi. Every movement was filled with terror and caution. Lin Yi stood in place, his blood-red eyes coldly fixated on the suddenly appearing black-robed figure. Beneath the black robe, the figure appeared slender. The most striking feature was the mask covering his face. It was a pale white mask, adorned with black lines that outlined countless grotesque, twisted, and wailing demonic patterns, as if the very essence of hell had been condensed into that small space. Lin Yi stared at the eerie black-robed figure and spoke slowly. "Who are you?" The black-robed figure did not respond. Her body trembled slightly, as if she had not yet recovered from the shock of what she had just witnessed. Her gaze was fixed intently on Lin Yi's eyes. Those crimson eyes, with patterns resembling three-bladed windmills. After several seconds, she finally regained her voice, which sounded neutral through the mask, but upon closer listening, it was clear it belonged to a woman. You're not an A-class psychic." She spoke with an unwavering tone of certainty. As soon as the words left her mouth, she keenly sensed that the aura emanating from the young man across from her had grown even more dangerous. The power in those eyes was gathering in a terrifying manner. "Trouble. He's going to attack." The black-robed figure's alarm bells rang loudly, and he immediately shouted, Hey! Don't move! Wait a moment! I'm not your enemy. I have no ill intentions." Lin Yi was just about to use his last bit off to activate Moon Read when he heard her words, and his movements paused slightly. The energy within his body was barely enough for one more Moon Red. Moreover, due to the energy shortage, the effect would be severely diminished. The black-robed figure before him was of unknown strength, but judging by the ghostly speed he had just demonstrated, he was no ordinary opponent. It was best not to act rashly. Lin Yi forced himself to suppress the urge to act, speaking again with no less chill in his voice. "Who are you? If you don't speak, don't blame me for being impolite." Lin Yi feigned strength. He could tell the other party was wary of him, or rather, of his eyes. As expected, the black-robed figure, seeing that he had stopped his attack, seemed to relax slightly beneath the mask. There was nothing he could do. Those eyes were simply too unsettling. Just being stared at by those eyes made her feel as though her soul was trembling, as if she would be dragged into an endless abyss at any moment. It was a fear rooted in the very core of her being. She had no doubt that if she were to attack, she would likely die. The man in black steadied his nerves, glanced at the empty, silent streets around him, then cautiously spoke. "This isn't the place to talk. How about we find another place?" Chapter 5, The Six Paths. "Why should I listen to you?" Lin Yi's voice was icy, devoid of any emotion. The man in black. This guy is really cautious. But then again, it makes sense. After just going through something like that, anyone would be hesitant to trust a stranger who suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The black-robed figure didn't waste any more words. She looked at Lin Yi and turned around directly. "If you want to know how your sister really died, come with me." As soon as the words left her mouth, she leaped upward with incredible agility, landing gracefully on the roof beside her. Under the moonlight, her figure flickered a few times before swiftly disappearing into the shadows of the buildings. Lin Yi stood there, his brows furrowed. Xiao Ruan's death. There's something fishy going on? His heart gave a sharp pang. The conversation between those demon-slaying bureau members echoed again in his mind. Accidental killing. A casual word erased a vibrant life. Could there be some hidden secret behind this? But following them blindly like this was far too dangerous. The black-robed figure's strength and intentions were unknown. Who knew if she was after him? If only MY were still at its peak. Lin Yi felt the nearly depleted energy within his body, once again experiencing a deep sense of helplessness. Suddenly, he remembered the over 10,000 emotion points he had just obtained. System store. System, is there anything in the store that can restore energy? Lin Yi immediately thought to himself. Ding! Of course there is. The system's prompt sounded promptly, with a mechanical tone of certainty. Recommended for host purchase, B rank alien energy restoration potion. Description: instantly restores all energy of B rank and below energy users, slightly increases the maximum energy limit in physical strength. Note, this effect becomes ineffective after multiple uses, and eliminates all fatigue. Price: 3,000 emotion points. 3,000? Lin Yi's eye twitched. He had worked so hard to kill so many people and only managed to get over 10,000 emotion points, yet this single vial of potion costs 3,000? Please do not be surprised, host. This is a system-produced item, it is absolutely worth every point, no tricks. The system explains sternly. Alright. This isn't the time to quibble over such things. Give me one. Linny made his decision swiftly. Ding. Host successfully purchased B-grade recovery potion X1. Remaining emotion points, 12,888. As the system prompt sounded, a test tube containing a transparent liquid appeared out of thin air in Ling Yi's hand. The test tube felt icy cold to the touch, and the liquid inside refracted a faint glow under the moonlight. Lin Yi hesitated no longer, unscrewed the cap, and downed the entire contents in one gulp. The potion tasted ordinary, like drinking a sip of plain cold water. But the next second, a massive, pure energy erupted violently within his body. That energy surged through his body like a flood breaking through a dam, instantly cleansing every dried-up meridian. Within just a few seconds, the foreign energy within his body was completely replenished, even more abundant than before. The drastic contrast between extreme weakness and instant full vitality made him feel incredibly comfortable. Not only that, he could clearly feel every cell in his body greedily absorbing the lingering remnants of that energy. The overwhelming sense of fatigue vanished instantly. Strength, speed, and senses all seemed to have improved slightly. As the system description stated, the upper limit of the had also been slightly broken through. 3,000 emotion points well spent. Linny stretched his limbs, emitting a crisp cracking sound. The kaleidoscope-like Sharingan in his eyes slowly faded away, and his crimson pupils returned to their deep black color. He raised his head and looked in the direction where the black-robed figure had vanished. The next moment, Linny slightly bent his legs and suddenly exerted all his strength. Bang! The ground beneath his feet cracked open instantly. His entire body shot into the sky like a cannonball, effortlessly soaring over a dozen meters in height before landing steadily on the roof. Then, with a few leaps, he gave chase toward the figure in black robes. Up ahead, on the edge of a high-rise building's rooftop, the black-robed figure stood there quietly. The night wind rustled her robes, making them flutter in the breeze. She seemed certain that Linny would follow, so she didn't move far away. When she sensed the rapidly approaching presence behind her, a hint of confusion flashed across her masked face. What's going on? She could clearly sense that the young maness had been completely depleted, leaving him weak and on the verge of collapse. How much time had passed? A minute? How could his aura have become so abundant again, even stronger than before? What an odd fellow. However, the Six Paths organization wants exactly this kind of strange individual. The stranger, the better. Soon, a black shadow flickered several times from behind and landed lightly in front of her. It was Lin Yi. Lead the way. Lin Yi looked at her, his voice calm, but the coldness lurking beneath the surface sent a chill down the black-robed figure's spine. The black-robed figure said nothing more, nodded, and led Lin Yi through the city's rooftops at breakneck speed. The two, one in front and one behind, eventually arrived at a rather secluded alley in the city. There was a bar there. The bar's sign was somewhat weathered, with neon tubes curved into large characters reading Black Dream Bar. Despite its remote location, the bar was lit up with flickering lights, and people were moving about inside, with the sound of music faintly audible. At the entrance of the bar, the man in black robes came to a halt. In front of Linny, she reached out and swiftly removed the pale, grotesque mask from her face. Then, she removed the wide black robe from her body. In the next moment, the cloak and mask vanished into thin air in her hands. A delicate and charming face appeared before Linny. The woman before him appeared to be in her early 20s, with a neat, short black hairstyle, striking features, and eyes that gleamed with a touch of freedom and defiance. She wore a form-fitting black combat suit that perfectly highlighted her curvaceous figure. She was beautiful. This was the first reaction of most men upon seeing her. But Linny looked at her with no flicker of emotion, his expression as calm as still water. The woman seemed accustomed to others being dazzled by her beauty, but seeing Lin Yi's reaction, she found it somewhat intriguing. She gave Lin Yi a bright smile and introduced herself. My name is Bai Meng. Lu Dao, a member of the Hell Realm. Six Paths? Lin Yi furrowed his brows. This was the first time he had heard of this organization. Bai Meng noticed his confused expression but didn't explain immediately. Instead, she tilted her head slightly, gesturing for Lin Yi to follow her. Let's talk inside. With that, she turned and walked straight toward the entrance of the bar. Lin Yi watched Bai Meng's back, then looked up at the sign above the door that read Black Dream Bar. Black Dream, White Dream. He didn't think much of it and took a step forward, following her. As he pushed open the bar's doors, a wave of heat mixed with the smells of alcohol, perfume, and sweat, accompanied by the deafening sound of heavy metal music, hit him in the face. Inside the bar, the lights were dim, and colorful lights flashed wildly. In the center of the dance floor, countless young men and women were wildly twisting their bodies to the music. Each of them emitted varying degrees of strange energy fluctuations. It was clear. No one who dared to come to such a place at night was an ordinary person, they were all awakened individuals with extraordinary abilities. When Bai Meng led Linny inside, they immediately caught the attention of many people. Sister Bai Meng. Dream Sister is here. Dream Sister, good evening. Along the way, people kept enthusiastically greeting Bai Meng, their eyes filled with awe. Bai Meng merely nodded casually in response. Linny followed closely behind her, his eyes hidden under his hood, coldly observing everything around him. The gazes of those people also curiously fell upon Linny. They were all wondering who this guy was who had been brought here by Bai Meng herself. Soon, Bai Meng led Linny through the bustling hall and into a corridor inside the bar. She pushed open the door at the end and walked inside. The room was quiet, resembling an office. A large executive chair faced away from the door. A figure was slumped in the chair. Sis. Bai Meng looked at the chair and called out. The executive chair slowly swiveled around. Lin Yi's pupils contracted slightly. Sitting in the chair was a woman who looked exactly like the Bai Meng in front of him. The same delicate features, the same black short hair. The only difference was that this woman was dressed in a sharp white women's suit, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of intelligence and maturity. At that moment, she was intently holding her phone, her two thumbs moving so quickly across the screen that they left after images. Triple kill. Quadra kill. Penta. Suddenly. Defeat. Slap. The woman slammed her phone down on the table, her face instantly filled with frustration and regret. Ah. I lost again. I was so close. It's not working, it's completely useless. Chapter 6, Outlaws. Bai Meng coughed softly twice beside her. The woman on the chair, still frantically trying to figure out why she lost the game, suddenly froze. It was as if someone had flipped a switch. The frustration and disappointment on her face vanished without a trace. The woman slowly sat up straight, pushed her gold-rimmed glasses up her nose, and looked up at Linny in front of her. That air of intelligence and maturity returned to her once more. Linny. Are these two sisters' styles switched? Hello, my name is Hei Meng. I'm Bai Meng's older sister and also the owner of this bar. Hai Meng looked at Linny, her voice calm and professional. Linny responded calmly. Hello. He had no interest in small talk, his gaze sweeping past Black Dream and landing on White Dream beside him before returning to her, getting straight to the point. She said there's more to the story behind my sister's death. Upon hearing this, Black Dream's eyes flickered slightly. She turned her head and looked at her sister. Bai Meng met her gaze and nodded. Then, Black Dream's gaze returned to Linny's face. Starting 3 months ago, there have been reports of teenage girls aged 16 to 18 going missing or dying in South City. Hei Meng's voice was calm, as if she were reporting a news story unrelated to herself. The official reports are all over the place. Some were attacked by demonic beings, others were robbed in alleys, and a significant portion died in battles between psychics and demonic beings. She paused, looked at Linny, and continued. Whether it's the Demon Hunting Bureau carrying out cleanup operations or other psychics accidentally encountering demons, there are always 1 or 2 innocent girls who accidentally wander into the battle zone and are mistakenly killed. She emphasized the words accidentally killed with particular emphasis. Lin Yi's breath caught in his throat. The indifferent face of the Demon Slaying Bureau captain and his casual remark, unfortunately killed while accidentally entering the combat zone, echoed once again in his mind. So, Xiao Ruan wasn't the first. Hai Meng noticed every subtle change in Lin Yi's expression and continued to drop even more bombshells. All these deceased girls have one thing in common. Each of them is missing a part of their body. It could be a pair of eyes, an ear, or an arm. At this point, Hei Meng paused, gazing at Linny as she uttered the final 2 words, one by one. Or, the heart. Boom! Linny's mind went blank. He thought of Xiao Ruan's appearance. She lay in a pool of cold blood, the gruesome wound on her chest glaring painfully. The heart was gone. At the time, he had been overwhelmed by endless grief and anger, believing it had been shattered by the Demon Slayer Corps' supernatural abilities. But now, hearing Hei Meng say that, a chill that defied description surged from the soles of his feet, straight to the top of his head. This wasn't an accident. This was a premeditated, targeted, and systematic hunt. Xiao Ruan was just one of the victims. Who is it? Linny slowly raised his head, his voice hoarse. Just as he looked up, his pitch-black pupils were suddenly stained with blood. A bizarre and evil windmill pattern slowly rotated within his eyes. S-rank Kokurei Sharingan. A chilling, brutal, and destructive aura erupted from Lin Yi's body. The temperature in the entire office seemed to drop by several degrees. Black Dream and White Dream, the 2 sisters, felt this aura and their expressions changed slightly. Such an overwhelming sense of pressure. Especially Lin Yi's eyes, which resembled 2 bottomless whirlpools, brimming with evil and dangerous magic, causing one's soul to involuntarily be drawn in with just a single glance. This young man. He's only just awakened his abilities, hasn't he? He already possesses such terrifying power. The 2 sisters exchanged glances, seeing a hint of uncontrollable awe and passion in each other's eyes. This man was born for the 6 paths. No matter who he is. Linny, will make him feel the most extreme fear and pain this world has to offer. Linny roared wildly in his mind. The boiling murderous intent was almost tangible, threatening to engulf the entire room. I wonder what your name is, handsome? Himeng, however, seemed unaffected by the pressure. She leaned forward slightly, her face breaking into an amused smile, breaking the tense atmosphere. Linny took a deep breath, forcing himself to suppress the surging killing intent within him. He knew this wasn't the time to give in to his emotions. The kaleidoscope-like Sharingan in his eyes slowly faded away, returning to their normal black color. The suffocating aura also dissipated. Linny. He coldly stated his name. Linny. He murmured the name softly, the curve of his lips widening as if savoring a rare treasure. Who is behind this? Linny asked again. Haimo leaned back in his chair, crossed his arms on the table, and shook his head. We don't know either. Lin Yi's brows furrowed immediately. Aren't you the ones from the 6 paths? Himeng chuckled upon hearing this. For the 6 paths, such matters are not worth mentioning. Her tone was calm, but the arrogance hidden beneath it was undeniable. Lin Yi looked at her without speaking, waiting for her to continue. To screen out truly outstanding talent, such trivial matters are often used by the 6 paths as assessment tasks to identify promising candidates. Himeng's gaze swept back and forth over Lin Yi. And you? You are precisely the promising candidate we are looking for. Lin Yi's expression turned icy in an instant. I never said I wanted to join your 6 paths. Young man, don't rush to refuse. Himeng seemed to have anticipated his response, his smile unchanged. The 6 paths aren't just for anyone to join. She extended a finger and shook it gently. To join the 6 paths, the minimum requirement is that your psychic ability must reach B rank, that's just the entry ticket. After that, you must complete 3 extremely difficult assessment tasks with a mortality rate exceeding 90%. But you're different. Haimon looked at Lin Yi and offered an extremely tempting condition. You only need to complete 1. Identify the true culprit behind the hunt for the young girls and eliminate him. Of course, we will provide you with the necessary assistance. Lin Yi fell silent. It must be said that this offer hit the mark. He needed power, emotional energy, to revive Xiaoruan, and to avenge her. And this mysterious organization called 6 Paths seemed to be able to offer him some assistance. Perhaps he could make use of it. Lin Yi glanced at Bai Meng beside him and suddenly spoke up. Could you get me a chair? Standing here is getting tiring. Bai Meng paused for a moment before glancing at her sister. Seeing Himeng nod, she turned around and brought a soft chair from the corner, placing it behind Lin Yi. Lin Yi didn't hesitate, sitting down with a thud. Sitting there, his posture instantly shifted from that of someone being scrutinized to that of an equal negotiator. I don't even know what your 6 paths is. How do I join? Himeng looked at him, and the admiration in her eyes grew even stronger. This guy not only has talent and strength but also a sharp mind. He knows how to secure the most advantageous position for himself at any given moment. The 6 Paths is an organization that exists between humans and demons. Himeng began to explain. We are not subject to any federal laws or regulations, our members are spread across the globe, but our core membership is extremely small. What we seek is the purest form of power and absolute freedom. Sometimes, we go out to slaughter demons. At other times, we assassinate certain humans. Whether someone is good or evil is not within our consideration. We only do what we want to do. Lin Yi listened carefully, leaned back in his seat, and spoke. In plain terms, aren't you just a bunch of lawless outlaws? Haiming heard this, thought carefully for a moment, then nodded. You're not wrong. We are outlaws. Chapter 7, The Yin-Yang Fish. Outlaws beyond the law. This term seemed perfectly suited to describe the organization known as the 6 Paths. It also happens to suit Lin Yi's taste perfectly. At that moment, Lin Yi seemed to think of something. He leaned back in the soft chair, adjusted his posture for greater comfort, and looked up to ask. Earlier, she said she was a member of the Hell Realm. His gaze flickered toward Bai Meng, who was standing beside him. Does your organization actually have 6 departments? Meng nodded, his eyes behind the gold-rimmed glasses gleaming with approval. That is correct. The 6 realms are divided into the Heavenly Realm, the Human Realm, the Azura Realm, the Hungry Ghost Realm, and the Hell Realm. Members are assigned to a path based on factors such as their abilities, personality traits, and behavioral styles. Her voice was steady and rhythmic. Each path has a Path Master. Path Master? Lin Yi spoke slowly. What is that? Himeng looked at Lin Yi, leaning forward slightly, and explained. A Dao Master is the strongest practitioner of their respective Dao. Among the 6 paths, whoever can defeat the current Dao Master of their respective path will directly become the new Dao Master. In the 6 paths, we uphold the principle of the strong ruling the weak to its utmost extreme. Lin Yi's fingertips tapped lightly on the armrest of his chair, deep in thought. Then, what powers does the Dao Master hold? Actually, I'm not entirely sure either. He Meng shook his head honestly. Although I am a core member, I have only recently become one. All I know is that the master can issue tasks at will, assign members to complete them, or allow members to take them involuntarily. Assigned members must be members of this sect, but those who take on tasks can be members of any sect. Members assigned tasks or those who take them on must complete them. Otherwise, her voice grew cold. Either death or being stripped of their powers and expelled from the 6 paths. Lin heard this and thought for a moment before saying, "So, your organization isn't really free after all. You're still forced to do certain things. If you refuse, you'll die." His words carried a hint of mockery. "You're wrong about that." Bai Meng, who had been standing quietly beside him, suddenly spoke up in protest. Her face was filled with a mix of fervor and excitement. The task issued by the master is something all the other members are eager to take on. Because, completing the task comes with extremely generous rewards. Demon cores, rare materials, powerful supernatural equipment, and even some forbidden items. As long as you can complete the task, you can get anything. And during the mission, you can request assistance from other members, though that depends on your own connections. Bai Meng clenched her fists, her voice trembling with excitement. That's precisely why no task is impossible. Lin listened in silence. His mind was racing. This 6 paths organization sounded indeed impressive. The strong reign supreme, interests come first, and there are no rules to bind them. It was practically a platform tailored specifically for him. What did he need most right now? Massive amounts of emotional energy and the power to crush everything in his path. To achieve this, he must engage in battles against humans and demonic beings. And the 6 paths is the perfect shield. He can use the name of the 6 paths to freely harvest fear and hunt down everything in his path. Even if he causes a massive disaster, there is a mysterious organization to take the blame. A perfect tool. Having come to this realization, Linny raised his head once more, his gaze sharp as he fixed it on He Meng. "Why do you want me to join so badly?" This time, it was Bai Meng who spoke. Her face regained its innocent smile as she explained. "Recommending others to join the 6 paths comes with rewards. If the person you recommend becomes a core member, the rewards will be even more generous." She didn't hide her intentions, her big eyes sparkling as she looked at Lin Yi. "You've only awakened your abilities recently, yet you already possess such terrifying strength. Your potential is truly astonishing. Both of us sisters believe you have a high chance of becoming a core member, so..." She didn't finish her sentence, but her meaning was clear. "Alright, I understand." Lin Yi nodded. It turned out they had recognized his potential and wanted to invest in him. This purely transactional relationship actually made him feel more at ease. He stood up and walked over to He Meng's desk. "I am indeed starting to take an interest in your 6 paths. Perfect. I also need to avenge my sister." He looked down at He Meng. "I'll take this mission." "Alright." A brilliant smile instantly lit up Bai Meng's face. "Then I'll congratulate you in advance, you've successfully joined the 6 paths." Black Dream also smiled contentedly, pushed her glasses up, and said, "Don't worry, we'll provide you with all the necessary assistance during the mission. But before that..." Her expression grew meaningful. "Can you tell me what your special ability is?" "To show my sincerity, I'll tell you mine first." As she finished speaking, he stood up from the chair. She stared directly at Lin Yi, her intelligent eyes beginning to undergo an eerie transformation. In her left eye, the pupil and the white of the eye vanished instantly, turning into pure white. Then, a black yin fish from the Tai Chi Yin Yang symbol appeared. The yin fish seemed to possess a life of its own, slowly rotating within her eye socket. A cold, ominous aura began to emanate from her body. At the same time, a deep, black light suddenly engulfed Lin Yi without warning. Lin felt his body suddenly restrained by a powerful force. The strange energy within his body surged outward like a floodgate had been opened, rushing out. In just 1 second, the foreign energy he had just replenished with the potion was drained away by more than half. Moreover, the suction force was growing stronger by the second. Accompanying it was an exhaustion that penetrated to the bone, and his physical strength was being rapidly depleted. Just as Lin Yi was about to activate the Mangekyo Sharingan to break free, Hein recalled her ability. The abnormal phenomenon in her left eye vanished, returning to its normal appearance. The black light enveloping Lin Yi also dissipated. The sensation of being constantly drained arose abruptly. At that moment, the white-clad figure beside her, Bai Meng, also activated her supernatural ability. Her right eye underwent the same transformation. Against a black background, a young fish composed of pure white slowly rotated in her eye, emanating a sacred and warm aura. A gentle beam of white light fell upon Lin Yi. A completely opposite sensation surged throughout Lin Yi's entire body. Warmth, comfort, and vitality filled him. The strange energy and physical strength that had been drained from him were rapidly returning at a visible speed. Soon, his condition returned to its peak. He Meng watched Lin Yi, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "This is our ability. My ability hasn't been fully demonstrated yet, nor has Bai Meng's, but these are the basic capabilities. She sat back down in her chair, her hands crossed on the table, her gaze fixed on Lin Yi's face through her gold-rimmed glasses. Now, can you tell us about your ability? Chapter 8, Brother. Now, can you tell us about your ability? Bai Meng, standing beside him, also dropped her smile, her large eyes fixed on Lin Yi with curiosity, eagerly awaiting his response. Lin Yi met their gazes, his lips twitching slightly. No problem. He spoke softly. As soon as he finished speaking, under the intense gaze of Black Dream and White Dream, Lin Yi's pitch-black eyes began to undergo a startling transformation. A crimson hue, as vivid as the freshest blood, instantly engulfed his entire pupils. Immediately afterward, a windmill pattern formed by 3 curved black blades slowly emerged from the crimson depths of his eyes, spinning gently in an eerie rhythm. An indescribable sense of danger emanated from Lin Yi, sweeping through the entire office like a tidal wave. The air seemed to freeze in that moment. Black Dream and White Dream's breathing involuntarily halted. Their entire focus was drawn to Lin Yi's demonic yet beautiful eyes, as if their souls were being sucked in. Just then, Lin Yi looked at the two of them, his thin lips parting slightly. Moon reading compassionate tears with rice. In an instant, the consciousness of Black Dream and White Dream was torn from their bodies by an irresistible force of terror, dragged forcefully into an unknown space. In the real world, the sisters' once lively eyes suddenly became vacant and hollow. They stood frozen in place, motionless, like 2 exquisite dolls that had lost their souls. In Lin Yi's pupils, it seemed as though an evil force was flowing. He stared at the two before him without emotion. The next second, the pupils of Black Dream and White Dream began to contract violently, shrinking to the size of needle tips. Their hearts raced like drums out of control, beating wildly. Thud, thud, thud. The intense sound of their heartbeats echoed clearly in the otherwise silent office. A wave of extreme fear and pain slowly crept across their faces. Their complexions paled at a visible pace, losing all color and turning as white as paper. Cold sweat trickled down their foreheads and slid down their cheeks. Their bodies began to tremble uncontrollably. Ding! Host has gained 10,000 emotion points. The system's notification sounded at the perfect moment. 10,000 points? It seems these two are far stronger than those from the Demon Slaying Bureau. Watching their agonized expressions, Lin Yi felt it was time to stop. If this continued, their minds might suffer permanent damage. He calmly cancelled the moon reading. The Mangekyo Sharingan slowly faded away, returning to its normal black color. The suffocatingly dangerous aura dissipated along with it. The office seemed to return to normal. Thud! Hei Meng collapsed, completely drained of strength, slumping into the executive chair behind him. She gasped for breath, her chest rising and falling violently. Her eyes, hidden behind her gold-rimmed glasses, were still filled with fear. Huff, huff. White Dream's condition was even worse. She seemed to have witnessed the most terrifying sight imaginable, stumbling backward several steps before her back collided heavily with the wall, preventing her from falling to the ground. Her body pressed tightly against the cold wall, as if it could provide her with a shred of safety. The two sisters took a long time to recover, their pale faces finally regaining a hint of color. The look in their eyes as they turned back to Lin Yi had completely changed. It was a complex gaze filled with terror, fear, and a hint of sick excitement. Terrifying. That feeling just now. What kind of ability was that? With just a single glance, he had dragged their consciousness into a bizarre, otherworldly space. Everything in that space felt utterly real. They endured unimaginable torment and pain within it, and the fear and despair they felt were fully transmitted to their physical bodies in the real world. This bizarre and domineering ability is absolutely perfect for them, the 6 paths. Lin Yi did not display the power of Amaterasu again. In just 1 month, he had already demonstrated enough value to earn their respect. There was no need to reveal too many of his trump cards. Lin Yi. Bai Meng was the first to snap out of her shock, her face breaking into a brilliant and excited smile. I'll be here to congratulate you in advance on joining the 6 paths. Given the strength Lin Yi has demonstrated, passing the assessment to join the 6 paths is no challenge at all. In fact, becoming a core member is merely a matter of time. Because Lin Yi's terrifying illusory ability just now gave her the impression that he was even stronger than the most senior illusory ability user in the Hell Path. And by a significant margin. Lin Yi remained non-committal, waving his hand dismissively to interrupt Bai Meng's excitement. All right. Now, tell me everything you know about the mission. His voice was cold and calm, devoid of any emotion. I need to complete the mission as soon as possible to avenge my sister. Then join the 6 paths. Hei Meng took a deep breath, forcing down the tremors within him, and sat up straight once more. She nodded, her gaze toward Lin Yi no longer carrying any trace of the previous hesitation, but instead a solemn sense of equality. She didn't waste any more words, reaching into the desk drawer and pulling out a device resembling a bracelet, along with a black chip the size of a fingernail. She handed these 2 items to Lin Yi. Lin Yi reached out and took them, feeling the coldness in his hands. He examined the items in his hands and asked, "What is this?" He Meng heard this and froze, staring at him with an expression as if he were looking at a monster. You don't know what this is? She pushed her glasses up. Did you come from some remote mountain village? Or are you an alien? In response to He Meng's casual teasing, Linny silently nodded to himself. In a way, he was indeed an alien. Seeing that Linny didn't respond, He Meng thought he really didn't know, so he patiently explained. This bracelet is a miniature computer, the latest technology from the Federation, capable of connecting to the Skynet. There's a button on the side of the bracelet. Press it to activate it. Linny heard this, looked down, found the tiny button, and pressed it gently. A faint blue light screen instantly projected from the bracelet, hovering in front of him. The interface displayed on the light screen was almost identical to the computer desktop from his previous life, though it looked far more futuristic. He Meng continued. That chip contains all the information we currently know about the mission. All you need to do is insert the chip into the slot on the side of the wristband to access it. Lin nodded in understanding. He swiped his finger to close the light screen and put both the chip and the wristband away. The matter was settled, and he prepared to take his leave. However, just as he was about to turn around, Black Dream's voice sounded again. Do you have a place to stay? Lin Yi's footsteps came to a halt. A place to stay? Home? In an instant, the image of the small yet warm room he had lived in for several years in the residential complex flashed through his mind. There, he had shared many happy memories with Xiao Ruan. But now, Xiao Ruan was dead. That place was no longer home. Lin Yi fell silent for a moment and shook his head gently. Seeing his reaction, He Meng's eyes flickered. She didn't ask any more questions, but instead took out a black card from the drawer and tossed it over. Lin Yi instinctively reached out to catch it. He looked down at it. The card bore only a gold-embossed address. Starlight Apartments, Building A, Unit 404. This is the apartment by Meng and I bought before we became core members. He Meng's voice came through. No one lives there anymore, it's been empty all this time. If you don't mind, you can stay there temporarily. Lin Yi looked up and glanced at He Meng. He then glanced at Bai Meng, who was looking at him with eager anticipation. After a few seconds of silence, he put the card back into his pocket. Thank you. With that, he didn't linger, turned around, and left the office. Lin Yi exited the back door of Black Dream Bar and walked along the quiet, deserted alley. The moon was large and bright in the night sky. The pure moonlight poured down like mercury, bathing his face in a cold, clear glow. He looked up at the moon and recalled everything that had happened that day. Awakening his special abilities, his sister's tragic death, the massacre of the demon-slaying squad, activating the system, encountering the 6 paths. Everything felt so unreal. It felt almost like a dream. He thought of Xiao Ruan again. He thought of his sister's face, always adorned with a sweet smile. That smile echoed endlessly in his mind, so clear yet so distant. He faintly heard his younger sister's soft voice echoing in his ears. Brother! Brother! Lin Yi's footsteps came to an abrupt halt. He gave himself a wry smile. Was he just missing her so much that he was hearing things? No. This voice. It wasn't a hallucination. Chapter 9, Bear with it, it'll pass. Brother. As he listened to the voices, a crimson hue instantly stained Lin Yi's pitch-black pupils. The kaleidoscope Sharingan slowly emerged. The world around him suddenly transformed in Lin Yi's eyes. Dust in the air, tiny cracks on the walls, and the trajectory of leaves blown by the night wind in the distance, everything was exposed. His gaze was fixed intently on the corner of the alley ahead. Xiao Ruan was already dead. He had personally collected her body and placed it in the system space. This was a reality he refused to accept, yet he had no choice but to confront it. So what was that voice now? A psychic, or a demon? Regardless of what it is, it must die. Lin Yi's gaze grew icy cold. Just then, from the corner of the alley ahead, a thick, gray mist began to rise without warning. The mist seemed to have a life of its own, surging and twisting as it rapidly spread toward Lin Yi's location. Wherever the mist passed, even the moonlight was swallowed up, leaving behind a pitch-black chaos where one couldn't see their hand in front of their face. Lin Yi shifted his feet slightly, lowered his body, and assumed a stance ready to strike at any moment. He did not retreat. His Sharingan eyes allowed him to see clearly through the mist. He saw, deep within the mist, a vague yet familiar figure standing motionless. Lin Yi's heart gave a sudden jolt. That figure was so familiar, so deeply ingrained in his bones and flowing through his blood. It was Xiao Ruan. The next second, the figure moved, slowly emerging from the mist. The mist seemed like a stage curtain designed just for her, parting to the sides as she walked. A cute young girl in a white dress appeared before Lin Yi. She had long, black, smooth hair, clear, bright eyes, and a slight smile on her lips, gazing quietly at Lin Yi. Brother! She called out softly, her voice exactly as he remembered. Lin Yi stared at the Xiao Ruan before him, his lips trembling uncontrollably. Xiao Ruan! He murmured, his voice hoarse, as if he had used up all his strength. The Xiao Ruan across from him saw Lin Yi's expression and her smile grew even brighter. She took a step forward, her white, delicate feet bare, moving slowly toward Lin Yi, step by step. She walked very slowly, each step feeling as though she were treading on Lin Yi's heart. Soon, she reached Lin Yi's side. Just inches away. Lin Yi could even smell the familiar, faintly fragrant scent emanating from her body. He could no longer control himself, suddenly reaching out with both arms and tightly embracing the little soft in front of him. Little soft. A single tear, hot and salty, trickled down his cheek and fell onto the girl's white skirt. The little softy held in Lin Yi's arms obediently rested her small head on his shoulder. Her lips, at an angle where Lin Yi couldn't see, slowly and exaggeratedly split apart, stretching all the way to her ears. That once adorable cherry red mouth transformed into a terrifying gaping maw filled with 2 rows of sharp, white teeth. Her eyes were instantly swallowed by pure darkness, turning into 2 hollow black cavities. A greedy and brutal aura emanated from her body. It extended a long, forked tongue and excitedly licked around its own split lips. That's the taste. The pure and immense foreign energy emanating from this man was an irresistible temptation to it. It could already imagine the ecstasy of its sharp teeth piercing his neck, tearing through his flesh, and greedily sucking on his scorching blood and alien energy. No hesitation. Shaoruan opened its blood-stained maw and bit down fiercely on Lin Yi's neck. However, just as its sharp teeth were about to touch Lin Yi's skin, a cold yet gentle voice echoed softly in its ears. Shaoruan, I'm sorry. I'll bring you back soon. The words had barely left his lips. Whoosh! Without any warning, a cluster of pitch-black flames erupted suddenly from Lin Yi's embrace, engulfing Shaoruan's body. The flames had no heat, no sound, simply burning silently, yet emanating a terrifying aura capable of consuming everything in its path, even reducing souls to ashes. An indescribable, excruciating pain, originating from the depths of its soul, instantly spread throughout Shaoruan's entire body. It suddenly raised its head, and from its gaping maw, a piercing, inhuman scream echoed through the air. It began to struggle frantically, trying to push Lin Yi away and escape the black flames. But Lin Yi's arms, wrapped tightly around it, were as unyielding as iron clamps cast in steel, not budging an inch. He clung to it with all his might. His face even bore a smile that was almost disturbingly gentle. Little softy. His voice was as soft as a lover's whisper. Bear with it, it'll pass. As he spoke, he reached out and gently stroked Little Softy's head, which was being consumed by black flames. He looked exactly like an older brother comforting his younger sister. Ah! Let me go! Let me go! The monster continued to scream in agony, its voice filled with extreme fear and pain. Ding! Host has gained 3,000 emotion points. The system's notification sounded in Lin Yi's mind. The smile on Lin Yi's lips grew even wider. As the energy was released, the black flames of Amaterasu burned even more fiercely. The monster's struggles grew weaker and weaker. Its agonized screams grew fainter and fainter. Finally, within Lin Yi's embrace filled with love, the monster disguised as Lin Xiaoruan was completely incinerated by Amaterasu's black flames. Not a single trace of its existence remained. The alleyway fell silent once more. The eerie mist dissipated as well. Lin Yi slowly released his arms, gazing at his empty embrace. The smile on his face gradually faded, returning to a cold, lifeless stillness. A wisp of smoke rose from the ground. Where the monster had been reduced to ashes, a crystal the size of a thumb, entirely black and emanating some kind of energy, remained. Lin Yi bent down and picked up the crystal. It felt icy cold to the touch, with energy flowing within. System, is this the core of the demon? He silently asked in his mind. Yes, host, this is a C-rank demon core. Upon receiving the system's confirmation, Lin Yi hesitated not a moment, focusing his mind and directly storing the C-rank demon core into his system space. After completing all this, he finally took out the rune key card Black Dream had given him from his pocket. The gold embossed address on the card glowed faintly under the cold moonlight. Starlight Apartment Building A404. Lin Yi raised his hand and glanced at the black bracelet on his wrist. Activate the bracelet. Hum. A faint blue light screen projected from the bracelet, hovering in front of him. Lin Yi's fingers moved swiftly across the light screen, bringing up a map of South City and entering the words Xingha Apartment. The location was quickly locked in. It was approximately 10 kilometers away. Lin Yi closed the light screen and slipped the room key back into his pocket. He suddenly sprang forward. His entire body blurred into a trail of afterimages as he sprinted toward the Star River Apartments at breakneck speed. Perhaps due to the modifications from the Kaleidoscope Sharingan and the B-rank recovery potion, his physical condition had become several times stronger. His running speed was on par with that of an ordinary small car. 10 minutes later. Xingha Apartment. According to the description, this is one of the most upscale apartments in South City, with strict security and an elegant environment. Lin Yi entered the apartment building smoothly. The elevator rose smoothly and stopped on the 4th floor. Ding! Linny stepped out of the elevator and quickly located the door to Unit 404. He took out his key card and swiped it gently over the door lock. Beep. The door opened. Linny stepped inside, closed the door behind him, and flipped on the living room light. The entire room was instantly bathed in light. The room was spacious, decorated in a simple modern style, and spotlessly clean. The living room, bedroom, kitchen, bathroom, everything was there. All the furniture and appliances were brand new. Linny walked into the bathroom, took off his clothes, which were slightly dusty, and turned on the shower head. The warm water flowed over his body. He looked at himself in the mirror. The young man in the mirror had a well-proportioned build, smooth lines, and every muscle was perfectly defined, exuding explosive strength. He was the classic type who looked slim in clothes but muscular when undressed. This was likely the result of his awakened abilities in the B rank. After finishing his shower, Linny randomly grabbed a bathrobe from the wardrobe and put it on, then walked over to the massive floor-to-ceiling window in the living room. He pulled back the curtains, and the bustling night view of the southern city spread out before him. The pale moonlight poured down like mercury, casting a cold, ethereal glow over the steel jungle. Occasionally, he could see vague shadows moving swiftly across the rooftops of distant skyscrapers. And behind those shadows, several other figures were chasing after them at the same incredible speed. Demons. Abnormal beings. Demon slayers. The Six Paths. These were things that had once been beyond his reach, existing only in the news. Today, within a single day, they all violently burst into his world. Lin Yi's gaze pierced through the countless lights of the city, fixating on the distant horizon. His eyes were hollow and bewildered. Xiao Wan. He murmured the name softly. This damn world is so boring without you. Chapter 10, The Plan. A long time passed. Lin Yi withdrew his gaze, turned around, and sat down on the sofa in the living room. He raised his wrist, and the black bracelet on his wrist glowed with a faint blue light. A faint blue light screen projected from the bracelet, hovering in front of him. Linny took out the chip that Black Dream had given him, which contained the mission information, and inserted it into the slot on the side of the bracelet. The image on the light screen changed instantly. Lines of text and images refreshed like a waterfall. Case number 07. Victim, Liu, female, 17 years old, a second-year high school student at South City 3rd Middle School. Location of incident, abandoned industrial park in the West District. Official investigation report, the victim illegally entered the demon purification zone at night and was unfortunately caught in a battle between the demon extermination squad and a C-class physical-type demon known as the Ripper. She died on the spot due to the residual shockwaves from the demon's abilities. Autopsy report, no obvious external injuries on the body surface. Severe damage to the cranial tissues, consistent with death caused by high-intensity impact. Notes, both eyes are missing. Attached below the report is a photo of the scene. In the photo, a girl in school uniform lies on a pile of cold rubble, her eyes reduced to two horrifying blood-filled holes, her face still bearing the traces of extreme fear. Lin Yi's face showed no expression as his fingers gently swiped across the light screen, bringing up the next case. Case number 11. Victim, Zhang Qian, female, 16 years old, first-year student at South City First High School. Location, Old City District. Official investigation report, the victim was attacked by a D-class energy-type demon known as the Black Worm while playing with friends. The demon-slaying squad responded to the distress signal and arrived at the scene, successfully eliminating the demon. However, the victim tragically lost her life. Autopsy report, the victim's chest was pierced by a sharp object, causing heart damage and death from excessive blood loss. Note, heart missing. The girl in the photo, her school uniform stained with blood, has a large gaping hole in her chest, empty and hollow, with nothing inside. Heart missing. Lin Yi's pupils suddenly contracted. He thought of Xiao Wan. Xiao Wan was the same, her heart had been completely removed. He continued flipping through the pages. Case number 14. Victim, Wang Shui, female, 18 years old, recently turned 18, unemployed. Location of the incident, Dongjia Lovers Hill. Official investigation report, suspected attack by a C-class psychic demon known as the Dreamweaver, leading to deep hallucinations and suicide. Autopsy report, the carotid artery in the neck was severed, leading to death from excessive blood loss. Notes, both ears were severed. One case after another. One innocent young woman after another. Their ages all fall between 16 and 18. Their deaths were bizarre and varied. Their death reports were officially classified as various accidents. But they all share one common trait. Their bodies were all missing certain body parts. Eyes, ears, hearts, tongues. This intelligence gathered by the Six Paths organization brutally exposes a truth that has been concealed. The so-called accidental deaths and accidents are all nonsense. This is clearly a premeditated, organized series of targeted killings aimed at young girls of a specific age group. And the authorities, especially the Demon Suppression Bureau, have played a disgraceful role in this. They are either accomplices or the butchers themselves. A violent surge of murderous intent raged within Lin Yi's chest. But his expression grew increasingly cold. He read every single piece of information without missing a word. Clues were virtually non-existent. The mastermind behind the scenes had covered their tracks too thoroughly. All evidence that could have pointed to him had been erased by those seemingly flawless official reports. Trying to pinpoint that person directly from this chaotic mess of information was like searching for a needle in a haystack. However, Lin Yi's gaze once again fell on several high-frequency keywords in the case reports. Demon Slaying Bureau. Eradication of demons. Accidental killing. Since most of the accidents occurred at the Demon Extermination Bureau's demon extermination sites. Then, by staking out the scene, one was sure to uncover some clues. Catch them in the act. Then, follow the trail. A plan quickly took shape in Lin Yi's mind. At that moment, the communication icon on one side of the light screen began to flash. Lin Yi tapped it, and a chat window popped up. A cool black and white artistic photo avatar with the words Black Dream above it, followed by a message. Black Dream, are you there? Lin Yi typed a message and sent it. Lin Yi, I'm here. Almost an instant reply. Black Dream, so fast? How's the apartment? Lin Yi, it's okay. Hey Meng, have you finished reading the mission information? Any thoughts? Lin Yi, there's a lot of information, but it's scattered and feels useless. Black Dream, you're right. The mastermind behind this is very careful, shifting all blame onto the demons and accidents. We've been investigating for months and only found this much. The words carried a sense of helplessness. Lin Yi, do you have a way to find out the location of the Demon Slaying Squad's mission in real time? After sending the message, He Mang remained silent for a few seconds. Hi Mong, we do have it. Are you planning to? Lin Yi, exactly, I'm going to stake them out at the scene. The reply was simple and direct. After a few seconds, as if considering it carefully, Black Dream finally replied. Hi Mong, alright, I'll notify you immediately if there's any news. Be careful. Lin Yi, alright. After ending the conversation with He Mang, Lin Yi shut down the mini-computer. The room fell back into silence. He walked over to the bed, sat cross-legged, and focused his mind. A crystal the size of a thumb, entirely black and emitting an ominous energy, appeared in his palm. It was the C-class demon core left behind by the C-class demon that had disguised itself as a small soft creature after its death. It feels cool to the touch, and there seems to be some kind of energy flowing slowly inside. System, how do I absorb this demon core? Lin Yi silently asked in his mind. The host simply needs to hold it in the palm of their hand, feel the alien energy within, then try to channel their own alien energy to resonate with the alien energy inside the core, and guide the energy from the core into their body. The system's voice was as mechanical as ever. Lin Yi followed the instructions immediately. He closed his eyes and focused all his attention on the demon core in his hand. Soon, he felt a cold, chaotic energy flowing within the core. Lin Yi did not hesitate and began to channel the alien energy within his body. Under his control, the energy flowed like a stream, slowly approaching the demon core. The moment the two came into contact, Lin Yi felt a slight warmth in the palm of his hand. The demon core seemed to be drawn to something, beginning to tremble slightly. The cold, malevolent energy within the core began to stir. Resonance had been established. Lin Yi immediately focused his mind and carefully guided the foreign energy. A cool, icy stream flowed through his palm and into his body. The moment the energy entered his body, it became wild and uncontrollable, like a wild horse breaking free from its reins, eager to rampage through his body. Lin Yi's brows furrowed slightly. He channeled all his to tightly wrap around the chaotic energy. Then, he began to assimilate and absorb it bit by bit. This process lasted approximately half an hour. When the last thread of cold energy was completely absorbed and refined, snap! The C-rank demon core in Lin Yi's palm emitted a faint sound, transforming into a pile of useless black powder that slipped through his fingertips. Lin Yi slowly opened his eyes, feeling the slight increase in the foreign energy within his body. Though the increase was minimal, it was a tangible improvement. Still too slow. Lin Yi murmured to himself. A single C-rank demon core could only provide such a minimal boost. To elevate his alien energy level from the current B rank to A rank, or even S rank, he had no idea how many alien demon cores would be required. It seems I'll have to kill more demon cores in the future. The more I kill, the faster my strength will improve. After finishing all this, a wave of exhaustion surged up from the depths of his body. From awakening MY, to my sister's tragic death, to slaughtering the demon-slaying squad, and encountering the 6 paths. In just one day, more bizarre and thrilling events had unfolded than in the entire 18 years of his life combined. His mind had been on edge the entire time. Now that he could finally relax, the exhaustion washed over him like a tidal wave. Lin Yi collapsed onto the soft bed. Soon, he fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 11, Illusion and Reality. The next day, at noon, Lin Yi opened his eyes and rubbed his drowsy head. Last night, he had a dream. A long, warm dream. In the dream, he returned to that narrow yet cozy little house. He told Xiao Ruan that he had awakened his A-class ability. His younger sister's cute little face first showed shock, then uncontrollable joy. She threw herself into his arms, laughing like a child. The scene in the dream was so vivid that upon waking, the hollow pain he felt grew even sharper. Linny slowly sat up, silently gazing out the window at the gloomy sky. He raised his hand and gently stroked his cheek. A cool, damp sensation lingered. Last night, he must have cried in his dream. Linny pulled back the blankets and walked barefoot to the bathroom. In the mirror, a pale and stern face stared back at him. Below his eyes, 2 clear tear stains had already dried. He stared at his reflection, his dark eyes showing no emotion. Splash! He turned on the faucet, bent down, cupped his hands under the cold tap, and splashed the icy water forcefully onto his face. The biting cold jolted him awake. He swore. Before Shaoruan was revived, he would not shed a single tear. Not even in his dreams. After a quick wash, Linny sat down at the desk. He raised his wrist and activated the miniature computer. Hum. A faint blue light screen projected into the air. Glancing at the time, he realized he had slept straight through until noon. Then, a local news headline from South City popped up. The headline was bolded in eye-catching red text filled with sensationalism. Official emergency notice from the South City Police Department. The 13th Squad of the South City Demon Hunting Bureau was completely wiped out on June 25, 2025, federal calendar. The suspect is believed to be a high-ranking psychic-type psychic. Lin Yi's gaze fixated on the words, "all members sacrificed." He tapped on the screen to open the full article. The report was written in a stern and righteous tone, expressing deep mourning for the fallen members and condemnation of the perpetrator. The 13th Squad of the Demon Hunting Bureau was conducting a sea-level demon extermination mission in the Huimin community of the Old City District last night when they were attacked by an unknown powerful enemy and unfortunately lost all members. According to the on-site investigation by the Special Investigation Team dispatched by the police department, there were a total of 13 deceased, all of whom were official members of the Demon Slaying Bureau. 10 of the members sustained fatal gunshot wounds, primarily in critical areas such as the head and heart. 3 other members are missing, including the captain of the 13th Squad. Based on forensic evidence and psychic residue analysis, all victims exhibited abnormal pupil constriction prior to death, indicating they were subjected to an extremely intense psychic assault, plunging them into a deep illusory state and rendering them completely helpless. Preliminary assessment indicates that this attack was carried out by a powerful psychic with illusory abilities. The methods were brutal, the nature of the crime heinous, and it constitutes an open defiance of federal law and human order. Below the news report was a photo extracted from the neighborhood surveillance footage. In the photo, a man wearing a black tracksuit and a hooded jacket was walking out of the residential building where the incident occurred, head down, moving at a leisurely pace. Although his face was unclear, Linny recognized him immediately. It was himself. He continued reading. At the end of the report, a brief note was added in small print. Additionally, 2 ordinary residents are missing in this incident and remain unaccounted for. The police are now releasing the information of the 2 individuals and urge anyone with relevant information to come forward. Below were 2 clear ID photos. One was his. The other is Lin Xiaoruan's. Next to the photos, their basic information is also provided. Linny, male, 18 years old, orphan, freshman at South City Academy of Special Abilities, recently awakened an unknown A-class ability yesterday, which he named Sharingan. Lin Xiaoruan, female, 16 years old, orphan, younger sister of Lin Yi. Below Lin Yi's information, the official authorities had thoughtfully added a paragraph. For someone as talented and promising as Lin Yi, who may have met with an unfortunate fate, we express our deepest regret and sorrow. Linny stared at the content on the screen, expressionless. However, this outfit really can't be worn anymore. Linny shut off the mini computer and silently asked in his mind. System, do you have any clothes for sale? Ding. As long as the host needs it, the system has it. A mechanical voice echoed. The next second, a sleek shopping mall interface appeared before his eyes, visible only to Linny. The first few pages were all ordinary clothes and pants, with common styles and affordable prices, ranging from a few dozen to $100 in emotional value. Linny wasn't particularly interested and flipped through the pages quickly. Soon, some uniquely styled outfits caught his eye. Shinobi Organization Red Cloud Black Robe Set, glide through the wind with style, stand out from the crowd. Price, 1,000 emotion points. Uchiha Classic High-Necked Shirt, simple yet sophisticated, embodying the unique aura of a renegade ninja. Price, 800 emotion points. Dai 2 White Mask Set, includes 1 black robe and 1 white mask. Mysterious, powerful, and enigmatic, make the world tremble at your dance. Price, 1,000 emotion points. Lin Yi's gaze finally settled on the Toby White Mask Set. This mask seemed perfect for him. The black robe was also nice. This is the one. Ding. 1,000 emotion points consumed. Purchase of Dai 2 White Mask Set, successful. As the system prompt sounded, a neatly folded black robe and a cold, white mask appeared in Lin Yi's hands. The mask was pure white, made of a hard material, with circular openings at the positions of the eyes. The surface was engraved with concentric black patterns resembling ripples of water, each containing 3 crescent-shaped symbols. Linny stood up, removed his sportswear, and donned the wide black robe. He walked to the mirror in the bathroom. The figure in the mirror was completely shrouded in the black robe, its build indistinguishable. He raised his hand and slowly placed the cold, white mask over his face. Click! The mask fit perfectly against his cheeks. The entire world suddenly felt narrow, with only 2 small round holes through which the outside world could be seen. Linny raised his head and looked at his reflection in the mirror. A mysterious, eerie figure in a black robe, as if emerging from the depths of a chasm, stared back at him in silence. A thought flashed through his mind. His eyes suddenly burst into a crimson glow, and the Sharingan eyes slowly emerged. Through the holes in the mask, the 2 crimson eyes gleamed like the only ghostly flames in the darkness, emanating a terrifying aura that sent shivers down the spine. Linny stared at his reflection in the mirror, at his entirely new appearance. He stared at the Sharingan eyes reflected in the mirror, his own Sharingan eyes. A wildly absurd, almost idea suddenly emerged from his mind without warning. Tsukuyomi. Can I use it on myself? The moment the thought entered his mind, it spread like wildfire, impossible to contain. Anyway, there's nothing else to do now. Let's give it a try and see. Linny took a deep breath, focusing his mental energy to the utmost. His gaze was fixed intently on the mirror, on his own blood-red eyes. Moon reading. He murmured the word in his mind. In an instant, the entire world seemed to have been paused. Everything around him, the bathroom tiles, the mirror, the lights on the ceiling lost their color and turned black and white. Then, the black and white world shattered like broken glass, cracking and crumbling into pieces. Endless darkness engulfed him. When Linny regained consciousness, he found himself standing in an incredibly familiar place. The home where he had lived with his sister for over a decade, located in Huimin Community. The room was filled with the faint aroma of cooking. In the kitchen, a familiar, petite figure was wearing an apron, humming a tune, and busily stir-frying something. It was Shaoran. Linny stood in the living room, staring at the figure, lost in thought for a moment. Brother, what are you standing there for? Come wash your hands and eat. The clear, pleasant voice of a young girl echoed through the room. Lin Shaoran carried a plate of steaming red braised pork out of the kitchen and placed it on the dining table. She wiped her hands, turned around, and saw Linny still standing there dumbfounded. She couldn't help but pout her lips. Linny snapped back to reality, a gentle smile he didn't even notice himself spreading across his face. He nodded and walked over to sit down at the table. Brother, try some. This is a new dish I've been learning to cook lately. I've been practicing for ages. Lin Shaoran brought out 2 more dishes from the kitchen, one of stir-fried seasonal vegetables and another of tomato scrambled eggs. She took off her apron, sat down across from Linny, rested her chin in her hands, and looked at him with her bright, eager eyes. Linny looked at the lively Shaoran in front of him, and a ripple of emotion stirred in his heart. He nodded, picked up his chopsticks, and took a piece of braised pork, putting it into his mouth. It melted in his mouth, tender and chewy. But Linny's movements paused slightly. There was no taste. Not a single hint of flavor. How is it? How is it? Is it delicious? Lin Shaoran asked impatiently. Linny looked up at her eager little face and nodded. It's delicious. Really? Lin Shaoran's eyes lit up instantly, as if she had received the greatest compliment in the world. She happily picked up a piece and couldn't wait to put it in her mouth. The next second. Spit, spit, spit. She scrunched up her little face, spitting out the meat, her expression filled with confusion and bewilderment. Strange. There's no taste at all? I definitely added seasoning. She picked up another piece of tomato and egg stir-fry with her chopsticks, but the result was the same. Watching her younger sister's adorable expression of frustration and grievance, Linny reached out his hand and, as he had done countless times before, gently stroked her head. His voice was soft and gentle. Little softy, don't worry. It'll have flavor soon. As soon as the words left his mouth, the little girl before him, along with the entire warm and cozy home, began to twist and distort violently. The food on the table turned into flying ash. The girl's figure grew transparent and eventually vanished into thin air. The entire world collapsed once more. Linny's consciousness returned to the cold, harsh reality. He still stood before the mirror in the bathroom, wearing that pale mask. The crimson kaleidoscope Sharingan eyes began to glow. Everything was nothing but an illusion. A brief dream he had woven for himself. Now, the dream was over. Chapter 12, The Demon. Linny removed the white mask from his face. A pair of crimson Sharingan eyes slowly faded, returning to normal. The brief warmth of the illusory world and the stark contrast with the cold reality left him momentarily dazed. Gurgle. The growling in his stomach snapped him back to reality. He was hungry. Lin turned and walked out of the bathroom, casually placing the mask on the table before sitting down. He skillfully raised his wrist and activated the miniature computer. Then, he directly opened the largest food delivery platform in South City and browsed through the delicious options with ease. In the past, to save money, he and Xiaoruan had always cooked their own meals. Now, he didn't want to save anymore. Linny went straight to the highest-rated private dining restaurant, ordered a signature dish of Buddha jumps over the wall, a serving of donpa pork, and an additional serving of crab roe fried rice. The total came to 888 yuan. Click to pay. Ding! Your account has been frozen, payment failed. A red system prompt suddenly popped up. Linny froze in place. His account had been frozen? He immediately returned to the main interface and logged into his bank account. Sure enough, under the account status section, the words frozen were clearly displayed in large letters. Linny understood instantly. The police had already classified him as a missing person, and possibly even a deceased individual. According to federal regulations, all personal assets of such individuals are temporarily frozen until they reappear or are officially declared deceased. He was now penniless. Linny remained silent for a moment before closing the bank interface. He thought of Black Dream. They were in a mutually beneficial relationship, so seeking some financial assistance was only natural. He opened the chat app and found Hey Meng. Linny, are you there? The message was sent. Within 2 seconds, the other party replied. Hey Meng, borrow money? Linny looked at those 2 words, his eyebrows twitching imperceptibly. Linny, how did you know? Black Dream. A series of ellipses filled with speechlessness. Linny, my account has been frozen. He simply stated the facts. Hey Meng, 888, Linny. Linny, what's this? Hi Mong, it's your account. It's an exclusive account for members of our Six Paths organization, not regulated by the federal government. It was originally meant to be given to you after you passed the assessment and officially joined the Six Paths. However, given your abilities, giving it to you early is fine. Hi Mong, remember to change your password after logging in. I'll transfer some money into your account. It's not much, consider it a loan from me. Once you earn money in the future, remember to repay me. Linny, alright, thanks. Black Dream, no need to thank me. Chat ended. Linny logged into a brand new bank interface using the account and initial password provided by Hey Meng. The interface was entirely black, with a pattern composed of 6 masks of different styles at the center, exuding an eerie and mysterious atmosphere. He quickly changed the password. Just as he finished, a message popped up. Your account 888 received a deposit of 50,000 yuan on June 26, 2025, at 11:32 a.m. 50,000. Enough to last for a while. Linny reopened the food delivery app and paid with his new account. Payment successful. The delivery rider is on the way. While waiting for the delivery, Linny didn't idle. He opened a video streaming platform and typed 2 words into the search bar. Demon. Since he had already stepped into this dark forest, he needed to quickly understand all the hunters and prey within it. Soon, a bunch of educational videos and documentaries about the demon beasts popped up. Linny immediately clicked on the one with the highest view count, Demon's Encyclopedia, from beginner to expert. The video began with a series of bloody and chaotic video clips. Deformed monsters rampaged through the city, skyscrapers collapsed, flames shot into the sky, and the screams of humans mingled with the growls of the monsters, creating a scene reminiscent of hell. A man wearing a gas mask began narrating in a hoarse, heavy voice. The demon beasts, these terrifying creatures, appeared on this world over 2,000 years ago without any warning. They emerged from spatial fissures scattered across the globe, feeding on human flesh and alien energy, their cruelty beyond imagination. In the 1st century, human civilization nearly perished, until the first group of psychics emerged. The war raged for centuries, with humanity paying a terrible price. Finally, we transformed from hunted prey into hunters capable of striking back. And now, we have reached a delicate yet dangerous balance with the alien demons. Nowadays, the alien demons rarely venture out during the day. They are more like nocturnal beasts, turning the night into their hunting ground. This has provided ordinary people with a relatively safe living environment. The video shifts, displaying various profiles of the demonic beings. Based on centuries of research by the Federal Demon Hunting Bureau and major research institutions, we have classified the demonic beings into 4 primary categories based on their primary attack methods. The first category is the physical type. They possess powerful physiques, either with impenetrable armor or claws that can shatter anything. The second category is the energy type. They can release various elements or special energies, with wide-ranging attacks and immense destructive power. The third category is the mental type. They are the most enigmatic, capable of directly attacking human minds, creating illusions, inducing fear and despair, and even controlling one's thoughts. The fourth category, and the most challenging to deal with, is the composite type. They possess multiple abilities and are the nightmare of all psychics. The ranks of the demons are the same as ours, ranging from F rank to SSS rank. But remember, at the same rank, demons typically possess far greater vitality and destructive power than psychics. The commentator's voice grew incredibly solemn. Finally, and most importantly, some powerful demonic beings, typically those of a rank or higher, possess intelligence on par with humans. Some of these demons can even perfectly mimic the appearance of humans and blend in among us. They learn our language, mimic our behavior, and even possess our emotions. Conventional demon detection devices are completely ineffective against them. The neighbor smiling at you right now might be an alien creature plotting how to devour your internal organs. Upon reading this, Lin Yi's pupils contracted slightly. He recalled the demon that had disguised itself as Shaoruan. But the system said that alien creature was only C-class. How could it disguise itself so convincingly? Perfect disguise. If it weren't for his own Sharingan, he would have been dead in an instant. This world was far more dangerous than he had imagined. Lin Yi continued watching the video, which began introducing various known intelligent humanoid demons. Just as he was watching intently. Thud. 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 The sound of knocking suddenly rang out. A hoarse male voice came from outside the door. Hello, delivery. Chapter 13, he. Hearing the commotion at the door, Lin Yi stood up and walked toward the door. His steps were steady, making no sound. Peering through the peephole, he saw a man wearing a black baseball cap standing outside with his head lowered. The brim of the cap was pulled down low, completely obscuring his face. The man was holding several large bags with the logo of a private dining restaurant printed on them. Lin Yi opened the door. Your takeout, please take it. The man handed over the bags, his voice hoarse and clearly lacking in energy. Lin Yi's gaze fell on the man. Something was off. A strange, indescribable feeling. With his Sharingan eyes, he was highly sensitive to the abnormal energy fluctuations around him. He could clearly sense that the strange energy floating in the air around him was flowing at a normal frequency. Yet the man before him had a chaotic and obscure aura of energy within him. This feeling was similar to the one he had encountered last night with the demon disguised as a small creature. But there were also differences. It was more subdued, yet far more vast. Lin Yi reached out silently and took the heavy bags. Thanks, he said softly. Then he prepared to close the door. Just as the door was about to close, the man spoke again. His voice sounded like a jammed gear, each word spoken slowly and stiffly. I hope you enjoy your meal. As the final enjoy fell, the heavy door clicked shut, closing completely. From start to finish, the man never once lifted his head to look at Lin Yi. Lin Yi carried the takeout and turned back to the living room. He placed the bag on the coffee table and opened each item one by one. The rich aroma of Buddha jumps over the wall filled the air, mingling with the sweetness of donpa pork and the freshness of crab roe mixed with rice, stimulating the appetite. He checked everything carefully and found nothing amiss. Driven by hunger, he no longer thought about the strange delivery man and picked up his chopsticks, diving into the meal with gusto. The thick, rich soup of the Buddha jumps over the wall, the tender yet fatty donpa pork, and the golden, glossy crab roe rice. The aroma and warmth of the food quickly dispelled the chill from his body. Delicious. Lin Yi ate quickly, taking one bite after another, but not in a rush or in a hurry. In the past, he and his sister had only dared to dream about these dishes, drooling with desire, but had never dared to imagine actually eating them. It was too expensive. A single meal would cost half a month's living expenses for the two siblings. Now, he could eat as much as he wanted. Whatever he wanted, he could order. But the girl who used to be by his side, chattering away as she shared every bite of delicious food and praised his cooking skills, was now a cold, lifeless body, lying quietly within the system space. Lin Yi's chewing slowed down. A lump formed in his chest, making it hard to breathe. Soon, all the food on the table was gone, not a single drop of soup remaining. He leaned back in his chair and sat there in silence. Just then, a cold, mocking voice suddenly rang out in his ear. You have finished your meal. Now it is my turn to eat. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Yi's crimson Sharingan eyes flashed brightly. At the same time, the entire world before his eyes began to violently twist and fade away. The luxurious apartment, the elegant furniture, the city night view outside the window. Everything was like paint dropped into water, quickly spreading, fading, and eventually returning to pure darkness. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yi found himself in an endless pitch-black void. Here, there was no sense of time or space. Absolute silence, absolute nothingness. Lin Yi could even hear the distinct sound of his heart beating in his chest, thud, thud. The only source of light in the entire space was Lin Yi's pair of blood-red eyes, emitting an eerie glow in the darkness. What's going on? Lin Yi's mind raced. He could clearly sense a massive, viscous, and malevolent energy surrounding him. This was an independent space constructed from a special form of energy. A domain. He knew that this skill, the domain, could only be used by top-tier users whose level and level had both reached an extremely high tier. There was another existence high-tiered. Feeling the vast and chaotic energy around him, Lin immediately came to a conclusion. He had been dragged into the domain of a powerful demon by an unknown entity. Just as Lin Yi was contemplating his next move. Tap, tap, tap. A steady, unhurried footsteps echoed from the darkness in the distance, growing louder as they drew nearer. Soon, a figure emerged from the darkness and appeared before Lin Yi. Lin Yi recognized the person. It was the delivery man who had just brought him his meal. However, at this moment, he had removed the low-brimmed cap he had been wearing, revealing a young yet pale face. His face bore a sickly, amused smile. He looked at Lin Yi, his gaze lingering briefly on his blood-red eyes, and spoke with interest. Eye technique type ability? That's rare. Illusion that's what your eyes used to kill them? Illusion? Lin Yi furrowed his brows. The name was unfamiliar to him. Seeing that Lin Yi didn't respond, the humanoid demon didn't seem to mind and continued speaking on its own. Oh, I forgot to tell you, Illusion is the demon you killed last night. This statement caused a slight flicker in Lin Yi's eyes. He understood. This creature was here to seek revenge. It was my sister. The humanoid demon's voice was calm, as if he were recounting a trivial matter. Upon hearing the word sister, Lin Yi's frozen heart was gently stirred. He had killed the sister of a demon. And his own sister had been killed by others. How ironic. However, since the demon had dared to disguise itself as a helpless creature, it deserved to die. Therefore, Lin Yi remained standing in place, making no unnecessary movements. Seeing Lin Yi's indifferent expression, the humanoid demon's smile grew increasingly cruel and twisted. Originally, I planned to fatten it up a bit more before eating it. But you ruined my plans. But it doesn't matter. It stuck out its tongue, greedily licking its lips, its eyes fixed intently on Lin Yi, as if he were a dish of the most exquisite delicacy. So, you will take its place and become the nourishment for my strength. After all, you look much tastier than it did. One more thing. It spread its hands toward Lin Yi, its posture arrogant and defiant. I advise you not to resist in vain. Now, you are within my domain. Here, I am the master of everything. You have no chance of escaping. Don't humans have an old saying? If you can't resist, you might as well enjoy it. Rest assured, I'll devour you bit by bit, letting you watch yourself fade away slowly. He 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 he. A piercing, unpleasant laugh echoed throughout the pitch-black space. Chapter 14, not even a single chapter to live. Hearing this classic villainous laugh, Lin Yi thought to himself that if this guy were in a novel, he probably wouldn't survive more than a few chapters. Here, he wouldn't even last a single chapter. Although he was trapped in this bizarre realm, Lin Yi felt no panic. He stood there quietly, staring at the humanoid demon before him with his crimson, kaleidoscopic Sharingan eyes. Seeing that he had already spoken so bluntly, the humanoid demon's smile froze for a moment. This is a formidable opponent. But so what? Within this realm, I am invincible. Forget it, let's settle this quickly. Eat this fragrant-smelling creature, and maybe I can break through directly and become an S-rank existence. At the thought of this, the humanoid demon's face was overcome with uncontrollable excitement and greed. He no longer wasted words, raising his hand directly to summon the power of the entire domain, intending to crush this arrogant fool before him into oblivion. However, just as he raised his hand, he saw Lin Yi's blood-red eyes. Within those pupils, an eerie black windmill pattern seemed to possess some kind of mysterious pull, drawing him in irresistibly. The next second, the pitch-black world around him vanished in an instant. In its place was an endless blood-red hellscape. The sky was dark red, the earth cracked, and the air was filled with the pungent smell of sulfur and blood. Countless twisted figures nailed to crosses echoed with silent screams in the distance. The humanoid demons looked around in confusion. What? What is happening? Where am I? Could it be? A ridiculous thought arose in his mind. Could this be that guy's territory? Impossible. Absolutely not. That human's anomalous energy fluctuations were clearly only B rank. How could he possibly activate a domain? This doesn't make sense. Just as he was filled with doubt and confusion, the entire blood-red world began to violently shift. Scalding lava erupted from the ground, forming massive waves that crashed toward him. Countless chains burning with black flames descended from the sky, binding him tightly. Extreme pain instantly engulfed every inch of his being. Outside. Inside the room, everything had returned to normal. The humanoid demon who claimed to be Huan, the older brother, stood motionless in the same spot. His eyes were hollow and lifeless, but his facial muscles twisted and convulsed wildly, revealing extreme pain and fear. Streams of black energy escaped uncontrollably from his body, dissipating into the air like steam. Lin Yi stood before him, observing him coldly. At the same time, the system's alert sounded wildly in his mind. Ding! Host has gained plus 1,000 emotion points. Ding! Host gains plus 2,000 emotion points. Ding! Host gains plus 2,500 emotion points. Lin Yi couldn't help but marvel inwardly. The power of Tsukuyami is truly terrifying. But precisely because of that, the consumption is extremely massive. Even when targeting just this one powerful demon, the energy within his body had been completely drained in an instant, leaving him completely depleted. One could only imagine how terrifying this creature's strength truly was. To be safe, Lin Yi didn't hesitate for a moment. With a flick of his thoughts, he purchased another B-grade alien energy recovery potion from the system store. A test tube containing blue liquid appeared in his hand. He tilted his head back and downed it in one gulp. A cool energy surged through his limbs and bones, and his previously empty body was instantly filled with surging alien energy. Linny could clearly feel that his limit for alien energy had increased slightly. Though not as noticeable as the first time, it was still a tangible improvement. The energy was fully restored. Linny raised his head and looked at the humanoid demon still enduring endless torment in the illusory world. His eyes showed no emotion. In the next instant, a cluster of pitch-black flames appeared out of thin air on the humanoid demon's body. He activated Amaterasu. The flames were not large, but they carried a terrifying aura capable of incinerating everything in their path. It had no heat, yet it was more ruthless than any flame. Sizzle. The black flames touched the demon's body and immediately began to burn wildly and spread. The mind was torn apart by 1,000 blades in the illusory world. The flesh was consumed by the black flames in the real world. The dual extreme agony left this rank demon unable even to utter a scream. The emotion value within its body began to rise wildly. Ding! Host gains plus 5,000 emotion points. Ding! Host gains plus 6,000 emotion points. Emotional energy surged wildly. Meanwhile, the humanoid demon before him was slowly disappearing in black flames at a speed visible to the naked eye. Skin, flesh, bones. Everything is reduced to nothingness under the scorching flames of Amaterasu. Before long, this once formidable demon was reduced to a single head, still twisting and contorting, which fell to the floor. At that moment, his scattered pupils seemed to regain a hint of vitality. His mind finally broke free from Tsukuyami's endless torment. He looked at Linny, who was just inches away, his eyes no longer filled with arrogance or amusement, but only endless hatred and vengeance. Just as his head was about to be completely engulfed by the black flames, a black energy condensed to its purest form suddenly shot out from between his eyebrows, too fast for Linny to react. Puff! The black light struck Linny's forehead with pinpoint accuracy. Before it completely dissipated, Linny clearly saw that the face of the head had revealed an incredibly eerie smile. The black flames continued to burn, consuming the head until it was reduced to ashes, before slowly dying out. All that remained at the original spot was a black crystal the size of a fist, emanating massive energy fluctuations. The demon core. Linny bent down, picked up the demon core from the ground, and casually tossed it into the system space. Then, he quickly walked to the full-length mirror in the living room. In the mirror, his figure was clearly reflected. In the center of his forehead, there was now a black, eerie mark. System, what is this mark? Linny asked in his mind. Ding! Host, this mark was left by the demon before it died, using all its original energy. It will continuously emit a peculiar attraction, causing all other demons to take a strong interest in you when they sense your presence. In simpler terms, host, you have now become the center of attention in the demon circle. Everyone who sees you will want to take a bite. Lin Yi's face darkened. Is there any way to remove it? Of course there is. The system's voice remained calm. All the host needs to do is find another a rank or higher demon and have it assist you to remove this mark. Have a demon help me? The system really came up with that? Is there nothing in the system store that can remove it? Linny asked again. There are some, but they're very expensive. How expensive? Host, please look at the large screen. The next second, a virtual product interface appeared in Lin Yi's mind. Grade A purification potion, capable of purifying the majority of negative states and impurities within the body, with a certain chance of evolving abilities. Price, 100,000 emotion points. 10,000? That's so expensive? Linny furrowed his brows. Yes, host. The Grade A purification potion is an extremely rare and valuable item. Linny opened his system panel. Name, Linny. Abilities Kakashi's Sharingan S. Abilities Tsukuyami, Amaterasu, Susanoo. Items Lin Xiaoruan's corpse, a photo with Lin Xiaoruan X1, a rank demon core X1. Ability level B. Emotional value 105888. Note, due to the host's low abnormal energy level, some abilities may not be usable or may have reduced effects. Please test them yourself. I just drained an A-rank demon, and my emotion value has just surpassed 100,000 points. Using this huge sum to buy a purification potion would be a huge waste. With this emotion value, it would be more practical to exchange it for a new eye technique. Linny made his decision swiftly. It seems I'll have to go find other A-rank and ask them for a favor. Chapter 15, Action. Linny had no hesitation. He focused his mind. System, open the Kaleidoscope Ability Exchange panel. As soon as the words left his mouth, a brilliant blue light screen appeared before his eyes, visible only to him. Kakashi's Sharingan Ability Exchange panel. Object Control 50,000 emotion points. Earth Manipulation 100,000 emotion points. 8,000 Spears 500,000 emotion points. Separation Heaven 500,000 emotion points. Izanami 500,000 emotion points. Dual Divine Might 800,000 emotion points. Izanagi 800,000 emotion points. Great Sun Spirit 1 million emotion points. Lin Yi's gaze swept across the light screen, finally coming to rest on Kagetsuchi. This was Amaterasu's advanced eye technique, allowing the ever-burning black flames to transform into any form at will. Whether it be a sharp sword or a sturdy shield. Offensive when advancing, defensive when retreating. His combat style would no longer be monotonous, and his margin for error would be greatly improved. System, exchange for Kagetsuchi no Makoto. Without hesitation, Lin Yi made his decision. Exchange complete. Congratulations, host, you have obtained one of the Sharingan techniques, the earth-enhancing life. As the system prompt sounded, Lin Yi's eyes involuntarily turned a deep crimson, and the eerie black windmill pattern in his pupils spun rapidly. A scorching warm current surged from the depths of his eyes, instantly spreading throughout his entire body. He could clearly feel that his Mangekyo Sharingan had gained a new eye technique. The energy within his body seemed to surge upward, significantly increasing in power. Lin Yi opened the system interface. Name, Lin Yi. Abilities Kakashi Sharingan S. Abilities Tsukuyomi, Amaterasu, Kagetsuchi, Susanoo. Items Lin Xiaoruan's corpse, a photo with Lin Xiaoruan X1, a ranked demon core X1. Ability level B+. Emotional value 5888. Note, due to the host's low abnormal energy level, some abilities may not be usable or may have reduced effects. Please test them yourself. The emotion value, which had just surpassed the 100,000 mark, was instantly depleted, leaving only a fraction remaining. However, in exchange, the hostess grade jumped from B to B+, and a new, incredibly powerful eye technique was obtained. This trade was well worth it. Lin Yi could feel that his combat power had increased significantly. Just then, dong, dong, dong. A series of urgent and forceful knocks suddenly echoed through the quiet room. Hello, Demon Extermination Bureau, please open the door. A steady male voice came from outside the door. Demon Extermination Bureau? Lin's eyes flickered slightly, and his Sharingan quickly faded, returning to normal black pupils. At the same time, the black mark on his forehead vanished. He walked to the door and opened it without hesitation. Several men and women in black uniforms stood outside, their expressions solemn. At the front was a middle-aged man with a square face. Upon seeing Lin Yi's black robe, a hint of confusion flashed in his eyes, but he immediately presented his credentials. The ID read: Demon Slaying Bureau, Nanchang Branch, First Action Squad Captain, Li Kai. Li Kai put away his ID and said in a solemn voice, Good day. We were recently tracking a demon, and our detection devices indicate that it last appeared on this floor. For safety reasons, we need to conduct a search of your room. Please cooperate. Though his tone was polite, it carried an unquestionable air of command. Lin heard this and said nothing, simply stepping back silently to clear the passageway behind him. Thank you for your cooperation. Li Kai nodded and led several team members into the room. They took out a device resembling a tablet and began scanning and detecting various areas of the house. Lin Yi stood quietly by the door, watching them busy in his room, his face expressionless. His gaze seemed to casually sweep over each of the team members one by one. Finally, it lingered on a tall, beautiful woman at the back of the group. This woman had remained silent since entering the room, keeping her head down and quietly following the team's instructions. However, in Lin Yi's keen perception, the woman was emitting an extremely familiar yet incredibly faint aura. It was the aura of a demon. It was identical to that of the demon he had just incinerated with the heavenly light technique. However, she had concealed it exceptionally well. Had he not just personally eliminated an A-rank demon and developed an acute sensitivity to such a scent, he would never have noticed it. How interesting. A high-ranking demon had infiltrated the Demon Extermination Bureau's ranks. They were carrying detection devices, searching the world over for demons, yet they had no idea that their target was right beside them. This was the funniest joke in the world. A faint smile curved the corners of Lin Yi's lips. As Lin Yi observed the woman, he also noticed that she was observing him, her eyes burning with intensity, though she hid it well. Lin Yi knew this was the effect of the mark. However, he wasn't worried. The woman's aura was similar to that of the demon who had disguised itself as a deliveryman earlier, so her strength should be roughly the same. If she dared to provoke him, he wouldn't recommend gaining any more emotion points or an otherworldly demon core. Soon, the entire room had been thoroughly scanned, but the high-tech looking device showed no reaction. Captain, no abnormal energy fluctuations detected. A team member reported to Li Kai. Li Kai furrowed his brows upon hearing this, glanced at the data on the instrument once more, and ultimately accepted the result with a sigh. He walked up to Lin Yi and said in a routine manner, Sorry for the disturbance. Thank you for your cooperation. With that, he turned and left with his team members. Lin Yi closed the door, and the room fell silent once more. Returning to his bedroom, Lin Yi sat cross-legged on the bed and retrieved the A-class demon core from the system space. The black crystal, about the size of a fist, emitted a massive and pure energy fluctuation the moment it appeared. Lin Yi held it in the palm of his hand, closed his eyes, and began to absorb the alien energy with all his strength. A surging torrent of energy rushed down his arms and violently surged into his body. This energy was incredibly pure yet carried a hint of wildness, constantly colliding with his limbs and bones, strengthening his body. Linny could clearly feel that every muscle, bone, and even every cell in his body was undergoing a profound transformation under the relentless assault of this energy. The foreign energy within his body was surging at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, this did not last long. After absorbing roughly half of the demon core's energy, Linny suddenly felt an intense sense of fullness in his body. No matter how hard he tried, he could no longer absorb even the slightest bit of energy from the demon core. System, what's going on? Linny asked in his mind. Ding. Host, the human body has a temporary limit on how much energy it can absorb from the demon core. When a sense of fullness arises, it means that absorption cannot continue for a short period of time. It requires some time to digest and adapt. The exact duration varies depending on physical constitution and the strength of the, differing from person to person. Linny heard this and could only stop reluctantly. It seems that trying to become a master overnight is unlikely. However, even though he had only absorbed half, the gains were still enormous. Linny could clearly feel that the supernatural energy within his body had successfully broken through the B+ level, reaching an entirely new tier. A class. As his energy level increased, his five senses became more acute, and his control over his abilities grew more natural and effortless. Now, if he were to face that rank humanoid again, he would definitely not be like before, where he was drained of all his energy after just a month of reading. Just then, a faint vibration emanated from his wrist. Linny raised his hand and activated the miniature computer. A dialog box popped up instantly. Black Dream, at 10 p.m., Old City District. The Demon Hunting Bureau will be taking action. Below the message was an extremely precise location coordinate. Linny stared at the message, his expression cold. He slowly stood up, picked up the white mask from the table, and put it on his face. He replied with a single word, concise and to the point. Linny, got it. The next moment, two crimson light points suddenly flashed in the room, eerie and menacing. Chapter 16, White Absolute. Night, 10 p.m. An old district, a corner forgotten by urban development. The air was filled with the strange, musty smell of decay and dampness. Linny's figure, like a ghostly apparition blending into the darkness, appeared silently at the entrance of a dilapidated park. He wore a black robe, his face concealed by a eerie white mask, revealing only a pair of eyes that seemed bottomless. The park had long been abandoned, its rusted iron gates leaning crookedly, overgrown with weeds taller than people. The broken swings creaked in the night wind, emitting a creak sound, as if narrating some ill omen. As soon as he stepped into the area, Linny clearly sensed several cold, viscous energy fluctuations. They seemed to be drawn by the scent of blood, swarming in from all directions. Several of these energies were closing in on him at an alarming speed. Linny raised his hand and gently touched the black mark on his forehead with his fingertips. This mark is truly troublesome. He had no interest in engaging with these low-level demonic beings. He tapped his toes lightly against the ground, and his entire body rose into the air like a weightless leaf, drifting silently upward. In a few swift movements, he appeared on the roof of an abandoned residential building nearby. From his elevated vantage point, the entire park lay spread out before him. Just then, the blinding headlights of a vehicle sliced through the darkness in the distance. One after another, black SUVs bearing the emblem of the Demon Hunting Bureau pulled up at the park entrance, their engines rumbling low and in perfect unison. The doors opened, and over 10 members, armed with standard-issue weapons and dressed in black combat gear, quickly got out, moving with precision and discipline. Shortly after, several more individuals emerged from the vehicles behind. These few were vastly different from the ordinary members. They carried no weapons, but the surging energy within them was exceptionally potent, clearly marking them as the Team's energy users. At the front was a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard, wearing a dark trench coat and holding a nearly burned-out cigarette in his mouth. He took a deep drag, flicked the cigarette butt to the ground, and crushed it with the tip of his foot. Move out. The man's hoarse voice was not loud, but it carried an air of authority. At his command, the nearly 20-person team immediately formed an unusual formation, interweaving and covering each other, and moved into the park shrouded in darkness in an orderly manner. Their actions were highly efficient. Soon, the group came face to face with a lurking demon. It was a creature resembling a lizard, but its body was covered in pus-filled sores. The creature let out a growl and charged toward the group. However, the battle ended much faster than expected. A flash of lightning followed by a sharp wind blade. The demon, which had seemed terrifying to ordinary people, was sliced into several pieces before it could even get close to the group, its foul-smelling blood splattering the ground. Clean and decisive. Linny watched everything unfold from the rooftop, his expression unchanged. This team's strength far surpassed that of any he had encountered before. Just as he focused all his attention on the park, a strong sense of being watched suddenly emanated from behind him. This feeling was different from the greed of the demonic beasts, carrying a sense of scrutiny and curiosity. Linny spun around abruptly. A crimson glow suddenly flared in his eyes. The Sharingan activated instantly. In his field of vision, on the rooftop of a taller building behind him, a figure had appeared out of nowhere. It was a young man wearing a black hooded jacket, his striking white short hair swaying slightly in the night breeze. He was examining him with obvious interest. "Are you also here to join the Six Paths?" The white-haired man's voice was clear and crisp, with a light-hearted tone, echoing down from above. Linny looked at him but did not respond. From the faint yet discernible fluctuations of energy emanating from the other man, this guy's strength was formidable. It seemed likely that his energy level had already reached S rank. Judging by his words, it seemed he had also come to join the Six Paths to complete his assessment task. Seeing that Linny remained silent, the white-haired man didn't seem to mind and continued speaking on his own. "A rare eye technique type ability, and marked by a high-level demon? Interesting." He jumped down from the edge of the rooftop and landed steadily on the roof where Linny was standing, just 10 meters away. "Hello, my name is Baiju." He wore a cheerful smile, but his eyes kept darting toward the mask on Linny's face. "You're wearing a mask. Does that mean you're already an official member of the Six Paths? But none of the Six Paths have a mask like yours, do they?" Baiju rubbed his chin, looking curious. "But yours looks pretty cool. Once I pass the test and join the Six Paths, I'll get one too." Linny listened to the guy's endless chatter and confirmed that he didn't seem to have any obvious ill will toward him. He withdrew his gaze, the crimson in his eyes slowly fading, and turned his attention back to the park below. He hadn't come here to make friends or compete with others over whose mask was cooler. Baiju, seeing that Linny wasn't paying attention to him, shrugged and walked over, following Linny's gaze toward the park. Just then, at the fence on one side of the park, a young girl in a school uniform was clumsily climbing over the high fence and jumping into the park. After landing, she brushed the dust off her hands, pulled out her phone, and seemed to be searching for something. Linny's pupils contracted slightly. The victim had appeared. This girl didn't seem like someone who wanted to be controlled. How dare she come to this abandoned park infested with demons at such a late hour? Who gave her the courage? "Finally, you're here." On the other side, Baiju grinned, his face lit up with excitement. He flexed his wrists, producing a series of crisp snapping sounds. "Masked man, it looks like the game is about to begin. I'll go first." Before he could finish speaking, Baiju's entire body instantly transformed into a white afterimage. He leaped off the roof, plunging toward the depths of the park like a falling meteor. Linny stared at the direction he had disappeared in, still standing in the same spot, motionless. What he needed was the hand pulling the strings behind the scenes. Not these pawns being pushed into the spotlight. He hoped that this white-haired brat named Baiju wouldn't ruin his plans. Otherwise, Lin Yi's gaze turned icy. He didn't mind letting this guy contribute some emotional value to him first, as a small compensation, before completing the mission. Chapter 17, Domineering. In the abandoned park shrouded in night, traces of battle were everywhere. The stench of blood mixed with dirt filled the air, an odor so foul it made one want to vomit. A young Demon Hunter Corps member hurried to the man in the windbreaker, his voice betraying his confusion. "Captain, we VE searched the entire park. Besides these F-rank and E-rank scum, we didn't even catch a glimpse of a single C-rank demon, let alone the B-rank ones mentioned earlier." The man in the windbreaker, who was the captain of the 13th squad, glanced at the charred corpse of a demon at his feet, his eyes deep and piercing. He exhaled a smoke ring and spoke slowly. "Lately, almost all the cleanup missions we've been assigned have been directly ordered from above. There have been very few reports from civilians." His voice was hoarse and low. "This matter is shrouded in mystery." Just then, the captain's ears twitched, and he suddenly looked up toward the darkness in the depths of the park. There was movement there. "On alert!" A low command echoed, and all the team members tensed instantly, their weapons pointing sharply in the direction of the sound. In the darkness, a silhouette slowly emerged. A few seconds later, a young girl dressed in a neat school uniform emerged from the darkness, her head lowered as she stared at her phone screen. She seemed completely unaware of the tense atmosphere around her. It wasn't until she lifted her head and saw the muzzles of over a dozen guns pointed directly at her that a clear look of panic flashed across her face. But she quickly forced herself to calm down. The captain's gaze was sharp as a knife, fixed firmly on the girl. At this time, in this place, a student who looked harmless? The scene was utterly bizarre. Seeing those deadly weapons, the girl's survival instinct kicked in, and she immediately raised her hands high in the air. "Don't shoot! I'm human! I'm not a demon!" Her voice was sharp with tension. The captain's vigilance didn't waver in the slightest. These demons, capable of perfectly disguising themselves as humans, were one more cunning than the next. He nodded slightly to a team member beside him. The team member understood and approached the girl cautiously, holding a handheld scanner. "Student, there's no need to be nervous. This is just a routine check." The team member spoke in a soothing tone, trying to calm the girl's nerves. The girl looked at the device in the man's hand, her body tensing involuntarily. The detector was aimed at the girl's body and began scanning. 1 second. 2 seconds. Beep beep beep. Suddenly, The indicator light on the detector instantly turned from green to red, emitting a piercing, urgent alarm sound. The team member's face turned pale, his pupils contracted sharply, and without hesitation, he took a step back, instantly creating a distance of several meters, retreating back into the group. It's in. The situation unfolded too quickly. Everyone's nerves were on edge, and the sound of gun bolts being cocked echoed clearly in the silent night. Within the bodies of the psychic team members, psychic energy began to surge wildly, filling the air with a chilling, murderous aura. At the captain's command, the young girl before them would be reduced to fragments in an instant. The girl was completely dumbfounded. She stared blankly at herself, then at the demon-slaying bureau members who looked as though they were facing a mortal enemy, completely unaware of what was happening. Why did they call the police? How could she possibly be a demon? As the murderous intent in their eyes grew stronger, she finally snapped out of her shock. Overcome by sheer terror, she screamed at the top of her lungs. I'm not a demon. I really am not. You've made a mistake. Her voice trembled with tears, filled with despair and helplessness, fearing that she would be riddled with bullets in the next moment. The captain stared at her coldly. The girl's expression and reactions did not seem like she was faking it. But he had seen too many cunning demonic beings who disguised themselves as weaklings and exploited human sympathy. Those creatures were most skilled at striking when their victims let their guard down, revealing their fangs and devouring them in one bite. He had fallen into that trap once, and he wouldn't make the same mistake twice. Better to kill 1,000 by mistake than let one slip through. This was the ironclad rule he had distilled from countless bloody lessons. Attack! The two cold words came out of his mouth without any emotion. The moment the order was given. Bang 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 bang. Gunfire erupted. Flames illuminated the girl's face, twisted in fear. Countless bullets, wind blades, and fireballs intertwined into a deadly net, engulfing the girl in a storm of death. Ah! The girl let out a piercing scream, her fear causing her body to go limp as she collapsed to the ground. She could only close her eyes in despair, covering her ears tightly with both hands, waiting for death to come. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. The expected excruciating pain did not come. All she heard was the whistling of bullets tearing through the air, yet she felt no pain. Had she already died? The girl trembled, slowly and cautiously opening a slit in her eyelids. The next second, her pupils dilated sharply. A figure had appeared before her, she didn't know when. It was a young man with striking white hair, wearing only a plain black hooded jacket. He stood with his back to her, not particularly tall or muscular, yet he loomed like an insurmountable mountain, blocking all attacks from reaching her. The bullets and psychic attacks powerful enough to shatter steel now hovered eerily in front of him, just centimeters from his body, yet unable to advance any further. The white-haired man let out a casual, dismissive sound, not even bothering to turn around. The demon-slaying bureau's methods are as domineering as ever. As he spoke, the bullets before him all fell to the ground, clinking and clanging. The restrained supernatural attacks also vanished into thin air in an instant. Chapter 18, The Even More Domineering Baiju. Silence. Deadly silence. The man in the windbreaker, Jochi, and all the demon-slaying bureau members behind him stood frozen in place. Their eyes widened as they stared intently at the white-haired man, their expressions frozen in sheer terror. Bullets hovered mid-air. Wind blades, motionless. Fireballs hung in the air, radiating heat, yet unable to advance even an inch. All attacks were restrained by an invisible, overwhelming force before the white-haired man. What kind of terrifying power was this? The psychic ability users present felt their hearts racing, their bodies trembling under the overwhelming pressure. They could clearly sense that the opponent hadn't even activated their abilities, relying solely on the surging energy within their bodies to erect an impenetrable barrier. A rank? No, this is definitely not just a class. It might even be S-class. An S-rank powerhouse. Jochi's pupils contracted to the size of needle tips, and a fine layer of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. When did such a formidable figure arrive in South City? The rooftop of a skyscraper. Lin Yi's icy gaze pierced the darkness, silently observing everything below. Just a moment ago, he had also been ready to act. But the man named Baiju was faster. Lin Yi's Sharingan eyes flashed. In his field of vision, the girl sitting on the ground showed no signs of demonic energy. She was an ordinary human being. Yet why was the detector sounding the alarm? The only explanation was that the detector had been tampered with. Or perhaps some unknown method was used to interfere with the detector's judgment. This girl is the key. She is a living clue that could lead to the hand pulling the strings behind the scenes. Lin Yi remained motionless, choosing to continue observing. Jochi looked at the suddenly appearing white-haired man in front of him and took a deep breath. Forcing down the shock in his heart, he stepped out of the group. He looked at Baiju and spoke in a low voice. Hello, my name is Jochi. I am the captain of the 7th Squad of the Demon Slaying Bureau. Baiju turned around, a playful smile on his face. I know. He scrutinized Jochi from head to toe, as if admiring an interesting artifact. Captain Jochi, a B-rank psychic with the ability Invincible. You have always been ruthless toward demonic beings, adhering to the principle of better to kill 1,000 by mistake than let one slip through. Baiju laid out Zhou Qi's background in detail. Zhou Qi's eyes narrowed instantly, his guard raised to the highest level. Not only was the opponent's strength unimaginable, but they also knew everything about him. Since you know my identity, why are you obstructing us from carrying out our mission? Zhou Qi's voice grew colder. Baiju smiled even more broadly, pointing behind him at the young girl who was still too terrified to recover. This girl is of great use to me. Therefore, you must not harm her. His tone was calm, yet it carried an unquestionable air of command. She's a demon. Zhou Qi's emotions flared up, and he couldn't help but shout. Baiju shrugged indifferently. I don't care about demons. As long as she is useful to me, I won't let her die either. These domineering words caused everyone present to gasp in shock. How arrogant! The young girl on the ground stared blankly at Baiju's back, her mind a blank. Useful to him? What use? Could she make him disregard even his own demon identity? She suddenly recalled the mysterious message she had received on her phone, the one that had guided her to this abandoned park. Could it be related to him? Zhou Qi's face turned ashen. He clenched his teeth and said, Sir, you are openly challenging the authority of the Demon Hunting Bureau. Are you trying to oppose the authorities? He emphasized the word official heavily. Oh, come on, Captain Zhou, don't accuse me falsely. Baiju waved his hands dramatically, looking innocent. I'm a law-abiding citizen. I wouldn't dare oppose the Demon Slaying Bureau, let alone the authorities. Otherwise, the powerful officers from the police department would arrest me and lock me up in no time. His smooth-talking manner left Zhou Qi with a lump in his throat, unable to speak. Then, sir. Zhou Qi was about to speak when Baiju interrupted him. But then again, let us put it this way. Baiju changed the subject with a smile and said, This girl is of great use to me. Why don't we do this? Let me borrow her for now. Once I'm done, I'll return her to you intact, and you can handle her as you see fit. What do you say? This. Zhou Qi was completely speechless. He had never encountered such a brazenly shameless individual. To refer to a suspect labeled as a demon as something to be borrowed? Then it's settled. Baiju didn't give Zhou Qi a chance to object. He nodded satisfactorily. He turned around, walked up to the girl, and, under her stunned gaze, hoisted the dazed girl, who was still sitting on the ground, onto his shoulders. Ah! The girl let out a short, startled cry as her body suddenly lifted off the ground. Baiju, still carrying the girl, turned back to Zhou Qi and waved his hand. Captain Zhou, we'll meet again. With that, he lightly touched the ground with the tips of his toes, his body as light as a feather, and shot into the darkness in the distance. After a few leaps, his figure vanished completely into the night. Only the members of the Demon Slaying Bureau remained behind, standing in the wind, disoriented. Captain, what? Just let him go like that? A young team member beside him looked in the direction where Baiju had disappeared and asked reluctantly. Zhou Qi raised his hand to cut him off. He silently pulled out a pack of cigarettes that had been crushed in his pocket, took one out, and placed it between his lips. The young man beside him immediately understood, gathering a small flame between his fingertips and moving closer to light it for him. Sizzle. Zhou Qi took a deep drag, the sharp smoke filling his lungs in an internal cycle, finally calming him slightly. He slapped the young man's shoulder hard. Let us go back. But the captain. Back. Zhou Qi's tone left no room for argument. The young man dared not ask any more questions and could only turn around and shout to the group. Mission complete. Fall back. Zhou Qi cast one last lingering glance in the direction Baiju had departed, his expression a complex mix of caution, anger, and a hint of helplessness. He then crushed out his cigarette butt, turned around, and led the group out of the abandoned park. Once everyone had left, a shadow in the center of the park began to move eerily. The shadow slowly floated up from the ground, stretching out before coalescing into a shapeless humanoid monster. It had no features, only a twisted darkness. It raised its head and gazed toward the rooftop of the residential building where Linny was located. Linny was also coldly staring at it. This demonic creature emitted no abnormal energy fluctuations, perfectly evading Linny's perception. No wonder. The humanoid monster's black face split open, revealing an incredibly eerie, mocking smile. The next moment, its body once again transformed into a pool of flowing shadow, instantly merging into the ground and vanishing without a trace. At the exact moment it vanished, an arrow formed from black flames pierced the ground where it had vanished, its immense power causing the ground to crack instantly. Kagatsuchi. Linny, standing on the roof, held a bow made entirely of black flames, which slowly dissipated. Whoosh! Linny's figure appeared ghost-like at the spot where the monster had been standing. A faint, chilling aura lingered in the air. Does this guy have the ability to turn into a shadow? The young girl who was just mistaken for a demon was likely also his doing. Linny glanced in the direction where the monster had disappeared, then shifted his gaze toward where Baiju had left. The monster had fled, and the only lead now lay with the girl taken away by Baiju. Linny hesitated not a moment, his legs bending slightly as the cement ground beneath him cracked instantly. In the next instant, he transformed into a black bolt of lightning and shot into the sky. He raced toward the direction where Baiju had left, closing the distance rapidly. Chapter 19, Why Not, Join Me? Under the night sky, the neon lights of South City flickered, sharply dividing the city's prosperity from its shadows. Baiju carried the schoolgirl on his shoulders, strutting confidently into a hotel that looked fairly upscale. The receptionist at the front desk was boredly scrolling through her phone when she noticed Baiju. Especially when she noticed the girl on his shoulder struggling desperately but unable to make a sound, her eyes widened in shock. Room. The receptionist's voice trembled. Baiju pulled out a black card from his pocket and slapped it on the counter, wearing an innocent smile. Yes, a room. The best suite available. The front desk clerk looked at the pure black card with no bank logo. She glanced at Baiju's overly handsome face, and her professional demeanor quickly brought her back to her senses. She forced a standard smile onto her face. Certainly, sir. Please have a moment. The young woman's heart sank to the bottom of her stomach. She was effortlessly hoisted onto Baiju's shoulder, and no matter how much she struggled, it was useless. His body was as hard as steel. She wanted to scream for help but found her throat blocked, unable to make a sound. She could only watch helplessly as she was carried into the elevator, watching the numbers rise steadily until they stopped at the top floor. Bang! The hotel room door slammed shut. Baiju casually tossed the girl onto the large, soft bed in the center of the room. The mattress's elasticity caused her body to bounce a few times. Ignoring her dizziness, she scrambled backward with her hands and feet. Only when her back hit the cold headboard did she panic and cling tightly to the blanket, curling herself into a ball. Only her tear-filled eyes were visible as she stared intently at the white-haired man slowly removing his coat. You, what do you want? The girl's voice trembled uncontrollably from sheer terror, barely forming coherent words. Her mind was in chaos, and she suddenly remembered the piercing alarm from the Demon Hunting Agency's detector. I'm an officially certified demon hunter from the Demon Hunting Bureau. She gathered all her courage and shouted, her voice trembling with fear. You wouldn't dare harm a demon hunter, would you? Baiju undid the top two buttons of his shirt, revealing his sharply defined collarbone. Upon hearing the girl's words, he paused for a moment before breaking into a smile. He walked toward the bed step by step, each step feeling like he was stepping on the girl's heart. Are you sure you're a demon? Baiju's smile carried a playful, cat-toying with a mouse-like teasing. The young woman watched him draw nearer, her body trembling violently, but she clenched her teeth and nodded. Baiju walked to the edge of the bed, looking down at her from above. His smile vanished instantly, replaced by a cold, murderous intent. If you're a demon, I'll kill you right now. Are you still in demon now? The icy words pierced through all her defenses in an instant. She froze, her pupils reflecting Baiju's emotionless face. The threat of death was so real, so clear. No, I'm not a demon. The girl was terrified out of her wits, shaking her head frantically as tears streamed down her face. I'm just an ordinary person. I really am an ordinary person. Baiju watched her collapse, and a smile reappeared on his face. Don't be afraid. His tone grew lighter once more. As long as you answer my questions honestly, I won't harm you. The girl trembled as she looked at him, her voice trembling with tears. But you said earlier in the part that you'd use me and then hand me over to the Demon Slaying Bureau. Well, Baiju scratched the back of his head and gave an embarrassed chuckle. Seeing his reaction, the girl grew even more agitated. Please don't hand me over to the Demon Slaying Bureau. She cried out, almost kneeling on the bed. I'm really not a demon. Those blind demon hunters said I'm a demon, they'll definitely kill me. I don't want to die. Baiju looked at the girl, her face streaked with tears, and sighed before saying, whether or not I hand you over to the Demon Slaying Bureau depends on whether you can answer my questions honestly. I will. I'll definitely answer your questions honestly. The girl clung to his words as if they were her last hope, nodding frantically, afraid that if she hesitated for even a second, he might change his mind. All right, then I'll ask you. Before Baiju could speak, his expression suddenly froze, and the smile on his face turned playful. Masked man, barging in without a greeting, isn't that a bit impolite? The girl looked behind Baiju and saw that, at some point, a person had appeared silently. The figure was clad in a pitch-black robe that shrouded his entire body, his face concealed by a pale, eerie mask. The mask featured 3 black circular stripes, each with 3 black crescent-shaped orbs above them, revealing only a pair of blood-red eyes. Cold, lifeless, devoid of any human emotion. The man was none other than Linny, who had been chasing after them all along. Baiju turned around and looked directly at Linny, his gaze immediately drawn to those eyes. Those eyes held an inexplicable allure, making him unable to look away. Linny ignored Baiju's teasing. His gaze swept past Baiju and landed on the terrified young girl on the bed. He spoke slowly, his voice hoarse and cold. I need her. Baiju curled the corners of his mouth, responding sharply. I need her too. The young girl on the bed looked at the two men staring at her like starving wolves, feeling like a piece of meat on a cutting board. Her mind was filled with a single thought. This is bad. Something terrible is going to happen today. Just then, Lin Yi moved, stepping toward Baiju one step at a time. He didn't release any abnormal energy, but with each step he took, the air in the room grew heavier. An invisible, pure intent to kill surged toward Baiju like a tidal wave. Baiju's smile froze on his face. He could feel that the other party truly intended to kill him. Especially when he locked eyes with Lin Yi's blood-red eyes once more, a chill that originated from the depths of his soul sent a shiver down his spine, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. For some reason, he felt a hint of fear. How could this be? He was in S rank. Lin Yi stopped in front of Baiju, the distance between them less than half a meter. Baiju cleared his throat twice, trying to hide his unease, his mind racing. Finally, he managed to blurt out an extremely odd proposal. Why don't we do this together? The moment the words left his mouth, the air froze. The next second, the young girl on the bed's pupils dilated in shock, letting out an incredulous scream. What? Together? She looked at Lin Yi's mysterious figure shrouded in a black robe, then glanced at Baiju, her voice trembling with tears. Two older brothers, my frail body. I don't think I can handle this. Or, maybe you should just take them one at a time. Baiju was taken aback by her words, then couldn't help but laugh and said. You think you're so clever. I'm just. He glanced at Lin Yi and changed his tone. We're two handsome guys. If we go together, wouldn't you be getting the better deal? Oh my, how did this get so off track? Baiju sighed in frustration and tapped his forehead. His expression changed instantly, and he turned to look at the young girl on the bed with an incredibly serious expression. Let us get down to business. The atmosphere in the room grew serious once more. Baiju stared into the girl's eyes and asked in a low voice. First question, why did you, an ordinary person, go to that dangerous abandoned park in the middle of the night? Chapter 20, I'm just an ordinary person. The girl heard Baiju's question and glanced at him with a strong desire to survive. She then cautiously glanced at the black-robed figure beside her, who had remained motionless like a statue from the start. Both of them were terrifying. But compared to him, the masked man was even more suffocating. Her thoughts raced, and she gathered her words before speaking tremblingly. This matter, it's a long story, so let's make it short. Baiju cut her off abruptly. The girl was startled by his sharp tone, shrinking her neck and her eyes welling up with tears, looking pitiful as if she were about to burst into tears at any moment. My name is Su Lin. I'm a senior at South City High School number 3. A few days ago, a mysterious person added me on WeChat. Her voice trembled with tears as she continued, her words coming out in fits and starts. He said he could help me enhance the energy within my body, allowing me to meet the criteria for awakening MY abilities by the time I turn 18. Su Lin paused here, her voice filled with a deep sense of helplessness. My internal energy is too weak. Even if I reach 18, I'll never meet the awakening standards. His words, they made me waver. Poof. Baiju scoffed, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. You actually believe that nonsense? Are scammers' tactics this sophisticated nowadays? Su Lin was so embarrassed by his mockery that her face turned bright red. She shook her head vigorously and hurriedly defended herself. At first, I didn't believe it either. I really didn't. But he sent me something. As she spoke, she seemed to remember something and hurriedly rummaged through the pockets of her school uniform. Soon, she pulled out a completely black crystal stone emitting an ominous aura and handed it over cautiously. Baiju's expression changed instantly. He snatched the crystal stone from her hand, held it up to his eyes, and examined it closely, his expression more serious than ever. Demon core. Judging by the residual energy, it's been absorbed by half. He looked up, his gaze sharp as he fixed it on Su Lin. This item is strictly controlled by the authorities, and the whereabouts of every single one is recorded. It's extremely difficult for ordinary people to obtain. And more. Baiju's tone grew more serious. You're not even 18 yet. Your body and mind aren't fully developed. Forcing yourself to absorb the core of a demon could result in energy overload, turning you into an idiot, or even exploding on the spot. Did your teacher never tell you that? Su Lin was startled by his shout and slowly lowered her head. Crystal clear tears could no longer be held back, falling onto the blanket with a soft plop, leaving a small dark stain. I know everything. Her voice choked with despair. But, if I can't awaken my abilities, my mother. She suddenly lifted her head, tears blurring her vision, her voice hoarse as she shouted. My mother will die. She has a very serious illness, her organs are failing, and conventional medical treatments are useless. Only the top-tier healing-type psychics from the Federation can save her. If I can become a psychic, I'll get a free application for the Federation's core medical treatment. This is my only hope. Baiju fell silent. The federal government had indeed offered psychics numerous benefits and privileges unimaginable to ordinary people to encourage more people to join the battle against the demonic beings. Among these, the most enticing benefit was the opportunity to apply for free treatment from an S-class healing-type psychic for oneself or a direct relative. After all, the probability of awakening as a psychic was extremely low, and countless psychics lost their lives each year in battles against the demonic beings. The Federation has always been short-handed, especially when it comes to psychics. The room fell into complete silence, broken only by the suppressed sobs of the young girl. From start to finish, Linny remained silent. His blood-red eyes coldly stared at the nearly broken young girl on the bed. Under the scrutiny of the kaleidoscope like Sharingan, every faint fluctuation of within Su Lin's body was clearly visible. Every fluctuation in her heartbeat, every twitch of her muscles, was exposed without exception. She wasn't lying. Every word she spoke was true. But so what? Her background, her pain, her despair, Linny didn't care about any of it. He only wanted to know one thing. Who was the mastermind behind the death of Xiao Ruan? So he spoke. His voice was hoarse and cold, devoid of any emotion, like a knife sharpened in ice, instantly piercing the sorrowful atmosphere in the room. What else do you know about that mysterious person? Compared to Bai Ju, who alternated between playful and serious, Su Lin was clearly more afraid of this black-robed masked figure who exuded a deathly aura from head to toe. She was startled by Lin Yi's voice and jerked her head up. She cautiously glanced at those blood-red eyes, then quickly looked away as if electrocuted, speaking rapidly. That mysterious person told me to go to the abandoned park in the old district tonight. He said that once I get there, he'll give me a higher grade demon core. And it's the kind that's been specially processed so that even those under 18 can absorb it safely. She grew increasingly excited as she spoke, as if she had caught a glimpse of hope once more. He said that once I absorb that core, he guarantees I'll reach the awakening standard for demonic energy by the time I turn 18 next year. Even surpass the awakening standard, with a high chance of awakening AB rank or higher advanced ability. I was so desperate to save my mother that I agreed to it. After finishing, she looked at the two of them again, her eyes filled with pleading. I really don't know anything else. I've told you everything. I'm just an ordinary person. Please let me go. The young girl cried, tears streaming down her face, her voice trembling. Is that all? Bai Ju's voice rang out. That's all. That's really all I know. Su Lin nodded frantically, tears streaming down her face. I'm just an ordinary person, an ordinary person with delusions of becoming a psychic. Chapter 21, Demon Man. Bai Ju looked at Su Lin's tear-streaked face and wore an expression of extreme impatience. Stop crying, stop crying. I hate it when women cry. If you cry again, I'll kill you. Bai Ju wiped the smile off his face and threatened her with a feigned expression of ferocity. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried a chill. Su Lin was so startled by the sudden threat that her whole body trembled, and her crying stopped abruptly. She hurriedly reached out her hands, frantically wiping the tears from her face, but her body still trembled uncontrollably from fear and sobbing. Linny remained completely unresponsive. His crimson Sharingan eyes, resembling a kaleidoscope, coldly watched everything unfold. The information this girl had provided was virtually worthless. The so-called mysterious person had remained hidden in the shadows from start to finish, communicating with her through the internet. The only possible clue left behind was the strange creature that had just vanished into the shadows in the abandoned park. That creature was likely sent by the mysterious figure, or even the mysterious figure himself. But now, it too has vanished. The trail has gone cold. At that moment, Bai Ju turned to Lin Yi, shrugged his shoulders, and said, Masked man, these clues aren't going to work. That mysterious person must already know that the woman was kidnapped by us. He's probably already fled or preparing to target his next victim. Su Lin, lying on the bed, heard this, and the faint hope that had been extinguished in her heart reignited. She cautiously lifted her head and asked in a voice heavy with a nasal tone. Then, since I'm no longer of use to you, could you let me go? Bai Ju turned his head, a playful smile curving his lips once more. Sure, we can let you go. But... He deliberately dragged out his words, teasing Su Lin's curiosity. Why don't you take a look at your hands first? Su Lin was confused and instinctively looked down at her hands. The next moment, her pupils contracted sharply to the size of needle tips. There, on the backs of her once fair and delicate hands, several eerie, ink-black stripes had appeared out of nowhere. Those lines seemed to be alive, slowly spreading across her skin. What is happening? She stared wide-eyed in terror, her voice sharp and piercing with fear. My hands. What's happening to them? Bai Ju's smile grew even brighter as he explained. Oh, I forgot to tell you. This is the third possible outcome for someone like you, an inexperienced novice under the age of 18, who forcibly absorbed the core of a demon. Besides the two scenarios I mentioned earlier, energy overload leading to insanity or immediate explosion, there's also There's an extremely small chance that the person who forcibly absorbs it will be assimilated by the demon core's power and eventually become a half-human, half-demon entity known as a demon human. However, this is extremely rare, not even 1 in 10,000 might occur. Most fools end up with the first two outcomes. Baiju spoke as he slowly approached. He reached out and gently took Su Lin's icy cold hand, examining it as if it were a work of art, closely studying the black patterns spreading across it. I wonder if this is luck or misfortune for you. But, given your current situation, I suppose you should consider yourself lucky, right? After all, if you die, your sick mother will be completely abandoned. His words were light and airy, but they felt like a heavy hammer striking Su Lin's heart. At least you won't die, right? Plus, you'll awaken your own abilities. They could be human superpowers or demonic powers. Either way, you're turning a misfortune into a blessing, aren't you? Of course, the price is. Baiju's expression turned mocking. Neither humans nor demons will accept you. Whether it's the human demon slayers or passing demonic beings, they'll kill you without hesitation. Because in their eyes, you are something that should not exist. After speaking, he released Su Lin's hand, as if he had merely stated a fact unrelated to himself. Su Lin stared blankly at her hands, her mind a blank. Demon? Would she become that kind of creature that isn't quite human or demon? Awaken abilities? But what good would it do if I did? She couldn't possibly survive in human society anymore, and she might even end up dragging her mother down with her. She can't save her mother. There's nothing she can do. Despair engulfed her like a tidal wave. No. I don't want this. I don't want to become a monster. Su Lin suddenly raised her head, tears streaming down her face. She looked at Baiju, clinging to him like a drowning person clutching at a lifeline, begging frantically. Can you save me? You must have a way, right? Please save me. I don't want to become that monster. I'll do anything you ask. I'll do anything. Linny stood by the entire time, displaying utter indifference. He had already reached the conclusion he wanted. This woman was no longer of any use to him in finding that mysterious person. So he turned around. Without a single moment of hesitation, he walked straight toward the floor-to-ceiling windows of the hotel room and, under the stunned gazes of Su Lin and Baiju, leaped off the 30-story building. His black robe fluttered in the night wind, and in a few swift movements, his figure vanished completely into the deep darkness of the night. Clean and decisive, leaving not a single cloud behind. Baiju watched the direction where Linny had disappeared, whistled, and wore a playful expression on his face. This masked guy is truly cool beyond belief. He turned back to the girl on the bed, who had completely broken down, and his smile faded. Once the transformation begins, it cannot be stopped. He spoke softly, his voice devoid of the previous mockery. Unless you kill yourself right now. Those words felt like a final judgment, draining all the strength from Su Lin's body. She collapsed onto the bed, her eyes vacant, muttering to herself. How could this happen? How could this be? But Baiju suddenly changed the subject. A faint glimmer of hope flickered in Su Lin's vacant eyes. She snapped her head up and fixed her pleading gaze on him. But you could always take a chance. In Baiju's hand, the pitch-black demon core had reappeared at some point. Anyway, you've already absorbed half of it, and your body has begun to mutate. Why not just absorb the remaining half as well? Who knows, maybe a miracle will happen. Of course, if you end up becoming a demon and can't accept that fact. Baiju laughed, and in Su Lin's eyes, that smile was more terrifying than that of a demon. I can help you too. It's easy. I'll put an end to this meaningless life of yours. After speaking, he flickered his wrist, tossing the demon core emitting an ominous aura into Su Lin's arms. Su Lin's body trembled. She looked down at the cold, hard crystal in her arms, then at the black patterns still spreading ruthlessly across her wrist. In her ears, she heard Baiju's voice, as low and sinister as a demon's whisper. In the end, driven by utter despair and the last remnants of hope, she trembled as she slowly clenched the demon core in her hand. Chapter 22, Kagutsuchi no Makoto Kagutsukasa. The night wind howled. Linny stood at the edge of the rooftop of a high-rise apartment building, his black robe flapping in the wind. He looked down at the dark city below him. Neon lights dotted the landscape, giving the illusion of bustling activity, yet the silence was eerie. Linny knew that beneath this calm surface lay countless unknown dangers. He raised his wrist and activated the miniature computer. The screen lit up, and he sent a message to Black Dream. Linny, I need the time and location for the next operation of the Demon Slaying Bureau. After sending the message, he waited in silence. Time ticked by, but there was no response from Black Dream. It was now deep into the night. She might be asleep. Just as Linny was about to shut down the mini-computer, the screen suddenly flickered. A message arrived. Black Dream, did you find out anything from the Demon Slaying Bureau's operation this time? Linny replied quickly. Linny, yes, but not much. Linny, there's a mysterious figure pulling the strings behind the scenes. I suspect it's a high-ranking demon in disguise, or that there's collusion between the Demon Extermination Bureau's higher-ups and the demons. Black Dream, alright, we've had similar suspicions before. I'll share the details of the next demon slaying bureau operation with you as soon as I have them. Linny looked at Black Dream's reply, and the name Baiju flashed through his mind. He hesitated for a moment before typing again. Linny, Baiju, do you know him? Black Dream, Baiju? I don't know him. Linny, he's also here to complete a mission, to join the Six Paths. He must be someone brought by other core members of the Six Paths. It just so happens that his mission overlaps with the case we're investigating. That's quite normal. Hey Meng, just continue with your mission. We'll evaluate the process and results uniformly. Linny, alright. Black Dream, any other questions? Linny was about to reply that there were none, when suddenly, he keenly sensed several faint yet malevolent energy fluctuations in the air around him. Linny, no, there's nothing else. A few reckless creatures have appeared here. I'll handle them. Black Dream, alright, stay safe. Linny shut down the miniature computer. He slowly turned around. Unbeknownst to him, 7 or 8 wolf-like demonic creatures had already appeared on the rooftop. They were massive in size, covered in black scales, with bulging muscles, and emanating a strong smell of blood. Pairs of blood-red eyes glowed with greed and brutality in the darkness, fixated on Lin Yi. Low, growling sounds emanated from their throats, filled with menace. Lin Yi's eyes turned icy cold. Crimson light burst forth from his eyes as the Sharingan activated. A black windmill pattern spun into view before coming to a halt. At the same time, beneath the mask, the black mark planted by the A-rank demon before its death appeared on Lin Yi's forehead. Lin Yi's aura suddenly shifted, becoming icy and powerful. Feeling this power, the few wolf-shaped demon beasts nearby visibly shrank back, their eyes betraying instinctive fear. However, that fear is quickly overshadowed by the deadly allure emanating from the mark. Roar! Suddenly, the red light in the demon beast's eyes intensified, as if they had completely lost their minds, and they charged madly toward Lin Yi. Their sharp claws sliced through the air, producing piercing whistling sounds. Lin Yi remained expressionless, standing motionless in place. Just as the claws were about to touch his body. Tenzo! Lin Yi murmured softly. Boom! Black flames appeared out of nowhere, instantly engulfing his entire body. But it wasn't over yet. Kagatsuchi! Lin Yi's pupils erupted once more. The black flames enveloping his body seemed to come alive, instantly transforming their form. Countless thick, sharp black flames erupted from the black flame shield. Put! 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 The sound of sharp blades piercing flesh echoed continuously. The few demonic creatures at the forefront had no time to react before they were pierced through by the black flame spikes. Aha! Piercing screams echoed through the night sky, but soon fell silent. The black flames spread wildly through the wounds, burning both their bodies and souls. The system's notification sound echoed repeatedly in Lin Yi's mind. Ding! Host has gained plus 100 emotion points. Ding! Host has gained plus 200 emotion points. Ding! Host gains plus 150 emotion points. Lin Yi withdrew the black flames enveloping his body. Thud! 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 Several loud thuds echoed in quick succession. The wolf-shaped demons that had been charging fiercely moments ago now lay motionless on the ground. Each of their bodies had a gaping wound pierced by a thick object, and the edges of the wounds were still burning with the black flames of the heavenly light, continuing to consume them until they were reduced to ashes. Soon, all the bodies vanished, leaving only a dozen or so black-gray demon cores scattered on the ground. Lin Yi stood in place, staring at the spoils of battle. He slowly raised his right hand. Black flames surged once more, coalescing under his control into a massive black flame palm. With a sweep of his hand, he grabbed all the demon cores on the ground and gathered them before him. Gajutsu Tome, that's really convenient. Lin Yi murmured in admiration. Being able to freely control the form of the Amaterasu black flames made his combat style far more flexible and versatile. He stored all the demon cores into his system space. Just as he was about to turn and leave, a strong sense of danger suddenly surged through his mind. Danger! Behind him! Lin Yi had no time to think. Kagatsuchi! Black flames erupted once more, instantly coalescing into a massive black flame shield behind him. Dawn! A deafening, thunderous roar echoed through the air. An unimaginable terrifying force collided violently with the black flame shield. Lin felt as though his back had been struck by a high-speed heavy truck, his body completely losing control as he was flung forward. His entire body flew off the edge of the rooftop, plummeting hundreds of meters downward. The wind whistled past his ears. An intense sensation of weightlessness washed over him. Lin's Sharingan eyes spun wildly like a kaleidoscope. He was about to make a close encounter with the ground. Kakuti-ai! Lin Yi shouted again. Black flames instantly enveloped his entire body, forming an impenetrable layer of black flame protection. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed through the air. Lin Yi crashed heavily onto the concrete ground below the apartment building. The hard ground cracked instantly, forming a massive crater, with debris flying everywhere. Lin Yi lay at the bottom of the crater as the black flame shield slowly dissipated. He struggled to his feet, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Fortunately, the 2 buffs from the earth-enhancing technique had provided some cushioning, otherwise, this impact would have definitely resulted in severe injuries. Linny suddenly looked up and gazed at the rooftop where he had just been standing. There, at the edge of the rooftop, stood a dark figure, motionless. The bright moonlight cast an eerie glow, outlining his strange silhouette. Linny locked onto the figure in an instant. It was him. It was the same one he had encountered in the abandoned park, the demon that could merge with shadows. The demon, head bowed, gazed down at Linny at the bottom of the pit. Then, it slowly raised its head, revealing the face Linny recognized all too well, a face twisted with eerie and mocking laughter, devoid of eyes. Instantly, his body melted away like liquid, transforming once more into a pool of shadow and vanishing into thin air. Linny stared intently at the spot where it had vanished, his gaze as cold as ice. This creature was the strongest opponent he had ever faced. That terrifying power and speed far surpassed that of the A-rank demon that had previously disguised itself as a deliveryman. It was likely already at the S-rank level. But strangely, it didn't pursue further. It seemed as though it was just here to play around. Like discovering an interesting toy and not wanting to break it all at once. Linny couldn't help but feel this way. He removed the white mask he was wearing, slowly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and a flash of cruelty crossed his eyes. Damn it, I was underestimated. Chapter 23, So Tired. The bottom of the pit. Linny slowly straightened his body. The excruciating pain in his back made his brows furrow, but he was more concerned about the shadow demon that had suddenly vanished. The feeling of being treated like prey or worse, a toy, was unbearable. Just then, the sharp sound of sirens echoed from the distance. Woo-wah, woo-wah. The sound grew louder as it approached, moving quickly. It was the Demon Extermination Bureau. Lin's expression turned cold. He was currently injured, and the S-rank demon could reappear at any moment. There was no need to get entangled with the Demon Extermination Bureau here. He quickly put on his white mask. Then, with a flash of movement, Linny endured the pain in his back and burst forward, vanishing into the pitch-black night in an instant. A few minutes later, several black vehicles bearing the demon-slaying bureau emblem sped toward the apartment building, their tires screeching as they came to a halt. The doors opened, and a team of fully armed demon-slaying bureau members quickly got out, surveying the area. At the front was a middle-aged man with a square face, a stern expression, and piercing eyes. If Linny were still there, he would recognize him as the man who had led the team to search his apartment earlier. Captain Li Kai of the 1st Squad of the South City Demon-Slaying Bureau. Upon exiting the vehicle, Li Kai's gaze was immediately drawn to the massive crater on the ground. The cement ground was completely shattered, forming a depression several meters in diameter, with the center plunging into an abyss whose depth could not be seen, and the surrounding area was covered in spiderweb-like cracks. Li Kai's pupils contracted sharply. What terrifying destructive power! Captain, there was a strong surge of anomalous energy here just now, but it's gone now. A team member reported. Li Kai furrowed his brows and ordered in a low voice. Go investigate. Yes. A team member immediately grabbed a precision detection device, stepped forward, and aimed the probe at the deep pit. Beep, beep, beep. The device emitted a series of rapid beeps, and the numbers on the screen fluctuated wildly before quickly stabilizing. Zhang Wei turned around, his expression solemn, and reported. Captain, residual anomalous energy fluctuations have been detected, extremely powerful, but no energy frequencies specific to the anomalous beings have been detected. Not an alien demon? Li Kai's expression grew even more grim. If it's not an alien demon, then it must be an energy user. What kind of psychic could cause such terrifying destruction? Li Kai himself was an A-class psychic. He knew that to create such a massive impact crater, it would require at least an A-class psychic with power-related abilities or an S-class. When did such an uncontrolled S-class powerhouse appear in South City? They had just finished handling a C-rank demon attack nearby and were preparing to withdraw when they sensed the powerful energy fluctuations erupting here, so they rushed over immediately. All they found was this massive crater. S-rank? Li Kai muttered under his breath. Whether it's an S-class demon or an S-class psychic, the threat they pose to ordinary civilians is devastating. This was no ordinary matter. It must be reported to the deputy director immediately. Li Kai took a deep breath and issued the order decisively. Withdraw. Xingha Apartment, Building A, Room 404. Click. The door opened, and Linny walked in. He locked the door behind him, removed the black robe from his body, and took off the white mask on his face, tossing them onto the sofa. He walked straight into the bathroom and turned on the shower head. Rush. The icy water washed over his body, carrying away the dust and bloodstains. Linny stood in front of the mirror, turned sideways, and looked at his own back. In the mirror, his back was a mess of blood and flesh, with large patches of skin torn away by the terrifying force, exposing the raw flesh beneath. A sight to make one's blood run cold. Sigh. Linny sucked in a sharp breath. Although his physical constitution had been greatly enhanced after awakening his special abilities and absorbing the core of the demon, The wounds were slowly healing at a visible pace, but the excruciating pain was very real. That demon was too powerful. Linny stared at his wet reflection in the mirror, his expression cold and stern. Thinking back to the demon's bizarre abilities and terrifying strength, Lin Yi's eyes unconsciously glowed a crimson red, and the pattern of the Sharingan slowly rotated. That creature's speed and strength far surpassed his own, and its movements were shadowy and highly vigilant. Most crucially, it had no eyes. Lin Yi recalled the face with its mocking smile, which had only a mouth and no eyes. Tsukuyomi requires visual contact to activate. Facing an enemy without eyes, one of his strongest control techniques, might be completely ineffective. Moreover, the opponent could vanish into the shadows, coming and going without a trace, making it difficult for Amaterasu and Kagetsuchi to lock onto him. He was still too weak. While he might be able to overwhelm an A-rank demon, against this mysterious entity that seemed to be S-rank, he had almost no chance of fighting back. He must grow stronger quickly. Lin Yi closed his Sharingan, feeling a strong sense of urgency. He opened the system panel to check his current status. Name, Lin Yi. Ability Sharingan S. Abilities Tsukuyomi, Amaterasu, Kagetsuchi, Susanoo. Items Lin Sherwan's corpse, a photo with Sherwan X1, a rank demon core 50% absorbed X1, C rank demon core X5, D rank demon core X15. Ability Energy A. Emotional value 25888. Note, due to the host's low abnormal energy, some abilities may not be usable or may have reduced effects. Please test them yourself. The few wolf-shaped demon cores we just dealt with on the rooftop provided 10,000 emotion points. Though significant, it's still a drop in the bucket compared to the powerful eye techniques in the system store, which cost hundreds of thousands or even millions. Lin Yi thought of the expensive eye technique in the system store Dual Divine Might. This is the ability he currently desires most. With the Divine Might, he would finally have the means to stand his ground in this perilous world. The life-saving techniques of the Divine Might are undoubtedly the strongest. Even when facing S-rank demon beasts with abilities as bizarre as the one he just encountered, he would have the ability to defend himself and counterattack. He needs more emotional energy, a massive amount of it. Lin Yi shut down the system interface, dried himself off, and stepped out of the bathroom. Too much had happened that night. His mind had been in a state of extreme tension, and the energy he had expended to block that fatal attack had depleted a significant portion of his reserves. Now, a wave of intense fatigue washed over him. Lin Yi didn't think twice. He collapsed onto the soft bed. He was too exhausted. Soon, he fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 24, The Restless Spirit. The next morning. Sunlight filtered through the curtains, casting a warm glow on Lin Yi's face. He slowly opened his eyes. The brief encounter with the S-rank shadow demon last night had drained him, but it also gave him a clearer understanding of his own strength. Lin Yi sat up on the bed and stretched his shoulders. The intense pain he had expected in his back did not come, but instead a mild tingling sensation. He walked to the bathroom mirror and turned sideways to look at his back. In the mirror, the horrific wound from last night, once a bloody mess with bones visible, had completely healed. Only a patch of fresh, slightly pink skin remained. Lin Yi was somewhat surprised. This rate of recovery was simply too astonishing. Although he knew his physical constitution had been greatly enhanced, this healing ability was likely on par with some A-rank ability users who possessed healing powers. It seemed that the Mangekyo Sharingan brought not only powerful eye techniques but also profound physical enhancements. Just then, the miniature computer wristband on his wrist suddenly vibrated. Lin Yi raised his hand and lit up the screen. It was a message from Black Dream. Black Dream, District 13, Abandoned Factory. A precise coordinate location followed closely behind. Lin Yi glanced at the location information and quickly replied. Lin Yi, got it. He turned off his wristband and didn't hesitate for a moment. He walked to the sofa, picked up the black robe, and draped it over his shoulders, simultaneously putting on the white mask. On the mask, 3 black circular stripes and 9 crescent-shaped symbols glowed coldly in the morning light. Instead of taking the stairs or the elevator, he walked directly to the floor-to-ceiling window and pushed it open. Whoosh! The wind from the high altitude rushed into the room. Lin Yi leaped into the air, jumping off the building from over 40 stories high. His body traced a black arc through the air, landing precisely on the roof of a slightly shorter building across the street. Thud! After a faint thud, Lin Yi pushed off with his feet, his speed exploding instantly. His figure darted swiftly through the early morning cityscape. Now, his physical condition and martial arts skills had been greatly enhanced. Jumping, rolling, and sprinting between rooftops, performing various high-difficulty parkour moves, came as naturally to him as breathing. District 13, located on the outskirts of South City, was a considerable distance from the Star River apartment where he resided. After running for a while, Lin Yi began to regret his decision. If he had known it was so far, he should have taken a taxi. But now that he was already running, and at full speed, he wasn't much slower than a car in the city. Never mind, let us just consider this a warm-up. Lin Yi's figure turned into a black streak of lightning, speeding toward his destination. South City, District 13. This area was once the industrial heartland of South City, but with the city's urban planning adjustments, the factories were gradually relocated, leaving behind vast, abandoned factory buildings desolate and dilapidated. Due to its remote location, it had become a breeding ground for demonic creatures. Outside a massive abandoned steel plant, several black special vehicles from the Demon Hunting Bureau had already pulled up by the roadside. The headlights pierced the morning mist. Li Kai, captain of the first squad of the South City Demon Hunting Bureau, stands before the rusted gates of the factory. His face was solemn, and his gaze was fixed intently on the massive structure before him. "Captain, the detection results are in." A team member rushed over and handed the detection device to Li Kai. Li Kai took the device and looked at the fluctuating numbers and waveforms on the screen. His brows instantly furrowed into a frown. "A class," Li Kai said in a low voice. The other team members' expressions also grew serious. A grade A anomaly was no joke. Li Kai himself was an A class, but he was well aware that, in most cases, a class were stronger than of the same rank. Demons are born with formidable physical strength, and their unpredictable special abilities often give them overwhelming combat power against equally ranked psychics. Even if Li Kai was confident in his own abilities, he couldn't be certain he could handle a single grade A demon. This wasn't the time to play the hero. Li Kai swiftly pulled out his communicator and requested reinforcements from his superiors. "This is Team 1, coordinates, abandoned steel plant in District 13. We have detected one A-ranked demon. Requesting reinforcements. Repeat, requesting reinforcements." After hanging up, Li Kai issued orders to his team members. "Everyone, stay in position, secure the factory exits, and wait for reinforcements." "Roger." The members of the first squad quickly spread out, taking up advantageous positions. Regular members raised their rifles, aiming at the various exits of the factory. The wait wasn't long. A few minutes later, the sound of urgent sirens could be heard in the distance. Woo-wah woo-wah. The sound grew louder as it approached, moving at an incredible speed. Li Kai turned to look in the direction of the sound, his tense face relaxing slightly. "Finally, they're here." Squeak! A piercing screech of brakes echoed through the air. Several more demon-slaying bureau vehicles sped toward them, executing a smooth drift before coming to a stop beside Li Kai and his group. The doors opened. A woman wearing the Demon Hunting Bureau captain's uniform stepped out of the driver's seat. She was tall and slender, with a confident and poised demeanor. A pair of large sunglasses covered half of her face. The woman walked straight up to Li Kai, removed her sunglasses, revealing a mature and beautiful face. She was lightly made up, looking vibrant and full of energy. "Nancheng Demon Slaying Bureau, 2nd Squad Captain, Lan Jinjin." Lan Jinjin looked at Li Kai, her lips curving into a smile, her tone tinged with teasing. "Kai Go, what's going on? Even you, the 1st Squad Captain, can't handle this demon?" Li Kai looked at Lan Jinjin, his expression softening slightly, but his tone remained serious. "Stop joking around. There's an A-rank demon inside. I can't handle it alone." He paused for a moment before joking. "Well, I guess I'll have to call in your battle dragon goddess Lan Jinjin for backup." Lan Jinjin's ability was violence, which greatly enhanced her physical strength, and her combat style was extremely brutal, resembling that of a female Tyrannosaurus Rex, earning her the nickname Tyrannosaurus Rex Warrior. Upon hearing this nickname, Lan Jinjin gave Li Kai a playful glare. "Kai Go, don't tease me. In front of you, I'm no warrior." Li Kai dropped the playful expression and regained his serious demeanor. "Alright, let's get to work. The guys inside are tough. We need to act fast and finish this quickly." He looked at Lan Jinjin and added, "Once we've dealt with this demon, I'll treat you to dinner." Lan Jinjin's eyes lit up, and she immediately said, "Sure. You said it, I'll remember. You, as the captain of the first squad, can't go back on your word, you know." Li Kai nodded. "Don't worry, Li Kai keeps his word." Then, the two quickly reorganized their teams. The 1st and 2nd squads of the Demon Slaying Bureau merged, with the more experienced Li Kai taking command as the overall leader, and Lan Jinjin serving as his deputy, responsible for the main assault. "Let us move out." Li Kai waved his hand, issuing the order. The members of the two squads, led by the 2A rank captains, charged into the massive abandoned factory in an orderly fashion. The atmosphere instantly turned grim. At the same time, at the top of the abandoned factory, a figure clad in black robes and wearing a white mask stood there silently. Lin Yi, standing high above, had a clear view of the Demon Slaying Bureau's operations below. A pair of crimson Sharingan eyes scanned everything. As soon as he arrived, he saw two small teams merge into one and enter the factory. Lin Yi was about to descend when his body suddenly froze. He sensed a familiar presence. A figure appeared silently behind him, not far away. Lin Yi turned to look. Those distinctive silver-white short hair, that familiar smile. It was Bai Ju. Bai Ju also saw Lin Yi. He didn't seem surprised at all. Instead, he smiled and waved at Lin Yi. "Wow! Mask brother, it's good to see you again." Bai Ju's voice was loud, seemingly unconcerned about being noticed by the people below. Considering how fate has brought us together, could you tell me your name? We can't keep calling you Mask Brother forever, can we? Lin Yi. He gave Baiju a cold glance and didn't say a word. This guy, why won't he leave me alone? Lin Yi ignored Baiju's attempt to strike up a conversation. He turned around and leaped off the roof, which was dozens of meters high. He landed safely on the ground. He had to find the best vantage point before the Demon Slaying Bureau and that a ranked demonic creature engaged in battle. On the rooftop, Baiju watched Lin Yi's indifferent figure disappear into the distance, sighing helplessly. Man, he's so aloof. He muttered to himself, but his face showed no sign of anger, only growing excitement. But that's what makes it interesting, right? Baiju grinned, then flickered his body and jumped off the roof, following closely behind Lin Yi as they infiltrated the factory. Chapter 25, Tyrannosaurus Rex. Inside the abandoned factory, it was dim and damp, with the air filled with a strange smell of rust mixed with decay. As soon as he entered, Lin Yi was greeted by a shocking sight. The entire factory was covered in thick white spider webs. The walls, abandoned machinery, and steel beams were all covered in it. This wasn't a factory, it was more like a spider's lair. The Demon Slaying Bureau team ahead clearly found the environment challenging. They moved slowly, keeping a watchful eye on their surroundings. Fire-type ability user, clear the path. Li Kai issued the order. Several team members with fire-type abilities immediately stepped forward. Flames erupted from their hands, which they directed at the spiderwebs ahead. Sizzle. The spiderwebs caught fire and burned rapidly, emitting a pungent odor. A path was cleared. Lin Yi remained hidden in the darkness, silently following the team from a short distance behind. He used the path cleared by the Demon Slaying Bureau, sparing himself the trouble of doing it himself. Baiju followed behind Lin Yi. He seemed fascinated by the environment, looking around curiously, showing no signs of tension. Up ahead, Li Kai held a detection device, watching the fluctuating numbers on the screen with a furrowed brow. Captain, what's the situation? A team member asked in a low voice. Li Kai analyzed solemnly. Judging by the abnormal energy fluctuations and the on-site environment, this is most likely a mad demon spider. Mad demon spider? Lan Jinjin also approached. Li Kai nodded and explained. A grade A, physical type. This type of is extremely dangerous. They prefer to capture living beings, wrap their prey in spider silk, and slowly absorb the bodily fluids from their victims until they are completely drained. He paused and added. Among all a class, the mad spider ranks as moderately dangerous. Hearing this, the team members' expressions grew even more somber. Li Kai looked at Lan Jinjin, his expression softening slightly. The crazed spider demon is a typical physical type demon, which is perfectly countered by your ability. Jinjin, you'll be the main attacker. I'll provide backup. Lan Jinjin's eyes lit up upon hearing Li Kai's plan. She suddenly dropped her usual composed demeanor, playfully batting her eyelashes at Li Kai, her voice taking on a more playful tone. No problem, Kai-gu. Leave it to me. Li Kai saw Lan Jinjin's expression and felt a chill run down his spine, breaking out in goosebumps. He cleared his throat and quickly looked away. Some of the new team members who witnessed the scene were completely stunned. Was this really the same Lan Jinjin they knew, the one dubbed the Tyrannosaurus Rex of battle, who fought harder than any man? How could she suddenly act so girly? Some veteran members noticed the newcomer's confusion and quietly explained. You newcomers don't know, but Blue Team has had a crush on Li Team for a long time. But Li seems to be a straight-laced guy who doesn't understand romance and has never given her a clear response. The new members finally understood. So that's how it is. Love is truly magical. Even a female warrior like Blue Team can be reduced to this. The team continued deeper into the facility. The factory interior grew darker and darker, with spider webs becoming increasingly dense. Soon, they arrived at the deepest part of the factory, a massive foundry workshop. The sight before them left everyone gasping in shock. Hanging in the air above the workshop were countless white cocoons. These cocoons were all made of spider silk. Through the semi-transparent silk, one could clearly see that inside each cocoon were human bodies. Every single one of them had been completely drained of life. Only shriveled human skin remained, clinging to the skeletal frames, their deaths horrifically gruesome. At a rough estimate, there were at least dozens of bodies. Among the new members of the team, this was their first encounter with such a horrific and bloody scene. Their faces turned deathly pale, their stomachs churned violently, and a few nearly vomited. The veteran members patted them on the shoulders and said solemnly, "Bear with it. You'll see this kind of thing more often in the future. You'll get used to it over time. In our line of work, we'll all have to go through this sooner or later." Li Kai looked at the bodies of his fellow countrymen who had been brutally killed, and a fierce anger burned in his eyes. Damn it all. His fists clenched so tightly they cracked. Lan Jinjin sensed Li Kai's anger. She walked over to him and comforted him. "Brother Kai, don't worry. I'll beat that bastard so badly his own mother won't recognize him and avenge these victims." As she spoke, she flexed her fist in a defiant gesture. Just then, rustling sounds. A bone-chilling scraping sound suddenly echoed from above. Everyone looked up abruptly. A spine-chilling scene unfolded before their eyes. Hanging upside down from the towering steel dome of the factory was a gigantic black spider. Its body was as large as a small truck, with 8 long legs covered in bristles clinging to the steel beams. Its blood-red compound eyes coldly stared down at the people below. It was the A-class, the Mad Spider. But that wasn't the most terrifying part. Surrounding the Mad Spider, the factory ceiling was swarming with countless small spiders the size of fists. A dark, swarming mass, their numbers impossible to count. They crowd together, constantly writhing. This scene would likely send anyone with a fear of crowds into a faint. The members of the demon-slaying squad below were all elite troops with exceptional mental resilience. But faced with such a terrifying sight, they couldn't help but turn pale and break out in a cold sweat. They kept swallowing hard, their eyes reflecting the nauseating scene above them. Prepare for battle. Li Kai reacted swiftly, unfazed by the scene, and immediately issued the battle command. Follow the pre-planned tactics. Regular members, suppress with firepower. Psionic users, prepare. Clatter. The regular members immediately raised their specially designed firearms and aimed at the spider swarm above them. Rat-a-tat-tat. Flames erupted. At the same time, the fire-type psychics advanced once more. Burn these vermin. They roared, their flames transforming into fiery dragons that swept toward the ceiling. Fire naturally has a natural advantage over spiders. Countless small spiders were ignited by the flames, erupting with a series of loud pops. Raining down from above like a storm. The massive demon spider, witnessing the slaughter of its offspring, erupted in fury. It opened its terrifying mouthparts and let out a piercing scream toward the demon slayers below. The roar formed visible sound waves that spread out instantly. Ah! My ears! The sound waves penetrated everything. Some ordinary members who were too close to cover their ears in time felt an excruciating pain in their eardrums. Blood flowed from their ears as they writhed in agony on the ground. The psychics, though physically stronger, also felt a sudden dizziness and unbearable discomfort. Several team members with healing abilities immediately sprang into action, moving through the ranks and using their abilities to treat the injured. Meanwhile, on the other side of the workshop, Linny had already found an abandoned control platform located at a high elevation. Standing there, he had a clear view of the entire battlefield. As for Baiju, that guy had disappeared shortly after entering the abandoned factory, and no one knew where he had gone. Linny didn't bother to look for him. The number of small spiders on the battlefield was simply too overwhelming. Although the demon-slaying bureau's firepower was intense, there were always some that slipped through the cracks. Some of the small spiders spotted Linny standing atop the structure and began crawling toward him along the steel beams at an alarming speed. Linny coldly watched the approaching spiders. His Mangekyo Sharingan eyes spun slightly. Amaterasu. Whoosh! Black flames erupted instantly around him. The small spiders that had tried to approach him were instantly incinerated upon contact with the black flames, leaving no trace of struggle behind. Not even ashes remained. Lin Yi's attention remained fixed on the center of the battlefield. He kept a constant watch on the changing battlefield. In the midst of the chaos, the battle had reached its climax. It's coming down! Spread out! Li Kai shouted loudly. Suddenly, the massive demon spider released its claws from the steel beams, and its enormous body plummeted like a meteorite from the dome dozens of meters above, crashing directly toward the demon-slaying bureau's forces. Everyone scrambled to dodge in all directions. Only one person remained. Lan Jinjin. Not only did she not dodge, but she charged straight toward the falling demon spider. Here you come! Lan Jinjin shouted loudly. The energy within her erupted instantly. Grade A ability violence activated. Boom! A violent aura surged upward from her body. The powerful energy fluctuations even tore apart the demon-slaying agency uniform she was wearing. Crack! Her clothes exploded, leaving her in tatters, but miraculously, the crucial areas were covered, revealing a glimpse of startlingly white skin at her chest. Her hair, especially the tips, instantly turned into shimmering white gold, emitting a faint glow. Lan Jinjin clenched her fists and assumed a boxing stance. Her eyes were filled with fierce determination. Facing the massive spider descending from the sky, she leaped into the air, gathered power in her right fist, and slammed it into the head of the demon spider with all her might. Take this punch from me. The demon spider sensed the threat. It swiftly raised its 8 thick spider legs to block the attack, attempting to defend itself. Bang! A deafening explosion echoed through the air. As the fist collided with the spider legs, a terrifying force erupted. Time seemed to freeze for a second. The next moment, the truck-sized demon spider was actually knocked flying by Lan Jinjin's single punch. Its massive body flew backward, crashing heavily into the steel dome above. Boom! The sturdy steel ceiling was dented deeply by the impact. The entire factory shook. Everyone was stunned by the scene. The demon spider had been knocked flying with a single punch? Li Kai's mouth dropped open as he watched the graceful Blue Jinjin in mid-air, marveling at her strength. This girl's strength has improved again. No wonder she was once hailed as a prodigious young talent. The Berserk War God title she's been trying to shed will now be permanently attached to her. Chapter 26, The Domain. On the abandoned control platform high above, Linny had a clear view of everything happening at the center of the battlefield. He wore a mask, his expression hidden, revealing only a pair of crimson Sharingan eyes. This woman is truly violent. Linny watched Longjinjin soaring through the air, her clothes torn apart. Does this woman's ability even need to tear her clothes? How much clothing must be wasted? Linny couldn't help but think about these trivial matters. At the center of the battlefield, the crazed spider, which had been punched into the ceiling by Longjinjin, hung there for a few seconds. Then, its massive body slowly slid down from the huge indentation. Crash! The demon spider crashed heavily onto the ground. The hard concrete floor cracked instantly. Dust and debris flew everywhere. The mad spider lay on the ground, its 8 legs twitching a few times before it came to rest, sprawled out in all directions, motionless. It looked as though it had been instantly killed by Longjinjin's single punch. Damn it! The blue team is amazing. The members of the Demon Slaying Bureau witnessed this scene and their morale soared instantly, cheering wildly. An A-class demon had been taken down with a single punch. No wonder they call him the Berserker War God. Longjinjin landed slowly. She shook her fist and curved her lips into a smug smile. She looked down at the motionless demon spider on the ground, took a step forward, and prepared to walk over to confirm the outcome of the battle. And, of course, extract the demon core. However, just then, Li Kai, standing nearby, suddenly turned pale. He stared at the demon spider, his pupils contracting sharply, as if he had sensed something extremely dangerous. Jinjin! Don't go over there! Back up! Li Kai's eyes bulged as he shouted at Longjinjin. Longjinjin heard Li Kai's shout and paused for a moment. However, out of trust in Li Kai and her combat instincts, she immediately stopped in her tracks, her body instinctively trying to retreat backward. But it was already too late. A sudden change occurred. The dead demon spider on the ground suddenly erupted with a massive surge of strange energy. This energy manifested as an eerie milky white hue. The milky white energy expanded instantly, forming a massive hemispherical barrier centered on the demon spider. The barrier spread at an astonishing speed. Longjinjin had no time to dodge and was instantly engulfed by it. Domain! At the same time, a powerful repulsive force erupted from the edges of the domain. This is bad. Li Kai and the other demon-slaying bureau members' expressions turned grim. They tried to rush forward to assist, but were forcefully pushed back dozens of meters by that terrifying force. They could only watch helplessly as Longjinjin was trapped within the massive milky white domain. Damn it! Li Kai punched the abandoned machine beside him. He stared at the massive semi-spherical milky white domain in front of him, its diameter spanning dozens of meters, his brows furrowed. Captain, is that a field? A team member asked in terror. Li Kai's face turned ashen, and he nodded. It's the unique domain of the mad spider, the 10,000-thread prison. He explained in a low voice. Within the domain, the mad spider's power is greatly enhanced, and it can release special domain abilities. Is Blue Team in danger? The team members were all worried. Li Kai took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down and analyze the current situation. Once pulled into the enemy's domain, there are only 3 ways to escape. First, within the domain, severely injuring or directly killing the caster will cause the domain to collapse on its own. Second, use your own domain to forcibly overpower the enemy's domain, but this requires your domain to be stronger than theirs. Longjin was a pure physical enhancement type ability user, and awakening a domain was more difficult for him than for other ability users. It seemed he hadn't awakened his own domain yet. Therefore, the second method is not feasible. Third, break the domain from the outside. Li Kai looked around at his teammates. This method sounds simple, but it's extremely difficult to execute. The defensive power of a domain is extremely strong. To break through the domain of an A-rank demon from the outside, at least 3 A-rank experts of the same level must team up to attack, and even then it's only possible with great difficulty. Among those present, there were no other A-rank besides himself. Although the team members were all elite, their ranks were insufficient to even shake the domain. Therefore, the third method is also impractical. Now, the only hope lies with Longjinjin herself. Li Kai recalled the power of Longjinjin's previous punch. His heart settled slightly. This cunning demon spider is indeed crafty and powerful. But Longjinjin isn't someone to be underestimated. Her current strength is likely no weaker than his own. The outcome was still uncertain. Everyone, stay on high alert. Watch out for other demonic creatures sneaking in. Healers, hurry up and restore the injured. Li Kai swiftly issued his orders. All he could do now was stabilize the external situation and wait for the outcome of the battle inside. 10,000 threads prison domain interior. This was a completely white world. The sky, the ground, everything was white. It appears utterly pure. But upon closer inspection, one discovers that this world is composed of countless tiny white spider threads. Moreover, these threads seem to possess a life of their own, slowly writhing and moving. Dense and endless. It's enough to make your skin crawl and turn your stomach. Lan Jinjin stood on the ground made of spider silk, curiously looking around. Is this the realm of the demon beasts? Interesting. This was her first time being pulled into the demon's domain. In the past, she had only encountered B-rank demon beasts, which she had easily defeated with her fists. Even the A-rank demon beasts she had faced didn't require her to fight, so she had never experienced this feeling before. There was no fear in her eyes, only a hint of curiosity and excitement. Just then, the spider web-like ground in front of her suddenly began to violently surge. It felt as though something was trying to emerge from below. Gurgle, gurgle. The ground bulged into a massive mound. Then, the spider webs parted to the sides. A massive spider, entirely white like jade, slowly emerged before Lan Jinjin. It was the same Chimo spider from before. However, its appearance was now completely different from before. What was once a pitch-black, ugly, and bristly body now resembles one carved from the finest white jade. It is crystal clear and even reflects light. If one ignores its grotesque mouthparts and blood-red compound eyes, it is almost a perfect work of art. It doesn't even look that disgusting anymore. However, its size has more than doubled. From the size of a small truck, it has grown to the size of a heavy-duty truck. A terrifying sense of oppression engulfed them. Within its domain, the power of the demon has been greatly enhanced. The white jade mad spider stared at Lan Jinjin and let out a low, growling roar. It seemed to have not anticipated that this human woman, after being dragged into its domain, showed no fear at all. Lan Jinjin watched the mutated demon spider before her with interest. Her eyes blazed with battle intent. Bald? Has it grown stronger too? She even licked her lips excitedly. She flexed her wrists and ankles. Click, click. Her joints cracked loudly. No doubt about it, she truly lived up to the title of Berserker Tyrannosaurus. Facing an A-rank demon whose power had surged, she wasn't thinking about how to escape, she was thinking about, come on, big guy. Let me see if you're even worthy of a beating from this old lady. Lan Jinjin let out a fierce cry and suddenly exerted all her strength in her legs. Bang! Her body shot forward like a cannonball, charging straight toward the white jade mad spider. The battle erupted once more. Outside. On the abandoned control platform. Linny stood atop the platform, coldly observing everything below. From the moment the mad spider unfolded its domain to when Lan Jinjin was trapped, he witnessed everything. Another domain. Linny furrowed his brows slightly. The A-rank demon that had disguised itself as a deliveryman earlier also had a domain. Now this A-rank crazed demon spider also had a domain. How can just any A-rank demon have a domain? He recalled that abnormal demon encyclopedia had mentioned this. Normally, an anomaly user's ability is ranked a class, and once their anomaly energy reaches a certain level, they also have the opportunity to comprehend their own domain. Linny checked his system interface. Abnormal energy A. His current level had already reached a rank. Why doesn't he have a domain? Is a rank psychic energy not enough? Does he need to reach a plus or even S rank? Linny pondered for a moment. Never mind. It doesn't matter either way. Domains weren't essential to him. He had the Sharingan. As long as he continued to collect emotional energy and exchange it for more powerful eye techniques. What's the point of a domain in front of him? Tsukuyami can directly attack the mind. Amaterasu can incinerate everything. If he exchanges for dual divine might. Lin Yi's gaze pierced through the milky white domain. Though he couldn't see what was inside, he could sense the intense energy fluctuations within. The battle was intense. Lin Yi didn't care about the life or death of the female captain of the Demon Slaying Bureau. He only cared about whether he could find any clues about the mastermind behind this after the battle ended. This demon spider was clearly just a pawn placed in plain sight. The true mastermind was still lurking in the shadows. Just like him. Lin Yi's Sharingan eyes slowly rotated, scanning every shadow in the factory. Chapter 27, The White-Haired Fool. Outside the domain. Li Kai's expression grew solemn. He looked at the domain ahead and gave the order decisively. Everyone, surround the domain. Stay alert. The members of the Demon Slaying Bureau were well trained and acted immediately. They quickly spread out, completely surrounding the massive domain, their weapons and abilities ready to strike. They all knew that when the demon was dealt a fatal blow within the domain would shatter. And the moment the field shattered, that would be their signal to launch the final assault. One member gripped his ally battle knife tightly, his palms sweating slightly. He couldn't help but ask, Captain, Blue Team, is she really okay alone in there? Li Kai's gaze was unwavering, piercing through the air and landing on the milky white barrier. He replied in a deep voice. Trust her. She is capable of much more than what she showed earlier. Li Kai's mind flashed back to Blue Jinjin's usual combat style. A faint, almost imperceptible smile tugged at the corners of his lips. Lan Jinjin had a unique trait: the more dire the situation she faced, the more terrifying her strength became. In simpler terms, she gets stronger against stronger opponents and even more ferocious against violent ones. Lan Jinjin had once vigorously defended herself, claiming that this was due to the nature of her abilities, and that she was actually a very gentle person. But no one in the Demon Slaying Bureau believed her. Upon hearing Li Kai's words, the team members' tense mood eased slightly. The worry in their eyes was replaced by confidence. That's right, she was none other than the legendary Tyrannosaurus Rex Blue Captain. An A-rank demon? What's that worth? Just then. Within the domain, an even more intense energy fluctuation erupted suddenly. The entire milky white hemispherical barrier began to tremble violently. Visible energy ripples spread across the surface of the barrier. Clearly, the battle inside had reached its most critical, white-hot phase. Prepare for battle. Li Kai bellowed. All team members tensed up instantly, their alien energy surging wildly within them, ready to strike at a moment's notice. Woohoo! A light yet excited screech suddenly echoed from above the battlefield. Li Kai and his team members instinctively looked up. They witnessed an astonishing sight. A white-haired man, with his arms spread wide, was plummeting toward the ground in a free-falling stance. His speed was astonishing, like a white meteor. And his target was none other than the massive milky white domain below. Who is it? Li Kai was utterly shocked. But it all happened too quickly. The crowd didn't even have time to react. Boom! The white-haired man crashed into the top of the domain like a heavy bomb. The domain barrier, which was incredibly resilient and theoretically required 3 A-rank experts to shake, crumbled under the impact. Crack! Crack! The crisp sound of shattering echoed through the air. Centered on the white-haired man's point of impact, spiderweb-like cracks spread wildly in all directions. The cracks grew more numerous and longer. In an instant, they covered the entire milky white hemisphere. Finally. Bang! A deafening explosion echoed through the air. That massive I-class demonic domain was shattered from the outside by sheer physical force. As the domain shattered, a powerful energy shockwave, mixed with gale force winds and dust, erupted from the center and surged outward in all directions. The members of the Demon Slaying Bureau were blown off their feet by the shockwave, struggling to stay upright. When the dust settled, they looked back at the spot where the domain had once been. Everyone froze in shock. There stood Lan Jinjin, still in the midst of her punch, looking completely bewildered. She had been locked in a fierce battle with the white jade demon spider within the domain, preparing to unleash even greater power, only for the domain to suddenly vanish. She looked at the white-haired man who had suddenly appeared between her and the demon spider. Then she looked around at the abandoned workshop, which had returned to its original state. Had she come out? Had she been knocked out by this white-haired man? Across from her, the demon spider, due to the collapse of the domain, transformed from its translucent white jade form back into its original pitch-black, ugly appearance. Its size also shrank back to the size of a small truck. Its power had greatly diminished. At that moment, its 8 blood-red compound eyes were fixed intently on the white-haired man before it. Fear. Its eyes betrayed extreme fear and horror. This suddenly appearing human man evoked a sense of danger far more intense than the human woman who had appeared earlier. This was a tremor rooted in its primal instincts. High above, Lin Yi, wearing a white mask, looked down from above at the suddenly appearing white-haired man below. Beneath the mask, the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. This guy was none other than Bai Ju, who had disappeared earlier. What the hell is he doing? Lin Yi felt speechless. This guy's actions made no sense at all. He did whatever he wanted. He disrupted the Demon Slaying Bureau's operation and messed up his own observation plan. His way of thinking is indeed different from that of ordinary people. A pure source of entertainment. The scene. Bai Ju stood between Lan Jinjin and the mad spider, like an unexpected third party who had suddenly barged in. He completely ignored the shocked, fearful, or wary glances around him. He extends his hand, moving naturally and self-absorbedly to run his fingers through his signature white, tousled hair. It seemed as though he was very concerned about his appearance. Oh no, my hair is all messed up. Bai Ju muttered under his breath. Lan Jinjin. Chimo Spider. Li Kai and the demon-slaying squad members in the distance. This white-haired guy. Who sent this idiot? Lan Jinjin looked at the white-haired figure in front of her, his hair being tidied up, and recalled the scene from just moments ago. Although this guy looks like a mentally unstable fool, but he was able to break through an A-rank demon's domain on his own. This is definitely beyond the capabilities of an A-rank. This person is likely an S-rank powerhouse. A wild S-rank powerhouse suddenly appearing here. What could his purpose be? Friend or foe? Li Kai also realized that this suddenly appeared man was extremely dangerous. He dared not take it lightly. Lan Jinjin. Come back. He immediately shouted at Lan Jinjin. Lan Jinjin, upon hearing this, did not hesitate for a moment. She gave Baiju a piercing glance, then suddenly tensed her legs and propelled her body backward. In an instant, she returned to Li Kai's side and joined the demon-slaying bureau's team. Baiju paid no attention to Longjinjin as she retreated. He took his time to tidy up his hair, then raised his head with satisfaction and looked toward the other side at the demon spider. SSSSSS. The demon spider, sensing the extreme danger posed by the human man staring at it, was instantly overwhelmed by a strong sense of crisis. Out of instinct, it opened its hideous mouth in fear and let out a piercing roar toward Baiju. The powerful sonic attack, mixed with residual energy, whipped up a violent gust of wind in the air. The wind swept past. The white strands of hair that Baiju had just meticulously arranged were instantly blown into a disheveled mess. A few strands of hair stubbornly stood upright in the wind. Baiju's expression froze. The air seemed to freeze in that moment. The expression on his face, which had previously carried a hint of playfulness and cynicism, slowly, bit by bit, retracted, becoming cold, gloomy. He stared at the mindless, oblivious demon spider, his lips curling into a cruel, twisted grin. His eyes betrayed a sickening excitement. "You bastard! You messed up my hair." His voice was low and hoarse, carrying a chilling, bone-chilling coldness. "I'll punish you. By me, to be thoroughly toyed with." As the words fell, an overwhelming S-class pressure erupted from his body without restraint. The temperature in the abandoned factory seemed to drop several degrees. High platform. Linny watched the situation over at Baiju from a distance. Just then, a familiar, repulsive sense suddenly appeared without warning. Lin Yi's expression turned cold. Beneath the mask, those crimson Sharingan eyes instantly locked onto a dark corner not far below. There, where light could not reach, all that could be seen was a shadowy figure, as if it had come to life, slowly rising from the ground like a pool of writhing mud. Then, the shadows gathered and coalesced into a pitch-black, featureless humanoid silhouette. It was that S-rank shadow demon. Linny stared at it coldly. This thing is here after all. The shadow demon seemed to sense Lin Yi's gaze. It slowly turned its head toward Linny, who was standing above it. Its pitch-black face suddenly split into a grotesque grin that stretched all the way to its ears. In the dimly lit factory, it looked exceptionally eerie and unsettling. It seemed as though it was greeting Lin Yi, yet also mocking him. However, it only glanced at Lin Yi before losing interest. It turned its head back and looked toward the group of demon slayers standing in formation nearby. Compared to Lin Yi up above, it seemed that the demon hunters were its true target. Chapter 28, I Want You Dead. Inside the factory, the atmosphere was tense to the extreme. All members of the Demon Slaying Bureau fixed their gaze on the white-haired man and the demon spider. Their bodies were tense, ready to respond to any sudden developments. Li Kai's expression was particularly grim. A wild S-rank powerhouse had suddenly intruded into the cleanup site of an A-rank demon. This was no longer something he could handle alone. He quickly pressed the communicator by his ear and reported to his superiors in a low voice. "Command Center, this is Team 1, Li Kai. An unknown S-rank psionic has appeared at the abandoned factory site. His title is unknown, and his purpose is unclear. He just shattered the A-rank crazed spider's domain with his bare hands. Request emergency reinforcement." There was a brief silence on the other end of the communicator, followed by a serious voice. "Copy that, Captain Li Kai. An S-class special agent is en route and is expected to arrive in 10 minutes. Please keep us updated on the situation at all times. If the situation gets out of control, you are authorized to evacuate immediately and preserve all available forces." "Yes." Li Kai ended the call. He had received orders from his superiors and felt slightly reassured. An S-class special envoy, the elite combat force of the Demon Suppression Bureau. He quickly scanned his surroundings and issued orders to his team members. "All units, attention. Target danger level upgraded to S-class. Everyone, maintain a safe distance and retreat slowly toward the factory exit. Observation team, stay behind and monitor the target's movements in real time." The demon-slaying squad members sprang into action immediately. They moved with light footsteps but at an extremely fast pace, evacuating in an orderly manner toward the outer perimeter. Only a few psychics skilled in reconnaissance and stealth remained, scattered in the shadows, keeping a close eye on the white figure in the center. At the center of the field, Baiju faced the trembling Chimo spider, a flash of light gleaming in his eyes. He had suddenly charged in, appearing reckless, but that was far from the truth. During the brief moment he had vanished, he had already scanned the entire abandoned factory at an incredible speed. He discovered some intriguing clues. This A-class crazed spider had not appeared here naturally. Rather, it had been deliberately guided here or, more accurately, brought here by someone. The person behind this scheme might very well be the mastermind behind the mission. And this spider might know something. That's why he broke through the barrier. He wants to capture this spider alive. "Little spider, don't be afraid." Baiju grinned, revealing his white teeth. "Tell me what you know, and I'll let you die painlessly." The demon spider across from him couldn't understand human speech, or perhaps it could but chose not to respond. All it could sense was the bone-chilling fear emanating from the human before it. This fear overpowered its craving for flesh and blood, overpowered its instinct to kill. It was on the verge of being driven mad by the pressure. Roar! Finally, the mad spider could no longer endure it. It suddenly raised its head and let out a deafening roar. It went berserk. On its pitch-black carapace, eerie blood-red patterns began to emerge. Its 8 compound eyes turned as red as blood-soaked diamonds. A surge of energy erupted from its core, sweeping out in all directions like a tsunami. Boom! The entire abandoned factory trembled under the force. The ground cracked, and walls collapsed. Terrifying shockwaves instantly engulfed the retreating demon-slaying squad. Hold your ground! Li Kai bellowed. But the shockwave was too powerful. Most of the team members were swept away like leaves caught in a whirlwind, crashing violently into the distant ruins. Amidst the billowing dust, only 3 people remained standing firmly in their original positions. Captain Li Kai, Tyrannosaurus Rex Longinjin, and a young female team member who looked to be just 18, with her hair tied in a ponytail. She clenched her teeth, her face flushed red, clearly struggling to resist the force. At the eye of the storm, Baiju still stood there. Violent energy surged past him, but it couldn't budge him an inch. He even had the leisure to raise his hand and slowly tidy up his collar, which had been ruffled by the wind. As if the chaos around him was not a demonic rampage, but merely a gentle breeze. He looked at the maddened demon spider, which had completely lost its mind and was wildly releasing energy. The smile on his lips grew even wider. That's more like it. A toy should act like a toy. As the words fell, boom! A terrifying force 10 times, no, 100 times more powerful than the mad demon spider's rampage erupted from Baiju's body. S-class ability polarization. Baiju's appearance remained unchanged. No transformation, no elemental aura swirling around him. But within him, a force suppressed to its absolute limit, pure to its absolute limit, was lurking. This power is too strong. So powerful that if it were to be fully unleashed, the entire factory and surrounding areas would likely be reduced to rubble. Baiju struggled to suppress his power, keeping it in a delicate balance. He raised his eyes and looked at the demon spider. Just that single glance. The mad demon spider, which had been in a frenzy and completely devoid of reason, seemed to have been doused with a bucket of ice water. Its entire body trembled violently. The rampaging energy came to an abrupt halt. Fear. Indescribable fear. Every cell in its body was sending out the most dangerous warning signals. Run away. You'll die. In its berserk state, the ruthless and fearless mad spider, driven by instinct, unconsciously took a step backward. It was afraid. Baiju watched the retreating crazed demon spider, his face glowing with excitement. Don't run away. Stay and play with me, he murmured softly. The next second. Boom! The ground beneath his feet exploded instantly, and Baiju's figure vanished from the spot. Too fast. So fast that even the air couldn't react. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the mad spider. He casually swung his fist. No flashy special effects, no earth-shattering noise. Only pure, unadulterated power. Bang! A dull thud. The truck-sized demon spider was struck as if hit head-on by a high-speed train. Its massive body flew backward completely out of control. Crash! It crashed through the thick alloy walls of the abandoned factory. It flew out of the factory. Blinding sunlight poured in through the massive hole. Baiju stood where the demon spider had been, maintaining his punching stance. He looked at his fist and paused for a moment. Then, with a hint of frustration, he muttered, "Damn it! I hit too hard. Don't die yet, I'm not done playing with you." With that, he exerted himself once more, transforming into a streak of white light, and gave chase in the direction the demon spider had flown off in. The members of the demon-slaying squad watched the scene in stunned silence. Their minds went blank. Li Kai's pupils contracted sharply. As he watched the direction where Baiju had vanished, his assessment of this white-haired man rose another notch. This power was definitely not something an ordinary S-rank psychic could possess. By his side, Longinjin showed no sign of fear. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. It was the excitement of finally encountering a kindred spirit. She desperately wanted to spar with this white-haired individual. However, she was well aware that, with her current strength, she would likely end up like that mad spider, killed with a single punch. Above, Linny coldly watched the massive commotion caused by Baiju. This guy is such a hassle. But he had no time to deal with Baiju. His attention was entirely focused on that shadow. That S-rank shadow demon. Just as Baiju's punch sent the mad spider flying, drawing everyone's attention. The shadow demon that had been quietly standing in the shadows moved. On its face, which had been pitch black with only a large mouth, suddenly, a pair of eyes slowly emerged. A pair of crimson eyes filled with malice and mockery. Linny saw this and his eyes beneath the mask instantly turned icy. So this thing had eyes after all. He had previously assumed that this shadow demon was born without visual organs and might be immune to Tsukuyami. Now it was clear it had simply been hiding them. If it has eyes, then Tsukuyami must be effective. The shadow demon's blood-red eyes turned toward the direction of the demon hunting squad below. Its gaze locked onto a single person in the crowd. The next moment, within the demon-slaying bureau's ranks, a female member's body suddenly trembled. Her eyes also instantly glowed with the same crimson light. Linny recognized this woman. She was the same demon who had been disguised as a human within the demon-slaying bureau, whom he had identified earlier at the Star River Apartments. It seems they are part of the same group. The shadow demon completed all of this, seemingly finishing some sort of activation ritual. It raised its head once more and glanced at Linny high above. Its crimson eyes were filled with mockery. Then, its body melted once more, turning into a pool of shadow that seeped into the ground and vanished without a trace. Linny had already prepared to activate moon reading the moment it looked at him. But the opponent vanished too quickly. It seemed to fear Linny's eye technique and didn't give him a chance to lock eyes with it. Seeing this, Linny no longer bothered with the disappearing shadow demon but instead turned his gaze toward the demon hunting squad. Within the demon-slaying bureau's team, the female team member who had been activated by the shadow demon's shadow emitted an intense red glow from her eyes. Her aura changed. It became frenzied and bloodthirsty. She suddenly turned her head and locked onto the young female team member with a ponytail standing not far behind Li Kai, who had just managed to withstand the shockwave. Then, without warning, she struck. She thrust her right hand toward the young female team member's back. The nearby team members noticed her unusual behavior and shouted in alarm. A demon! But it was already too late. Crack! The woman's right hand, as it extended, instantly transformed. It transformed into a black, hideous, scaled monster claw. The claws swiftly lengthened, darting forward like lightning, aiming straight for the young female team member's back. The speed was too fast. Li Kai and Lan Jinjin heard the warning, but they were too close and the situation changed too suddenly. They had no time to react. Put! The sound of the claws piercing flesh rang out clearly. The pitch-black claw easily pierced through the young female team member's chest. It emerged from her front chest. Blood spattered everywhere. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. The young female team member lowered her head, staring at the black claw embedded in her chest, her eyes filled with disbelief and agony. The demon woman withdrew her claw. In her claws, she held a heart that was still faintly beating. She held the heart up to her face and sniffed it closely. Her face contorted into an expression of extreme ecstasy and satisfaction. Ah, the taste of youth. The young female team member who had been attacked collapsed backward, her body limp. Xiao Ye. Li Kai's eyes widened in anger. He sprang forward and caught the falling female team member in his arms. He stared at the horrific gaping wound on her chest, at her face rapidly losing all signs of life. Anger. A tidal wave of anger surged through his chest. Li Kai gently laid her lifeless body on the ground. He slowly stood up and turned toward the woman, who was still mesmerized by the sight of the heart. His eyes were bloodshot. His voice echoed like it was coming from the depths of hell, filled with extreme anger and murderous intent. I will kill you. Chapter 29, That Organization. The factory was filled with the faint smell of blood. The red-eyed woman stared at the enraged Li Kai, her face showing no fear. She merely lowered her head to examine the warm heart in her hand. Then, she casually tossed the heart onto the ground. As if discarding trash. As soon as the heart hit the ground, a black shadow hand suddenly emerged from the nearby darkness, dragging the heart into the shadows and vanishing instantly. It all happened in the blink of an eye. Li Kai's pupils contracted sharply. There were other demonic beings. The red-eyed woman had completed her task. She looked up at Li Kai and Lan Jinjin, her lips curling into a cruel smile. She extended her finger and beckoned to the two of them. A provocation. Blatant provocation. Li Kai laughed in anger. He had seen arrogant demons before, but never one so suicidal. Very well. Li Kai's voice was icy. But before he could move, Lan Jinjin beside him couldn't hold back any longer. Go to hell. Lan Jinjin shouted angrily. Grade A ability violence was activated once again. Boom! The ground beneath her feet cracked instantly. Lan Jinjin's figure turned into a blur, charging toward the red-eyed woman with brutal force. Her fists clenched tightly, veins bulging, as a sharp, piercing explosion echoed through the air. Facing Lan Jinjin's thunderous punch, the red-eyed woman didn't flinch or dodge. Her eyes blazed with a bright red light. Crack! 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 Her hands swiftly transformed into monstrous claws covered in black scales, with sharp nails like knives. She raised her claws to meet Lan Jinjin's fist. Clang! Fist and claw collided. A metallic clang echoed through the air. The immense force sent shockwaves through the ground beneath their feet, causing it to sink simultaneously. Lan Jinjin furrowed her brows. Those claws are so hard. A sharp pain shot through her fist. The two instantly separated, only to immediately lock into combat once more. Bang! 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 Fist shadows and claw shadows crisscrossed through the air. Each collision erupted into a dull, thunderous roar and a blast of air. Lan Xinjian's strength was utterly terrifying. Each punch was powerful enough to shatter mountains and split rocks. However, the red-eyed woman's claws were not only incredibly hard but also exceptionally sharp. After a few exchanges, Lan Xinjian's fists and arms were already slashed with several deep wounds that exposed the bone. Blood flowed freely. It's worth noting that just moments ago, within the domain of an A-rank Mad Spider, she had faced an enhanced version of the Mad Spider and emerged unscathed. Yet now, facing this woman, she had already been wounded in such a short time. Lan Xinjian, step back. Li Kai shouted from behind in a deep voice. He had noticed something amiss. This demonic creature was far stronger than the demon spider. Li Kai's gaze sharpened as he quickly analyzed. This is an A-class composite-type demon, the Scaled Illusionist. Although they are both a class, composite-type demon beasts are far more powerful than other demon beasts. Lan Xinjian, though battle-hungry, knew she wouldn't gain an advantage by continuing to fight head-on. She feigned a punch and retreated swiftly. The Scaled Illusionist wouldn't let her off so easily. It let out a fierce roar, its claws gleaming with cold light, aiming straight for Lan Xinjian's face. Humph! Li Kai snorted coldly. He remained motionless, but suddenly clenched his fist in the direction of the Scaled Illusionist. Grade A ability Chi. Activate. Hum. A high-frequency vibration echoed through the air. The Scaled Illusionist, who was in pursuit, suddenly halted in its tracks. It felt as though an invisible mountain had suddenly descended upon it. It also felt as though countless invisible chains were binding it firmly in place. Air pressure. Li Kai instantly altered the air pressure around the Scale Phantom, creating a terrifying pressure cage. SSSS. The Scaled Illusionist let out an agonizing scream. It struggled frantically, but its body couldn't move an inch. Nice work, Kai. Lan Xinjian's eyes lit up. Opportunity. She halted her retreat, planted her feet firmly on the ground, and charged once more toward the immobilized Scale Phantom. She channeled all her strength into her right fist. The fist glowed faintly red from the intense concentration of power. Target the Scaled Phantom's head. If this punch landed cleanly, even if it was a composite-type rank demon, its head would explode on the spot. However, just as Lan Xinjian's fist was about to make contact, an unexpected change occurred. A more violent surge of alien energy erupted from within the bound Scaled Illusionist. Crack! Its disguise shattered completely. The human female form quickly dissolved, revealing its true form. A humanoid monster over 2 meters tall, covered in black, hard scales. The edges of the scales were lined with sharp barbs. Its head was hideously terrifying, with blood-red eyes and a mouth full of fangs. Behind it, a thick tail as thick as a python, also covered in scales, suddenly lashed out. Boom! The Scaled Illusionist, having returned to its true form, surged with power. It managed to break free from Li Kai's control. That terrifying tail, accompanied by a piercing whistle that tore through the air, lashed out like a steel whip toward the nearby Lan Xinjian. Lan Xinjian's pupils contracted. There was no time to change tactics. She could only abandon her attack and cross her arms in front of her body. Bang! The massive tail struck Lan Xinjian's arms. The immense force sent her flying backward. The Scale Phantom, taking advantage of its momentum, showed no mercy. It landed on all fours, like a wild beast, and charged toward the flying Lan Xinjian at an incredible speed. Its claws were raised high, ready to tear her apart. You're asking for death. Li Kai's eyes turned cold. He raised his right hand and swung it downward with all his might toward the Scaled Phantom. Air hammer. Boom! It seemed as though an invisible hammer weighing 10,000 pounds had appeared in the air, smashing down on the Scaled Illusionist's back. Put! The Scaled Illusionist was knocked forward by the sudden force, stumbling forward and spitting out black blood. It crashed heavily onto the ground, bending and deforming a discarded steel beam. It struggled to its feet, clutching its chest, gasping for breath. Its bloodshot eyes glared at Li Kai with hatred. It knew it was this human man who had done it. The human man's abilities were too bizarre and unpredictable to defend against. It glanced again at Lan Xinjian, who had regained her footing. These two humans alone, it had confidence it could fight either one. But when they worked together, it wasn't a match for them. Flee! The Scaled Illusionist felt a surge of retreat in its heart. It let out a loud roar, preparing to attack again. But as it charged forward, it suddenly turned and sprinted toward the factory's exit. It was trying to escape. Lan Xinjian and Li Kai were both startled. Trying to escape? Li Kai reacted swiftly. He aimed at the direction the Scaled Phantom was fleeing, spread his fingers wide, then slammed them down with all his strength. Air palm. Boom! An invisible giant hand descended from the sky. It slammed into the Scaled Phantom, who was still sprinting. Crack! The ground instantly cracked open, forming a massive handprint. The Scaled Phantom was pinned firmly at the center of the imprint, its bones cracking and black blood spurting everywhere. It was pinned to the ground, completely immobilized. It's over. Lan Jinjin seized the opportunity. She sprang upward with all her strength, leaping high into the air above the scaled illusionist. She clenched her hands together tightly, like a warhammer, gathering all her strength. She brought it crashing down on the scaled illusionist's head below. The impact was so powerful it created a sonic boom. The scaled phantom looked up in despair, watching the fatal attack descend toward him. It was powerless to resist. However, just as Lan Jinjin's attack was about to strike the scaled illusionist, her vision suddenly blurred. A black shadow appeared out of nowhere between her and the scaled illusionist. Immediately afterward, an overwhelming force of terror slammed into her chest. Ugh! Lan Jinjin let out a muffled groan. She felt as though she had been struck head-on by a large truck. Her body flew backward at a speed faster than when she had arrived. Straight toward Li Kai's direction. Li Kai's expression changed drastically. He immediately stepped forward, spread his arms wide, caught Lan Jinjin as she flew back, and held her tightly in his arms. The immense force of the impact sent Li Kai stumbling backward several steps before he managed to steady himself. Cough cough. Lan Jinjin clutched her chest, coughing up several mouthfuls of blood, clearly suffering from internal injuries. She struggled to steady herself and, alongside Li Kai, looked toward the direction of the scaled illusionist. Where the scaled illusionist had been suppressed, there now stood a person. A figure clad in a wide black robe, wearing a bizarre white mask. On the mask were 3 black circular stripes, each adorned with a crescent moon pattern. Mysterious, eerie, and powerful. Upon seeing this attire, Li Kai's pupils contracted sharply. This outfit. He was reminded of that mysterious and powerful organization. That mysterious organization that operated outside the Federation, with few members, but each one incredibly powerful. Its members acted with complete disregard for consequences, following only their whims, and all wore various eerie masks. Li Kai had once had the rare opportunity to witness a core member of that organization in action from a distance. With a single move, he completely annihilated tens of thousands of demonic beings. Like gods and demons. Could it be the individual who suddenly appeared and dealt a severe blow to Lan Jinjin also part of that organization? This person seems to be on the same side as the demonic beings. If that's the case, our group is in grave danger. We can only hope that the S-Class Special Envoy from the Demon Slaying Bureau arrives soon. That might be our only chance. Chapter 30, Turn Me into a Sexy Beauty. Inside the factory, the air was thick with the smell of blood. The scaled illusionist lay on the ground, black blood seeping out from between its scales, staining the floor black. Its eyes were lifeless, and its body convulsed violently, barely clinging to life. Linny stood beside her, his black robe fluttering in the wind. He didn't look at the scaled phantom on the ground but instead fixed his gaze on Li Kai and Lan Jinjin. Who is that masked man? The members of the Demon Slaying Bureau trembled as they gripped their weapons tightly. They had just witnessed their blue team being knocked flying with a single strike. How powerful was this masked man? Li Kai's square face wore a solemn expression. He turned to Lan Jinjin beside him and asked with concern. Are you okay? Lan Jinjin shook her head. I'm fine. Though she said she was fine, her face was pale, and beads of sweat had formed on her forehead. Her chest felt like it was on fire. That blow just now left her severely injured. If it weren't for her exceptional physical condition and Li Kai's timely intervention, she would likely have lost her life by now. This masked man is far stronger than she could have imagined. S-Class, definitely S-Class. The white-haired one earlier was S-Class, and now another S-Class has appeared. When did S-Class become so common? We encountered 2 in a single day. Li Kai's gaze returned to Lin Yi. This man exuded an extremely dangerous aura. Sir, may I ask who you are? Li Kai asked in a deep voice. Lin Yi did not respond. He simply stood there motionless. A pair of deep, piercing eyes peered through the holes in the mask, staring directly at Li Kai and Lan Jinjin. That gaze was cold, indifferent, devoid of human emotion. Li Kai and Lan Jinjin instinctively tensed their bodies. The other members of the Demon Slaying Bureau immediately readied themselves for battle. Inside the factory, it was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Only in the distance, the occasional squeak of mice could be heard. Lin Yi moved. His right foot took a step forward. It was a very light step, making no sound at all. But this single step caused Li Kai and Lan Jinjin's bodies to tremble violently. Their muscles tensed, and the strange energy surged wildly within their bodies. They were ready to face that terrifying blow at any moment. However, Lin Yi did not attack them. He simply turned around. Then, he walked toward the dying scaled phantom on the ground. Li Kai and Lan Jinjin exchanged glances, their eyes filled with confusion. What is this masked man up to? Lin Yi walked over to the scaled phantom. There was a bloody, mangled hole in its chest. It had been created by Li Kai's air hammer. The scaled phantom opened its eyes slightly, staring at Lin Yi. It seemed like this man had just saved it. It didn't understand. What does this human want to do? Why had he saved it? Just as it was puzzled, Lin Yi suddenly opened his right hand without warning. His fingers spread out, white and slender. Then, he crouched down. In the gradually dilating pupils of the scaled illusionist, Lin Yi's large hand directly grabbed its head. SSS. The scaled illusionist let out a painful screech. Its skull was firmly clamped in place. Lin Yi didn't pause, suddenly exerting force upward. He lifted it up in one swift motion. Its body, which had been over 2 meters tall, now dangled in Lin Yi's hands like a ragdoll. Its entire body, along with its thick tail, swayed as it was held mid-air by Lin Yi's single hand. Let me go. The scaled phantom let out a desperate scream. Its body was still convulsing violently, its claws flailing wildly. The thick tail also lashed out with all its strength, furiously striking Lin Yi's arm. Bang! 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 Each strike was accompanied by a whistling wind, powerful enough to snap steel bars. But Lin Yi's arm remained motionless. It struggled, trying to break free from Lin Yi's grip. Unfortunately, with its severe injuries, it had no chance of escaping. Despair filled the heart of the scaled illusionist. Ding! Host has gained plus 500 emotion points. The system's voice sounded at the right moment. Lin Yi ignored the scaled phantom's struggles. He simply held the weakened demon in his hands, turned around, and prepared to leave. Sir! Just as Lin Yi lifted his foot, Li Kai couldn't hold back any longer and spoke up. If he didn't speak now, the sacrifices of the team members today would be in vain. They had risked their lives in battle, yet it seemed all for nothing. Most importantly, everything that had happened recently in the southern city was too bizarre, as if there were several invisible hands manipulating everything behind the scenes. And they, who were on the front lines, were kept in the dark, knowing nothing. He needed answers. Li Kai's eyes were filled with anger. But more than that, there was a sense of helplessness and frustration. He had to figure it out. Who were this powerful masked man and the white-haired man before him? Why were they interfering with the Demon-Slaying Bureau's mission? Which faction do they belong to? Are they demons? Or another organization of psychics? Lin Yi, who was just about to leave, hesitated. He grabbed the scaled illusionist's head, dragging its body along the ground. Then, Lin Yi slowly turned around. A pair of eerie crimson eyes appeared in Li Kai and Lan Jinjin's line of sight. Li Kai swallowed hard. He felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down on him. An intangible vibration emanated from those eyes. It sent a chill down one's spine. It resembled the red eyes of a demon. But the demon's red eyes were usually bloody and violent. These eyes, however, seemed more like a manifestation of a human's supernatural ability. Could it be a rare eye technique ability? Moreover, these eyes look familiar, but I can't quite place where I've seen them before. Bao Long Zhanshen Lan Jinjin was also startled by Lin Yi. A cold sweat broke out on her back. That single punch had made her truly feel the immense power of Lin Yi. She trembled, reaching out to squeeze Li Kai's arm. Then she looked at Lin Yi and forced a smile that was even more painful than crying. Sir, please do as you please. Treat us like we're not here. We didn't see anything. Li Kai heard this and glanced at Lan Jinjin in surprise. When did this woman start saying such things? Was this really the same fearless, hot-headed Tyrannosaurus Rex who would fight at the drop of a hat? However, he also knew he had been a bit reckless. The masked man before him was a force to be reckoned with. They were no match for him. The slightest mistake could cost them their lives. Ding! Host has gained plus 1,000 emotion points. On the other side, Lin Yi remained silent. He gripped the scaled phantom. His feet shifted. Swish! His figure vanished instantly from where he stood. At an extreme speed, he left only an afterimage in the factory. As the masked man departed, Li Kai and Lan Jinjin couldn't help but sigh in relief. The sense of pressure he had imposed on them was simply overwhelming. Lin Yi no longer bothered to engage with Li Kai and the others because he vaguely sensed two extremely powerful auras rapidly approaching from the distance. There was no doubt about it, they were S-class psychics. And there were two of them. Just to be safe. It's best to leave first. Lin Yi just burst out of the abandoned factory. He saw Chang Wei attacking Lai Fu. Oh no, it was Bai Ju attacking the mad spider. On the ground, which had been smashed to pieces, Bai Ju was riding on the nearly lifeless body of the Chimo spider. He swung his fist, delivering blow after blow to the Chimo spider's massive head. The force of each punch caused the ground to tremble. While striking, Bai Ju muttered curses under his breath. You messed up my hair. You messed up my hairstyle. Do you know how much it costs to get my hair done? Tony the stylist charges 888 for a single cut. Can you afford to pay for that? Chimo spider. I'm not human, but you're really a dog. It seemed like he was tired from fighting, and Bai Ju finally stopped, panting as he jumped off the crazed spider. He shook his slightly sore arms and immediately spotted Lin Yi walking out with another demon in his hands. Bai Ju's eyes lit up, and he immediately waved enthusiastically. Hello, masked brother. After greeting him, his gaze fell on the half-dead scaled illusionist in Lin Yi's hands. Hey, masked brother, looks like you've had a fruitful hunt. Lin Yi completely ignored the overly familiar stranger. He pushed off with his feet, propelling himself into the air, and landed steadily on the roof of an abandoned building over 10 meters tall with a single leap. With a few more leaps, his figure vanished completely among the buildings. Hey! Don't go! Baiju saw this and immediately tried to follow. But he had only taken 2 steps before stopping abruptly, turning to look back at the truck-sized demon spider on the ground. It was too big to carry away. He couldn't very well carry it around the city, could he? He scratched his head, suddenly thinking of something, his eyes lighting up. He walked up to the demon spider, cleared his throat, and spoke to it in a commanding tone. You! Turn into a sexy young woman. The Demon Spider. Chapter 31, Special Grade. You! Turn into a sexy young woman. Baiju pointed at the Chima spider on the ground and shouted the order. The demon spider's body trembled violently. Its gray, lifeless eyes flickered. Human! Don't you hear what you're saying? The mad spider's mind raged wildly. Unfortunately, in its weakened state, it could only emit a faint, barely audible sound. Seeing that the mad spider didn't react, Baiju immediately threatened it. If you don't change your ways, don't blame me for being ruthless. A smile more terrifying than that of a demon appeared on his face. He. The mad spider looked at the human before it, its body trembling. It felt more monstrous than even itself. Its body felt as though an invisible hand was gripping its heart. In the midst of extreme fear, it finally surrendered. Driven by the instinct to survive, it summoned the last remnants of its demonic energy. Boom! The chimera spider's truck-sized body began to tremble violently. Immediately afterward, its massive form started to shrink rapidly. The gray exoskeleton visibly began to peel away. Its appearance began to change. Its hideous head gradually softened. The dense fur began to peel off in patches. The bloodthirsty maw shrank, transforming into a delicate cherry-red mouth. 8 eyes slowly wriggled in their sockets before closing, leaving only a pair of jet-black eyes. Its body began to stretch and lengthen. Finally, it took the form of a human girl. However, it was not entirely complete. The girl's face still bore the marks of the 8 eyes, though closed, with faint black patterns remaining around the eye sockets. Her legs had become snow-white and slender, like works of art. However, the upper thighs and other parts of her body still bore strange black patterns, resembling mystical totems. Nevertheless, these imperfections did not make the girl ugly. Instead, they impart a unique beauty. Fragile and mysterious, it sparked the imagination. Baiju stared at the transformed demon spider before him, his eyes sparkling. He opened his mouth, but in the end, he said nothing. The young girl's body collapsed softly onto the ground. She trembled as she spoke in human language. Human, you wouldn't even spare a spider, would you? Her voice was weak and trembling, filled with sorrow, evoking sympathy in those who heard her. I don't have such a fetish. Baiju shook his head, the corners of his mouth curving upward. Without hesitation, he swept her into a horizontal embrace. Her body was light as a feather, as if she were weightless. We have to go. If we don't leave now, we might not be able to leave at all. After speaking, Baiju immediately ran in the direction Linny had left. His speed was incredible, like a white flash of lightning, vanishing into the night in an instant. Not long after Baiju left, a man and a woman arrived from the opposite direction at an equally astonishing speed. Their speed was beyond imagination. They seemed to have materialized out of thin air in the midst of the ruins. Both of them looked very young, no more than in their 20s. The man was tall and well-built, with a handsome face and sharp eyes. The woman had a graceful figure, long flowing hair, and a hint of laziness in her eyes. Both were dressed in neatly tailored black combat uniforms, with no unnecessary adornments. This gave them an air of efficiency and strength. The man had his eyes closed, as if sensing something. His eyebrows furrowed imperceptibly. A few seconds later, the man opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with intense interest. He spoke up. 2, no. 3. 3's class. The woman beside him heard this and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. She said indifferently. 2 humans. 1 demon. The man took a deep breath, a playful smile spreading across his face. He looked up at the dark night sky. It seems that the South City isn't as simple as we imagined. The woman hummed lightly but said nothing. The man, however, wore an interested expression. His smile grew wider. Isn't this better? I thought being sent here to the southern city would be boring. But I never expected to encounter such an interesting situation so soon after arriving in the southern city. It seems like the days ahead won't be boring after all. He reached out and gently patted the woman's shoulder. The woman glanced at him, her eyes filled with a hint of resignation. Just then, Li Kai and Lan Jinjin emerged from the abandoned factory with 2 teams of members. Their combat uniforms were torn, and their faces were covered in dust and bloodstains. Though exhausted, each of them bore a look of relief at having survived the ordeal. The 2 immediately spotted the man and woman standing not far away. They keenly sensed the powerful aura emanating from the 2. It was a terrifying pressure that far surpassed that of an A-class opponent. Li Kai's expression grew serious. He immediately took Lan Jinjin and hurried forward. Both of them stood at attention and saluted respectfully. Two special grade elders. I am Captain Li Kai of the first squad, and she is Captain Lan Jinjin of the second squad. The man referred to as the special class official looked at Li Kai and the others. His eyes betrayed no hint of doubt. You're still alive? His tone was calm, yet filled with disbelief. As if to say, you lowly grunts, how could you still be alive? Lan Jinjin heard this and furrowed her brows sharply. She had always been straightforward. What do you mean, you're still alive? Are we supposed to die? A flash of annoyance crossed her eyes, but out of respect for the other's status and power, she forced herself to remain calm. She merely pursed her lips slightly, her face brimming with dissatisfaction. The man noticed Lan Jinjin's expression. He curved the corners of his mouth slightly. I'm sorry. I chose my words poorly. Though his words carried an apology, his tone remained unchanged. Instead, it sounded more like a teasing remark with a hint of a smile. But I'm still curious. How did you survive with 3S rank subordinates? The man's question exploded like a thunderclap in Li Kai and Lan Jinjin's ears. 3S rank? Li Kai's face betrayed his utter astonishment. His pupils contracted sharply. There were only two of them, the white-haired man and the masked man. Could there be another S rank hiding in the shadows? He felt a chill rise up his spine. What on earth was happening in South City? How did so many S-rank agents suddenly appear? He recalled the various strange incidents that had occurred earlier, and the sense of unease in his heart grew stronger and stronger. Lan Jinjin beside him also froze in shock. 3S class? What does this mean? Such power could easily shatter the entire order of South City. Facing Li Kai's astonishment, the man didn't feel like explaining much either. He seemed to think that explaining such things was a waste of time. He simply waved his hand dismissively. Enough. Since you were lucky enough to survive, make the most of this hard-won life. Go back. With that, the man and woman vanished instantly from where they stood. Their figures faded away like smoke dispersed by the wind, without any warning or sound. As if they had never been there at all. Li Kai and Lan Jinjin, along with the team members behind them, stood frozen in place. They didn't even have time to react. Lan Jinjin finally snapped back to reality. Her face was filled with anger and resentment. She suddenly turned her head and looked at Li Kai. Kai Gu. These two top-tier agents are really looking down on us. What do you mean we didn't die? Her voice carried a hint of grievance and anger. Li Kai remained silent. He pulled out a cigarette from his pocket. A team member behind him immediately stepped forward and lit it for him with respect. Li Kai took a deep drag. The sharp taste of nicotine temporarily soothed the shock and unease in his heart. He slowly exhaled a ring of smoke. The white smoke dissipated into the night air, much like their current sense of helplessness. He looked at the dilapidated houses in the distance. Then, he spoke slowly. This is how the world is. His voice was hoarse, tinged with the weariness of one who had seen it all. We may be a class. But in the eyes of those S-class individuals, we're no different from ordinary people. Lan Jinjin heard this and, though she agreed with Li Kai, still rolled her eyes. She said angrily. I just don't like it. She clenched her fists. Although the rank of an ability user is determined at the moment of awakening their ability, the rank of the ability itself determines the user's rank. A person's ability level is almost impossible to improve. However, as one's ability energy increases, their abilities may undergo slight changes, and it is not entirely impossible for an A rank to defeat an S rank. When that time comes, she will make these arrogant S rankers realize that S rank isn't all that great. Chapter 32, Dining with Two Demons. Outskirts of District 13. This is a barren wasteland, far removed from the hustle and bustle of the city, with not even a single bird in sight. At noon, a stifling breeze swept across the ground, stirring up dust and sand, making the scene appear particularly desolate. Thud. The Scaled One was thrown to the ground with force by Lin Yi. Its massive body crashes into the ground, creating a shallow crater and sending dust flying in all directions. At this moment, the Scaled Phantom had lost all the arrogance it had displayed in the factory. Its body was covered in wounds, its scales shattered, and its breath faint. Its pair of blood-red eyes were fixed intently on Lin Yi. There was no longer any trace of cruelty or violence in its eyes, only deep-seated fear. It looked at Lin Yi as if it were a helpless little woman facing a ruthless criminal. It is hard to imagine that an A-class demon would ever display such an expression. Lin Yi stood before it, looking down on it from above. The eyes beneath the mask were cold and devoid of any emotion. He was about to speak and interrogate it. Ugh! A familiar, irritating voice suddenly rang out. Lin Yi furrowed his brows and turned to look. There, Bai Ju was sprinting toward them at an incredible speed. He was carrying a woman in his arms. Wherever he passed, a whirlwind of dust swirled around him, like an out-of-control sports car. In the blink of an eye, Bai Ju was already in front of Lin Yi. He casually placed the woman on the ground. Then, he gave her a look that said, "Don't even think about running away, or I'll kill you." The woman was so frightened by Baiju's gaze that she trembled all over and quickly lowered her head, dared not look up. Baiju nodded in satisfaction. He turned around and looked at Lin Yi, flashing his signature bright smile. "Masked brother, it's good to see you again." He pointed at the scaled illusionist on the ground, then at the woman he had brought with him. "Since our goals are the same, why not cooperate a little?" Baiju continued. "The one I captured and the one you captured should both know something. Why don't we share information?" His tone carried a hint of anticipation. Lin Yi's gaze fell on the woman Baiju had just brought over. Although her appearance had transformed into that of a human girl, the faint aura emanating from her body made it clear. She was the A-rank demon that Baiju had been riding and tormenting the demon spider. Lin Yi fell silent for a moment. His goal was to find the true culprit behind this as soon as possible and avenge Shaoruan. If cooperation could help achieve his goal faster, he wasn't opposed to it. Though this white-haired individual was somewhat annoying. Thus, Lin Yi nodded slightly in agreement. Baiju, seeing this, looked very pleased. He immediately reached out enthusiastically, wanting to shake hands with Lin Yi to signify a smooth collaboration. "Great! Mask brother. I knew you were a straightforward guy." However, Lin Yi ignored his outstretched hand. He turned directly toward the scaled illusionist on the ground. Baiju's hand hung awkwardly in the air. He sheepishly withdrew his hand and scratched his nose. However, he seemed to have grown accustomed to Lin Yi's aloofness. He continued to follow Lin Yi casually and asked, "Mask brother, since we're working together now, can you finally tell me your name? We can't keep calling you Mask brother forever, can we?" Lin Yi stopped in his tracks. He didn't turn around, his voice calm and indifferent. Lin Yi. He had no intention of hiding it. A name was just a name, insignificant. In this world where strength reigns supreme, a name is merely a label. Lin Yi. Baiju muttered the name under his breath. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something, and his eyes lit up. "Lin brother. Could you be?" He pointed at Lin Yi, his tone filled with surprise. "One of the two people reported missing by the police earlier? The student from the South City Academy of Special Abilities, Lin Yi?" The police report from South City had caused a huge stir not only among the general public but also within the psychic community. Especially the mention of the A-class ability the Sharingan. Lin Yi didn't seem surprised by his words. His identity had already been disclosed, so it was only natural that Baiju recognized him. He did not respond to Baiju's question. Whether it was true or not didn't matter. All he wanted to know now was the clue leading to the mastermind behind it all. Seeing that Lin Yi didn't deny it, Baiju took it as an admission. The excitement on his face grew even more intense. "Were those demon-slaying bureau members also killed by you? Your red-eyed ability is the Sharingan?" Baiju circled Lin Yi, marveling at him. "What a cool name. Sharingan, Sharingan. It sounds so high-class." Lin Yi suddenly regretted teaming up with this chatterbox. This guy's mouth was faster than a machine gun. "Shut up." Lin Yi spoke coldly, cutting off Baiju's endless chatter. "I'll make you sit at the same table with those two demons." The icy voice sounded as though it came from the depths of hell, carrying a bone-chilling coldness. Baiju's body stiffened suddenly. He immediately shut his mouth. For some reason, he sensed a terrifying threat in Lin Yi's calm tone. He was actually starting to feel afraid. This masked man Lin Yi was definitely not joking. "Alright, Lin brother. I'll shut up." Baiju made a gesture of zipping his mouth shut. Then, he wiped the smile off his face. He turned around, grabbed the arm of the Chimo spider, who had been keeping her head down, and roughly dragged her over to the scaled illusionist. The two A-rank demon beasts now looked as helpless as two lambs awaiting slaughter. Baiju stood before them, adopting a menacing expression. "You too!" he bellowed. The mad spider trembled in fear, and the scaled illusionist instinctively shrunk her neck. Baiju was satisfied with their reactions. He continued, speaking harshly. "Now, tell us everything you know, every single word. Or else." He paused deliberately, a sinister smile spreading across his face. He. Lin Yi. Chapter 33, Who is this demon? Facing Baiju's interrogation, the demon spider, now transformed into human form, avoided his gaze and trembled slightly. She stammered for a while before finally managing to say, I really don't know anything." "What?" Baiju's eyes widened, and his voice rose sharply. He felt like he'd been played. After causing such a commotion at the abandoned factory, she now claimed to know nothing? "You're pulling my leg." Baiju was furious. He took a step forward and grabbed the Chimo spider's delicate chin with a firm grip. He applied a little pressure. SSSHH. The demon spider winced in pain. Her jaw felt as though it might shatter at any moment. She clutched his wrists tightly, trying to break free, but his hand was as unyielding as an iron clamp, not budging an inch. Tears welled up in her eyes, brimming over the edges, making her look pitifully vulnerable. If one didn't know she had transformed from that ugly mad spider, one might have mistaken her for a helpless young girl. Baiju wasn't falling for that. He glared at her coldly, tightening his grip even more. I'll ask you one more time. Who sent you here? The demon spider cried out in pain, her voice trembling as she spoke in broken sentences. I. Seeing that she was about to give in, Baiju loosened his grip slightly. The demon spider rubbed her swollen chin, her voice filled with sorrow and fear. I was once a carefree little spider living outside the southern city, leading my people in peace. But one day, a S-rank master suddenly found me. She glanced up at Linny and Baiju, a flash of fear crossing her eyes. That master was extremely powerful, I couldn't resist at all. He forcibly brought me to that abandoned factory and, every so often, would bring humans here and make me eat them. I have no idea what that master's true intentions are. I'm just a weak rank demon, I can only obey his orders. As she spoke, tears streamed down the demon spider's face. It's been like this ever since you arrived, beating me for no reason. She grew increasingly aggrieved, as if she were the true victim. Baiju listened intently, his brows furrowed. An S-rank noble? Who could it be? Could it be the mastermind behind it all? He stared into the eyes of the mad spider, trying to discern the truth in her words. Are you telling the truth? If you dare to lie to me, you might end up in a world of pain. He deliberately gave her a threatening smile. The mad spider nodded frantically, afraid that Baiju wouldn't believe her. Everything I said is true. I swear on my magic mark. Seeing that she had even brought up her magic core, Baiju's doubts dissipated by half. Alright, since you said that, I'll believe you for now. He let go of her hand and took a step back. Linny watched from the side. He didn't know whether to call Baiju naive or foolish. How could he so easily believe the words of a single demon? You can't trust a demon's words, not even a single punctuation mark. Linny said nothing more. A crimson glow flashed in his eyes. The Sharingan appeared. White Zetsu noticed Lin Yi's change and turned his head curiously. Lin brother, you. The demon spider also instinctively looked at Lin Yi. Instantly, her gaze was drawn to those eyes. In the eyes of the demon, those crimson, eerie eyes seemed to contain a deadly magic, beautiful to the point of suffocation. Lin Yi ignored Baiju. He stared directly into the demon spider's eyes and activated moon reading. In an instant, the demon spider's eyes grew vacant, and her consciousness was forcibly dragged into a completely different dimension. In the real world, her body stiffened in place, motionless. Illusionary space. A blood-red sky, a pitch-black moon. The air was thick with the scent of blood. When the mad spider's consciousness regained clarity, she found herself in a completely unfamiliar place. What terrified her even more was that her body was tightly bound to a cross by thick iron chains, leaving her completely immobilized. The overwhelming sense of helplessness seeping into her bones sent a wave of terror coursing through her heart. Ding! Host has gained plus 500 emotion points. At that moment, Lin Yi's figure slowly emerged from the blood mist. He stood before the mad spider, his expression unreadable. This is my world. Lin Yi's voice echoed through the illusory space, cold and authoritative. Here, time, space, and mass, everything is under my control. Now, tell me the truth. The mad spider looked at Lin Yi in terror. She tried to struggle, but the iron chains seemed to have grown into her body, leaving her unable to move. I'm telling the truth. I'm not lying to you. She screamed, her voice filled with terror. Lin Yi's expression turned cold. It seems you still haven't come to terms with reality. He slowly raised his hand. A sharp long knife appeared in his hand. Lin Yi hesitated not a moment, swinging the blade with precision. With a loud thud, the long sword pierced deeply into the abdomen of the mad spider. Ah! Intense pain spread throughout its body in an instant, and the mad spider let out a piercing scream. This pain was 1,000 times more intense than any physical injury. Ding! Host gains plus 1,000 emotion points. Lin Yi withdrew the long sword and stabbed again. Tell the truth. I'm telling you the truth. Please, spare me. The mad spider begged in agony. Put. Another stab. Ding. Host gains plus 1,500 emotion points. Lin Yi moved like an emotionless executioner, repeatedly stabbing and pulling out the blade. He needed to extract every last bit of value from this demon in the shortest possible time. Whether it was intelligence or emotion points. Who sent you here? I don't know. I really don't know. Plop. Ding. Host has gained plus 2,000 emotion points. Time lost all meaning in the illusory space. It might have been a few hours, or it might have been a few days. The mind of the mad spider was on the brink of collapse. She had been tortured countless times by Lin Yi in every imaginable way. She had been burned by flames, frozen by ice, and pierced by countless arrows. But no matter how Lin Yi tortured her, she stubbornly insisted she knew nothing. Lin Yi stopped his actions. He could tell that the mad spider's mind was on the verge of collapse. If she truly knew anything, she wouldn't be able to keep it a secret under such extreme pain. It seemed she truly knew nothing. Or perhaps the mastermind behind this had exerted control over her that surpassed her own understanding. Since there was nothing of value to be gained from questioning her, there was no point in wasting any more time. Thus, Linny sheathed his long sword and lifted the moon reading spell. The real world. The Chima spider's mental consciousness instantly returned to its own body. Ah! She let out a short, sharp scream, then collapsed to the ground like a pile of wet rag, her body limp and lifeless. Her body trembled violently, foam forming at her mouth, and her eyes rolled back. It was as though she had just endured the most terrifying ordeal imaginable. Baiju stood by, speechless with shock. From his perspective, Linny had only lit up those blood-red eyes and exchanged a glance with the demon spider. Then, just 1 second later, this erranked Chimo spider collapsed to the ground, reduced to this pitiful state. What is happening? Baiju felt a chill run down his spine. Could this be the effect of Lin Yi's ability? An ability related to eye techniques? An illusion? In an instant, with just a single glance, he had tortured an A-rank demon into this state? This is way too terrifying. Baiju instinctively averted his gaze. He feared that he might accidentally fall victim to this terrifying illusion. This Linny was far more dangerous than he had imagined. Linny ignored Baiju's shock. He turned his head and fixed his gaze on the scaled illusionist beside him. The scaled illusionist had witnessed the horrific state of the mad spider throughout the ordeal. Though it didn't know what the crazed demon spider had gone through, its reaction, filled with utter terror, made it clear that it wasn't anything good. When Lin Yi's gaze landed on it, the scaled illusionist shuddered. It immediately chose to surrender. I surrender. I'll tell you everything. The scaled illusionist shouted with all its might, fearing that Lin Yi might do the same to it. I'll tell you everything I know. Please, don't torture me. Seeing that it knew when to give in, Lin Yi nodded slightly. Speak. The scaled illusionist took a deep breath, ready to speak. Suddenly, a ferocious surge of strange energy erupted from the darkness in the distance. This energy fluctuation was powerful yet stealthy, moving at an unimaginable speed. Its target was clear: the scaled illusionist's demonic core. Clearly, someone intended to kill the demon and silence it. Lin Yi reacted with lightning speed. As the attack approached, his Sharingan eyes spun rapidly. Amaterasu, Amaterasu. Kagetsuchi, Kagetsuchi. Black flames appeared out of thin air, instantly transforming into a massive black shield that blocked the scaled illusionist's attack. Boom! The fierce alien energy collided violently with the black flame shield, erupting in a deafening explosion. The black flames and energy collided, mutually eroding each other until both were completely annihilated. Baiju also reacted in time. He suddenly looked toward the direction of the attack, a gleam of excitement flashing in his eyes. Who dares to challenge me? He roared, his body propelling him forward like a cannonball, rushing toward the distance at breakneck speed. Die quickly! Chapter 34, It's going to explode. Baiju's figure turned into a white streak of light, charging forward. His ability polarization activated instantly. Every muscle in his body tensed to the limit, with strength, speed, and reaction all maxed out. With each step he took, the ground beneath his feet couldn't withstand the immense force, exploding into deep craters. Dust and debris flew everywhere. At that moment, Baiju was like an out-of-control heavy truck, charging toward the source of the attack with unstoppable momentum. Lin Yi stood his ground, unmoving. His Sharingan eyes had already locked onto the target. Under a withered tree in the distance stood a blurry shadow. That was the same shadow demon that had appeared several times before. At this moment, it remained hidden in the shadows, still without any discernible features. Only its gaping mouth, revealing 2 rows of sharp teeth, stood out starkly in the darkness. It was laughing. A laugh filled with mockery and cruelty. The scaled illusionists and mad spider demons on the ground trembled even more violently at the sight of that shadow. Especially the scaled illusionists. It knew that the other was here to kill it. Come on, then! Baiju roared, his eyes brimming with excitement. He clenched his right fist tightly, and the air around him seemed to compress under the force of his punch, emitting a piercing sonic boom. Facing Baiju's thunderous strike, the shadow demon did not dodge. The curve of its mouth widened even further. Then, its right hand, which resembled a shadow, slowly clenched into a fist. No flashy moves, no surging waves of strange energy. Just a simple, straightforward punch. It crashed toward Baiju. Head-on collision. Baiju saw this and nearly burst into laughter. What a guy! Daring to challenge him in strength? He loved these stubborn demons the most. In an instant, their fists collided. Boom! A deafening roar echoed like a thunderclap. Centered around the two of them, the ground beneath their feet suddenly sank downward, lowering by an entire story. Spiderweb-like cracks spreadly in all directions. Terrifying gusts of energy, resembling solid blades, spread out in all directions. The surrounding trees and flowers were instantly torn to shreds and reduced to dust by the force of the impact. Dust and debris filled the air, obscuring visibility. At the center of the collision, Baiju and the shadow demon maintained their fist-to-fist stance, locked in a stalemate. Baiju's expression shifted from excitement to astonishment. He realized that this demon was his equal in strength. In fact, it seems even stronger. How is that possible? His polarization ability is all about pushing physical strength to its absolute limit. In a pure test of strength, he has never been defeated. What on earth is this demon's background? Earlier, it attacked those 2A-ranked demon beasts with the intent to kill them, clearly to eliminate witnesses. It's no wonder this creature was sent by the mastermind behind the scenes. Baiju's mind was racing. If that's the case, capturing this creature would lead us straight to the mastermind behind it all, wouldn't it? Once we find the mastermind and eliminate them, my evaluation task will be complete. Once the task is completed, he could successfully join the 6 paths. Just thinking about the 6 paths made Baiju tremble with excitement. Ever since he first heard about this organization and learned more about it, he knew 6 paths was where he truly belonged. He was born to belong to the 6 paths. To join the organization, this obstacle in his path must be eliminated. The standoff ended. Both of them retracted their fists and stepped back. But the next second, they collided again in an instant. Bang! 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 The dull thuds of fists striking flesh echoed continuously. Both sides were engaging in a brutal fight using the purest, most primal physical strength. Each collision sent a violent gust of air surging through the air. On this side, the battle raged fiercely, as if the heavens were collapsing. On the other side, Lin Yi wasn't looking at Baiju. Instead, he continued to focus on the scaled phantom before him. With Baiju and that shadow demon in his stalemate, he had the perfect opportunity to interrogate it thoroughly. Lin Yi lowered his head, staring at the trembling scaled phantom, his voice cold. Continue. The scaled phantom shuddered. It instinctively glanced at Lin Yi. Or rather, it was Lin Yi's pair of crimson, kaleidoscopic Sharingan eyes. At just one glance, it jerked its gaze away as if electrocuted. Too terrifying. It was those eyes that had left the nearby mad spider lying there like a pile of sludge, foaming at the mouth and unconscious. This human is even more terrifying than that master. It dared not hide anything else. The scaled illusionist bowed his head, his voice trembling as he spoke. It's you humans. Among you humans, there are those who collaborate with us demonic beings. And he holds a very high position among you humans. Lin's eyes flickered slightly. It's indeed related to humans. Who is he? I don't know his exact identity. The scaled illusionist shook his head, as if recalling something. I only know that within this southern city, you're human demon slaying bureau's deputy. Before he could finish. Ah! The scaled illusionist suddenly let out a piercing scream. Its expression twisted in agony, its features contorted. The strange energy within its body erupted with uncontrollable fury in an instant. Its body began to swell rapidly like a balloon. Lin Yi's Sharingan instantly detected this abnormal change. This is bad. It's going to explode. Lin Yi acted without hesitation, grabbing the arm of the Chima spider on the ground and retreating swiftly. He retreated dozens of meters in an instant. Just as he left his original position. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed through the air. The scaled illusionist's body was completely blown to pieces. The explosive power of an A-class demon was utterly terrifying. The chaotic energy instantly engulfed everything around it. The ground was blown open into a massive crater, with fragments of the corpse and flesh mixed with dirt flying in all directions. The intense shockwave even affected the fierce battle between Baiju and the shadow demon. Baiju was distracted by the sudden explosion. He glanced back at the mushroom cloud rising into the sky. What the hell? What's going on? Why did it explode suddenly? Just as he was distracted, the shadow demon across from him halted its attack. It stood still, its right hand open, with a ball of black energy floating in its palm. From the direction where the scaled phantom had exploded, strands of black energy visible to the naked eye slowly drifted toward it, merging into the energy ball in its hand. At that moment, the shadow demon spoke. A hoarse, unpleasant voice, like sandpaper scraping against glass, emanated from its throat. What a waste of my energy. Chapter 35, Let's add each other as friends. After absorbing the energy from the scaled illusionist's self-destruction, the black energy ball in the shadow demon's palm became even more solid. Its featureless face twisted into a wider grin, seeming quite satisfied. Baiju's eyes narrowed. This guy dares to attack him in front of him? Hey! Don't think I can't handle you. Baiju growled, activating his polarization ability to its limit once more. His entire body swelled, veins bulging, as if he were made of steel. He stomped his foot, causing the ground to crack, and launched himself forward like a cannonball, aiming straight for the shadow demon. Stay where you are. Baiju's fist, accompanied by a terrifying sonic boom, slammed toward the shadow demon's face. This time, he gave it his all. However, the shadow demon seemed to have had enough. Facing Baiju's thunderous strike, it did not choose to confront it head-on. Its body, composed of shadows, suddenly became ethereal. Baiju's fist actually passed right through its body, striking empty air. What? Baiju's pupils contracted. Physical attacks are ineffective? In the moment of his surprise, the shadowy demon's ethereal body solidified once more. It raised its hand and struck Baiju's chest with a palm strike. Bang! An unimaginable force erupted. Baiju felt as though he had been struck head-on by a high-speed train. His entire body was sent flying backward, crashing violently into an open field in the distance, sending dust and debris flying everywhere. Cough, cough. Baiju crawled out of the rubble, covered in dust and dirt, with a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Though he wasn't seriously injured, the blow had sent his blood surging. Damn it, this kid is really strong. Baiju spat out a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva and looked up again. The shadow of the demonic creature sneered at Baiju, then its body swiftly sank downward, like liquid, blending into the shadows on the ground. In the blink of an eye, it vanished without a trace. Not even a trace of fluctuation remained. Baiju stood frozen in place. Did it escape? He opened all his senses, trying to track the shadow demon's trail. But the surroundings were completely silent, with nothing to be found. This demon came and went without a trace, leaving no way to pursue it. Damn it! You got away fast. Baiju angrily slammed his fist into the ground. The duck that was already cooked flew away. The lead on the mastermind was cut off. He sighed helplessly and could only give up for now. He turned and ran toward Lin Yi's direction. On the other side. At the center of the explosion, the smoke and dust gradually dispersed. Lin Yi stood at the edge of the deep crater. His kaleidoscope Sharingan eyes remained blood-red as he calmly stared at the center of the explosion. The scaled illusionist was reduced to nothing but bones. And in his right hand, he was still holding a person. To be precise, he was holding it. The Mad Spider. At this moment, the Mad Spider, now completely transformed into a human girl, still bore some spider-like features. However, overall, she now appeared as a youthful and adorable young girl. Earlier, Lin Yi had grabbed her arm in a panic to avoid the explosion and pulled her out of the blast zone. Now, she is snuggled up in Lin Yi's arms. The demon spider had been tortured into a dazed state by Tsukuyami but had regained some of her senses. Her little face is flushed, and she lifts her head, gazing at Lin Yi with a dreamy expression. Lin Yi wears a white mask, revealing only his eyes. Those crimson eyes, adorned with black windmill patterns, were the Sharingan. To human eyes, these eyes might seem eerie and terrifying. But in the eyes of the demonic beings, these eyes symbolize power and beauty. They were too beautiful. The demon spider felt her heart racing. Though she had just been tortured to the brink of death by the owner of those eyes, she couldn't help but be drawn to them. Demons are naturally drawn to the strong. And Lin Yi was undoubtedly the strongest and most mysterious human she had ever encountered. Lin brother, what are you doing? Baiju's voice suddenly rang out from the side. He ran over and, upon seeing the scene before him, froze in place. Lin Yi's right hand was tightly clutching the demon spider, while the demon spider stared at Lin Yi with a lovesick expression. This scene was a bit suggestive. Baiju's expression grew peculiar. Is Lin's charm that terrifying? Even the demon can be seduced? Upon hearing Baiju's voice, Lin Yi finally realized he was still holding the crazed spider. He furrowed his brows slightly before letting go naturally. The Chima spider, once released, went limp and nearly fell to the ground. A fleeting look of disappointment flashed in her eyes. Lin Yi saved her not out of sudden kindness. Rather, he had thought of the mark on his forehead. The system had said that the mark left by the A-rank demon could only be erased by another A-rank or higher demon. If both A-rank demon beasts were dead, he would have to go searching again, which would be too troublesome. So he had simply saved the mad spider. That was all. Lin looked at the mad spider demon. She still looked like a shy young girl. Lin Yi. It was hard to believe that the young, adorable girl standing before him had been an ugly, terrifying giant spider just moments ago. The demon's transformation abilities are indeed impressive. Baiju walked over, wearing a meaningful smile, and nudged Lin Yi's shoulder. Lin brother, I didn't expect you to have a taste for this. But I can understand. After all, who could resist a spider girl? A human-demon romance that's pretty thrilling. Lin Yi shot him a cold glance. That icy gaze made Baiju immediately wipe the smile off his face. Cough, I was just joking. Don't take it seriously. Baiju scratched his head awkwardly. Lin Yi ignored him. He looked at the demon spider and slowly raised his hand, removing the white mask from his face. A face that was slightly youthful but had distinct features was revealed. Baiju recognized Lin Yi's appearance and understood everything. Sure enough, it was the missing teenager mentioned in the police report Lin Yi. It seemed he hadn't been lying. After Lin Yi removed his mask, his Sharingan eyes remained open. As the Sharingan activated, a black mark on his forehead began to emit an eerie aura. The demon spider cautiously raised its head to look at Lin Yi. When she saw the mark on Lin Yi's forehead, she couldn't help but freeze in shock. This mark, she murmured to herself. Lin Yi spoke, his voice cold and to the point. This mark was left by an A-rank demon. It is said that only another A-rank demon can erase it. He stared at the mad spider, his crimson eyes devoid of any emotion. Help me erase this mark, and I won't kill you. Otherwise. Lin paused, his voice tinged with bone-chilling coldness. You might have to experience it again, the torture you endured before. At the word torture, the mad spider's body trembled violently. She recalled the endless pain and despair she had endured in that unknown world. It was too terrifying. She absolutely did not want to go through it again. I can do it. The demon spider nodded immediately, fearing that Linny might change his mind. But then she hesitated, as if there was something she wanted to say but dared not speak. Linny frowned. Just say what you want to say. Don't beat around the bush. The demon spider finally gathered her courage and whispered. You, come here for a moment. Linny walked over to her as instructed. The demon spider stared at the mark between Linny's eyebrows. She took a deep breath and tiptoed up. She extended 2 fingers, pressed them together, and gently wiped the mark on Linny's forehead. A faint surge of strange energy rippled through the air. Then, the mark that had troubled Linny for so long mysteriously vanished. It's done. The demon spider withdrew its finger and whispered softly. That's it? Linny felt around. The strange, cold energy that had been lingering between his eyebrows had indeed vanished without a trace. The mark had been erased. He looked up at the mad spider, his expression calm. I keep my word. I won't kill you. Go. The mad spider froze. She couldn't believe her ears. This human really intended to spare her? Humans and demonic beasts were mortal enemies. Demons feed on human flesh and energy to grow stronger. Humans, in turn, hunt down demonic beasts and absorb their cores to grow stronger. The two sides were as incompatible as water and fire, locked in an endless struggle. She had already prepared herself to be killed or enslaved by this human. But to her surprise, he actually kept his word and let her go. This human. He's a bit different. Lin saw her hesitating, unable to decide whether to leave or stay, and his patience began to fade. What's the matter? Don't you want to leave? Want to die? The icy words made the demon spider jump in fright. She dared not linger any longer, immediately turned around, and chose a direction. Her body swiftly transformed back into her massive spider form, her 8 long legs moving swiftly as she vanished into the darkness. Baiju watched the mad spideress departing figure and whistled. Lin brother, you really are a man of your word. He walked over to Linny and asked. Before that demon exploded, did you manage to find out anything? Linny put his mask back on and shook his head. At the critical moment, it suddenly self-destructed. However, before it self-destructed, it mentioned the deputy of the demon-slaying bureau. Deputy? Baiju furrowed his brows, deep in thought. The deputy of the demon-slaying bureau. Could it be the deputy director of the demon-slaying bureau? Or someone surnamed Fu within the demon-slaying bureau? If it's the former, the demon-slaying bureau in South City does indeed have several deputy directors. If the mastermind behind this is indeed the deputy director of the demon-slaying bureau, then things are going to get complicated. This would mean that the higher-ups of the demon-slaying bureau have either been infiltrated by the demon clan or are colluding with them. This would also explain why the previous cases of missing girls were all classified as accidents. In that case, I'll go back and ask my recommender. Baiju said, he has some connections in the 6 paths and should be able to investigate the internal affairs of the demon-slaying bureau. Lin Dian nodded. This aligned with his assessment. As core members of the 6 paths, He Mang and Bai Meng's ability to obtain intelligence was undoubtedly far superior to his own amateur investigations. Alright, I'll head out first. Baiju waved his hand and prepared to leave. Just as he took a few steps, he suddenly turned around, pulled out his phone, and smiled at Linny. Lin brother, can you give me your contact information? Add me on WeChat so we can stay in touch. Linny. Chapter 36, The 6 Paths Network. Xingha Apartment. Linny returned to his room, took off his black robe, and casually removed his white mask, placing it aside. He walked over to the sofa and plopped down onto it. After a series of battles and constant movement, even with his physique far surpassing that of an ordinary person, he felt a hint of fatigue. He raised his wrist and tapped open the miniature computer. The screen lit up, and the microchat icon displayed an unread message. He tapped it open. It was from Baiju. Just an emoji. A very annoying and ridiculous one. Linny remained calm and ignored it. This white-haired guy might be powerful, but his personality is too unpredictable. Linny didn't feel like dealing with him. He just wanted to find the real culprit behind the murder of Xiao Ruan as soon as possible. Linny closed Baiju's chat window and opened the private chat window of the 6 Paths organization. He found He Meng's avatar and sent a message directly. Linny, I have a lead. Almost an instant reply. Haim, what kind of lead? Haimo seemed to have been online the whole time, or rather, had been monitoring Lingy's movements. Linny, it seems to be related to the deputy director of the Demon Slaying Bureau, or someone surnamed Fu. Linny sent over the fragmented information he had extracted from the Scaled Illusionist. Black Dream, the deputy director? Or someone surnamed Fu? Linny, that's correct. The lead was interrupted when we were attacked by an S-rank demon midway. Linny, but we're pretty close. Linny, can you investigate the internal members of the Demon Slaying Bureau? The Demon Slaying Bureau is an official agency, so internal information is classified. Investigating it will be no easy task. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end, as if they were thinking. Then, the message came back. Black Dream, it's a bit difficult, but we'll try our best. Black Dream, information about the higher-ups in the Demon Slaying Bureau isn't that easy to obtain. Black Dream, you can arrange your schedule during this time or log into the Six Paths network in advance to familiarize yourself with it. Black Dream, I'll notify you once I have any updates. Linny, alright. Linny closed the chat interface. The clues have been provided. Now it all depends on the intelligence capabilities of Black Dream and White Dream. All he could do now was wait and continue to find ways to enhance his own abilities. Lin Yi's gaze fell on the miniature computer screen, where an icon labeled Six Paths Network was displayed. The icon was an abstract design composed of 6 nested circular rings. He extended his finger and clicked on it. The screen went black. Then, a line of cool, neon-lit English letters appeared. Link start. Accompanied by a thrilling electronic sound effect. The screen suddenly shifted, and countless data streams rushed across the screen like a waterfall, forming a cyberpunk-style virtual space. Linny stared at the opening animation, momentarily speechless. What was this overwhelming sense of teenage angst? The creator of this software must be a die-hard anime fan, right? The animation ends, and Linny enters the main interface of the Six Paths network. A pop-up window immediately appeared. Please enter your member nickname. Linny paused for a moment. A nickname. The image of his own crimson Sharingan eyes flashed through his mind. He typed 2 characters. Pain. Let the world feel pain. This name suits him well. Input complete, click confirm. A strong sense of online gaming atmosphere engulfed him. A series of sounds rang out, followed by pop-up windows appearing one after another. Congratulations on becoming a Black Iron tier member. Congratulations on obtaining your initial avatar frame. Detected that you have not officially joined the Six Paths marked as a temporary account. Please complete the assessment tasks and have your recommender initiate the formal membership application. The Six Paths await your joining. Linny closed all the prompts one by one before beginning to seriously study the so-called Six Paths network. After a quick browse, Linny understood. The Six Paths network was a large-scale website where members of the Six Paths organization conducted various activities. It was highly functional. It includes posting messages, commenting, short videos, live streaming, trading, posting tasks, accepting tasks, and more. It was essentially an independent dark web world separate from the federal network. Linny clicked on his personal information interface. Account status, temporary account. Account ID, Linny 888888. Member nickname Pain. Six Paths rank Black Iron. Personal level not recorded. Affiliated path none. Points 0. Bound Six Paths bank account not bound. Bound shipping address not bound. Linny looked at the Black Iron rank and his lips twitched slightly. The Six Paths have ranks? He was still just Black Iron? Are there higher tiers like Bronze, Silver, Gold, Platinum, and Diamond above this? Linny muttered to himself in his mind. The strong sense of déjà vu made him feel like he was playing a low-quality online game. He exited the personal information interface and opened the task section. The task list was densely packed, scrolling and refreshing constantly. Linny glanced through it and found that the tasks here were truly diverse and bizarre. The top posted task had a particularly eye-catching title. My girlfriend is too wild, I can't handle her alone, someone come help me conquer this wild woman. Requirements, innate kidney constitution. Task reward, 3C grade demon core, 100,000 Federation coins. Linny. This guy is truly self-deprecating. It's like a knife to the butt eye-opening. He continued scrolling down. Heavy reward for thrills. 3 burly men needed. Location, room 8808, Hilton Hotel in South City. Looking for a lost pet cat named Mimi. Characteristics, can speak human language, has a temper. Reward, 3C grade energy restoration potions, 50,000 Federation coins. Besides these bizarre tasks, there were even more commissions filled with bloodshed and darkness. For example, assassinate the captain of the first squad of the South City Demon Slaying Bureau. Requirements, personal rank A or higher. Reward, 2x A rank demon core, 100 million Federation coins. Lin Yi's eyes flickered upon seeing this mission. The captain of the first squad of the South City Demon Slaying Bureau, isn't that Li Kai? I never expected that someone would openly post a mission to assassinate an important official on the Six Paths network. It seems the Six Paths organization truly has no boundaries and operates with impunity. They clearly don't give a damn about the Federation government. Linny casually clicked the accept button next to the assassination task. He wanted to give it a try. A prompt immediately popped up. You are not an official member of the Six Paths. You cannot accept this mission. As expected, Lin Yi's current status was merely that of a temporary worker with limited permissions. It seemed that to truly utilize the Six Paths resources, he must complete the assessment tasks as soon as possible and become a formal member. He closed the task section and opened the short video section. As soon as he opened it, the screen was filled with scenes that made one blush and race with excitement. Various female streamers dressed in revealing outfits and with stunning figures were flirtatiously posing in front of the camera, exerting every possible allure. The comments section was filled with explicit and vulgar language. Lin Yi furrowed his brows and quickly swiped through. He kept scrolling down. The scene suddenly changed. In a live stream, a man wearing a demon mask was tearing apart a powerful-looking demon with his bare hands in a jungle. Blood spattered everywhere. The scene was extremely brutal. The chat was filled with cheers, and gifs flew everywhere. Impressive. Shura Path Master. No wonder he's an extraordinary level member. This demon is too weak, not worth watching. When is the streamer going to kill the demon slayers? Scroll down further. A live stream is broadcasting a murder. A psychic is torturing an ordinary person tied to a chair. Lin's gaze grew icy. Within this Six Realms network, the laws and morality of human society are trampled upon, reduced to nothing. Here, there is only raw desire, violence, and power. The law of the jungle reigns supreme. However, for Lin Yi, this Six Realms is indeed a good place. Chapter 37, Lin Brother. Come out and have some fun. For several days in a row, Lin Yi stayed within the Star River apartment complex. He occasionally surfed the Six Realms network, and during this time, he gained a basic understanding of the Six Realms. Everyone in this organization seemed off, and sometimes those who appeared normal were actually the most unusual. In any case, the people in the Six Realms were all quite eccentric. One day, Lin Yi sat cross-legged on the living room carpet with his eyes closed. He could sense that his sage mode had ended, and he could once again absorb the demon core. Lin Yi opened his eyes and moved his thoughts. With a loud clatter, a large number of demon cores appeared out of thin air on the carpet in front of him. One A-rank demon core, already half absorbed, with a slightly dimmer glow. 5 C-rank demon cores. 15 D-rank demon cores. These were all the supplies he currently had. Lin Yi looked at the crystals emitting energy fluctuations, his expression calm. He wondered if absorbing all of them would allow him to advance his level further. After reaching grade A, the difficulty of further advancement was clearly much greater than before. He hesitated not a moment, picking up the A-rank demon core and clutching it in his palm. His surged within him. Absorb. A pure and overwhelming surge of energy erupted from the core, flowing down his arms and into his body. Lin Yi's body was like a parched black hole, greedily devouring this energy. The kaleidoscope Sharingan eyes also lit up simultaneously, emitting a faint heat, as if aiding him in refining this foreign power. Time ticked away second by second. The A-rank demon core shrank at a visible speed, eventually turning into a handful of dust that slipped through Lin Yi's fingertips. Lin Yi didn't pause for a moment, grabbing the C-rank and D-rank cores. One in each hand, he absorbed them simultaneously. Although these lower-grade cores contained far less energy than the A-grade core, they made up for it in quantity. In the living room, energy fluctuations continued unabated. One after another, demon core cores turned into powder. The sky outside the window gradually darkened from bright to dim, until evening fell. The final D-grade demon core shattered in Lin Yi's hand. Lin Yi exhaled a long breath of stale air. He stretched his limbs, feeling the surging alien energy coursing through his body, now several times more abundant than before. At the same time, a strong sense of fullness washed over him. Lin Yi knew that his body had once again reached its short-term limit for absorbing alien energy. To continue absorbing, he would need to wait for some time. He focused his mind and opened the system interface. Name, Lin Yi. Abilities Kakashi Sharingan S. Abilities Tsukuyomi, Amaterasu, Kagetsuchi, Susanoo. Items Lin Sharwan's corpse, a photo with Sharwan X1, Toby's white mask set. Ability Level A. Emotional value 77388. Note, due to the host's low supernatural energy, some abilities may not be usable or may have reduced effects. Please test them yourself. Lin Yi's brows furrowed slightly. After absorbing so much, the anomalous energy level is still A, not reaching A+. It seems that the higher the level, the more energy is required for advancement. Going from A to A+ is difficult, and the leap from A+ to S is an even greater chasm. As for the emotion value, over 70,000 points, that's quite a lot. But Lin Yi glanced at the exchange panel. Object control 50,000 emotional value. 8,000 spears 500,000 emotional value. Divine separation 500,000 emotion points. The cheapest object control costs 50,000. And those truly powerful eye techniques can easily cost hundreds of thousands or even millions. With my current emotion points, it's not even worth considering. Reviving Shaoruan is a long and arduous journey. Lin Yi stood up, walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, and looked down at the cold night view of the southern city. He must find a way to obtain more demon cores while also harvesting more emotion points. Killing demonic beings is currently the fastest and most effective method. Not only can we obtain cores to enhance our demon energy, but we can also extract emotion points from their fear and suffering. A 2-for-1 deal. Just as Linny was contemplating where to hunt the demonic beings, the miniature computer on his wrist emitted a buzzing vibration. Linny raised his hand and tapped it open. He thought it was Black Dream with updates on the investigation into the demon-slaying bureau members. But to his surprise, the screen displayed a message from Baiju. Baiju, Lin brother. Let's go out and have some fun. Immediately below the message was a short video. Linny casually tapped on the video. The intense heavy metal music blared out, deafeningly loud. The scene showed flickering lights, clearly in a bar or nightclub. Baiju's provocative face was right in front of the camera, his hair slicked back neatly, and he was smiling broadly. Surrounding him were several scantily clad, attractive women, dancing to the music and flirting with him. Baiju was clearly drunk, hugging a woman's waist and shouting into the camera. Lin brother. Can you see me? The nightlife is just getting started. Want to come play? Lin gave him a cold glance and was about to turn off the video. Such a place filled with neon lights and alcohol held no interest for him. But Baiju's next words made him pause. Baiju's smile suddenly turned mysterious and playful. He lowered his voice and leaned closer to the camera, saying, "There's not just human beauties here. There are also demonic beings." Demons? Lin Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. In the video, Baiju reached out and grabbed the neck of a long-haired beauty beside him, pulling her toward the camera. The beauty stumbled but didn't seem angry. Instead, she gave the camera a seductive glance, her smile utterly captivating. Baiju tapped her cheek and laughed. "Come on, show my brother a trick." The woman giggled. The next second, her appearance began to change. Her pupils suddenly contracted, turning into golden vertical pupils like those of a beast. Fine, eerie black scales emerged on her skin, and her nails grew sharp and pointed, glinting with a cold light. Her demeanor instantly shifted from seductive to dangerous and wild. Though she still retained her human form, these demonic traits were undeniably prominent. She looked unconventional yet possessed a unique, dangerous beauty. In this era of seeking thrills, this non-human beauty style is likely to appeal to a certain niche audience with specific preferences. Linny stared at the demonic beauty in the video, his eyes lighting up. What he saw wasn't a beauty. He saw walking demon cores. Demons capable of perfect shape-shifting must be of at least B rank, and possibly even a rank. This place isn't a nightclub at all. This was a buffet. It's filled with ready-made demon cores and emotion points. Such a good opportunity, we have to go. Linny didn't hesitate for a moment and immediately replied to the message. Linny, address. Almost an instant reply. Baiju sent a location. District 9, Paradise of Bliss nightclub. Linny shut down the mini-computer. This trip was for dinner, so he couldn't be too flashy. He placed the white mask and black robe from the sofa into the system space. This outfit was too flashy. He entered the bedroom and changed into a simple casual outfit. A white shirt and black shorts. He found a black baseball cap and put it on, lowering the brim to cover half his face, leaving only his sharp, angular jawline exposed. Once he was ready, Linny left the apartment and went downstairs. He hailed a taxi at the curb. Take me to District 9, Eternal Paradise. Chapter 38, The Psychopathic Killer. Night fell over the 9th district of South City. Neon lights began to flicker, casting a surreal glow over the sky. Unlike the bustling daytime streets, the nighttime streets were much quieter, with few pedestrians and vehicles. As everyone knows, the night belongs to the demons. A yellow taxi was driving smoothly along the street. Inside the car, Linny sits in the back seat, his baseball cap pulled down low. He keeps his eyes closed, as if dozing off. Tonight, he was heading to Paradise of Bliss for a buffet, and he needed to rest up. There might be many demon cores waiting for him to harvest. The driver, a middle-aged man, glanced at Linny through the rearview mirror and broke the silence. Young man, you're an ability user too, aren't you? Linny didn't open his eyes or respond. The driver seemed accustomed to the indifference of high-level psychics, or perhaps he was simply looking for someone to talk to ease the tension of driving at night. He continued speaking on his own. Going to Paradise of Bliss so late at night? Your ability must be pretty high. That place isn't somewhere just anyone dares to go. The driver sighed, his tone tinged with envy and resignation. I really envy you high-level psychics. You're powerful and make money fast. Like me, I only awakened an F-rank night vision ability. It's useless. All I can do is drive a taxi at night. He paused, his voice growing quieter. Even though it's dangerous at night and you're likely to encounter demonic beings, the fares are better. To support my family, I have no choice but to keep doing this. The driver went on and on, but Linny remained silent. The car fell silent again, with only the faint hum of the engine. Suddenly, Linny opened his eyes. He didn't open his eyes because of the driver's words, but because he sensed the presence of several demonic beings closing in rapidly. These auras were unashamed, filled with malice and greed. "Stop the car." Lin Yi's voice was cold, sounding unusually clear in the quiet car. The driver hesitated for a moment, unsure why he should stop suddenly, as they were still some distance from their destination. However, he immediately slammed on the brakes. The taxi came to a stop by the roadside. "Young man, what's wrong? Did you forget something?" the driver asked, puzzled. Lin Yi didn't explain. He simply scanned the QR code on his wrist-mounted microcomputer to pay the fare. Then he opened the door and got out. The driver was completely baffled. He quickly unbuckled his seatbelt, got out of the car, and chased after Lin Yi, looking completely confused. "Young man, we haven't even arrived yet. Why did you pay the fare? This place is in the middle of nowhere. It's dangerous." Lin Yi stood under the streetlight and turned around. The shadow of his baseball cap covered most of his face, but when he lifted his head, the eyes that peered out were as cold as ice from a 1,000-year-old glacier. "If you don't want to die, leave now." Lin Yi's voice was devoid of any emotion. The driver was so startled by Lin Yi's gaze that he shivered uncontrollably, a chill running up his spine from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Though he was only an F-rank psychic, his instincts told him that the young man before him was extremely dangerous. Moreover, the air around them seemed to grow oppressive. All right, I'll go. I'll leave immediately." The driver dared not ask another question, scrambling back into the car. Vroom. The driver floored the gas pedal, and the taxi sped off like it was fleeing for its life, disappearing into the night in an instant. Lin Yi stood alone in the middle of the empty street. His hands were stuffed into the pockets of his casual pants, and the streetlight cast a long shadow behind him, making him look rather frail. He raised his head slightly, his eyes hidden under the shadow of his baseball cap, fixated on the darkness ahead. SSSSH. A faint scraping sound echoed from the darkness. Then, 1 pair, 2 pairs, 3 pairs. Crimson points of light flickered in the darkness, the eyes of beasts reflecting the bloodthirsty glow of the night. Roar! A deep, rumbling roar echoed from the shadows, carrying a powerful sense of oppression. Several massive black demons slowly emerged from the darkness. Their appearance resembled tigers, but their bodies were entirely black, their muscles bulging, and their claws and fangs sharper than blades, making them far more terrifying than ordinary tigers. C-rank demon beasts, black-striped tigers. There were 5 of them in total. Accompanying the black-striped tigers was the seductive laughter of a woman. Giggle, giggle. The laughter echoes through the silent night, sounding particularly eerie. A human woman emerged from the crowd of black-striped tigers. She was tall and slender, wearing a revealing black leather outfit that highlighted her curves. Her long hair cascaded down her shoulders, and her face was strikingly beautiful yet sinister. However, upon closer inspection, faint black tiger stripes could be seen on her skin, her pupils were vertical like those of a beast, and her nails were sharp and elongated, gleaming with a metallic sheen. It seemed to be an A-class demon capable of transforming into human form. She swayed her hips as she walked toward Lin Yi and stopped a short distance away. Her crimson vertical pupils scanned him up and down, like a hunter appraising its prey. Her eyes were filled with greed and desire. The aura emanating from Lin Yi captivated her. For demonic beings, the flesh and energy of high-level psychics are the best nourishment. The tiger-human demon licked her red lips and laughed. "I never expected to encounter such high-quality humans on the way to paradise of bliss. My luck really is pretty good." She completely regarded Lin Yi as a late-night snack by the roadside. Lin Yi looked at her, the corners of his mouth curling upward. He mimicked the tiger demon's tone, speaking with the same playful inflection. "I never expected to encounter such high-quality demons on the way to paradise of bliss. My luck really is pretty good." The tiger-human demon. Her smile froze on her face. Her crimson vertical pupils narrowed slightly, flashing a hint of surprise and anger. "This human brat dares to imitate my speech? Doesn't he know what he's up against? A genuine A-rank demon. What gives him the nerve to be so arrogant?" The tiger-like demon's face twisted into a cruel grin. "He's got some nerve. Such a human when I eat him later, he'll taste absolutely delicious. Fear and struggle are the best seasonings." Meanwhile, Lin Yi watched her, calculating in his mind. This tiger-demon hybrid seems quite powerful, it must be an A-rank for sure. Killing her would yield an A-rank demon core. This isn't even the paradise of bliss yet, and the appetizer has already been delivered. Once he arrives at the nightclub, he can enjoy a lavish buffet and obtain many more demon cores. It seems like his demon energy level will soon rise to a plus or even S rank. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Lin Yi's face. It was the excited smile of a hunter who had spotted his prey. The tiger demon, seeing Lin Yi still smiling, froze in shock. Is this human kid mentally unstable? How dare he be so arrogant? She felt her dignity as a high-ranking demon had been challenged. "You're asking for death." The tiger demon no longer wasted words. She suddenly swung her hand, letting out a sharp roar. "Attack! Tear him to pieces! Roar!" The 5C rank black-striped tiger demons beside her had already been itching to attack. Upon hearing the command, they let out a deafening roar, charging forward with all their might, their bodies emanating a savage aura. Like 5 black bolts of lightning, they lunged toward Lin Yi from all directions. A putrid wind swept toward him. Lin Yi stood his ground, not moving an inch. Facing the charging demons, he slowly raised his head. Under the shadow of his duckbill cap, a pair of crimson Sharingan eyes suddenly lit up. At the same time, Lin Yi's right hand emerged from his pocket, palm facing upward. Kagetsuchi Kagusuki. Rise. A ball of pitch-black flame erupted from his palm. The flames of Amaterasu. Under the control of Kagutsuchi no Makoto, the black flame swiftly stretched, distorted, and coalesced into a black flame-wielding longsword. Lin Yi gripped the hilt. He stared at the black-striped tiger charging toward him, his eyes betraying uncontrollable excitement. All of it is demon core. All emotion values. The corners of his mouth curled into an exaggerated grin, revealing a ruthless smile. Against the backdrop of his crimson kaleidoscope Sharingan eyes and black duckbill hat. At that moment, Lin Yi looked exactly like a psychotic murderer. Chapter 39, Picking up sesame seeds while losing watermelons. 5B rank black-striped tigers charged toward him from 5 angles, their claws tearing through the air. Their sharp teeth and claws glinted coldly under the streetlights. Lin Yi stood his ground, gripping his black-flamed longsword. Beneath the brim of his hat, his crimson Sharingan eyes highlighted his bloodthirsty nature. A cruel smile still hung on his lips. Just as the black-striped tiger's claws were about to touch his body, Lin Yi moved. His figure vanished from the spot in an instant. The speed was too fast. So fast it surpassed the limits of visual perception. Like a black specter darting through the battlefield. Alpha assault. Whoosh! Only a blurry trail of black flames remains in the air. The next second, Lin Yi's figure appeared before the tiger-like demon like a ghost, less than half a meter away from her. The tip of the black flame-covered longsword pointed diagonally toward the ground. The Tiger-Man demon's pupils suddenly contracted to the size of needle tips. So fast. She hadn't even seen Lin Yi's movements. Behind Lin Yi, the 5 black-striped tigers that had charged toward him suddenly halted mid-air. Immediately afterward, put, put, put. Their bodies seemed to have been sliced by invisible blades, shattering into pieces in an instant. Countless pieces of flesh, still smoldering with black flames, continued to fly forward under the force of inertia before scattering across the ground. Blood gushed out, staining the ground red. Instant kill. 5B ranked demon beasts were dismembered in an instant without even touching the hem of Lin Yi's robe. Clang! Clang! 5B ranked demon cores rolled out from the, clinking against the ground. Ding! Host gains plus 500 emotion points. Ding! Host gains plus 500 emotion points. The system's notifications sounded in Lin Yi's mind. Lin Yi ignored them. He simply stared calmly at the tiger-like demon before him. The Tiger-Man demon's expression shifted from shock to astonishment, and finally to uncontrollable excitement and greed. She never expected that a human psionic she had randomly encountered by the roadside would possess such formidable strength. This is truly amazing. The tiger-human demon stared at Lin Yi as if he were a piece of the most succulent meat, eager to devour him whole. The stronger the psychic, the more delicious their flesh and psychic energy became, and the greater the benefit to her. He. Handsome boy, your strength is very satisfying to me. The tiger demon extended her crimson tongue, licking her lips, her eyes filled with desire. The stronger you are, the more delicious you'll taste. Lin Yi's gaze grew icy as he raised his black flame-covered longsword, pointing it directly at the tiger-human demon. Is that so? Then we'll see if you have the ability to prove it. The two stood face to face for 3 seconds. Roar! The Tiger-Man demon launched its attack first. She let out a roar, her body swelling instantly, her leather armor torn apart by bulging muscles. Black tiger stripes covered her entire body, and her hands transformed into sharp tiger claws, glinting with a cold light. She stomped her foot, causing the ground to crack instantly. She transformed into a black afterimage, charging straight toward Lin Yi. The overwhelming pressure of an A-rank demon erupted in full force. Lin Yi's Sharingan eyes swirled with power. He clearly tracked the tiger demon's movements. Earth summoning! Lin Yi growled. The black flame-covered long sword in his hand instantly transformed into a massive black flame shield, blocking the attack in front of him. Clang! The tiger-like demon's claws struck the black flame shield with great force, producing a loud metallic clang. The powerful impact forced Lin Yi to take several steps back. But the black flame shield remained unmoved. The tiger-like demon, failing with its first claw, immediately changed its attack. Her body twisted eerily in mid-air, dodging the shield, and her other claw, accompanied by a gust of wind, lunged toward Lin Yi's neck. Lin Yi reacted swiftly. The black flame giant shield instantly liquefied and then reformed into a black flame-covered spear. Lin Yi gripped the spear and thrust it forward with all his strength. Put! The spear sliced past the tiger-like demon's arm, leaving a trail of blood. At the same time, a small speck of black flame clung to the wound on the Tigerman demon's arm. Whoosh! The black flames ignited instantly and spread rapidly. Ah! The tiger-like demon let out a pained cry and retreated swiftly. She stared in horror at the black flames on her arm. She tried to extinguish it with her own demonic energy, but the moment the energy touched the black flames, it was instantly incinerated. This fire cannot be extinguished. Moreover, the black flames were spreading at a visible speed, devouring her flesh and spreading toward her shoulders. A resolute gleam flashed in the tiger demon's eyes. She suddenly raised her other hand and struck out with her claws. Put! She actually severed her own arm, which had been scorched by black flames, cleanly at the shoulder. The severed arm hit the ground and was quickly reduced to ashes by the black flames. At the stump where the tiger demon's arm had been severed, flesh and blood writhed violently. In just a few breaths, a brand new arm had grown back. A class demon, with powerful self-healing abilities. However, her face paled slightly, clearly indicating that regenerating the arm had drained a significant amount of her energy. The tiger-human demon's gaze toward Linny finally carried a deep sense of fear. This eerie black flame was too terrifying. This can't go on any longer. We must end this quickly. The tiger-human demon took a deep breath and decided to use her unique ability. She let out a low growl. In an instant, a large number of black shadows surged around her body. The shadows twisted and coalesced. 1, 2, 3. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen tiger-like demon creatures identical to her appeared on the street. Each clone emanated the same powerful A-rank demonic aura as the original. They surrounded Lin in a tight circle. Little handsome guy, let's see how you'll stop us this time. The voices of the tiger-like demon creatures echoed from all directions, making it impossible to distinguish which one was the original. Over a dozen A-rank tiger-like demon creatures launched their attacks simultaneously. They charged toward Linny from different directions, carrying the force of their fury. Linny looked around, his brows furrowing slightly. He noticed that all these clones were physical entities. Moreover, the aura of each clone was identical to that of the original. According to conventional wisdom, the ability to create clones typically only allows the clone to inherit a portion of the original's power. However, the clones of this tiger-like demon were all A-rank. This caused Lin Yi's pressure to skyrocket instantly. Indeed, A-rank demon beasts are no pushovers. While dodging attacks, Linny seized the opportunity to quickly create distance between himself and the clones. He looked at the dozen or so tiger-human demon beings across from him, and his Sharingan eyes suddenly focused. Tsukuyami crying rice. The powerful eye power was released instantly, enveloping all the tiger-human demon clones. However, the expected scene of them all falling into an illusion did not materialize. The dozen or so tiger-like demon clones merely paused for an instant. Then, they continued charging toward Linny as if nothing had happened. Moon reading, no effect? Linny was startled. He immediately used his Sharingan to examine them closely. He finally realized that although these clones were physical entities, their eyes lacked any spark of life. They had no self-awareness and no spiritual essence. They were merely puppets controlled for battle. Tsukuyami is a mental illusion technique, ineffective against targets without mental consciousness. Meanwhile, the true form of the tiger-demon hybrid had vanished, its whereabouts unknown. Roar! A dozen tiger-demon beasts had already charged forward. Lin Yi's toes touched the ground, and he leaped backward, landing on the top of a streetlight several meters high. Standing on the streetlight, he looked down at the tiger-like demon clones below, their claws and fangs bared. Since Tsukuyami was ineffective, he would resort to physical means to destroy them all. Amaterasu Amaterasu. Boom! A massive black flame erupted from their bodies. The dozen or so tiger-like demon clones didn't have time to react before they were engulfed by the black flames. Roar! 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 Piercing screams echoed through the air. Though they had no consciousness, the agony of their burning flesh caused them to emit instinctive cries of pain. This time, their entire bodies were engulfed in black flames. The tactic of severing their limbs to survive was now useless. In just a few breaths, the dozen or so tiger-like demon clones below were completely incinerated by the flames of Amaterasu, leaving not even a trace of ash behind. The streets were left with nothing but raging black flames. Linny used the earth-enhancing technique to extinguish the black flames. The area fell silent once more. Human! You've got some skills. At that moment, an angry voice echoed from the darkness nearby. I'm not playing with you anymore today. Next time we meet, I'll eat you alive. The true form of the tiger demon had been lurking in the shadows, observing the entire scene. Seeing how terrifying Lin Yi's black flames were, instantly obliterating all her clones, she realized she had bitten off more than she could chew today. She dared not linger and prepared to flee. Linny instantly sensed her location. Trying to escape? Linny snorted coldly. He extended his right hand. A ball of black flame quickly lead into a black longbow. Linny drew the string with his left hand, and a black flame arrow formed instantly. Aim, fire. Whoosh! The black flame arrow sliced through the night sky, carrying a destructive aura, and shot toward the darkness where the tiger-like demon was hiding. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed through the air. Where the black flame arrow struck, a violent explosion erupted, blasting a massive crater into the ground as black flames erupted in all directions. However, there was no trace of the Tigerman demon left. She had fled. Linny landed on the ground, staring at the large crater with a somber expression. He felt a pang of regret. He had been too careless. He should have used the moon reading technique to control her the moment they met, then killed her. He had originally planned to conserve some, hone his combat skills, and increase the upper limit of in his body. But he had messed it up. The abilities of a rank are indeed all quite bizarre. One slip up, and she got away. The A-rank demon core that was within my grasp is gone. It seems that when facing higher level in the future, I must give it my all and unleash my ultimate move from the start. Even a lion gives its all when hunting a rabbit. We can't afford to overlook the big picture while focusing on minor details. Ding! Host has gained 4,000 emotion points. These were the final emotion points contributed by the tiger human demon before it fled. Linny shook his head and collected the 5 B-rank demon cores from the ground into his system space. Although the big one got away, these smaller ones are better than nothing. Woo woo! Just then, the sound of a loud siren echoed from the distance. The demon slaying bureau has arrived. Linny raised his hand to lower the brim of his duckbill cap, covering most of his face. He cast one last glance at the chaotic battlefield, then leaped into the air and darted onto the roof of the adjacent building. His figure darted swiftly between the rooftops, racing toward the direction of Paradise of Bliss. Tonight's buffet had only just begun. Chapter 40, Humini. South City, 9th District. Central Area. Here, the desolate and quiet atmosphere stood in stark contrast to the rest of South City. Lights are bright, and neon signs flash. On both sides of the streets, various shops are open for business. Bars, KTVs, restaurants, luxury stores, everything is available. There are even quite a few pedestrians on the streets, walking in small groups, chatting and laughing. It seems as though this place has not been affected by the demonic forces, remaining the bustling metropolis it once was. Linny wore a black baseball cap, the brim pulled down low, covering most of his face. He was dressed simply in a white short-sleeved shirt and shorts, his hands in his pockets, walking along the sidewalk. His eyes, as dark as ink, calmly observed everything around him. He could sense it clearly. Every person on the street was emitting weak or strong fluctuations of alien energy. These people were all psychics. Even the shop owners and clerks inside the stores were psychics. It seemed that this place was a region exclusively for psychics. It was their paradise where they could indulge in pleasure in this world overrun by demonic beings. Linny's target was the Paradise of Bliss nightclub where Baiju had sent the location. However, Baiju only sent a rough location, so he had to find the exact spot on his own. He wasn't familiar with the area, so he could only walk around and search. Just then, a bright red convertible was parked by the roadside. A woman was sitting in the sports car. She had her hair tied in 2 ponytails and looked young and adorable. She wore a short-sleeved crop top with a small bear design, revealing her slender waist. The curves of her body made the bear design appear lifelike. She wore a pair of ultra-short hot pants, and her white, slender legs shimmered under the streetlights, making one's eyes spin. She looked both sexy and innocent, with a touch of innocence. At that moment, she was holding her phone, seemingly live streaming. Her voice is sweet to the point of being cloying. Thank you, 7 times in one night, brother, for the plane. XOXU. Wow. Thank you, top donor, for the super rocket. I love you. As she spoke, she tossed a flirtatious glance at the camera, her movements smooth and natural. The live stream's chat exploded instantly. Mimi. My Mimi. You're finally live. Ah. Mimi, your outfit today is amazing. I'm speechless. Wife. Look at me. I've been saving up to buy you rockets, and now I can't even afford instant noodles this month. Mimi's wink is too powerful. I surrender. Brother upstairs, take care of yourself. The woman watched the rapidly scrolling comments and constantly updating gifs on the screen, a faint, barely noticeable smile curving her lips. Her name was Humimi. She was a psychic who made a living through live streaming. In her heart, she looked down on the men in the live streaming room who were wildly tipping her. Humph. You filthy men are only worthy of being firmly held in my hands. Until I squeeze every last drop of value out of you. Humimi's live streaming content is simple. She drives around in a luxury car, randomly approaching men on the street. What she enjoys most is watching the men she seduces, revealing their desperate expressions, and then being ruthlessly rejected by her. This is the biggest draw of her live stream. And her greatest asset is her supernatural ability. A mental ability that can enchant and control the mind. Combined with her innocent yet seductive appearance, she was unstoppable. No man could resist her charm. Thank you, brothers, for the gifts. I love you all. Humimi gave the camera a heart sign once more. Just then, Her peripheral vision caught sight of Linny walking toward her from a distance. Linny was wearing a baseball cap, which covered most of his face. But the sharp lines of his jaw and the straight bridge of his nose were enough to tell that he was an absolute heartthrob. Standing over 6 feet tall, he had a tall, straight posture. Though dressed casually, he exuded an air of aloofness and a faint melancholy that was irresistibly alluring to women. Mimi's eyes lit up instantly. A true gem. This is definitely the real deal. He was more intriguing than any man she had ever approached before. She quickly adjusted the angle of her phone camera, aiming the lens at Linny as he walked toward her. She lowered her voice, her tone playful and excited, and addressed the live stream viewers. Hee guys, watch closely. Next target found. The live stream's chat exploded again. This guy has such a killer vibe. Even though we can't see his face, he's definitely a total hottie. Nini, go for it. Take him down. Make him fall at your feet. This guy seems a bit aloof. He doesn't seem easy to handle. So what if he's aloof? In front of Mimi, he'll just have to turn into a loyal fan. Exactly, Mimi, why not pick someone harder? This kind of guy is too easy to handle. Mimi read the comments and smiled confidently. She tidied her hair, revealed a sweet smile, and addressed the camera. Guys, it's time for our familiar guessing game. Guess how long it'll take Mimi to get this guy to willingly get in the car. Guess correctly 10 times in a row, and you can add Mimi to your private chat. At this point, Mimi paused deliberately, flashing a meaningful, slightly suggestive smile. You can have an in-depth conversation with Mimi. She emphasized the words deep conversation with deliberate emphasis. This sent the men in the live stream into a frenzy. Their hearts raced, comments flew across the screen, and gifs were thrown around like there was no tomorrow. In-depth discussion? I'm ready. I'm ready. I can't take it anymore. Nini, you're so good. I bet 1 minute. May, you've got this. I'll guess 30 seconds. No, 10 seconds. He'll be hooked the moment he sees Nini. Mimi was satisfied with the current atmosphere in the live stream. She secured her phone on the sports car's mount, ensuring the camera could capture both her and Linny. Roar! She pressed the accelerator, and the engine roared with a deep rumble. The red convertible slowly started moving, heading toward Linny. Linny naturally noticed the approaching sports car. And the woman in the car, dressed in a revealing outfit. But he didn't even bother to lift an eyelid. There was only one thing on his mind. Go to Paradise of Bliss, hunt down the demon, and collect cores and emotion points. As for the rest, he had no interest whatsoever. He kept his eyes straight ahead and continued walking forward at his own pace. Mimi kept the car moving slowly, keeping pace with Linny. She turned her head, her face adorned with a carefully crafted smile that best showcased her charm. She was just about to speak. Handsome. The word handsome had barely left her lips. Linny's figure had already passed her sports car. Without looking back. His footsteps didn't slow down. He didn't even glance at her. He simply walked straight past her. Mimi? Her smile froze on her face. Her mouth remained in the shape of having just spoken a single word. What was going on? She doubted her own eyes. After all, even without using her special abilities, her face and figure alone were enough to guarantee a 100% turn head rate. When men saw her, who wouldn't stare, unable to move? Yet this man didn't even glance at her? Just walked away? Ignored her? Mimi's confidence took an unprecedented blow. This man is interesting. In the live stream, after a brief moment of silence, the chat exploded. Ha ha ha. Mimi messed up. First time seeing Mimi get embarrassed. I'm dying of laughter. That guy didn't even glance at you. So pretentious. What's wrong with this guy? Mimi is such a beauty right there, and he doesn't even bat an eyelid? I bet he's impotent. Or maybe he's an Antong. How else could he ignore May like that? Exactly. He's definitely an Antong. What a waste of such a good-looking face. Mimi looked through the rearview mirror at Linny's receding figure. She quickly composed her expression and faced the camera with a slightly aggrieved yet resolute expression. Guys, stop guessing. He came here so late he must be here to enjoy the nightlife too. Maybe he just didn't notice Mimi. Mimi bit her lip, a flash of determination crossing her eyes. Mimi isn't the type to give up easily. Let's go follow him. Mimi has to get him today. With that, Mimi suddenly jerked the steering wheel. Squeal! The tires screeched against the ground, emitting a piercing sound. The sports car executed a stylish drift turn on the spot. Then, she slammed her foot on the gas pedal and sped off in the direction Linny had left, giving chase. Chapter 41, A Little Troublemaker Arrives in Heaven. Linny was walking ahead. His pace was neither fast nor slow, maintaining a steady speed. Behind him, the bright red sports car followed slowly. Mimi sat in the car, trailing far behind Linny. She didn't approach him to strike up a conversation. This man had completely piqued her curiosity. She was determined to see where this man, who seemed to ignore her completely, was going. Could he not even spare a glance for her? Lin Yi's attention was entirely focused on finding paradise of bliss. He looked around, his eyes scanning the flashing neon signs. Soon, he arrived at a crossroads. He stood in the middle of the intersection and came to a halt. Then he looked to the left. At the end of the road stood a massive building. Lights of various colors intertwined and flickered, casting the building in a dreamlike glow. The distance was too far to make out the sign. A crimson glow flashed briefly in Lin Yi's eyes. The kaleidoscope Sharingan activated. In an instant, his vision was magnified countless times. The distant scenery appeared clearly before his eyes. He clearly saw the dazzlingly colorful characters above the entrance of the building. Paradise of ultimate bliss. The entrance was bustling with people, a lively scene. He had found it. Lin Yi looked at the building, unable to suppress a slight smile. His eyes betrayed an excitement he couldn't contain. The buffet was about to begin. The kaleidoscope-like Sharingan faded away, and his eyes returned to their usual black color. He took a step forward, heading toward the direction of paradise of ultimate bliss. At the same time, he silently recited in his mind. System, give me an A-grade recovery potion. Ding! A rank recovery potion. Description, instantly restores all of a rank and below users, slightly increases limit in physical strength. Note, this effect becomes ineffective after multiple uses, and eliminates all fatigue. Price, 10,000 emotion points. Do you confirm the purchase of 1 grade A recovery potion? 10,000 emotion points? Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. He didn't expect the grade A potion to be so much more expensive than the grade B one. Grade B is only 3,000, while grade A is more than 3 times that. But it doesn't matter. Soon, a large amount of emotion points will be credited to my account. This investment is necessary. Confirm. Ding. Host successfully purchased grade A X1. Item stored in system space. Lin Yi opened the system panel. Name Lin Yi. Abilities Kokurei Sharingan S. Abilities Tsukuyumi, Amaterasu, Kagetsuchi, Susanoo. Items Lin Sharwan's corpse, a photo with Sharwan X1, Tsuchi no Makoto's white mask set, B rank Demon Core X5, a rank Demon Energy Potion X1. Divergent Energy A. Emotional value 80, 388. Note, due to the host's low abnormal energy level, some abilities may not be usable or may have reduced effects. Please test them yourself. Lin Yi looked at the grade A anomaly energy potion in the items section. Preparations complete. Lin Yi looked at the paradise of bliss ahead, his excitement impossible to hide. He shifted his feet slightly. Whoosh! His entire body vanished from the spot in an instant. Behind him, Humini was driving slowly toward them. She had already noticed the direction Lin Yi had been staring at earlier. Paradise of ultimate bliss? Humini furrowed her brows slightly. She had been to this place before. It was the most exclusive brothel in the 9th district. And one of the most dangerous. It was a melting pot of all kinds of people, including psychics and many demonic beings. There, humans and demons could coexist peacefully for short periods, as they were all there to seek thrills and excitement. Even she, an A-class psychic, dared not go in alone. The only time she went was with friends. What is this man doing there alone? In the live stream, the comments were still rolling wildly. Mimi! Hurry up and catch up. Don't let him get away. The direction this guy is heading seems to be paradise of bliss? It really is the ultimate paradise. That place isn't a good place to go. Nini, listen to me, don't go. The waters there are too deep, you can't handle it. The live stream wasn't just filled with ordinary people, there were also quite a few individuals with special abilities. They know what paradise of bliss is and are all trying to stop Humini. But Humini's curiosity had been completely ignited. This man is so strange. He doesn't look like someone who is there to seek pleasure. The cold and distant aura emanating from him clashed sharply with the hedonistic atmosphere of paradise of ultimate bliss. He seemed more like, to pick up a meal? Humini's mind suddenly conjured up this absurd thought. She couldn't help but laugh at her own thought. Impossible. Though she felt a bit afraid, she decided to follow him anyway. Her intuition told her that if she didn't go today, she might miss out on something big. Her intuition had always been spot on. At the entrance to paradise of bliss, Lin Yi's figure appeared again. Looking from afar with the Sharingan's flower eye, it felt completely different from standing here up close. The building before him was lavishly decorated, gilded, and glittering. Rather than a nightclub, it resembled an ultra-luxurious private club. Huge crystal chandeliers illuminated the entrance, making it as bright as day. The floor was covered with expensive red carpets, extending all the way into the interior. Men and women come and go, almost all dressed in formal attire. Men were dressed in suits and ties, while women wore various elegant evening gowns. Lin Yi, dressed in a simple white t-shirt and shorts, stands out like a sore thumb. Like an ugly duckling among swans. People passing by glanced at him with curious looks. Lin Yi paid no attention to them. He glanced at the entrance. There were no security guards or doormen. It seemed like anyone could come and go as they pleased. However, the more ordinary it seemed, the more Linny felt that this place was no ordinary place. No barriers often meant the barriers were extremely high. If an ordinary person accidentally stumbled upon this place, they might not even know how they died. However, the more dangerous it is, the greater the reward. Linny lowered the brim of his hat, stuffed his hands into his pockets, and walked inside without looking back. He had only been inside for a short while. Humimi's red sports car pulled up at the entrance. She got out of the car and glanced up at the Paradise of Ultimate Bliss sign. She had come here once before with friends. She had indeed experienced ultimate pleasure. But her friends had also warned her. Never come here alone. This place is dangerous. Humimi shook her head. She had already come here. Backing out now wasn't her style. She took a deep breath and gathered her courage. She took a step forward with her long legs and followed him inside. She didn't forget to adjust the angle of her phone to ensure the live stream viewers could see the surroundings. At the same time, under a streetlight not far from the entrance to Paradise of Bliss, in the shadows, a woman stood. She was dressed fashionably, with a fiery figure, exuding the allure of a mature woman. She held a slender cigarette between her fingers, taking occasional puffs. Her red lips parted, releasing a swirl of smoke. If Linny were here, he would recognize her immediately. This woman was none other than the A-rank tiger human demon she had encountered earlier on the road. Though at this moment, she showed no traces of the demon, appearing entirely human. But her appearance had not changed much. Sigh. She looked at the entrance to Paradise of Bliss and exhaled another puff of smoke. Human cigarettes, I must say, are indeed a fine thing, she muttered to herself. Then, she pulled out a phone from her bag and dialed a number. The call was answered quickly. Her voice instantly became seductive, tinged with a hint of playfulness. Boss. There's a little troublemaker here. Chapter 42, Paradise of Ultimate Bliss. Inside Paradise of Bliss. As Linny stepped inside, he immediately felt a completely different atmosphere from the outside world. Under the luxurious crystal chandeliers, the light was dim and suggestive. The air was filled with the scent of expensive perfume, alcohol, and a sweet, indescribable fragrance. The place was vast, resembling a massive maze. Upon entering, there was a spacious hall with an extravagant decor, adorned with gold accents everywhere. Several pairs of eyes turned toward Linny almost simultaneously. Curiosity, exploration, and even unhidden desire. Linny's attire stood out like a sore thumb in this environment. Dressed in casual attire and wearing a baseball cap, he looked like a college student who had accidentally wandered into a high-class evening banquet. But he paid no heed to the stares. His attention was entirely focused on sensing the energy fluctuations around him. The people here have exceptionally high levels of energy. In his perception, even the weakest person here has an energy level of C-class. Linny recalled the official report on extraordinary abilities. A person's energy level typically does not exceed their ability level by more than half a grade. For example, an A-class ability user's energy level is usually no higher than A+. To further improve beyond that is as difficult as climbing to the heavens. However, if one can break through the limit, the ability evolves, the rank increases, and the potential is once again elevated, resulting in a massive surge in combat power. Therefore, the lowest level here is C grade, meaning that everyone here is at least a C grade user. This density far exceeds that of the outside world. What piqued Linny's interest even more was the presence of a large amount of cold, eerie psychic energy. Demons. And there were quite a few of them. However, at first glance, they all appear to be human. These demons possess exceptional skills in concealing their aura and mastering disguise techniques. If it weren't for the passive ability granted by his Sharingan, he would have had a hard time distinguishing which ones were demonic beings. He also noticed some human men embracing alien demons disguised as human women, engaging in intimate banter in the corner. Humans and demons coexisting harmoniously here. What an interesting place. Linny watched all this with some interest. This place is definitely not somewhere ordinary people can come to. No wonder Baiju likes to come here. Seeking thrills, this place is indeed the perfect spot. But for Linny, this was an ideal hunting ground. Linny ignored the unrestrained stares. He lowered his hat brim and walked straight toward the depths of the hall. At the same time, he sent Baiju a message. I'm here. The message had been sent just a few seconds ago. In the depths of the hall, a strikingly flamboyant figure appeared. A distinctive head of white hair stood out vividly under the dim lighting. He was wearing a flashy shirt with a low neckline, revealing his delicate collarbone. It was Baiju. He immediately spotted Linny, who stood out like a sore thumb in the crowd. His eyes lit up, and he excitedly waved his hand, running over. Lin brother. You finally arrived. Baiju ran up to Linny, his face beaming with a smile. He raised his eyebrows, his tone tinged with mystery and pride. I've saved something special just for you. Just waiting for you to enjoy it. As he spoke, he reached out his hand casually and wrapped his arm around Lingy's shoulder, appearing very enthusiastic. Come on, come on. I'll take you inside. Lin Yi's eyebrows furrowed imperceptibly. He didn't like physical contact with others, especially with strangers. He subtly shifted his body to the side while reaching out to gently remove Baiju's hand from his shoulder. The movement was natural. Then, he walked forward on his own, his voice cold. Lead the way. Baiju paused for a moment. He touched his hair, feeling a bit embarrassed, but quickly regained his smile. All right. This way, Mr. Lin. Baiju hurried forward a few steps and ran ahead of Lin Yi to lead the way. Along the way, more and more people noticed Lin Yi. This man, whose attire clearly didn't fit the eternal paradise aesthetic, piqued the curiosity of many. Especially some bold women. There were humans and demons alike. They swayed their hips, trying to approach him. Men who came here were either wealthy, powerful, or highly skilled. Lin Yi, though dressed plainly, exuded an aura that made others keep their distance, which only fueled their desire to conquer him. However, as soon as they approached, they were glared back by Baiju with a single glance. The pressure emanating from an S-class psychic, even just a glimpse of it, was enough to send a chill down the spines of these women, causing them to dare not approach any further. Lin Yi watched Baiju's actions and spoke casually. You hold quite a high position here. Baiju perked up upon hearing Lin Yi speak to him first. He raised his chin proudly. Of course. I'm an S-class psychic. I'm treated like royalty wherever I go. And besides, I'm a regular here, a VIP among VIPs. He patted his chest. Whether it's strength or spending power, I'm a top-tier figure here. Lin Yi looked at his smug expression and shook his head, saying nothing more. He was just here to eat, and had no interest in such things. The two walked through the lobby toward the corridor in the depths of the building. Just then, Lin Yi's expression suddenly grew serious. He stopped in his tracks. His gaze fell on the elevator door in the distance. On the elevator door hung a sign reading, "No unauthorized personnel allowed. Enter at your own risk." Standing at the elevator door was a familiar figure. A middle-aged man with a square face and a determined expression. Li Kai, captain of the first squad of the Demon-Slaying Bureau. What was he doing here? At that moment, Li Kai was not wearing his Demon-Slaying Bureau uniform but had changed into a neatly tailored suit. A person wearing a waiter's apron was respectfully guiding him into the elevator. Li Kai seemed to have noticed Lin Yi's gaze. As the elevator doors were about to close, he turned his head. Their eyes met briefly. Ding! The elevator doors closed, severing their line of sight. Lin Yi averted his gaze. The captain of the demon-slaying division was actually alone in such a place. And heading to a restricted area. It didn't seem like he was here on a mission. Interesting. But it had nothing to do with him. Lin Yi shook his head and put Li Kai's matter out of his mind. Today's buffet he was determined to enjoy. No one could stop him. At the same time, inside the slowly ascending elevator, Li Kai furrowed his brows, deep in thought. That person just now. That young man wearing a baseball cap. Why did he give him such a familiar feeling? That feeling was strange, like he had seen him before, yet he was completely unfamiliar. He was certain he had never seen this person before. Strange. Li Kai muttered to himself. Ding! The elevator reached the top floor. The elevator doors slowly opened. The attendant in front bowed and made a respectful gesture. Distinguished guest, we have arrived. Please proceed. Li Kai took a deep breath, pushing aside the doubts swirling in his mind. Tonight, he had more important matters to attend to. He straightened his suit and stepped out of the elevator. On the other side, Baiju led Lin Yi to the other side of the corridor. There were several huge metal doors here, with excellent soundproofing. Baiju walked up to one of the doors and pushed it open forcefully. Boom! Deafening, pulsating music erupted, overwhelming the senses. Colorful lights flashed wildly, stimulating the eyes. In the massive dance floor, countless men and women were wildly twisting their bodies. Compared to the main hall outside, this place was even more reckless and chaotic. Everyone was dressed in the most revealing outfits to showcase their figures. The women's outfits were extremely sexy and provocative, with their long, white legs swaying under the lights. The air was thick with the scent of hormones. Lin Yi furrowed his brows. Whether in his previous life or this one, this was his first time in such a place. It was too loud. He wasn't used to it. He preferred peace and quiet. Baiju seemed to notice Lin Yi's discomfort, but he misunderstood. He thought Lin Yi was dissatisfied with the environment here. Lin brother, don't worry, the best is yet to come. Baiju led Lin Yi further inside. The people in the dance floor saw Baiju and instinctively made way for him. However, some intoxicated women still leaned in, trying to press themselves against Lin Yi and Baiju. Handsome guy, let us dance together. Come on, don't be shy. Baiju impatiently pushed them away. Get out of here. Go away. Don't block the way. The women seemed to be afraid of Baiju. After being pushed aside, though they were a bit annoyed, they only gave a soft huff and left obediently. Baiju turned back and said to Lin Yi. Lin brother, don't bother with these common women. They're not worthy of you. He gave him a knowing look and lowered his voice. The top-notch one I saved for you will definitely not disappoint you. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Chapter 43, Chance Encounter with an A-ranked Demon General. Extreme Bliss Paradise, Grand Hall. Humini held her phone and cautiously followed inside. Although she was also an A-class psychic, in this place where all kinds of people mingled, and even demonic beings roamed, she couldn't help but feel tense. She tried to keep her expression natural, scanning the luxurious surroundings with the camera. Babies, we're inside. This is the Eternal Paradise. The live stream's chat exploded instantly. This place is way too luxurious. How much do those chandeliers cost? The decor is so gaudy and over the top, it's blinding. Mimi, did you see the people on those sofas? They all have such a strong aura. No kidding, it's so lively at this hour, and with all this pomp and circumstance, it's clearly a place only for those with special abilities. I'm so jealous. Psychics have it so good, living in luxury and indulgence. Hey, stop being so jealous. We're just ordinary people. Let's just go back to being hardworking peasants. Wah wah wah, reality is so cruel. Humini wasn't even paying attention to the comments. Her eyes darted around the hall. Where was the man wearing the baseball cap? She was sure she saw him come in just now. Suddenly, her peripheral vision caught sight of a familiar figure. Found him. The man was following a white-haired man down the corridor leading deeper into the hall. The white hair looked vaguely familiar. Humini's eyes lit up, and she was about to follow him. Just then, a figure blocked her path. It was a man dressed in a tailcoat, with his hair slicked back neatly, and dressed in a dignified manner. The man wore a self-satisfied smile and bowed slightly toward Humini. Hello, beautiful lady. May I have the honor of making your acquaintance? As he spoke, he reached out his hand, intending to take Humini's hand and perform a Western-style hand kiss. Humini felt a chill run down her spine. She felt so embarrassed she could die. What era are we in? Who still does that? Why are Easterners trying to act like Westerners? She quickly took a step back and dodged his hand. I'm sorry, sir, I have something to do right now. Humini politely declined and turned to walk around him. The man seemed taken aback, not expecting to be rejected. But he quickly regained his smile and tried to say something else. Humini had no time to spare for him. She saw Linny and the white-haired man about to disappear at the end of the corridor. Her heart raced, and she hurriedly caught up after them. Bang! In her haste, she didn't notice where she was going and collided head-on with someone. The person felt as hard as iron, causing Humini's shoulder to ache. Ah, I'm so sorry. Humini quickly apologized, not even bothering to look up, and tried to continue on her way. Stop! A deep, icy voice echoed. Humini stopped in her tracks. A hand rested on her shoulder. The coldness emanating from the hand was bone-chilling. Miss, you bumped into me and just apologized before running off. Isn't that a bit too casual? Humini's heart skipped a beat. She turned around and looked up at the man in front of her. He was tall, half a head taller than her. He was dressed in a black casual suit, with a handsome face, but his complexion was unusually pale. He was looking down at Humini with a hint of amusement on his lips. Humini quickly stepped back a bit and forced a smile. Sir, I'm so sorry. I was just in a hurry. The viewers in the live stream saw this scene through the camera. The chat started flooding with messages of support. What's going on? Mimi just accidentally bumped into him. Isn't an apology enough? Who is this guy? He's so arrogant. Ha, it's obvious he's just trying to pick a fight because he thinks Mimi is pretty. Exactly. Maybe he was the one who bumped into her on purpose. It's all a ploy. Mimi, don't pay attention to him. He's just like all those other average guys. Exactly. If you pay attention to him, he'll get what he wants. Hurry up and leave. Don't waste our time watching that guy with the duckbill hat. If she could, Humini would have left immediately. But now, she couldn't leave. Her expression was tense, and a thin layer of cold sweat had even broken out on her forehead. Humini's ability was mental, and her perception was extremely sharp. She had already figured it out. The man before him was not human. He is a demon. And a very powerful one at that. That cold and brutal aura, though deliberately suppressed by him, still sent chills down Humini's spine. A class. This demon is at least a class. Humini's heart raced. An A-ranked demon lord. What should I do? Should we embark on a legendary human-demon romance? Forget about it. You might end up falling into its stomach. She never expected that the moment she stepped inside, she'd already tangled herself with such a terrifying creature. She took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. Well, sir, what do you consider to be sufficient? Humini's voice trembled slightly. The man laughed. His smile was handsome, but it sent a chill down Humini's spine. He extended his finger and gently lifted Humini's chin. It's simple. Have a drink with me, and I'll let this matter drop. He emphasized the last part. Don't worry, it's just a drink. I won't do anything to you. Humini, of course, didn't believe his lies. Go out for a drink with him? That's like throwing herself into the lioness den. But could she refuse? This was the realm of eternal bliss, a place where demonic beings and psychics came to indulge their desires. If she were to confront an A-class demon here, the consequences would be unimaginable. Who knows? She might be torn to pieces by the other demons here the moment she makes a move. She has no choice. She could only try to calm him down first. Humimi forced herself to flash a seductive smile. She gently pushed the man's hand away and said, "All right. It's an honor to drink with such a handsome guy like you. As for that man, she'd have to deal with him later." Surviving was the priority. The viewers in the live stream saw this scene and immediately erupted into cries of despair. Mei, how could you agree to him? No. My Mimi. How could you give in to the evil forces? Mimi, are you planning to switch targets? This man is handsome, but he looks dangerous. It's over, it's over. The house is collapsing. However, some viewers familiar with the Eternal Paradise platform guessed what Humimi was going through. Don't blame Mimi. She might be in trouble. Eden Paradise is a place with deep waters. What can a girl do? We warned Mimi not to come here. Now look, she's gotten herself into trouble. Hope Mimi stays safe. She can only rely on her own luck now. On the other side, Linny followed by Ju through the bustling dance floor and made their way to the innermost part. The corridors here were lined with thick carpets, blocking out most of the music from outside. Baiju led Linny through one corridor after another, finally stopping in front of a massive door. The door looked extremely heavy, adorned with intricate carvings. Baiju stepped forward, straightened his floral shirt, and slowly pushed the door open. Squeak! The door opened. Behind the door was an extremely spacious and luxurious private room. The room was bathed in soft lighting, and the air was filled with the pleasant scent of incense. At the entrance stood 2 rows of young girls dressed in black and white maid outfits. Upon seeing Baiju enter, they all bowed simultaneously and greeted him respectfully. "Welcome, Mr. Bai." Their voices were soft and sweet. Baiju clearly enjoyed the attention. He raised an eyebrow at Linny with a smug expression, then strode confidently inside. "Lin brother, please come in." Linny remained expressionless as he followed him inside. The door behind him closed slowly. All the noise was left outside. Chapter 44, Heaven and Hell, the third power part 1. The private room was lavishly decorated. A massive crystal chandelier emitted a soft glow, and the air was filled with the scent of expensive incense. Linny surveyed his surroundings. These maids were all human, not a single one was a demon. This was somewhat unexpected. Baiju pulled Linny and sat him down on a wide, soft leather sofa. Before them stood a heavy redwood table laden with exquisite pastries, expensive fruits, and various fine wines. Baiju skillfully picked up a bottle of uniquely shaped foreign liquor, with no labels on it. He poured a glass for Linny and filled his own cup to the brim. "Lin brother, come, come." Baiju enthusiastically invited him. "This wine is the signature special blend of the Eternal Bliss Paradise. You can't get it even if you have the money. Try it." Linny picked up the glass and gently swirled it. The deep red liquid shimmered in the light. But he didn't drink it. His purpose wasn't to drink. Linny set down the wineglass and looked calmly at Baiju, asking, "Didn't you say there was something extraordinary?" Baiju picked up the wineglass, drank it in one gulp, and exhaled contentedly. "Lin brother, don't be in such a hurry." He wiped the wine stains from the corner of his mouth and smiled. "The best is yet to come. The premium is on its way." As he spoke, Baiju clapped his hands. "Someone, come and attend to them." Immediately, 2 girls dressed as maids walked over, one on each side, ready to sit down beside Baiju. Baiju swept his arm wide, pulling both girls into his embrace. He closed his eyes, savoring the gentle massage from the maids, his face a picture of bliss. 2 more maids approached Linny. Their eyes were filled with curiosity and a hint of nervousness, clearly seeing Linny for the first time. "Sir, would you like us to assist you?" one of the girls asked softly. Linny waved his hand, declining the offer. He had no interest in humans. He only wanted the demon now. The 2 maids exchanged awkward glances and stepped aside. Linny leaned back on the sofa, closed his eyes to rest, and waited quietly for his prey to arrive. Baiju enjoyed the moment for a while, then opened his eyes and saw Linny's expression, unable to help but laugh. "Lin brother, come out and play. Don't be so stiff. Relax a bit." Linny didn't respond. Time ticked by, second by second. Knock, knock, knock. The door to the private room was knocked on. Baiju's eyes lit up, and he sat up straight immediately. He pushed the maid away from his arms, straightened his clothes, and looked at Linny, winking and nodding. "Lin brother, pay attention. The best is here. Come in." Baiju shouted. The heavy door was slowly pushed open. 2 women walked in. Linny opened his eyes and looked toward the door. The 2 women's appearances were indeed top-notch, in no way inferior to those of top-tier celebrities. One wore a black miniskirt, her long legs wrapped in black stockings, her gaze bold and seductive, her figure fiery and alluring. The other wore a white dress, with white socks on her feet, exuding a pure and innocent charm, like a next-door neighbor. The two women, one in black and one in white, had completely different styles yet were equally eye-catching. Upon entering, the two women immediately bowed respectfully to Baiju. Mr. Bai. Baiju looked at them and paused for a moment. He pointed at the woman in white socks and asked the woman in black stockings with a puzzled expression. I only called her today, didn't I? Why are you here too? Before the woman in white socks could speak, the woman in black stockings interjected with a playful laugh. Mr. Bai, this was specially arranged by our boss. He said it's a special treat for you, buy one, get one free. Baiju heard this and immediately became excited. Damn! There is such a good deal? That's great. Tell your boss thanks for me. He waved his hand dismissively, pointing at Linny, and said to the two women. Today, you're not here to serve me, you're here for him. The two women followed Baiju's gaze. Linny was also looking at them. Finally, they had arrived. Linny sensed that the two women were both demonic beings. And both were a rank. Not bad. They'll make perfect appetizers. Baiju continued his introduction. This is my brother. You can call him Lin Xiao. The two women nodded and then walked slowly toward Linny with cat-like steps. Lin Xiao. Their voices, one seductive, the other sweet. Linny looked at the two women before him, an excited smile curling at the corners of his mouth. To the two female demons, this smile seemed perverse, like a hunter who had spotted his desired prey. The two female demons exchanged a quick glance, their eyes flickering with an imperceptible hint of unease. However, their faces remained adorned with professional smiles as they sat down on either side of Linny. The black-stockinged female demon was very proactive. She took Linny's hand and placed it on her thigh, which was wrapped in black stockings, allowing him to play with it. The white-stockinged female demon, however, appeared somewhat shy, merely leaning gently against Linny's shoulder. Linny didn't hesitate. He reached out both hands, one for each of them, and pulled them into his embrace. His two large hands began to wander freely, roaming over their bodies. This was a first for Linny. Although he had been with women in his previous life, this was the first time he had been with two such stunning beauties at the same time. Though these two women were both demonic beings. However, Linny squeezed their waists. The feel of demon skin seemed better than human skin, smoother, more delicate, and more elastic. Linny felt as though he had discovered a new continent. Baiju watched Linny cuddling both women and smiled with a look that only men could understand. Lin brother, how does it feel? Baiju asked. Linny was enjoying the service of the two female demon creatures, his body gradually relaxing. Not bad, he said casually. Just then, Baiju's phone buzzed with a message notification. Ding dong. Baiju pulled out his phone and glanced at it, furrowing his brows slightly. It seemed like something important had come up. He put his phone away and looked at Linny, saying, Lin brother, you go ahead and play. I have something to take care of. I'll be back soon. Linny nodded and didn't ask any further questions. Baiju stood up and, before leaving, didn't forget to remind the two female demons. You two, take good care of my brother. Don't dare to neglect him. The black-clad female demoness giggled. Master Bai, you can rest assured. The female demon in black stockings echoed. We'll make sure Lin Xiao feels like a god. Baiju nodded satisfactorily, then turned and walked out of the private room without looking back. The door closed, cutting off the outside noise. Inside the private room, only Linny and the two female demons remained. The atmosphere instantly became somewhat awkward. The black-stockinged female demon, seeing Baiju had left, grew bolder. She pressed her entire body against Linny. After playing around for a while, she reached out her hands, cupped Linny's face, and made him look at her. Lin sure, I'll tell you a secret. Her voice was filled with seduction. Linny raised an eyebrow. Oh? What secret? The black-stockinged demoness flashed a mischievous glance in her eyes, leaned close to Linny's ear, and whispered softly. Actually, we're demons, you know. As she finished speaking, her eyes transformed into vertical pupils like those of a beast, filled with wildness and brutality. She waited for Linny to show surprise or fear. However, Lin Yi's reaction was completely unexpected. He remained completely calm. I know. Linny said, looking into her eyes. The two women thought to themselves that someone who could call Baiju his brother must be no pushover. It was only natural that he could tell they were demonic beings. Linny pushed them aside slightly and sat up straight. I'll tell you a secret too. The white-socked demon blinked her eyes and asked in a soft voice. Is Lin sure also one? Linny smiled mysteriously. Look into my eyes. The two female demons exchanged glances, puzzled, but obediently looked into Lin Yi's eyes. Just as their gazes met, Lin Yi's eyes suddenly changed color. A crimson hue emerged, and two eerie black windmill patterns slowly rotated within his pupils. The pupils of the two female demons contracted sharply. Before they could react, a cold voice echoed in their ears. Tsukuyomi Crying Rice. Chapter 45, Heaven and Hell, The Third Power Part 2. Baiju stepped out of the private room, crossed the bustling dance floor, and entered the hall, walking quickly toward a certain direction. He pulled out his phone and looked at the message. Stupid cousin, dear cousin. Hurry and come to the rescue. Following the message was the specific room location within the Extreme Bliss Paradise. Baiju rolled his eyes in exasperation. How did this stupid cousin end up here? He stuffed his phone into his pocket and hurried on. Though he muttered curses under his breath, she was still his cousin, and he couldn't just ignore her. After passing through the lobby, Baiju arrived at the door of a private room. As soon as he reached the door, he heard a terrified female voice coming from inside. No! Don't! Baiju's expression hardened. Bang! He kicked the door open with a single kick. Inside the room, Humimi was being held down on the sofa by the pale-faced male demon from earlier, who was groping her. Her clothes had been torn open, revealing a glimpse of her snow-white, rounded figure. Upon hearing the noise at the door, the male demon stopped his actions, and both of them turned to look toward the door. Baiju saw this scene and his anger flared up instantly. Let go of my cousin! He roared, his figure vanishing from the spot in an instant. The next moment, he appeared beside the male demon, grabbing him by the throat with one hand and lifting him off the ground. The male demon's feet left the ground as he struggled desperately. Baiju's grip was extremely tight, nearly choking him to the point of suffocation. Under the immense pressure, the male demon's demonic features began to manifest. Eerie patterns emerged on his skin, his nails sharpened, and his pupils turned vertical. A look of disgust flashed in Baiju's eyes as he casually tossed him to the ground. Thud! The male demon landed heavily on the ground, emitting a dull thud. At that moment, Humimi's livestream was flooded with comments. The phone fell to the ground, but the camera was pointed toward the door, capturing everything that had just happened. That white-haired guy is so cool. His entrance was so epic. Thank goodness. Otherwise, Mimi would have been caught by that guy. Mimi's so big. So round. So white. Thank goodness the white-haired guy showed up in time, otherwise, the live stream would have been shut down. Did that white-haired guy just call Mimi auntie? Is he her cousin? There are also a lot of female viewers in the live stream. Wow. Mimi's cousin is so handsome. This looks like love. Cousin? I'm in. Mimi, introduce us. Some sharp-eyed viewers also noticed the changes in the man from earlier. Did you guys see that? That man looks like a demon. That's right. His appearance changed just now. I saw it clearly. His claws came out. Mimi is actually drinking with a demon? That's so dangerous. So, Mimi almost ended up with a demon. Humimi ignored the comments. She tidied up her disheveled clothes, stood up, and walked over to Baiju. Baiju was a head taller than her. She looked up at him, and their eyes locked. The atmosphere grew tense. Then, Humimi suddenly lunged forward and grabbed Baiju by the ear. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. Baiju winced in pain. Cousin. Let go of me. Humimi feigned anger and said. All right. My dear cousin, I never expected it to be you. She released Baiju's ear and pinched the collar of his flashy shirt before continuing. Look at you, dressed like that. You seem to be a regular here, don't you? You've gotten pretty good at this, little Baiju. Do you believe me if I tell your parents when I go back? See how they'll deal with you. Baiju grabbed her mischievous hand and pulled it away. He rubbed his reddened ear, his demeanor changing as he looked down at her. My dear cousin, you have the nerve to say that to me. Baiju snorted coldly. You're so weak. You can get away with streaming to seduce men every day, but you actually dared to come to a place like the Eternal Bliss Paradise? Don't you know what kind of place this is? If I hadn't arrived in time, you would almost been attacked by a demon. If you're so tough, why did you ask me for help? Baiju grew more animated as he spoke, launching into a tirade of insults. Maybe tomorrow I'll have a demon-in-law. Just thinking about it is pretty thrilling. Humimi was actually quite weak. You? Is that how you talk to your sister? Baiju spread his hands, looking unconcerned. Cousin. You. Blood is thicker than water. Humimi was left speechless. Today, she had indeed been reckless. In her rush to chase after that man in the duckbill hat, she had disregarded the danger and rushed inside, nearly getting herself into trouble. She had thought her special ability could control this male demon, but not only did it fail to restrain him, it seemed like she had fed him a whole jar of aphrodisiac. Her ability. Never mind, having an ability, even in a rank 1, isn't so bad. Humimi glared at Baiju, glanced at the male demon lying on the ground pretending to be dead, and prepared to leave this trouble-filled place. I'll deal with you later. She was about to take a step forward. Suddenly. A high-pitched, piercing scream, as if coming from the depths of hell, filled with endless pain and despair, echoed throughout the entire paradise of ultimate bliss. The sound was piercingly loud and penetrating, even drowning out the deafening music in the dance floor. Mimi was startled by the sudden scream and stopped in her tracks. The male demon who had been lying on the ground pretending to be dead suddenly stood up. His eyes glowed a blood-red hue, and his body underwent a drastic transformation, completely shifting into the humanoid form of a demon, his face contorted into a hideous grimace. He seemed to have been stimulated by something intense, becoming extremely violent. However, he ignored Baiju and Mimi and charged out of the private room, sprinting in a single direction. At the same time, similar changes occurred in other parts of the Extreme Bliss Paradise. In the dance floor and private rooms, the demonic beings disguised as humans revealed their true forms upon hearing the scream. They charged toward the same direction as if they had gone mad. The entire Extreme Bliss Paradise descended into chaos in an instant. The screams of humans and the growls of demons mingled together. Baiju's pupils contracted. He realized that the direction these demonic beings were charging toward was exactly where Lin Yi was. Is something wrong with Lin Yi's side? Or did Brother Lin cause trouble? Baiju's expression grew solemn. He looked at Mimi and said seriously, "Cousin, you should go back first. It's dangerous here." After speaking, he rushed toward Lin Yi's direction. Mimi also dropped her playful demeanor. She knew how serious the situation was. "All right, be careful." She nodded and ran toward the exit of the Paradise of Bliss without looking back. Although she was an A-class psychic, her abilities leaned toward seduction and control. In such a chaotic battle scene, her abilities were of little use, and staying behind would only cause trouble. However, she had no intention of actually returning. Upon reaching the entrance of the Eternal Paradise and confirming it was safe, she raised her phone and continued streaming. The camera focused on the interior of the Paradise of Bliss. Such a large-scale scene is rare, and the viewership is exploding. Heavenly Paradise, top floor. A luxurious office. Li Kai, captain of the first squad of the Demon Slaying Bureau, is seated in a chair. Across from him, in a boss's chair, sat an elderly man dressed in traditional Chinese attire. The two seemed to be discussing something. The piercing scream could also be heard here. Li Kai furrowed his brows and set down the teacup in his hand. "This?" he was about to ask. The old man across from him waved his hand, interrupting him. "It's just a minor matter, it will be resolved shortly." The old man remained calm, picked up the teapot, and poured Li Kai another cup of tea. "Come, Captain Li, please have some tea." He spoke with a smile, as if the chaos downstairs was of no consequence. Chapter 46, Heaven and Hell, the Third Power Part 3. 3 minutes earlier. In the private room, Lin Yi leaned lazily against the sofa. Before him, two A-class female demons with stunning figures stared wide-eyed. Their pupils reflected Lin Yi's blood-red eyes adorned with black windmill patterns. Fear erupted deep within their souls. Moon reading. The next second. Put. Put. Lin Yi's two hands, without any warning, pierced through the chests of the two female demons. Black blood flowed down his arms, dripping onto the expensive carpet. Ding! Host has gained 40,000 emotion points. Lin Yi slowly withdrew his hands, his palms now holding two A-rank demon cores emitting a faint glow. Bang! Bang! The two female demon corpses collapsed limply to the ground, revealing their scaled and spiked bodies, their eyes wide open in death. Lin Yi stored the demon cores in his system space, casually pulled out a tissue, and carefully wiped the blood from his hands. "I didn't expect you could still call for help," he murmured softly, his tone as calm as water. "The bodies of these demons are truly formidable." The two piercing screams echoing throughout the entire Paradise of Bliss originated from their mouths. As the sounds faded, Lin Yi knew that the main course was about to begin. Boom! The door to the private room was violently smashed open by an unstoppable force, the heavy door panel crashing toward Lin Yi like a cannonball. Lin Yi's expression didn't flicker. Black flames erupted out of nowhere, instantly burning a large hole in the door panel. He shifted his body and passed through the hole. The door panel slammed into the wall behind him, causing a deafening crash. The wall cracked, and smoke and dust filled the air. Outside the door, a chaotic scene unfolded. The corridor was packed with all manner of bizarre and grotesque demons. Their blood-red eyes fixed on Lin Yi, emanating a thirst for blood. Behind these demons stood several humanoid demons whose aura was significantly stronger. They examined Lin Yi with interest, as if he were an intriguing toy. Among them was the tiger-like demon with a striking figure. She held a lady's cigarette between her lips, exhaling a smoke ring, and looked at Lin Yi with a playful tone. "This little brat. We haven't even moved yet, and he dared to attack first." A burly male demon with bulging muscles spoke in a deep, booming voice. "This human isn't weak. He killed two A-rank demons in one go." Another male demon, handsome but pale-faced, snorted disdainfully. "Humph. He only killed two newly promoted A-rankers. I don't think he's anything special. Don't underestimate him." The tiger-like demon tapped the ash from his cigarette, his expression growing serious. "I nearly fell into his hands before." At those words, the other humanoid demons quickly dropped their expressions of contempt and turned their gaze toward Lin Yi, their eyes filled with a mix of surprise and suspicion. Even this tiger woman almost fell into his trap? It seems this human is no ordinary being. This was more than enough to catch their attention. Linny looked at the dark mass of demonic creatures across from him, facing a number that would drive any demon hunting squad to despair. He felt no fear at all. Instead, a sickening excitement surged within him. He didn't know what was wrong with him. Ever since his sister died, he sometimes felt like his mind wasn't quite right. The demonic creatures across from him saw Linny, then noticed the two corpses of their kind lying before him, and let out a series of furious roars. Roar! One of the demon beasts, resembling a cheetah, could no longer contain itself. Its hind legs suddenly surged forward, transforming into a black shadow that charged directly at Linny. Its speed was astonishingly fast, its sharp claws slicing through the air, leaving behind several cold streaks, aiming straight for Lin Yi's neck. The attack was extremely fierce. However, Lin Yi's reaction was even faster. He didn't even step back. Instead, he charged forward. His figure flickered, and in an instant, he appeared directly in front of the leopard-like demon. Then, with a simple straight punch. With a loud thud, the fist pierced through its chest without any resistance. Ding! Host gains plus 1800 emotion points. Linny withdrew his hand, another demon core in his grasp. The lifeless body collapsed before him. Roar! Kill him! Seeing their comrade killed in an instant, the demon horde across the field erupted into chaos. A dozen or so demon beasts swarmed forward, clawing and snarling, intent on tearing Linny to pieces. Linny looked at them, a cruel smile curving his lips. His Sharingan eyes, resembling a kaleidoscope, glowed a blood-red hue. Tsukuyomi! In an instant, all the demon beasts charging toward him froze in place. Time seemed to stand still. Not even a second. They all let out agonizing screams, clutching their heads and rolling on the ground, blood streaming from their 7 orifices. Then, bang! 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 One after another, they collapsed to the ground, completely silent. Lin Yi's ears were filled with the system's alert sounds. Ding! Host has gained plus 500 emotion points. Ding! Host has gained plus 1,200 emotion points. Ding! Host gained plus 1,500 emotion points. Linny was getting annoyed by the constant sounds. System, turn off the system notification sounds. Got it, host. Instantly, the noise around him grew much quieter. The other demons who hadn't charged forward saw their companions die in such a strange and mysterious way. Their eyes filled with fear, and they immediately wanted to retreat. Some of the demonic creatures at the back even quietly turned around, intending to flee. However, as soon as they tried to run, their bodies felt as though they were being grabbed by an invisible giant hand. They flew up uncontrollably and landed in front of the handsome male demon. His icy gaze swept over all the demons, moving the few that were under his control to the front of the formation. Whoever runs, dies. Before the words had even finished. Boom! The few demon beasts suspended in midair, unable to move, suddenly exploded, sending flesh and blood flying everywhere. Several demon cores fell from the blood mist. One of the demon beasts, quick as a flash, snatched one and, without hesitation, stuffed it into its mouth and swallowed it whole. Its body began to swell at a visible speed, growing stronger and more powerful, its aura surging sharply. It had clearly leveled up. The other cores were also snatched up and swallowed by several other demonic beasts, all of which grew stronger to varying degrees. Greed overcame fear. The demon beasts that had swallowed the cores exchanged glances, then roared and charged toward Linny one after another. The remaining demon beasts, seeing this, also charged forward. A large group of demon beasts surged toward Linny like a tidal wave. Linny stood his ground, his expression cold and indifferent. Kagatsuchi. The black flames of Amaterasu erupted violently from his body, transforming into various forms under his control. Black walls of flame rose from the ground, blocking the initial onslaught. Countless black flame spikes shot out from the walls, piercing through one demon after another. The black flames transformed into long whips, sweeping out with deadly force, igniting anything they touched and causing instant death. The battle raged within brutality. Linny resembled a demon returned from hell, ruthlessly reaping the lives of the demonic creatures. Countless demon cores were absorbed into his system space. Midway through the battle, the alien energy within his body had been depleted by more than half. Without hesitation, he exchanged the bottle of a great alien energy recovery potion from the system store and drank it in one gulp. A warm current surged throughout his body, instantly replenishing his depleted alien energy. The battle continues. Moon Reed. Amaterasu. Kagatsuchi. The three great eye techniques were alternately used by him, reaching their peak. Finally, when the last minor demon was devoured by black flames, the entire corridor had turned into a hell on earth. Blood flowed like rivers, and severed limbs littered the ground. The air was thick with the pungent smell of blood and the acrid stench of burning flesh. Linny, alone, had slaughtered all the dozens of demonic beasts. At that moment, the corridor was empty except for him and the few powerful A-rank humanoid demon beasts across from him. Linny once again exchanged a bottle of a rank recovery potion from the system store and drank it all in one gulp in front of them. His alien energy was fully replenished. He raised his eyes to look at the humanoid demon beasts, whose faces had turned an ugly shade of pale, with only one thought in his mind. I have infinite mana. How do you plan to handle this? At that moment, the muscular male humanoid demon could no longer contain himself. He took a step forward, causing the ground to tremble. He glared intently at Linny and let out a roar. Human! Let me take you on. Chapter 47, Heaven and Hell, the third power part 4. Boy! State your name. I don't kill nameless fools. The muscle-bound demon took a step forward, causing the ground to tremble. He glared intently at Linny, letting out a deafening roar. Linny looked at him, his lips parting slightly, but no sound came out. Seeing this, the muscle-bound demon grinned maliciously. Human! Can't even speak? Do you need me to teach you? His massive fist clenched tightly, ready to crush the ignorant human before him into a pulp at any moment. Linny looked at him and spoke again. This time, there was a sound. It was faint, yet clear enough to reach the ears of every demon present. Tsukuyomi. The muscle-bound demon across from him suddenly narrowed his pupils. He suddenly remembered the warning from the tiger-like female demon earlier to be wary of this human's eyes. He also recalled those lower-ranked allies who had been silently and effortlessly controlled by this bizarre ability. He instinctively tried to close his eyes, but it was too late. In the instant his gaze locked with Linny's pair of crimson eyes, his consciousness spun in a dizzying blur. His eyes lost their luster, his pupils dilated, and his entire body froze in place, like a statue. Linny watched the muscle-bound demon controlled by Tsukuyomi, preparing to take the next step. Suddenly, a sharp, piercing pain shot through his right eye. Immediately afterward, his right vision began to grow blurry. He felt something warm and wet trickling down the corner of his eye. Linny's heart sank, and he immediately raised his hand to touch the corner of his eye, then held his finger up to his face. It was blood. He had forgotten that the Sharingan had side effects. Earlier, while clearing out the minor enemies, he had used his eye techniques too frequently, exceeding the current capacity of his eyes. It seemed he had to find a way to evolve his Sharingan into the eternal Sharingan, or else his eyes would eventually go blind. System, is there anything that can counteract the side effects of the Mangekyo Sharingan? He silently repeated in his mind. Ding! The host only needs to use an A-rank purification potion. One dose will allow the host to freely use the Sharingan technique for 90 days without worrying about any side effects. The system's prompt sounded at the right moment. Grade A purification potion can purify the majority of negative states and impurities within the body, and has a certain chance of evolving abilities. Price, 100,000 emotion points. 100,000 emotion points? Linny furrowed his brows. How many emotion points do I have now? Ding! Host's current emotion points are 188,888. He never expected that the large group of minor demonic creatures he had just encountered would provide him with over 100,000 emotion points. Linny's gaze swept over the muscle-bound demon standing dumbfounded across from him, as well as the few humanoid demons behind him who were still watching the battle. Today, all of these guys have to become his emotional values. Otherwise, it'll be a huge loss. System. Convert them. He said it without hesitation in his mind. Ding! Host successfully exchanged for a grade purification agent X1. The next second, a glass test tube filled with bright red liquid appeared out of thin air in Lingy's hand. Without a moment's hesitation, he pulled off the cap and drank it all in one gulp. Instantly, a warm and gentle energy surged into his body, rushing directly toward his eyes. The excruciating pain in his right eye was instantly replaced by an indescribable sense of comfort. Awesome! Linny casually tossed the empty test tube aside, producing a crisp clinking sound. He raised his head once more, his crimson, kaleidoscopic Sharingan eyes now even more airy and profound than before. He looked at the muscle-bound demon across from him, still frozen in the illusion, and spoke softly. Amaterasu, Amaterasu. Boom! A cluster of pitch-black flames erupted without warning on the muscle-bound demon's body. In the next instant, excruciating pain emanating from the depths of his soul jolted him awake from Tsukuyomi's illusory realm. Ah! He let out a heart-wrenching scream of agony. Staring at the unquenchable black flames engulfing his body, he fell to the ground in terror, rolling frantically in an attempt to extinguish them. Alas, all his efforts were in vain. The black flames burned like maggots feasting on bone, growing more intense with each passing moment. He suddenly leaped to his feet and charged madly toward the few humanoid demons behind him, as if seeking their help. However, the humanoid demons did not help him. Instead, they fled as if they had seen a ghost, fearing to be tainted by the strange black flames. In the end, under the cold stares of his companions, the muscle-bound demon's screams grew fainter and fainter until he was completely consumed by the black flames, reduced to nothingness. All that remained at the site was a flickering A-class demon core. The tiger-like demon creature shook its head at the demon core. A brute with muscles but no brains, he deserved to die. She was about to step forward to pick up the demon core. Suddenly, a green figure darted past. A snake man demon used its long serpentine tail to swiftly wrap around the demon core on the ground and toss it into its mouth without hesitation. After finishing, she extended her long, forked snake tongue, licking her blood-red lips, her face glowing with satisfaction. After swallowing the core, her body underwent a strange transformation. The lower half of her body, which had been covered in fine scales, became smoother and more elegant. Her upper body also took on a more perfect human female form, with a pair of emerald-green vertical pupils flashing with a brief gleam of intelligence. You! The tiger human demon, seeing this, flew into a rage. This rank core was supposed to be handed over to the boss according to the rules. But now, it had been secretly swallowed by this snake-like demon. This was undoubtedly a grave offense. She was about to erupt, but a handsome male demon beside her reached out to stop her and shook his head. The tiger demon immediately understood. At this point, to appease the boss's anger, there was only one path left to take. That was to eliminate the human before them. The snake man demon clearly understood as well. He slowly twisted his body and approached Lin Yi. Lin Yi looked at her, a flash of sharp light in his eyes. The snake-like demon extended its tongue, sizing him up with the gaze of someone appraising merchandise, before speaking with a seductive smile. Human handsome guy, your eyes are so beautiful. Unfortunately. Her body twisted seductively. Not as beautiful as mine. As soon as the words left her lips, her emerald-green vertical pupils erupted with blinding light. In an instant, Lin Yi felt as though his body was bound by invisible shackles, unable to move. Then, a cold, stiff sensation began at his feet and spread rapidly upward. Petrifaction. His body, from his feet to his legs, then to his waist and abdomen, was slowly turning into grayish-white rock. Soon, the petrification spread to his eyes. From start to finish, Lin Yi showed no reaction, as if he had completely given up struggling. The snake-like demon, seeing this, burst into a triumphant laugh. A mere human boy. I, Shuriao, will handle him personally. She turned to look at the expressions of admiration on her companions' faces. But strangely, they all stood there motionless, like wooden statues, showing no signs of life. Just as she was feeling puzzled, a cold voice echoed softly in her ear. You idiot! What the hell are you looking at? Chapter 48, Heaven and Hell, the third power part 5. The snake-like demon, Shuriao, heard the sudden voice by her ear, and her emerald vertical pupils contracted sharply. A chill emanating from the depths of her soul caused her body to stiffen. She wanted to flee. But the moment the thought arose, her body refused to obey her. The next second. Put! An unbearable pain spread throughout her entire body. She slowly lowered her head and saw a blood-soaked hand piercing through her entire chest. A warm heart was beating wildly in that hand. You! Shuriao struggled to lift her head, staring at Lin Yi, who stood before her unscathed, her eyes filled with disbelief. How is this possible? Lin Yi's expression was cold and indifferent. He gripped the beating heart tightly and suddenly pulled his hand out. Blood spattered everywhere. Shuriao's body collapsed limply to the ground, her life force rapidly fading away. Lin Yi looked down at her from above, his gaze icy cold. You idiot! Everything that had just happened, starting with the petrification, was all an illusion. The moment Shuriao approached, Lin Yi had already activated Tsukuyomi, dragging her into an illusionary space identical to reality. For the current Lin Yi, as long as he had the opportunity, he would use Tsukuyomi without hesitation. It was the simplest, most direct, and highest failure tolerance method. The outside world. In the eyes of the other humanoid demons, Shuriao was simply walking toward that human. Then, she suddenly stopped in her tracks. The next moment, she clutched her chest and collapsed straight to the ground, her face frozen in an expression of unbearable pain, all signs of life gone. Dead? Dead like that? The tiger-like demon stared at Shuriao's lifeless body, his expression growing grim. Let's attack together. This creature's strength is likely approaching S rank, she said in a low voice. The other demon beasts had no choice but to admit that this human's strength was utterly absurd. They knew they couldn't keep playing around. If they dragged this out any longer, once the leader lost his temper, none of them would be able to take the blame. In an instant, the remaining humanoid demon beasts reached a consensus. Simultaneously, they released a terrifying aura, charging toward Lin Yi from all directions. Lin Yi's mind had just withdrawn from the illusory space when he saw several demonic creatures charging toward him simultaneously. His blood-red eyes flashed once more, and he was about to unleash his eye technique. Suddenly, a piercing sound echoed from behind him. A thick tentacle, like a venomous snake emerging from its lair, silently slithered toward his back. Lin Yi acted decisively, channeling the alien energy within him toward his eyes. Earth binding. The space behind him twisted. A cluster of black flames appeared out of thin air, quickly coalescing into a pitch-black shield. Boom! The tentacles collided violently with the black flame shield. Though the shield managed to block the fatal blow, the immense force still sent Lin Yi flying backward. Crash! Lin Yi's body crashed through a thick wall, appearing in the large hall outside. The tentacle of the tentacled demon, upon coming into contact with the Amaterasu black flame, began to burn wildly. He let out a muffled groan and swiftly severed his own tentacle to halt the spread of the black flames. The next second, the severed area began to writhe with flesh, and a new tentacle grew back. At the entrance to the Great Hall of the Eternal Paradise, Humimi was holding her phone, live streaming the chaos inside. All the human psychics had escaped and were gathered here to watch the spectacle. Suddenly, boom! A wall deep within the hall shattered with a loud explosion. A figure flew out of the dust and landed heavily on the ground near the entrance. The immense force of the impact carved a deep trench in the smooth floor before he finally came to a halt. Humimi rubbed her eyes and looked at the figure lying in the groove. Isn't that the handsome guy wearing the baseball cap? Everyone in the live stream recognized him as well. The guy in the baseball cap got knocked out. Was the riot inside just because of him? Are you guys distracted? Isn't the real issue why there are so many demons in the Eternal Paradise? This is terrifying. So many demons. Is South City about to fall? Creepy. So does that mean the people around us could all be demonic beings in disguise? The chat exploded instantly. Just then, several humanoid demon creatures emanating a powerful aura slowly emerged from the broken wall. Each of them looked formidable. Among them, the tentacled demon, upon seeing Linny lying motionless on the ground, hesitated not a moment before extending another tentacle and lashing out viciously. Just as the tentacle was about to strike Linny, a white figure suddenly appeared. The figure casually raised a hand and slapped it away. The thick tentacle, which had been moving with great force, was flicked away like a fly, embedding itself deeply into the wall beside it. The tentacled demon retracted its tentacle, glaring warily at the sudden intruder, and coldly said, "Young Master Bai, are you sure you want to stop us?" The person who had appeared was none other than Baiju. Upon hearing this, Baiju furrowed his brows. His figure vanished from the spot in an instant. The next moment, he had already appeared before the tentacled demon. He unleashed a powerful punch. The tentacled demon was startled and quickly crossed several tentacles to block the attack. Boom! The terrifying force still sent him flying through the air, crashing into a wall and shattering it into pieces. Baiju shook his hands, adopting a cocky and arrogant posture, and addressed the tentacled monster amidst the ruins. "Who the hell do you think you are? Daring to talk to me like that?" The other humanoid demons, seeing this, quickly moved away from Baiju. This was a true S-class psychic. Not only was his psychic ability S-class, but his psychic energy was also S-class. They weren't even a match for him. Baiju surveyed the area, then pointed at Linny in the pit and declared with authority, "He's my brother. Anyone who dares to touch him today will regret it." In truth, Baiju wasn't simply trying to help Linny. He simply found the situation too thrilling. Moreover, Linny dared to go on a killing spree alone in such a place. That kind of courage was more than enough. Such a person was worthy of becoming his true brother. Just as he was basking in the spotlight. Ding ding ding. His phone rang. Baiju pulled out his phone and saw the caller ID displayed in 2 large characters. Old dang. Upon seeing those 2 characters, Baiju immediately sensed something was wrong. He hesitated for a few seconds before answering the call. "Hello? Lao dang. I'm busy right now. Hang up." Just as Baiju was about to hang up, a deep, authoritative voice of a middle-aged man came from the other end of the line. "You little brat. How dare you hang up on me? Do you think I won't cut off your card right now? And you. Right now. Immediately. Get your ass back here." Baiju knew from the tone that the old man was serious. He glanced at the few demonic creatures lurking ahead. He glanced back at Linny, who was still lying motionless in the pit behind him, and a helpless expression crossed his face. He sighed, put away his phone, and left the spot, heading toward the door. Humimi watched Baiju walk over and couldn't resist mocking him. "Isn't he your brother? What? You're just abandoning your brother like that?" Baiju didn't use his usual joking tone this time. Instead, he looked at Linny in the center of the room and said seriously, "Actually, whether I'm here or not, the outcome would be the same. I just wanted to impress him. My brother isn't just anyone." Humimi looked at him, clearly skeptical. "What's so special about him? He's been beaten up like that, lying there motionless for half an hour. That's not special at all." Baiju just smiled and didn't explain further. Humimi rolled her eyes. Always so mysterious. In the hall, the few humanoid demons saw Baiju leave and all sighed in relief. They knew that the boss must have intervened. Just then, Linny, who was in the pit, covered his head and slowly stood up. He cracked his neck, making a crackling sound. That was quite a bit of strength. He murmured, his tone betraying no emotion. Outside the extreme paradise, countless psychics watched him, marveling at his audacity for daring to act here. Humimi, seeing Linny stand up, immediately aimed the camera at him. In the live stream, viewers watched Linny's back as he faced so many supernatural beings alone, sending messages in the chat. "This guy looks so cool. He's so cool. There are so many psychics around, yet none of them are helping him. They're just watching him face all these demons alone. What's going on with these people? We don't understand either. In the hall, the few demonic creatures surrounding Linny noticed him standing up, then exchanged glances with one another and no longer hesitated. Each of them unleashed their abilities and charged toward Linny once more. Several A-ranked demonic beings' terrifying demonic energies erupted simultaneously, sending powerful shockwaves that shattered all the glass in the hall. Cracks began to appear in the walls. The human psychics watching from outside felt sorry for Linny, but none of them intervened. It wasn't worth risking their lives for a stranger to face so many powerful demonic beings. Linny looked at the enemies charging toward him from all directions. Instead of fear, his eyes gleamed with excitement. I haven't used this move yet. Today, I'll use it on you to test it out. As he spoke, the alien energy within his body began to boil, surging wildly and disrupting the surrounding air currents. An indescribable sense of terror and oppression spread out from his body. In the next instant, a cold voice echoed throughout the entire hall. The third power, Susanoo Daisan no Kora, Shursan Noda. Chapter 49, Heaven and Hell, the third power part 6. The third power, Susanoo Daisan no Kaira, Shursan Noda. As Linny finished speaking, an even more powerful force erupted violently from within his body. The impact of this force caused the several humanoid demons charging toward him to come to an abrupt halt. They each unleashed their techniques, desperately resisting the violent surge of energy. They stared intently at Linny, the center of the force, their eyes filled with terror. At the moment the shockwave erupted, Baiju at the door reacted with lightning speed. He swiftly hoisted Humimi, who was still in a daze, onto his shoulders. With Humimi's screams echoing behind them, he vanished in a flash, retreating to the outside of the eternal paradise. All the other psychics gathered outside held their breath, fixated on the solitary figure in the center of the hall. Boom! A deep rumble of thunder rolled across the sky. Immediately afterward, a brilliant white lightning bolt split the pitch-black night sky, instantly illuminating every face. The scene seemed to foretell that something incredibly terrifying was about to descend upon the world. Within the already dilapidated interior of the eternal paradise, a strange black energy began to swirl around Lingy's body. This energy, like thick ink, began to solidify and converge rapidly. Soon, a massive half-skeletal figure, standing over 10 meters tall, with blood-red eyes and a body as black as ink, rose from the ground behind Linny. The skeleton's body was surrounded by black energy that burned like the infernal flames of hell. This was the third power of Linny's Mangekyo Sharingan no, for the current Linny, it should be the fourth power. Divine Power Susanoo half-skeleton form. Linny lowered his head and stood quietly in place. His entire body was tightly enveloped by the massive ribcage of Susanoo, resembling a deity descending from the heavens. Everyone present, including Humimi, Baiju, and the few remaining humanoid demons, as well as the thousands of viewers in Humimi's livestream, all of them were speechless with shock. They stared at the black skeleton resembling an ancient demon god, utterly shocked, their minds blank. They had never seen such an eerie and terrifying ability before. The aura emanating from the black skeleton. Powerful, cold, and brutal, causing an uncontrollable fear to rise from the depths of everyone's souls. Baiju, however, showed no fear. He widened his eyes and wore an expression of unbridled excitement. Damn it! No wonder you're my brother, Baiju. You're so awesome. Ding! Host has gained plus 1000 emotion points. Ding! Host gains plus 1200 emotion points. Ding! Host gains plus 999 emotion points. Lingy's emotion points were increasing at an astonishing rate, but he remained bowed, standing motionless in place, eerily silent. The few humanoid demons dared not move a muscle. This thing was over 10 meters tall, with its head nearly touching the ceiling. It didn't look like something they could possibly provoke. How many more terrifying and bizarre abilities does this human possess? The tiger-like demon swallowed hard, already beginning to lose its nerve. Just then, the tentacled demon beside her took a step forward, despite its hesitation. Though he too was utterly shocked by Lingy's bizarre abilities, he had no intention of giving up so easily. He lowered his voice and said to his companions behind him, "Everyone! The boss is watching." These words were both a reminder and a warning. The other humanoid monsters, upon hearing this, immediately recalled the leader's terrifying methods. The fear that had just begun to rise in their hearts dissipated by more than half. They could only grit their teeth and move forward slowly. The tiger-like demon watched them, cursing inwardly. A bunch of idiots. If you want to go ahead yourselves. I'm not dying here. She gave the massive black skeleton monster across from her one last lingering glance. She then shielded the other humanoid demons in front of her, her body subtly retreating backward. Soon, her figure blended into the dimly lit hall and vanished. The tentacled demon attacked first. It let out a loud roar, and 8 thick tentacles shot out like arrows from a bow, striking at various vital points on Lingy's body from different angles. The tentacles moved at an incredible speed, closing in on Lingy in an instant. But the moment they made contact with the surface of the Susanoo form, they could no longer advance even an inch. Just as the tentacled demon sensed danger and attempted to retract its tentacles, Susanoo moved. Its massive skeletal hands suddenly rose, grasping the 8 struggling tentacles, then its arm muscles tensed with immense force. The tentacled demons had no strength to resist, and their bodies were instantly pulled away by an irresistible force. In the next instant, it was tightly gripped within Susanoo's massive palm. He frantically tried to struggle, but the immense force left him completely immobilized. The other demons tried to intervene, but it was already too late. Put! A dull, explosive sound echoed through the air. The tentacled demon was crushed to death by the massive skeletal hand. Flesh and bone fragments scattered like mud, falling through the gaps between the fingers. A gleaming A-class demon core lay quietly within the massive palm. At that moment, Linny slowly raised his head. His face was twisted into a sickening, maniacal grin. His eyes flickered with excitement and murderous intent, sending a chill down the spine. Linny controlled Susanoo's massive palm, slowly moving it toward himself. He reached out and picked up the warm demon core from the palm of the giant hand. He placed it under the moonlight streaming in from outside the door and examined it closely. Then, he stored it in the system space. Lin Yi's gaze once again fell upon the few demonic creatures across from him. His gaze was as if he were looking at several delicious dishes already laid out on a table. The few demonic creatures across from him, seeing Lin Yi's expression, finally revealed extreme fear in their eyes. They turned to flee, but a massive black fist had already appeared above them, carrying the force to shatter the heavens and earth, crashing down with overwhelming might. Boom! A few of the faster demon beasts managed to narrowly escape. But the remaining 2 were not so fortunate. They were directly crushed by Susanoo's fist, turned into 2-dimensional beings, unable to even utter a scream. The few demon beasts that had narrowly escaped didn't even have time to catch their breath before another massive palm swept toward them. This time, only the handsome male demon managed to narrowly escape using his bizarre psychic abilities. The rest of the demons were all caught in Susanoo's grasp. The next moment, it was instantly crushed into a pulp, blood and flesh scattered everywhere. Linny controlled Susanoo and began to furiously attack the last male demon. The entire Eternal Paradise was reduced to a horrific wasteland under the brutal assault, barely recognizable as a once beautiful paradise. Outside, Fumimi's wide eyes stared intently at the massive black skeleton monster, her eyes filled with astonishment. Seeing Lin Yi's appearance, she didn't find it perverted at all. Instead, she thought he was incredibly cool. Other psychics around them quickly pulled out their phones, some taking photos, others recording videos. Such a rare sight might never come their way again, so they couldn't afford to miss it. They had to document it properly. Baiju's originally excited expression gradually turned serious. He could tell that Lin Yi's current state was abnormal. While it seemed like Lin Yi was controlling the massive skeleton, Baiju sensed that it was the skeleton controlling Lin Yi to carry out the slaughter. Bang! Boom! Within the Eternal Paradise, Susanoo's attacks grew increasingly ferocious and intense. The male demon frantically dodged the attacks, his alien energy nearly depleted. He leaned against a broken wall, gasping for breath. He watched helplessly as the massive black fist once again barreled toward him. The shadow of death completely engulfed him. Just as the situation reached its most critical moment, a figure suddenly appeared before him. The figure simply extended a hand and effortlessly blocked the massive fist. Where the fist and palm collided, an immense force erupted, causing the ground to sink deeply. The male demon, having narrowly escaped death, regained his senses. When he recognized the figure before him, his voice trembled, even choking with emotion. Old Boss. Chapter 50, Heaven and Hell, the Third Power Part 7. The old man steadied himself and caught Susanoo's fist. He didn't even turn around, but instead coldly addressed the trembling male demon behind him. Get out of here! The male demon, as if granted a pardon, scrambled to his feet and fled the scene without looking back. Lin Yi grinned, slowly retracting Susanoo's fist. His eyes gleamed with a maddened curiosity as he studied the old man who had suddenly appeared before him. The old man was also observing Lin Yi, his brows furrowing deeper with each passing moment. Something was off about this kid. And A rank in the zone, even if his is S rank, shouldn't be able to unleash such bizarre and powerful abilities. Moreover, the within his body seemed endless, showing no signs of depletion even now. More importantly, he was currently in a state of madness, completely driven by a desire for slaughter. There must be some secret hidden within this young man. An old man and a young boy stood facing each other across the void, glaring intently, neither making a move. In the shadows in the distance, Li Kai stared intently at Lin Yi's young yet face, feeling as though he had seen it somewhere before. Suddenly, a photo flashed through his mind. He quickly pulled out his phone and swiped his fingers across the screen. He found the bulletin issued by the police chief on June 26, 2025, regarding the incident where all members of the 13th Squad of the Demon Hunting Bureau were killed in action. He flipped straight to the end and saw the information about the missing personnel. Lin Yi, male, 18 years old, orphan, freshman at the South City Academy of Special Abilities, recently awakened an unknown A-class ability named Sharingan. Li Kai looked up and repeatedly compared the photo on his phone with the young man in the distance, who was enveloped by a massive black skeleton. That's him. It was him. Looking at those crimson, eerie eyes, they must be the Sharingan mentioned in the report. But Li Kai stared at the black skeleton, over 10 meters tall, emanating a terrifying aura. An A-class ability user could possess such an absurdly powerful ability? Such overwhelming power, he had only ever seen it in the S-rank special agents sent down from above. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Could it be that the annihilation of Team 13 was also connected to this Linny? He clapped his hands sharply, feeling as though he had discovered something crucial. Just then, Linny finally moved. He no longer attacked wildly and chaotically as before. Instead, he summoned Susanoo, whose massive skeletal arms whistled through the air as they struck the old man with a powerful punch. The old man's figure flickered, sometimes effortlessly dodging Susanoo's powerful strikes, other times charging head-on to clash with the massive fist. Each collision unleashed terrifying energy waves, causing the entire Eternal Paradise to tremble. The crowd gathered outside had already retreated to a safe distance, fearing they might be caught in the aftermath of the two divine beings' battle. In Humimi's livestream, the chat was completely chaotic. Is this something I can watch for free? These two must be S-rank psychics. That power. That speed. They're definitely S-rank. What a blessing. To witness such a divine battle in person, I must buy a lottery ticket tomorrow to celebrate. Humimi held her phone tightly, swallowing nervously, and turned to ask Baiju beside her. Cousin, can you beat them? Baiju dropped his usual carefree expression, his face serious as never before. After a moment of thought, he replied. If it's just this level, no problem. But they clearly haven't used their full strength yet. We'll have to fight them to know for sure. Humimi was taken aback. I didn't expect someone as arrogant as you to say something like that. Aren't you the one who always thinks the world revolves around you? Baiju shook his head. This is different. At that moment, the battle between the two had reached its climax. This old man's strength was countless times stronger than the combined power of the previous A-rank demon beasts. Linny, even in his Susanoo form, could only fight him to a standstill. The old man dodged Susanoo's attack once more, but his doubts grew deeper. How is this kid getting stronger the more he fights? It makes no sense at all. The energy within his body seemed endless, like a perpetual motion machine. This can't drag on any longer. The old man's eyes hardened. He knew he had to end this quickly, or else who knew how much stronger this kid would become. He began frantically channeling the strange energy within his body. One by one, strange black patterns emerged from beneath his skin, spreading rapidly across his entire body. Two sharp horns sprouted from the top of his head, and his face visibly grew younger, with his white hair transforming into waist-length jet black locks. A surge of power, several times stronger than before, erupted from his body. Baiju saw the old man's transformation and his pupils contracted sharply. A demon? He was utterly astonished this old man was actually a demon. The situation was getting more and more interesting. Linny controlled Susanoo, and in his state, he didn't care what the old man had become. There was only one word on his mind. Kill. Across from him, the old man, now in his demon form, coldly stared at Linny as the strange energy within him surged wildly. The space around him rippled slightly. The next second, he vanished into thin air. When he reappeared, he was already directly in front of Linny. His speed was incredibly fast. It was like teleportation. Even with his Sharingan's enhanced observational abilities, Lin Yi's body couldn't react in time. The demonic old man delivered a fierce roundhouse kick, carrying the force of 10,000 Jun, slamming it into Susanoo's chest. Crack! The immense force was so great that it shattered Susanoo's hard ribs. Lin Yi, along with the massive Susanoo, was struck like a cannonball, instantly shattering the broken wall behind him and sending his entire body flying out onto the streets beyond the gates of the Eternal Paradise. Boom! 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 Along the way, he shattered several streetlights and even crushed to death a few daring psychics who had gotten too close. Finally, he slid dozens of meters across the ground, crashing into and collapsing a small building. Clatter! Countless pieces of debris and rebar instantly buried Lin Yi. A streetlight pole that had been knocked down lay on the ground, its bulb flickering a few times before going out completely, plunging the area into even deeper darkness. Whoosh! The old demonic man teleported again, appearing before the ruins. He gathered his strength, preparing to deliver the final blow to Lin Yi and eliminate this mysterious young man once and for all. But just as he was about to strike, his movements suddenly halted. He abruptly looked up, gazing toward the top of the ruins. Two figures had appeared there silently, their presence unnoticed. Their faces were covered by grotesque demon masks, and their bodies were shrouded in wide black robes. The old demon looked at the two figures, his face first flickering with fear, but it was quickly overshadowed by anger. People from the Six Realms? Are you here to save this brat? One of the black-robed figures, relatively smaller in stature, spoke in a voice that could not be distinguished as male or female. Yes, but not exactly. The old demon was seething with anger. I don't give a damn who you are. This kid is dead today. He roared furiously, giving the other no chance to react. He teleported back to the ruins in an instant, moving at an incredible speed, and delivered a powerful punch toward the ruins ahead. The black-robed figure seemed taken aback. He hadn't expected this man to attack after learning they were from the Six Paths. Just as she was about to intervene, suddenly, waves of immense, strange energy surged out from the ruins. The next moment, boom! The ruins exploded instantly. Amidst the swirling dust, Linny could be seen rubbing his head as he slowly rose to his feet. The Susanoo behind him had already vanished, but the strange energy fluctuations emanating from his body were exceptionally intense. Linny rubbed his still dazed head. Just now, his consciousness had indeed fallen into a strange state of madness. The person he had been was not himself, or rather, it was another version of himself. Feeling the unprecedentedly powerful strange energy surging within him, he immediately looked at his system interface. Alien Energy A+. A+. His alien energy had actually advanced to A+ level. It seems that combat can indeed enhance the level of alien energy. Linny shook his head, feeling much more at ease. He lifted his head, his icy gaze fixing on the old demonic man across from him. "It's you, you bastard. You were trying to kill me just now?" Before he could finish speaking, his entire body erupted with surging. Another massive Susanoo instantly materialized behind him. Linny immediately dispelled the Susanoo. But this time, the Susanoo was completely different from before. Its body was no longer just bones, but covered in black muscle patterns, exuding explosive power. Its height had reached nearly 20 meters, resembling a small mountain. At the same time, a massive longsword formed from Susanoo's power appeared in the right hand of the Susanoo, though its appearance was blurry and not yet fully formed. This was Linny's Susanoo's brand new form, the half-body muscle form. Chapter 51, Heaven and Hell, the third power end. Here it comes again. In the distance, a psychic watched the black giant reforming and exclaimed in terror. "This is different from the one just now. It's clearly much stronger now." Another person nearby shouted in shock, his voice trembling. Baiju watched Linny and the even more massive Susanoo with interest. The surprises this guy kept bringing him were getting bigger and bigger each time. A thought crossed his mind. Decided. This guy, I'm going to take him down, he. Humimi looked at the lecherous smile on Baiju's face and couldn't help but shiver, shaking her head. This crazy cousin must be thinking about something weird again. Her live stream was already in complete chaos. How did he get stronger again? This guy looks even more demonic than the demons themselves. What the hell is that huge monster? Does his ability include summoning? That size, that sense of oppression, I'm trembling just watching through the screen. At that moment, Linny, who was at the center of Susanoo, had only one thought. This Susanoo is simply too draining on his. And it's not just the energy. His mind and body airing immense pressure. This thing is not something just anyone can handle. It seems we need to act quickly. Lin Yi's gaze swept over the two black-robed figures standing amidst the ruins in the distance. Black Dream and White Dream. What are they doing here? Never mind. His gaze immediately shifted back to the elderly demonic being across from him, who was staring back with a wary expression. The two locked eyes. Those icy, emotionless crimson eyes caused the demonic old man's body to stiffen, and cold sweat instantly soaked his back. He swallowed involuntarily, the enormous black tentacle sending a deeply unsettling sensation through him, one that was overwhelmingly intense. His feet began to move backwards silently. Linny noticed his subtle movement. Without a moment's hesitation, he directly controlled the Susanoo, and the massive right arm, covered in black muscle patterns, slowly rose. In its massive hand was the enormous longsword forged from the power of Susanoo. Then, he swung it, delivering a horizontal slash. In an instant, the heavens and earth fell silent. Time seemed to freeze for an instant. Then, from the black blade, a devastating force erupted, capable of shattering the heavens and the earth. It charged toward the old demonic being with an unstoppable force, moving at an unimaginable speed. The demonic old man's pupils contracted sharply. He tried to teleport, but under the force of that power, his body was directly restrained in place, leaving him unable to use his abilities. In the blink of an eye, he mobilized every ounce of his with millisecond-level reflexes. The energy, his arms crossed in front of his chest, preparing to withstand the attack head-on. But he had severely underestimated the terror of the Susanoo power. He was the first to be hit, swept away by the invisible energy torrent. Upon contact, the old man suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was swept backward by the force, vanishing from everyone's sight in an instant. The force did not stop. Wherever it passed, the ground cracked layer by layer, and everything in its path was swallowed and torn apart. Those who thought they were safe by staying far away were unfortunately standing directly in the path of Susanoo's wide-range attack. They stared in horror, their pupils reflecting the scenes of destruction unfolding before them. They looked utterly desperate, wanting to flee, but their bodies were stiff and unable to move. The next moment, they didn't even have time to scream before they were obliterated into debris by that terrifying force. "Run! Baiju, seeing the situation, roared furiously. The energy within his body erupted without restraint. He activated his abilities to their fullest extent. He grabbed Humimi, who was still standing there in shock, and leaped into the air. Boom! The ground was crushed into a deep crater, and his entire body shot into the sky like a cannonball, soaring dozens of meters into the air in an instant. Baiju looked down. Below, an entire district along with countless buildings was completely obliterated by the force. Within 100 meters of Lin Yi's front, the area had already turned into a hellish inferno. Everything had been utterly destroyed, leaving behind only a chaotic scene with clouds of dust swirling in the air. Amidst the ruins, He Meng and Bai Meng were also completely stunned by the scene before them. Through their masks, they stared blankly at the apocalyptic scene below, their eyes filled with utter shock. What kind of power is this? Coming to their senses, their gazes all turned toward the one responsible for this chaos below. At that moment, the massive Susanoo had vanished without a trace. Lin Yi's face was deathly pale, looking as though his body had been completely drained of energy, swaying unsteadily where he stood. This hit was truly exhilarating. But the aftereffects were excruciatingly painful. All the foreign energy within his body had been completely drained. Even his mental strength and physical energy had been drained, leaving him completely exhausted. No wonder it's called the power of the gods. This was merely a half-formed Susanoo. He dared not imagine how invincible the fully formed Susanoo would be. Black Dream and White Dream immediately noticed Lin Yi's unusual state. The two of them flickered and appeared beside Lin Yi. White Dream wasted no time, immediately unleashing his own ability. A gentle white light instantly enveloped Lin Yi. The dried up within Lin Yi's body began to slowly recover, and his weakened vital energy also improved significantly. However, it lasted only a few seconds. Bai Meng's face paled, and she was forced to stop using her ability. Her forehead was covered in beads of sweat, and she gasped for breath, speaking weakly. What kind of constitution do you have? Even when I'm using my full power, I can't satisfy you? You're a monster. He Meng looked at Lin Yi, his eyes brimming with unhidden admiration and excitement. It seemed that he had truly been favored by Lady Luck. Such a powerful individual, and he had actually crossed paths with him. Wow! Subarashi. Haimo suppressed his excitement, looked at the two weakened figures, and spoke in a low voice. It's time to go. Lin Yi's condition had improved significantly. He looked at He Meng and nodded slightly. He then glanced once more at the massive chasm spanning the street that he had left behind. Without lingering, the three leaped backwards several times and swiftly vanished into the deep night. On the rooftop of a building untouched by the chaos in the distance, Baiju carried Humimi, watching the direction the three had left, an excited smile on his face. He grew increasingly eager, wondering what earth-shattering deeds Lin Yi would accomplish in the future. He turned around and sprinted off in another direction. Baiju! You bastard! Put me down first! In the quiet night, only the sound of a woman's scream echoed, growing fainter and fainter. Li Kai, who had already hidden himself far away, emerged from the shadows of the building. He stared at the horrific scene before him, as if it had been struck by a meteorite, his entire body numb. His hands trembling, he pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Soon, the call was answered. On the other end, the sound of mahjong tiles clacking against each other echoed, followed by a deep, resonant male voice. Hello? Little Kai. Calling me so late at night? Is there something urgent? Wait. Hold on. Bang. Li Kai took a deep breath, trying to steady his voice, and spoke in a voice that was almost a sob. Director, you really need to come back. Chapter 52, The Wind Rises in South City. The sky was just beginning to lighten, and the once quiet South City was starting to buzz with activity. In a noodle shop, a young man was intently eating his noodles while swiftly swiping his phone screen. The next moment. Damn it! He jumped up from his seat. Customers eating noodles around him turned to look at him in surprise. The young man, however, paid no attention. His eyes wide open, he stared intently at the phone screen, his mouth gaping wide enough to fit an egg. On the screen, a video was playing. A massive black monster, so large it blocked out the sky, simply swung its long sword. Countless buildings in front of it collapsed and were severed in an instant, like blocks of Lego. Such a scene of destruction was something he had only ever seen in top-tier special effects blockbusters. Holy crap, what movie is this trailer for? That's amazing. What the heck is that? Let me see. Curious onlookers gathered around. However, just then, several people inside the noodle shop let out similar exclamations at the same time. Clearly, they had also come across this mind-blowing short video. But before they could take a closer look, the video on the screen flashed. It disappeared completely. In its place appeared a cold system message. This video contains violations and has been banned and removed. Within the city, a very small number of people who had seen the video in the first instance hadn't managed to save it before it vanished completely from the internet, leaving no trace. 10 miles outside the southern city, in a lush forest. However, a section of this area had completely transformed. Within a radius of hundreds of meters, the ground was charred black, with all the trees completely toppled over, still bearing scorched remnants. On the ground, dark red lava flowed slowly, emitting suffocating heat, turning the area into a fiery hell. At the center of the area, a man dressed in the uniform of a demon hunting bureau special agent stands with one hand in his pocket, his expression arrogant. His right hand grips a long spear entirely composed of molten lava. The tip of the spear pierces through a slender, horned humanoid demon. At the wound, the scorching molten lava was furiously devouring the demon's flesh, emitting a sizzling sound. The demon's life force had already vanished completely. The man looked at it with contempt, then casually withdrew the spear. The demon's lifeless body collapsed to the ground. He casually sliced open the demon's abdomen with the molten flame spear, extracting a demon core emitting powerful energy, which he held in his hand and examined. At that moment, faint footsteps echoed from behind. The man turned around, and the molten flame spear in his hand instantly turned into sparks and vanished. The person who arrived was a woman with an imposing figure, also wearing the uniform of a special envoy, her beautiful face covered in ice. She approached the man and spoke in a cold, clear voice. "Zongjie, I have something to show you." As she spoke, she extended a slender white finger and gently touched Zongjie's forehead. The tip of her finger emitted a soft white light. Zongjie closed his eyes. A scene suddenly flooded his mind. In the vision, a massive, half-human, half-monster creature held a fearsome long sword in its hands. Below the monster, a tiny human figure could be faintly seen. Then, the monster swung its blade. Within 100 meters in front of it, everything was reduced to ruins in an instant. The vision ended there. Zongjie opens his eyes, the arrogance on his face vanishing, replaced by a sickening excitement, his eyes burning with visible fervor. "Jiang Yu, where did you see this?" Jiang Yu shook the phone in his hand and said casually. "It's a video online, but it was only up for a few seconds before it was taken down. It must have been taken down by the authorities." Zongjie casually tossed the demon core in his hand to Jiang Yu and licked his lips excitedly. "Compared to this trashy S-rank demon, I'm more interested in this guy." In a dimly lit room, an old man covered in blood lay motionless on a bed, resembling a corpse with no signs of life. By the bedside, a tiger-like demon stood with its arms crossed. "Oh no! Boss! How could you just die like this? Without you, how will we survive?" The male demon who had been saved by the old man knelt by the bed, weeping bitterly at the sight of the old man on the bed. "Duong!" The male demon's head was suddenly struck hard. Cough! Cough! A series of coughs echoed from the bed. The tiger-like demon's expression changed slightly. The male demon couldn't believe his eyes and looked up at the old man. The old man, who had been on the brink of death, began to regain his color. And slowly opened his eyes. "Leader! You're alive!" the male demon roared excitedly. The old man ignored the male demon and tremblingly pulled out a piece of paper from his robe. He turned to the tiger-like demon standing beside him and said weakly, "Tiger girl, make this call and tell him, this is the last time. We'll definitely pay you back later." Today was sunny, with cloudy skies turning clear. Lin Yi awoke from a soft, comfortable bed. He stretched lazily, his bones cracking with every movement. After staying up all night, he was extremely exhausted. After following Black Dream and White Dream to this luxurious villa in the suburbs, he collapsed onto the bed and slept soundly. Lin Yi, naked, walked to the large floor-to-ceiling window and pulled back the heavy curtains. The morning sunlight flooded the entire room. He pushed open the glass door and stepped out onto the vast, open balcony. The warm sunlight bathed Lin Yi's body, feeling very comfortable. He took a deep breath of the fresh morning air. Comfortable. Lin Yi hadn't felt this comfortable in a long time. After an intense battle, he felt as though his body had been rejuvenated, brimming with endless energy. Dong! 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 The door was knocked. Lin Yi turned around just as the door was opened from the outside. At the door stood Bai Meng, wearing a pair of cool, short shorts that showed off her two long, straight, white legs, which were quite eye-catching. She wore a simple t-shirt and had her hair tied up in two cute pigtails. Today, she was the epitome of cuteness and sensuality. As Bai Meng opened the door, she saw Lin Yi standing naked on the balcony, staring at her. Those well-defined pectoral muscles. Those sharp, defined 8-pack abs. Bai Meng's face flushed red in an instant. She instinctively reached out her hand to cover her face, but her fingers couldn't help but part slightly, peeking at Lin Yi. "Lin Yi, put your clothes on." Her voice carried a hint of embarrassment and panic. Lin Yi heard Bai Meng's words but showed no change in expression. He calmly walked to the bed and put his clothes back on. Only then did Bai Meng exhale in relief, touching her flushed cheeks. She looked at Lin Yi and said, "Lin Yi, go to the living room and eat breakfast first. My sister has something to tell you later." Lin Yi nodded. The two of them entered the living room, where the table was already set with a sumptuous breakfast. Lin Yi didn't hesitate, sat down, and devoured all the food in a flash. Shortly after, Bai Meng drove up in a red sports car, picked up Lin Yi, and headed toward the Black Dream Bar. Lin Yi sat in the back seat, his eyes closed, his mind filled with the exhilarating scenes of last night's killing spree. He had been killing all night. He wondered how much emotion points those guys had contributed to his system. Lin Yi silently recited the words in his mind and opened the system panel. Name, Lin Yi. Abilities Kakashi's Sharingan S. Abilities, Tsukuyomi, Amaterasu, Kagetsuchi, Susanoo. Items Lin Shaoruan S Corpse, a photo with Shaoruan X1, Tobias White Mask Set, a rank Demon Core X7, B rank Demon Core X20, C rank Demon Core X85. Ability Energy A+. Emotional value 799999. Note, due to the host's low supernatural energy, some abilities may not be usable or may have reduced effects. Please test them yourself. Ha? Only 790,000? Lin Yi furrowed his brows. Last night, he had killed so many and many other were caught in the crossfire. By all accounts, he should have at least 100,000 emotion values, right? System, what's going on with the emotion points? Did you hack me? Ding. Please do not slander this system. The system always adheres to the principles of fairness, impartiality, and transparency. Then what's going on? Ding. Last night, the host used the power of Susanoo for the first time. Due to the low level of alien energy in certain special circumstances, the host fell into a state of madness. To prevent the host from exhausting there and dying, the system automatically used the emotion value to exchange for an A-grade recovery potion and administered it. Even so, shouldn't I have more than this? Did I use dozens of bottles? Ding. The host is correct. In that state, the host's energy consumption is extremely rapid, akin to a bottomless pit. Lin Yi. Alright. At least there's still nearly 800,000 left. Enough to exchange for that ability. Lin Yi's gaze passed through the car window, taking in the rapidly receding street scenery. As they passed a secluded alley, the corner of his eye caught sight of a punk with yellow hair cornering a young girl in a school uniform against the wall, groping her. The girl's face was filled with fear and helplessness. The next moment, a faint black flame appeared out of thin air, instantly condensing into a sharp spike too fast for the naked eye to catch. With a soft pop, the black flame spike pierced straight through the punk's skull. The blonde's movements came to an abrupt halt, and his body collapsed limply to the ground, dead beyond any doubt. Just as the young girl was stunned, the black flame spike took a sharp turn and instantly pierced her head as well. The girl's body fell onto the yellow-haired man's corpse, gradually transforming into a grotesque, deformed demon. Inside the sports car, Lin Yi looked at his system panel once more. Emotional value 800599. That should be enough. System, exchange for eye technique, double divine might. Chapter 53, Divine Might. System, exchange for the eye technique, double divine might. Ding. Exchange complete. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the kaleidoscope Sharingan eye technique and double divine might. The system's cold voice echoed in Lin Yi's mind. The next moment, an immense, intangible force surged within him, violently flooding into his eyes. Lin Yi's Mangekyo Sharingan activated uncontrollably, and the eerie black windmill pattern in his pupils began to spin rapidly. At first, the force brought a warm, soothing current, like the gentle sunlight of winter, exceptionally comfortable. However, this sensation lasted less than a second. Immediately afterward, an excruciating pain beyond description erupted from the deepest recesses of his eyes. It felt as though two red-hot steel needles had been violently driven into his eye sockets, twisting and turning wildly. Ugh! Lin Yi's body convulsed violently. He clutched his head tightly with both hands, unconsciously letting out suppressed moans of agony from his throat. He felt as though his eyes were about to explode. The driver, Bai Meng, immediately noticed the commotion in the back seat. She glanced through the rearview mirror and froze in shock. Oh my god! What a sight to behold! All she could see was Lin Yi curled up in the back seat, his body convulsing violently, writhing like a maggot, his face contorted in agony. Bai Meng made a quick decision. She slammed on the brakes, jerked the steering wheel, and brought the sports car to a smooth stop by the roadside. She didn't even have time to open the door. Her body flipped nimbly, and she jumped from the driver's seat to the back seat. Yang Yu! Bai Meng growled, and her right eye instantly transformed, the whites turning into a deep, pitch-black void. Within her pupils, a young fish composed entirely of pure white slowly emerged, rotating gracefully. A gentle white aura emanated from her eyes, swiftly enveloping Lin Yi's entire body. Under the white light, Lin Yi's violent trembling began to subside gradually, and his painful moans grew fainter. Time passed slowly, second by second. Lin Yi grew increasingly quiet, but on Bai Meng's smooth forehead, tiny beads of sweat began to form. Her complexion also grew pale, clearly indicating that maintaining her supernatural ability was taking a tremendous toll on her. After a while longer, Lin Yi finally covered her still aching head, slowly straightened her body, and raised her head to look at Bai Meng beside her. Bai Meng was about to breathe a sigh of relief, but when she saw Lin Yi's current state, she was startled. At that moment, Lin Yi's entire face was covered in blood. Bright red blood flowed continuously from his eyes, trickling down his cheeks and staining the collar of his white shirt a deep red. His eyes were wide open, filled with terrifying bloodshot veins, making him look like a demon crawling out of the depths of hell. Linny glanced at Bai Meng before withdrawing his gaze, his consciousness sinking into his mind. System, what the hell is going on here? How could the fusion eye technique result in this? The host Sharingan has already mastered 3 eye techniques. By fusing 2 more, the host's eyes cannot withstand the strain, resulting in this condition. Lin Yi's brows furrowed tightly. There's actually such a thing? Why didn't you warn me beforehand? Has my dual divine might fusion been successful? System checking. Ding. Dual pupil technique, left divine might, and right divine might, have been fully fused. Friendly reminder, due to the increase in the host's Mangekyo Sharingan eye technique, the level of energy has been upgraded, and the effects of various items will be correspondingly weakened. For example, the effect of Grade A Purification Potion has been reduced from 90 days to 30 days. Please note the time limit. Upon hearing the system's check results, Linny finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the fusion was successful. However, the weakened item effects are a hassle. Especially the A-rank Purification Potion, which can counteract the side effects of the Mangekyo Sharingan, has been reduced from 90 days to 30 days. This means that the consumption of emotion points will increase exponentially. That's 10,000 emotion points per bottle. 10 bottles would be enough to exchange for the most expensive eye technique. Never mind. Linny no longer dwelled on it. He would face whatever came his way and find a solution. Now, the most important thing was to test the effects of the divine might. He slowly turned his head and looked at Bai Meng, who was standing beside him, looking exhausted, wiping the sweat off his forehead. As Bai Meng looked up, she met Lin Yi's intense gaze. Seeing Lin Yi's face covered in blood, Bai Meng suddenly felt a surge of fear. Thank you. Lin Yi's voice was low and hoarse, his expression serious. Hearing the words of gratitude, Bai Meng felt a bit uneasy and quickly waved her hands. No need to thank me. No sooner had the words left her mouth. Squeak! A sharp, piercing brake screech suddenly echoed through the street, shattering the tranquility. Both of them turned to look in the direction of the sound. 100 meters ahead, a runaway truck, like a wild beast breaking free from its chains, was barreling toward their small sports car at breakneck speed, carrying its good fortune with it. Time seemed to slow down in that moment. Bai Meng's pupils contracted sharply, and the blood drained from his face. At the last possible moment, a clear and calm voice suddenly rang out in her ears. Shinwei Kai Wei. In the next instant, the space between Lin Yi and Bai Meng suddenly twisted and spun without warning. Their bodies were pulled by an irresistible force, instantly twisting, spinning, and contracting, converging into an invisible point. Boom! Almost at the same moment they vanished, the Dayun truck crashed down upon them. Bai Meng's brand new red sports car, in front of the Dayun, was as fragile as paper, instantly crushed into a 2-dimensional foil. The out-of-control truck, still gaining momentum, crashed through the roadside guardrail and plunged headfirst into the raging river beside it, sending a massive wave of water skyward. The surrounding crowd erupted into a chorus of screams, followed by shouts to save the victims. Meanwhile, 10 meters away from the wreckage of the sports car, in an uninhabited corner, space twisted and spun once more. In the next instant, Linny and Bai Meng, still in a daze, appeared out of thin air at the original spot. Bai Meng stared blankly at her car, which had been crushed into a pancake, her hands instinctively clutching her twin ponytails. Her beautiful face was filled with shock and confusion. What just happened? How did I suddenly end up here? Meanwhile, Lin Yi couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Divine might, this is damn useful. Experiencing it firsthand in reality was far more than anything he had ever seen in anime. He could truly feel the absolute power of manipulating space. From today onward, as long as he uses it properly, he can say he's invincible. Lin Yi, was that you just now? Bai Meng's trembling voice interrupted Lin Yi's thoughts. Lin Yi didn't look at her, he simply nodded slightly. Upon receiving the affirmative response, Bai Meng's assessment of Lin Yi's strength skyrocketed several-fold. Not long ago, he was still a pitiful young man whose sister had been killed and had no way to avenge her. In such a short time, he had already grown into a powerful psychic capable of standing on his own. Such a rapid rate of growth was simply monstrous. Such a person, if he were an ally, that would be one thing, but if he were an enemy? Bai Meng dared not think further. She felt she might need to cover herself with an extra blanket at night, lest she die without knowing how. Just as Bai Meng was marveling at Lin Yi's strength, a cheerful voice echoed from the horizon, growing louder as it approached. Hey! Second squad of the police department, here to rescue. Chapter 54, The Sunny and Cheerful Young Man. Hearing the voice, Lin Yi looked toward the distant horizon. A dark figure approached at an astonishing speed, hovering above the river in an instant. Despite the distance of over 1,000 meters, Lin Yi could see clearly thanks to the extraordinary vision of his Sharingan. The dark figure was a very young boy, possibly just a teenager, still retaining a hint of youthfulness. His face was adorned with a bright smile, exuding a vibrant youthful energy, the very embodiment of a sunny, cheerful young man. The youth wore a black and gold police uniform, tailored to perfection, accentuating his tall, straight posture. As he approached, the sound of sirens grew louder in the distance, growing closer and closer. Several police cars screeched to a halt by the riverbank. The doors opened swiftly, and dozens of police officers in identical uniforms jumped out, moving with precision and speed to set up a cordon, completely sealing off the accident scene. At that moment, the teenager in the sky above the river began his actions. He slowly spread his arms wide, as if embracing the entire world. He closed his eyes, tilted his head slightly upward, and his expression seemed to be intently sensing something. The next moment, the river surface, which had only rippled slightly due to the truck's fall, suddenly erupted into larger waves. The trees along the riverbank rustled in the sudden breeze, making a soft rustling sound. The people gathered along the roadside to watch the commotion suddenly felt a gentle breeze brush against their cheeks. In the sweltering summer heat, it brought a rare moment of coolness and comfort. Linny looked at the young man on the river and clearly sensed the increasingly noticeable energy fluctuations in the air around him. This person's ability, could it be wind? The thought flashed through his mind. The next moment, the previously calm and gentle breeze suddenly began to grow violent without warning. The howling wind blew the trees along the road violently, tearing off leaves in large patches that danced wildly in the air. Some girls in short skirts let out a startled cry and hurriedly reached out to hold down their skirts tightly, afraid of exposing themselves. Some men reluctantly averted their gaze, though the glimpses of white, shapely legs were more than enough to satisfy their curiosity. The July sun was mercilessly hot. Yet at that moment, the crowd gathered there felt a chill and instinctively hugged themselves. On the river's surface, a massive tornado visible to the naked eye had formed. Countless streams of water were sucked up by the terrifying suction force, converging into a water tornado connecting heaven and earth, spinning wildly on the river's surface and emitting deafening roars. The large transport truck that had plunged into the river was also swept up by the immense force, tumbling endlessly within the water tornado. The young man on the river controlled the tornado, slowly guiding the truck toward the shore. Thud! With a dull thud, the truck was safely placed on the ground. The teenager gave a light wave of his hand. The massive water tornado vanished instantly, and the river water that had been swept into the air crashed back into the river, creating huge waves. At the same time, the biting cold wind that had been swirling around them suddenly dissipated. The scorching heat of summer returned once more. The young man casually clapped his hands and grinned. Done. With that, his body shot toward the shore and landed gracefully in front of several police cars. The rest was left to his team members to handle. A large crowd of onlookers immediately rushed forward, holding up their phones and snapping photos of the teenager, shouting excitedly. So cool! Holy crap! That ability is so cool! The teenager seemed completely unfazed by the commotion. He skillfully pulled out a pair of stylish sunglasses from his uniform pocket and put them on. He curved his lips into a confident smile and struck a few provocative poses, causing the crowd's screams to grow even louder. Before long, a team member ran over, stood at attention, saluted, and reported loudly. Captain! The situation has been fully investigated. The teenager waved his hand, signaling the crowd to disperse. Today's fan meet and greet had come to an end. As the crowd gradually dispersed, the teenager finally took off his sunglasses and turned to the team member beside him, asking, "What's the situation?" The team member immediately replied. The truck driver was drunk driving. There was no further discussion. The teenager furrowed his brows. That's it? The team member replied seriously. That's it. The teenager's face clearly showed his disappointment. He had expected something earth-shattering, like a contract killing, a clash between rival factions, or perhaps the rampage of powerful demons. But this is it? How boring. Are there any casualties? The teenager asked again. The team member pointed to the red sports car nearby, which had been crushed into a flat pancake, and reported. Apart from the crushed sports car, there are no other casualties. The teenager looked in the direction the team member had pointed. That car. It looks familiar. Yang Yu. Just as he was trying to recall the owner of the flashy sports car, a clear, pleasant voice rang out from nearby. The teenager followed the sound and, upon seeing the person approaching, the confusion on his face vanished instantly, replaced by a wide smile. Sister Bai Meng. Bai Meng walked over with a gentle smile on her face, while Linny followed behind her expressionlessly. Yang Yu looked at Bai Meng and asked curiously. Sister Bai Meng, what are you doing here? Bai Meng pointed at the wrecked sports car. Yang Yu suddenly slapped his forehead in realization. I knew that car looked familiar. It's really your new ride, Bai Meng. At that moment, he noticed Linny following behind Bai Meng. When he saw Lin Yi's face covered in blood, Yang Yu's expression turned to surprise and confusion. Sir, what happened to you? He pointed at his own face, as if searching for the right words to describe the situation. Bai Meng immediately interjected. He's in a bad mood today and got a little blood on him. It's nothing. Oh. Yang Yu nodded, wearing an expression that seemed to say he understood but didn't quite get it. Sister Bai Meng, are you going to the bar? Yang Yu asked again. Bai Meng nodded. Great, I haven't been there in a while either. Let's go, I'll give you a ride. Bai Meng, seeing this, gladly agreed. Yang Yu led the two of them to a police car. Bai Meng didn't hesitate to open the door and plopped down inside. Lin Yi followed Bai Meng and sat in the back seat. After getting in, Yang Yu suddenly turned around from the driver's seat, looked at Lin Yi, and asked seriously. Brother, are you sure you don't need to go to the hospital? Bai Meng. Lin Yi, no. All right. Yang Yu immediately turned back and started the car. Roar. The car started and smoothly merged into the traffic. Lin Yi opened the car window, letting the wind carrying the dampness of the river breeze across his face. As he watched the river scenery rush by outside the window, his thoughts grew heavy. In Yang Yu, he saw the shadow of his younger sister, Shaoruan. The little Shaoruan of the past, though frail and often ill, was always so cheerful and lively. Whenever he was around, Shaoruan's face would always be filled with the purest smile. Though their life was humble, it was brimming with sunshine. Lin Yi's eyes grew slightly misty in this unnoticed moment. Shaoruan. He only felt sad for 2 seconds before quickly composing himself. Now that he possessed the divine might, he could say he lacked nothing. As long as he didn't encounter those with particularly absurd abilities, he was already naturally invincible. Next, he must find a way to quickly accumulate emotion points. Not only to increase his margin for error in future battles, but also to revive Shaoruan as soon as possible. Lin Yi's gaze grew increasingly cold. Whether they were human or demon, anyone who dared to stand in his way would be seized and instantly refined, transforming them into the purest form of emotional energy, to serve as building blocks for the path he had chosen. Chapter 55, You're a Wanted Criminal. The car came to a stop at the entrance of a secluded alley. The three of them got out one after another and entered the alley. Yang Yu walked alone at the front, his steps betraying an uncontrollable excitement. He seemed both nervous and eager. Bai Meng and Lin Yi walked side by side behind them. Suddenly, Yang Yu, who was leading the way, turned around. He backed up while looking at Bai Meng, a smile on his face. Sister Bai Meng, how's business at the bar been over the past 6 months? Bai Meng thought for a moment and answered seriously. Nothing much has changed, it's still the same as always. But I was actually wondering about you. Bai Meng crossed her arms, narrowed her eyes slightly, and spoke with a hint of scrutiny in her tone. Half a year ago, didn't you say you were going to Kyoto for further studies? How come you're back so soon? And now you've transformed into a captain at the South City Police Station? Hearing this, Yang Yu scratched the back of his head, his eyes darting around, meet Bai Meng's gaze. I just missed you in Black Dream, sister. His voice grew softer as he cautiously added another sentence. How has Black Dream been lately? Bai Meng snorted disdainfully. You have the nerve to ask? 6 months ago, you left a note saying you were going to Kyoto for further studies, and then you vanished without a trace. Your sister was really upset by you. Now that you're back, you'd better apologize to her properly. Otherwise, you know how she is. Yang Yu's expression immediately turned solemn. He nodded repeatedly, like a chick pecking at grain. Don't worry, Bai Meng. I'll definitely apologize to Hei Meng. Then, as if remembering something, he pulled out a from somewhere and held it up in front of them like a treasure. I also prepared a gift for you both. What gifts? Bai Meng asked curiously. Yang Yu chuckled and opened the metal box. As the box opened, 2 dazzling blue beams of light burst forth, illuminating the narrow alleyway in a soft blue glow. 2 crystal clear stones, as pure as the most pristine sapphires, lay there. They lay quietly on a black velvet cushion, shimmering with a dreamlike glow as the sunlight refracted through them. This is an A-class mutated demon core? Bai Meng's eyes widened in shock, his face betraying his disbelief. And it's an energy type? Lin Yi looked at the 2 crystals in the box, his expression growing serious. He recalled some missions he had seen on the 6 Paths network, which included such mutated demon cores as rewards. For this reason, he had specifically researched the relevant information. Mutated demon cores only exist within the bodies of a special type of demon known as mutated demons. Mutant demons are extremely rare, with only 1 in 10,000, but their power far surpasses that of ordinary demons of the same rank. A single A-rank mutated demon could even match, or even surpass, an S-rank demon of the same type. Therefore, the power of mutated demon cores far surpasses that of ordinary demon cores. Especially for psychics whose abilities match those of the abnormal demon, its value is incalculable. This item is a priceless treasure in the psychic community, with no price tag that can be put on it. No wonder Bai Meng reacted with such astonishment. After realizing what had happened, Bai Meng quickly reached out, slammed the lid shut, and whispered harshly to Yang Yu. You brat! Don't you know not to flaunt your wealth? How dare you bring something like this out here? Yang Yu scratched his nose, but his face betrayed a strong sense of confidence. He patted his chest and said, Don't worry, Bai Meng, my strength is quite formidable. Though he said this, he carefully tucked the metal box back into his chest. Then he turned his gaze to the man standing beside Bai Meng, who had remained silent the entire time, exuding an aura that made others keep their distance. Sister by Mang, who is this gentleman? Bai Meng glanced at Lin Yi and replied casually. A friend I've met recently. Oh, never mind who he is. We're almost there. You should think about how to explain this to your sister later. All right. Yang Yu responded with a nod, then couldn't help but glance at Lin Yi again. He felt like he had seen this blood-covered man before, but his face was so covered in blood that he couldn't make out his features. Never mind, now wasn't the time to think about that. He turned around and looked at the familiar door at the end of the alley, his heart racing uncontrollably. Soon, the three of them arrived at the entrance of the Black Dream Bar and pushed their way inside. There was no one inside. Yang Yu continued to walk inside with ease, and soon the three of them arrived at a door. Yang Yu stopped in his tracks, stood before the door, took a deep breath, then another, and even took the time to straighten his collar, looking as though he were preparing to make a heroic sacrifice. Bai Meng looked at his cowardly expression and rolled her eyes. She didn't bother waiting any longer and walked up to the door, pushing it open forcefully. Sister! Little Yang is back! The clear shout echoed through the empty bar. This sudden move left Yang Yu frozen in place, at a loss for what to do. The courage he had mustered up just moments ago had deflated by half. Lin Yi walked up from behind, gave him a casual pat on the shoulder without looking at him, and walked straight inside. Yang Yu watched Lin Yi's back, feeling confused. Finally, he clenched his teeth, gathered his courage, and stepped inside. As soon as he stepped into Black Dream's office, he heard a voice filled with anger from inside. That brat dares to come back? At that moment, He Meng, who was sitting behind the desk, turned around and locked eyes with Yang Yu at the door. Instantly, the scene fell silent. The air seemed to freeze. The next second, Yang Yu stiffly raised his hand and waved it. Hey! Hearing this sound, the anger in He Meng's heart flared up instantly. She abruptly stood up from her seat, grabbed the phone on the table, and threw it at Yang Yu. Hey, you! He Meng stormed off, slamming her arms across her chest and turning her head away, clearly unwilling to look at him again. Yang Yu acted quickly, catching the phone mid-air. He held the phone carefully and walked over, forcing a smile that looked more painful than crying. Black Dream, it's been a while. He Meng completely ignored him and instead turned her gaze toward Lin Yi. When she saw Lin Yi's blood-stained appearance, He Meng's brows furrowed in confusion as she asked. Lin Yi, what happened to you? Lin Yi replied calmly. Nothing. Why don't you go wash up? He Meng suggested. Lin Yi nodded and turned to leave the room. Upon reaching the bathroom, Lin Yi turned on the faucet, cupped his hands under the icy tap water, and splashed his face vigorously. The water washed away the bloodstains and fatigue from his face. He raised his head and looked at himself in the mirror. The mirror reflected a face that was still young, but the black eyes were filled with a weariness that did not match his age. After washing his face, he returned to the office door. Just as he reached the door, he heard a series of heart-wrenching screams coming from inside. Stop hitting me, Black Dream. It hurts. It hurts. I'm sorry. Black Dream sister, I really am sorry. I'll never leave just a piece of paper and run away again. Next time I'll definitely leave too. As soon as those words were spoken, the room was filled with even more agonizing screams. Lin Yi pushed open the door and walked in. As soon as he entered, he saw He Meng beating Yang Yu. Yang Yu was beaten until his face was swollen and bruised, and he could barely speak. He Meng, seeing Lin Yi return, finally let go of Yang Yu, gave a cold snort, and sat back down in his seat. Yang Yu rubbed his red ears, looked up with a look of grievance, and happened to glance in Lin Yi's direction. At that glance, he froze in place. His already swollen eyes widened in shock, and his pupils contracted violently. He quickly raised his trembling hand, pointing at Lin Yi, but his swollen face made his words muffled and unclear. You're a wanted criminal. Chapter 56, For Scum. He Meng heard Yang Yu's words and furrowed his brows tightly. What's Dong Chi Huan? She asked impatiently. Can you just say what you mean? Yang Yu turned around with an innocent expression and looked at He Meng. Seeing his face swollen like a pig's head, Black Dream was at a loss for words. Yang Yu, ignoring the pain on his face, hurriedly fumbled for his phone, swiped the screen, opened an interface, and handed the phone to He Meng. He Meng took the phone with a puzzled expression. The screen displayed a message. A secret mission has been issued. All squad leaders must respond with received upon receipt. She tapped on it, and a series of task messages popped up instantly. At the top was a large photo of Lin Yi's clear face after washing away the blood. Below the photo were Lin Yi's basic details. Name, Lin Yi. Age 18. Abilities Grade S, Suspected Grade S, Unknown, Self-Claimed Sharingan. Incident suspect in the massacre of all members of the 13th Squad of the Demon Hunting Bureau, and linked to last night's terrorist attack in District 9. At the end of the mission, a warning is written in crimson text. This individual is extremely powerful and dangerously unpredictable. All teams are to conduct a secret search for this person. Upon discovery, under no circumstances are you to engage in any conflict. Report immediately to higher authorities. Heaven's pupils contracted slightly. She returned the phone to Yang Yu, instantly understanding the situation. No wonder all the videos and information about last night's incident at Eternal Paradise had been censored and removed online. The police chief must have done this because the threat Lin Yi had demonstrated was simply too great. To prevent uncontrollable panic among the public and to avoid alerting the target, they opted for this covert search operation. Once Yang Yu, a mere squad leader, reports Lin Yi's location, the next step would likely be for federal elite forces to come and arrest him or even directly eliminate him. Hei Meng's eyes grew cold as she looked at Yang Yu, a dangerous smile curving her lips. What? Do you want to report him? The icy tone made Yang Yu shiver involuntarily. Hei Meng took a step forward, glaring at him, her tone brimming with unhidden intent to kill. Or how about you report me too? Yang Yu was so scared he nearly lost his mind, shaking his head frantically. No. He had no doubt that if he dared to utter the word report, Black Dream would immediately eliminate him without mercy, even if it meant betraying her own kin. At that moment, Lin Yi walked over. He merely gave Yang Yu a calm glance. Yang Yu felt as though he had been targeted by a primordial beast emerging from a sea of corpses and blood, his blood nearly freezing in his veins. That guy's gaze was terrifying. Lin Yi didn't even bother to consider whether this guy would report him or not. He even thought that if he could lure a few so-called official strongmen over here to let him vent his emotions, that wouldn't be so bad. He turned to Hei Meng and asked directly. Hei Meng said you had something to tell me? Hei Meng nodded and gave Yang Yu a glance. Yang Yu immediately understood, feeling as though he'd been granted a pardon, and was about to turn and leave. He suddenly remembered he hadn't given the gift yet, so he hurriedly pulled out the metal box from his chest, held it with both hands, and shoved it into Black Dream's hands. Black Dream, this is a gift for you and White Dream. After saying that, he ran out without looking back, as if there was a ghost chasing him. Hei Meng opened the box. 2 crystal-clear stones, as pure as the most pristine sapphires, lay quietly inside. A great energy-type mutated demon core. A faint smile finally appeared on Black Dream's lips. At least the kid has some sense. She carefully put the box away and turned to look at Lin Yi, her expression growing serious once more. Lin Yi, we've made some progress in our investigation into the internal personnel of the Demon Slaying Bureau. As she spoke, she pulled out a small chip from her pocket and handed it over. This is the information we've compiled. Take it back and review it. Lin Yi nodded and took the chip. Then he spoke. I have a question. Go ahead. He looked at him. Where in South City can we find a large number of demonic creatures? A large number of demonic beasts? Hei Meng paused, puzzled by Lin Yi's sudden question. He wasn't part of the Demon Hunting Bureau. He didn't need to hunt demonic beasts to earn merit. Could it be for the Demon Corps? Hei Meng, standing beside him, also spoke up with a puzzled expression. Lin Yi, you're looking for demonic beasts. Before she could finish, Black Dream shot her a glance, and White Dream immediately shut her mouth. Hei Meng finally answered Lin Yi's question. Outside the city. They're everywhere. Outside the city? Lin Yi furrowed his brows. However, not just anyone can go out to hunt the demonic beasts. Why? This time, Hei Meng explained. Because for ordinary people, the demonic beasts are monsters that constantly threaten their lives. But for us psychics, the demonic beasts are resources, the most precious resources that can make us stronger, especially the higher tier ones. Therefore, the federal government not only strictly controls the circulation of all demon cores but also prohibits any psychic from leaving the city to hunt demons on their own. To leave the city, one must obtain an officially issued demon hunting license. If you leave the city without a permit, you will be considered a poacher. If caught, the punishment ranges from being imprisoned in a psychic prison to execution. Hei Meng nodded and added. Hei Meng is right. Lin Yi's brows furrowed even deeper. Monopoly. Still under official monopoly. In this way, the federal government effectively holds the lives of all psychics in its hands. Any psychic who wants to grow stronger or obtain resources must obey their orders and follow their rules. What a clever move. However, he doesn't care about these rules. Alright, I understand. Hei Meng raised an eyebrow, looking at Lin Yi. If you really want to leave, we can help you. After all, we're part of the 6 paths. The 6 paths love breaking rules. Lin Yi, no need. He wanted to test just how rigid these so-called rules really were. After leaving the Black Dream Bar, Lin Yi randomly found a restaurant on the street and had lunch. He decided to leave the city tomorrow. First, he needed to accumulate a few 100,000 emotion points, otherwise, he wouldn't feel secure. In the afternoon, he strolled down the street with a confident stride, completely unconcerned about the police officers. As he walked, he spotted a milk tea shop. He ordered an iced lemonade, sipping it slowly as he made his way toward his apartment. In this world, daytime was short and the sky grew dark quickly. Before he knew it, he had arrived at the entrance of the South City Supernatural Academy. By then, night had fallen, and the streets were deserted. Just then, a girl and 3 boys sneaked out from beside the academy's tall iron gate. They were disheveled, with messy hair and flushed faces, clearly having just engaged in a fierce battle inside the school. It was unclear whether it was a 3-on-1 or a 1-on-3 fight. They quickly tidied themselves up. One of the boys with blonde hair lit a cigarette and said triumphantly, "Having a wild fight in the school at night was really thrilling." Another boy with a face full of acne chuckled, "I told you so. It's way more exciting than a hotel." The girl in the miniskirt gave a coy little moan and said in a seductive voice, "You guys don't know how to be gentle. Now I'm sore all over." "Pain?" The guy with the yellow hair blew a smoke ring and teased, "I saw you almost came just now." At that moment, the third guy with a crew cut, who hadn't said a word, glanced casually at the street and suddenly spotted Linny standing under the streetlight. The dim streetlight illuminated Lin's cold expression. The short-haired guy's smile froze instantly, and his entire body began to shake violently. He tremblingly raised his finger toward Lin's direction. "Ghost, ghost." The remaining three looked over in confusion. When they saw Lin's face, their expressions were priceless. Lin? The girl let out a sharp scream. Isn't he dead? Lin Yi's gaze also fell upon them. He recognized these people. The four scum of the academy. Chapter 57, Dancing. South City Academy of Special Abilities, Entrance. The dim streetlights cast Lin Yi's shadow long and dark. The four scum looked at Lin Yi in fear. One of them, the blonde-haired one, suddenly remembered something and forced himself to stay calm as he said, "I remember the police chief mentioned earlier that Lin Yi was reported missing, and it's only speculated that he might be dead. Could this guy have been lucky and escaped?" Lin Yi remained silent, lifting his foot and slowly walking toward them. At the academy, these four, along with others, took pleasure in bullying people like Lin Yi who had no background. Since they had crossed paths with him, they could only blame their own bad luck for ending up in his hands. In his pitch-black pupils, an eerie black windmill pattern slowly illuminated, casting a crimson glow that was particularly unsettling in the night. The four of them stared at Lin Yi, whose eyes were glowing red, and their hearts tightened. The girl couldn't take it anymore and screamed, turning and running toward the distance. She had only run a few steps when her body suddenly froze. Centered on her body, the space in front of her began to distort without warning, forming a rapidly spinning vortex. Her body was pulled by this strange force, twisting and deforming beyond control. What is this? She watched her body being twisted like a pretzel, her eyes filled with terror. In her piercing screams, her entire body was sucked into the vortex and vanished from the spot in an instant. Ding! Host has gained plus 380 emotion points. The three boys still standing in place watched the girl vanish into thin air, their legs trembling so violently they could barely stand. They all turned to look at Lin Yi. They saw Lin Yi slowly raise his right hand. The space in front of his palm twisted once more, and the girl who had just vanished reappeared, her neck gripped tightly in his hand as he lifted her off the ground. The girl struggled to breathe, her face flushed red, her hands clutching Lin Yi's wrists tightly, her legs flailing helplessly in the air. "Let her go." Huang Mao suppressed his fear and roared. The three of them released their abilities simultaneously. A ball of flames, a water arrow, and a earth spike, 3 attacks struck Lin Yi simultaneously. However, an odd scene unfolded. All the attacks passed directly through Lin Yi's body, landing on the ground behind him, causing no harm at all. Lin Yi's body seemed as though it were made of air, or as if he didn't even exist in this space. Yet, he was firmly grasping a person in his hands. The three of them stood there speechless, their minds blank, unable to comprehend what was happening before their eyes. "Run!" The blonde-haired man was the first to react, shouting loudly and immediately abandoning the girl, turning and running away. The other two boys immediately followed suit, sprinting away with all their might, wishing they had 2 more legs. Lin didn't even bother to glance at them. He casually tossed the woman he was holding onto the ground. The girl fell to the ground, letting out a pained groan. Lin raised his foot and without hesitation stomped down on the woman's head. The foot grew larger and larger in the woman's pupils. "No! Don't! Put!" The sound of a watermelon exploding echoed through the air. The woman's head was crushed by Lin Yi's foot, and yellow and white substances splattered everywhere. Ding! Host has gained plus 888 emotion points. Lin Yi looked in the direction where the three were fleeing. The next moment, his body began to twist and disappear from where he stood. The three frantically fled, screaming for help, hoping that someone from the police or demon hunting agency would hear them and come to their rescue. Just then, the sound of sirens grew louder in the distance. Hearing the sound, their faces lit up with hope. However, before they could react, the space in front of them began to twist and spin without warning. The next moment, a figure dressed in a black robe, with a strange white mask covering his face, appeared before them. The three of them stopped in their tracks. When they saw the blood-red eyes beneath the mask, the blonde-haired man trembled and spoke. "Lin Yi, you killed someone in the city and broke the rules. The police chief won't let you get away with this. The police chief's men are already on their way. I advise you to run while you still can, otherwise, prison will be the least of your worries." "The police chief? Rules?" Lin Yi sneered inwardly. These fools actually think those people can protect them? He looked at the three of them, showing no hesitation. His left eye narrowed. The space around their heads began to warp simultaneously. Just then, a cold, stern voice echoed from the sky. "Stop!" But it was already too late. In the next instant, the three heads vanished without a trace. Blood gushed out from the necks of the three headless corpses like fountains, before they all collapsed to the ground. Ding! Host has gained plus 3,666 emotion points. A woman wielding a long spear descended from the sky and landed steadily on the ground. She wore a black and gold captain's uniform, her posture tall and graceful, with a high ponytail flowing in the wind. She looked down at the three headless bodies on the ground, then raised her gaze to Lin Yi, who was wearing a mask, her eyes blazing with anger. She pointed her spear. "You're asking for death." Before the words had even left her mouth, she had already transformed into a blur. The gun shot out like a dragon. The spear blade erupted with searing flames, tearing through the air and charging straight toward Lin Yi. Lin Yi simply watched her in silence. Divine Might activated once more. The space around her head began to warp instantly along her path forward. A deadly sense of threat instantly filled her entire body. Her pupils contracted sharply, and she reacted instantly, thrusting her long spear into the ground with all her strength, forcing her body to fly backward. But it was still too late. Ah! A piercing scream. Her right arm was twisted and broken by the divine might, falling to the ground. The spear also clattered to the ground. She clutched her bleeding right shoulder with her left hand, her face turning deathly pale in an instant. Behind her, several police cars finally arrived. Dozens of people in the standard black uniforms of the police department quickly got out of the cars, approached the captain, aimed their weapons at Lin Yi, and assumed a combat stance. The other psychic ability users stood guard around the captain, watching Lin Yi closely, ready for battle. "Captain!" One of the team members, noticing the captain's injury, rushed forward. A soft green light emanated from his hands, which he directed at the captain's right arm, causing the bleeding to gradually stop. The captain endured the intense pain, glaring intently at Lin Yi, and shouted to the members around him. "Quick! Issue an S-level alert and request backup from other teams." "Yes." However, before the team member could respond and reach for his communicator, the next second, put! His head vanished completely. Warm blood gushed out, splattering the female captain's face. The body thudded to the ground. Ding! Host has gained plus 1,000 emotion points. The female captain stared wide-eyed at her trusted subordinate, who had been standing right beside her just moments ago, now decapitated and reduced to a headless corpse. The anger in her eyes was replaced by fear for the first time. The other team members trembled all over, and fear spread rapidly through the crowd. Such a powerful psychic, they had never seen anything like this in all their years. Even an A-rank captain couldn't defeat him. "Open fire!" Someone shouted. In the next instant, the sound of gunfire filled the air, and several colorful psychic attacks flew toward Lin Yi. Before Lin Yi, a large area of space was directly twisted into a massive vortex. All the bullets and psychic attacks were sucked into it. The next second, behind the police officers, another massive spatial vortex appeared. The attacks they had just fired emerged intact from within, flying back toward them. Ah! In an instant, screams echoed everywhere, and their formation collapsed instantly. In Lin Yi's hand, a long sword formed from the black flames of Amaterasu appeared. His figure vanished from his original position and charged into the chaotic crowd. He moved like an elegant dancer, gracefully weaving through the crowd. Or like a merciless grim reaper, coldly reaping the lives of everyone in his path. Tsukuyomi. Amaterasu. Kagetsuchi. Divine Might. All kinds of eye techniques are used one after another. Otherwise, after 30 days, the effects of the Grade A evolution potion will wear off, and he'll have to spend another 100,000 emotion points to use his abilities so recklessly again. Lin Yi's figure moved through the crowd like a dragon, and every swing of his black flame-covered longsword claimed several lives. The screams gradually diminished and eventually faded away completely. Moments later, only Lin Yi and the armless female captain remained in the arena. Lin Yi gripped her neck with his right hand, lifting her off the ground. She looked at the scattered limbs and the bodies of her former comrades, her eyes filled with despair. Finally, she ceased struggling, closed her eyes, and a man's figure flickered in her mind. 2 tears trickled down the corners of her eyes. The next second, with a wet thud, her head vanished as well. Lin Yi casually tossed the headless body onto the ground. He stood amidst the mountain of corpses and pools of blood, lifting his head to look at the empty street. The next second, the space in front of him began to warp, and countless human heads with various expressions poured out from it. In the blink of an eye, a towering mountain of heads piled up where he stood, sending chills down his spine. After finishing this, Lin Yi turned around, his figure twisted, and he vanished into the darkness. All that remained was a deathly silent street and the towering pile of heads. Not long after Lin Yi left, a figure clad in black robes and wearing a demonic mask emerged from the darkness. He looked at the sea of corpses and blood before him, slowly lowering his head. Then, he slowly lowered his head, his body trembling. This was not fear, but excitement. A few seconds later, he slowly raised his head. The eyes beneath the mask gleamed with a sickening excitement, as if he had found a kindred spirit. Interesting. Truly fascinating. How could such an interesting person appear so late? All those years I spent before were wasted. But, appearing now isn't too late. Chapter 58, Beyond the City. The next day, Linny slept straight through until the afternoon. The relentless slaughter of the previous night had left him with an odd sense of exhaustion. Not physical, but mental. He felt like he never wanted to kill again in his life. It turned out that anything, when done too often, really does get boring. Linny glanced at the time on his mini-computer. 3:30 p.m. The sky was already turning dusky, and it would be dark soon. He retrieved the chip given to him by Black Dream from the system space and inserted it into the miniature computer wristband on his wrist. A blue light flashed, and a series of data streams flashed across the screen. Linny only glanced at it briefly before shutting it off. Now wasn't the time to look at that. The urgent matter at hand was to get out of the city first. As for the contents of the chip, he'd deal with that later. He got out of bed, walked into the bathroom, and took a shower. The icy water helped clear his muddled mind. He put on his familiar black robe and donned the white mask. He walked to the window, hesitated not a moment, and flung it open. Cold wind rushed into the room. He leaped into the void, jumping off the high-rise building. His body plummeted through the air at an incredible speed. Mid-air, his figure suddenly began to twist and spin, eventually dissolving into a swirling vortex before vanishing completely. The next moment, he appeared on the roof of a building hundreds of meters away. Linny accelerated to his maximum speed. His entire body transformed into a blurry black shadow, darting through the steel and concrete jungle of the city, rushing toward the nearest exit, the direction of the 19th district. The eastern gateway of South City was right there. The entire South City spans 33 districts, covering nearly 10,000 square kilometers, an enormous area. Even with such a massive scale, it could only be considered a mid to lower tier city within the entire Federation's territory. Even at his maximum speed, it took him a full hour and a half to reach his destination. By the time he reached the 19th district, the sky had grown completely dark. The night shrouded the land. However, the streets of the 19th district were still bustling with people and brightly lit, showing no signs of becoming quieter despite the onset of night. The faces of the pedestrians showed no signs of worry about the demonic beings, but instead radiated the vibrancy of everyday life. Linny's figure flickered several times before he arrived at the top of a skyscraper. He stood at the edge of the rooftop, looking down below, then gazed into the distance. The sight before him caused his pupils to contract slightly. At the edge of the city, an unimaginably massive wall rose from the ground, soaring into the clouds, as if dividing the heavens and earth. The wall was pitch black, emanating a cold metallic glow, stretching endlessly along the city's edge, with no end in sight, completely encircling the vast metropolis. Below the wall, a wide avenue led straight to a massive steel gate. The area was brightly lit and heavily guarded. Countless fully armed soldiers patrolled the streets, and at the gates, numerous sophisticated inspection facilities had been set up. Tall sentry posts stand watch, with soldiers vigilantly scanning their surroundings. Linny noticed that occasionally a few people would walk together, present a document at the gate, and be allowed to pass smoothly into the world beyond the walls. No wonder Black Dream referred to it as the demon hunting permit. No wonder Black Dream had said that leaving the city without authorization was as difficult as climbing to the heavens. The sheer height of the wall alone was enough to block most psychics. Add to that the strict military-style guards below, and ordinary people had no chance of even getting close. However, these rules won't stop him. Linny's toes lightly touched the edge of the rooftop, and his figure vanished instantly. Like a ghost, he darted between the rooftops of various buildings, silently and swiftly closing in on the massive wall. As he neared the guards' alert range below the wall, he suddenly sprang forward with all his strength. His entire body shot forward like a cannonball, making no sound as he crashed straight into the cold, unforgiving wall. At the same time, at the entrance below, a bored soldier, yawning, suddenly snapped his head up and his pupils dilated. He immediately tapped the shoulder of the captain beside him. The captain turned around, looking at him impatiently. "What's going on?" The soldier pointed his finger toward the sky and stammered. Sir, look up. There's someone flying in the sky." In the pitch-black night sky, under the bright moonlight, a faint black shadow flashed by like a meteor, straight toward the massive wall. Then, it simply vanished into thin air. The man called Boss frowned, looked up in the direction the soldier was pointing, but saw nothing. The night sky remained unchanged, with only the full moon hanging high above. "What the hell are you talking about? It's the middle of the night, stop freaking everyone out," he muttered angrily. At that moment, a man waiting for inspection in front of him impatiently urged him on. "What are you looking at? Are you going to inspect or not? Stop dawdling." The captain immediately turned his head, his face plastered with a sycophantic smile, and bowed repeatedly to the man in front of him, who had a head of flashy white hair. Yes, Mr. Bai, please don't rush. It'll be done soon, Beyond the walls. A dark figure suddenly emerged from the solid wall without warning, landing lightly on the barren ground. Lin Yi turned to look at the massive metallic structure behind him and couldn't help but marvel. The divine power of transformation was truly a divine technique. Not bad, not bad. He withdrew his gaze and looked ahead. Before him lay an endless wasteland, overgrown with weeds and jagged rocks, with roads and ruins. Numerous ruined buildings and decaying remains could be seen, and the entire scene resembled a post-apocalyptic wasteland, filled with a sense of danger. However, he did not see any demonic beings. Instead, he spotted faint flickers of light in the distance, indicating human activity. Creak! The heavy steel doors beside him slowly swung open. A man dressed in a flashy outfit, with a head of white hair, emerged from inside, looking casual and carefree. Lin Yi only glanced at him before recognizing him. By Ju. He couldn't help but think that the world was truly small. How could he keep running into this guy everywhere he went? Lin Yi ignored his interest, chose a direction, and darted off into the depths of the wilderness. After a few leaps, he quickly vanished into the thick night. 10 minutes later, Lin Yi finally encountered the first demon he had seen since leaving the southern city. No, to be precise, it was the first group of a large group of creatures resembling wild wolves, but larger in size and covered in black scales. They were gathered around, tearing apart the corpse of an unknown creature. Upon seeing Lin Yi suddenly appear, the wolf-like demon beasts paused for a moment. Then, they all stopped eating simultaneously, raised their heads, and revealed pairs of blood-red eyes, staring intently at the unwelcome intruder. One of them, significantly larger than the others and resembling a leader, let out a long, piercing howl. Awoo! In the next instant, all the creatures abandoned the food in their mouths and charged toward Lin Yi with frenzied abandon. A foul-smelling gale swept toward him. Lin Yi's gaze grew icy, not even bothering to move. Quick and decisive. Tenzo! Whoosh! Without any warning, black flames appeared out of thin air on every charging wolf-like demon. Ah! Piercing screams echoed across the wasteland. These demons writhed and struggled frantically in the black flames, but all their efforts were in vain. In just a matter of seconds, the screams abruptly ceased. Only dozens of demon cores, emitting faint energy fluctuations, remained at the site. Though these cores were of low rank, mostly D-class and C-class, Lin did not hesitate to take them. Even a mosquito is still neat. He stepped forward, picked up all the demon cores one by one, and stored them all in his system space. Just then, boom! From the pitch-black forest in the distance, a deafening explosion erupted. Immediately afterward, a pillar of flame shot into the sky, dyeing half the night sky orange-red. Roar! A deafening roar filled with brutality and anger echoed through the air. The sound waves rolled in, deafeningly loud. Even from such a great distance, Lin Yi could still clearly sense the immense power contained within that sound. Finally, the big one has arrived. He suddenly sprang forward, his figure shooting out like a bullet, rushing toward the direction of the deafening roar and flashes of light. Big treasure, I'm coming. Chapter 59, Prey and Hunter? In the dark forest, the silence was broken by heavy breathing. A dozen or so ability users, dressed in various outfits, surrounded a humanoid demon with terrified expressions. The area around them was littered with charred remains. The demon was entirely black, with strange red patterns covering its body. Within the patterns, dark red energy flowed slowly. The burns on its body were healing rapidly. Its aura continued to surge wildly, and its gaunt form began to transform. Its appearance increasingly resembled a gigantic humanoid ant, with a dark red exoskeleton armor rapidly forming on its surface. Though its form appeared emaciated, the terrifying power it contained caused the surrounding air to freeze solid. This rank is actually a mutated demon. A psychic's voice trembled, nearly causing him to drop his weapon. Damn it, who the hell said this thing was just a regular A-class monster? Run! Run! After a brief moment of silence, the crowd erupted into chaos. Fear overcame greed. An A-rank mutated monster, a terrifying entity capable of rivaling an S-rank. And among them, the strongest was merely an A-rank mutated being, with the rest being B-rank and C-rank. They were essentially here to be slaughtered. Staying behind meant certain death. Everyone lost all will to fight and turned around simultaneously, fleeing in all directions with wild panic. Among them, a short-haired psychic reacted the fastest. A flash of light erupted from his feet, and a rock-formed skateboard materialized instantly. He leaped onto it, his speed surging, turning into a streak of light as he raced toward the distance. However, just as he thought he had escaped, a cold blade flashed past him from behind. The next moment, the man with the crew cut felt his body grow light, and his vision was forced forward. Due to inertia, his legs remained firmly planted on the stone skateboard, continuing to charge forward in a trail of dust. His upper body, however, crashed heavily onto the ground. A figure whizzed past him without even glancing back. The man with the crew cut lay on the ground, staring in disbelief at the receding figure. The blood gushing from his abdomen caused him excruciating pain. With his last ounce of strength, he screamed. Why? The figure did not turn back, and a cold voice drifted back on the night wind. I'm sorry, brother. Better you die than me. The voice grew fainter and fainter until it faded away. The man with the crew cut's eyes suddenly filled with blood as he stared intently at the direction where the figure had disappeared, his gaze filled with such hatred that it seemed as though he could devour the other man alive. Just then, a massive shadow engulfed him. He struggled to turn his head. There stood the fully evolved ant-like mutated demon, standing beside him. Its entire body was covered in grotesque dark red armor, and a massive ant-like head was lowered in a human-like manner, gazing down at him. Its compound eyes emitted a faint green glow, brimming with unmasked intent to kill. Then, the ant-like mutated monster slowly raised its segmented legs and stomped down heavily. Put! The shaved head exploded like a watermelon, sending red and white fragments flying in all directions. The ant-like mutated monster didn't even glance at the corpse beneath its feet. It raised its head, its compound eyes locking onto the human who had just ambushed its kind. Its complex mouthparts trembled slightly. In the next instant, its figure vanished from its original position. The man who had just betrayed the man with the buzz cut was frantically sprinting through the forest. He glanced back and saw that the terrifying mutated monster wasn't pursuing him, causing him to breathe a sigh of relief and a look of gratitude for surviving the ordeal to flicker across his face. Suddenly, a claw covered in dark red armor pierced through his chest from behind without warning. The man's body stiffened violently, all his strength drained from him. He was lifted into the air by the claw, slowly raising his head to see a horrifying mouth filled with sharp teeth growing larger and larger before his eyes. His consciousness plunged into eternal darkness. Snap! The ant-like mutated demon bit off the man's head in one gulp, chewing mechanically a few times. Then, as if it had tasted something disgusting, it spat the bones onto the ground with a look of contempt, revealing a human-like expression of disdain. It slowly retracted its claws. Between its claws, a heart still twitching faintly emitted an enticing scent of blood. The ant-like mutated monster hesitated not a moment, shoving the heart into its mouth. This time, it wore an expression of utmost satisfaction. After devouring the heart, its gaze swept across the forest, fixating on the other humans still frantically fleeing. Its mouthparts trembled with excitement. Its figure vanished once more from its original spot. At the top of a distant giant tree, Linny stood silently, the night wind rustling his black robe. A pair of icy crimson Sharingan eyes, cold and indifferent, watched the one-sided, brutal slaughter dominated by the demon. That demon was indeed unique. The aura of ordinary demonic beings was chaotic, cold, and disorderly. But this demon's aura contained only the most primal thirst for blood and slaughter, and even a faint, barely perceptible hint of rationality. Its alien energy fluctuations were clearly only at the A rank level. Yet the speed and power it displayed at that moment far surpassed any A rank demon he had ever encountered. An evolved demon. All these characteristics immediately made Lin think of this special type of demon. Aren't mutated demons supposed to be extremely rare? How could he have just left the city and already encountered one? Could this be what they call the fortune of the strong? Time passed slowly. A huge, bright moon hung high in the sky, casting a pale, eerie light through the sparse branches, casting mottled shadows across the forest floor. Within the forest, screams echoed continuously, filling the air. Of the dozen or so psychics, more than half had already been slaughtered. The few remaining ones were merely struggling in vain. The ant-like mutated demon moved like it was strolling through a buffet, chasing its prey while leisurely savoring its spoils. Lin Ely stood atop a tree, showing no hurry to act, as if he were watching a. Suddenly, a piercing sound cut through the air from the distance. Below, the ant-like mutated demon, which had been feasting on a fresh heart, froze in mid-motion. It violently discarded the food it hadn't finished eating, swiftly turned around, and extended its right hand, covered in hard armor. The next moment, a fist slammed into its palm with a thunderous impact. Boom! Enormous force erupted violently. The ground beneath their feet suddenly sank downward, forming a massive crater in an instant. Terrifying shockwaves radiated outward from them, spreadingly in all directions. Trees within dozens of meters were uprooted and reduced to dust in an instant. The ant-like mutated demon clung desperately to the fist, staring at the white-haired human who had suddenly appeared before it. Its mandibles trembled violently, emitting a threatening squeak. Baiju stared at it, his face brimming with excitement. "Hey, big guy, you've got some strength there." He had originally just wanted to go out and try his luck, hoping to catch a rare mutated demon, extract its core, and use it as a birthday gift for his elderly father's 80th birthday. Little did he know, he actually stumbled upon one. His luck was truly off the charts. As he thought about it, Baiju's lips curled into a smile, and he couldn't help but let out a hee-hee-hee laugh. The ant-shaped mutated monster tilted its massive ant-like head, its compound eyes filled with confusion. It could sense that the human before it was far stronger than the others it had encountered earlier. Such powerful flesh must taste far more delicious than other humans. The human and the mutated creature stood there, locked in a standoff. Both of them stared at each other with the gaze of predators fixated on their prey. But neither knew who was the hunter and who was the prey. Chapter 60, The Greatsword Demon Hunters. Baiju and the ant-shaped mutated demon were locked in a standoff. One man and one demon, both staring at each other with the intensity of predators fixated on their prey. The atmosphere was tense. Finally, Baiju made the first move. He withdrew his fist, his body exploding backward dozens of meters, coming to a halt at a safe distance from the ant-shaped mutated demon. A smile grew wider on his face. The ant-shaped mutated demon slowly lowered its right claw. The next second, the ground beneath its feet caved in, and its massive form erupted like a cannonball, charging straight toward Baiju. "Come on!" Baiju watched it, shouting excitedly. He roared, unleashing all his without reservation. Abnormal energy, polarization. In an instant, Baiju's six-dimensional attributes reached the absolute limit of what his body could endure. A powerful force wave radiated out from him, spreadingly in all directions, forcing the rapidly charging mutated demon to halt its advance. The ant-shaped mutated demon's mandibles trembled violently. The sight of this human before it caused the blood in its body to boil. Squeak! It let out a piercing scream, its body erupting with a terrifying aura. It too unleashed its full power. One human and one demon, both erupted simultaneously. Their gazes locked in midair, sparks flying everywhere. The next moment, boom! Two figures vanished simultaneously from their original positions. The deafening sonic boom nearly shatters the eardrums. Immediately afterward, they collided with each other in an instant. Crack! The ground beneath their feet couldn't withstand the terrifying force, instantly cracking open, with spider-web-like fissures spreadingly in all directions. Less than a second after their initial clash, the two separated once more. Then, they collided once more in the next instant. This was a battle of raw, unadulterated strength. No flashy techniques, only brutal, bloodthirsty blows that landed with a thud. Both the human and the demon unleashed all their strength, fully enjoying this exhilarating battle. Boom! 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 The deafening roar echoed endlessly. Large swaths of trees were uprooted by the terrifying shockwaves, disintegrating into dust mid-air. The ground was shattered into massive cracks, and the hard earth even surged like waves. At the top of a distant giant tree, Linny stood there silently. He gazed indifferently at the chaotic battlefield below. At that moment, his crimson Sharingan eyes flickered slightly. 2 S-rank and over a dozen S-rank and below fluctuations were rapidly approaching from different directions. More were coming. White Zetsu and the ant-like mutated demon were locked in a fierce battle, neither gaining the upper hand. Suddenly, a rough and boisterous laugh echoed from the depths of the forest, shattering the balance of the battlefield. Ha ha ha! I never expected to encounter such a rare mutated demon near the southern city. It seems that the god of wealth didn't kneel in vain this morning. As the words fell, several figures slowly emerged from the surrounding forest. At the forefront was a burly man with a fierce-looking broadsword slung over his shoulder and a scruffy beard. Beside him was a seductively dressed woman with alluring eyes and lips as red as fire. Behind them stood a dozen or so arrogant-looking individuals with supernatural abilities. They were all dressed in identical black battle attire, with 2 large characters embroidered in gold thread on their chests' great sword. Baiju, who was in the midst of a fierce battle, caught a glimpse of the unexpected intruders out of the corner of his eye. His heart sank, and he instantly created some distance between himself and the ant-shaped mutated monster. When he clearly saw the characters on their clothes, his brows furrowed involuntarily. The Great Sword Demon Hunters? This was the infamously notorious poaching team of the Federation. Once they set their sights on a target, they would stop at nothing to obtain it, using every underhanded method at their disposal, and countless lives had been lost as a result. The bearded man leading them, carrying a large sword, was rumored to be an S-rank psychic with extremely bizarre abilities, having killed countless powerful individuals. But the Great Sword Demon Hunters have always been active around Moon City, haven't they? How did they end up in South City, 10,800 miles away from Moon City? He recalled his grandfather's warning: if he ever encountered anyone from the Great Sword Demon Hunters, he must avoid them at all costs and never engage in conflict. Baiju, though he usually appeared carefree, always took his grandfather's words to heart. It's best not to get involved with them. With that thought, Baiju once again donned his carefree smile and addressed the people across from him. You are the Great Sword Demon Hunters? The seductive woman beside the bearded man covered her mouth and giggled. Boss, I never expected that even in this remote southern town, someone would recognize our Great Sword Demon Hunters. It seems our Great Sword Demon Hunters have truly made a name for ourselves across the Federation. The bearded man laughed triumphantly. Of course. The Great Sword Demon Hunters are the top demon hunting group in the Federation. It's impossible not to know us. Baiju's smile grew even broader. Since the Big Knife Demon Hunters are here, it seems my fate with this mutated demon is sealed. I'll take my leave then. With that, he turned around decisively and prepared to leave. However, just as he turned, the bearded man's icy voice echoed from behind him. White-haired brat. I didn't expect you to be so pragmatic. Since that's the case, I'll make sure you die quickly. As soon as the words left his mouth, an overwhelming sense of impending doom engulfed Baiju's entire body. He didn't even sense any fluctuations in the energy around him. Baiju's scalp prickled, and he reacted immediately, instinctively trying to dodge. But it was too late. With a loud thud, an invisible force severed his left arm cleanly. Blood gushed out. The severed arm traced an arc through the air before crashing heavily onto the ground. Ugh! Baiju's face turned deathly pale. He staggered a few steps, clutching the severed arm tightly, struggling to control the surging energy within his body and barely stopping the flow of blood. He raised his head and glared at the bearded man, his eyes betraying a hint of disbelief and fear for the first time. How powerful! What kind of monster is this bearded man? What was that power? From the distant treetops, Linny took in everything unfolding below. His kaleidoscopic Sharingan eyes saw everything clearly. That previous strike was not a physical attack. The bearded man merely flickered his blade, and an invisible slash cut through space, appearing directly on White Absolute's body. It directly sliced through space. If it weren't for White Zetsu's sharp combat instincts and quick reaction, he would have been decapitated by now. The bearded man looked at Baiju, who hadn't died on the spot, and a hint of surprise and admiration flashed in his eyes. Oh? I didn't expect you to be this strong. You're still alive. Since that's the case, I'll save you for last. With that, he no longer paid attention to Baiju, turning his gaze toward the ant-shaped mutated demon. His lips curled into a cruel smile. The ant-shaped mutated demon's compound eyes fixed intently on the bearded man. It had already realized that this later arriving human was far stronger than that white-haired youth. The extreme danger caused its combat instincts to erupt completely. Squeak! It let out an excited shriek, its massive body suddenly moving, transforming into a dark red afterimage as it charged fiercely toward the bearded man. The bearded man looked at it, his face filled with contempt. He casually swung his sword 3 times. The ant-shaped mutated demon didn't even have time to react. Put! Put! Its 2 incredibly hard front limbs were severed cleanly at the base, and dark green blood spattered everywhere. Just as the third invisible slash was about to sever its head, a sudden transformation occurred. The space around the ant-shaped mutated demon began to twist and spin, eventually forming a bizarre vortex. In the next instant, the massive body of the ant-shaped mutated demon vanished into thin air. The bearded man? What's going on? Could there be someone else? He could clearly sense that, in that instant, another force belonging to the same spatial plane had snatched his prey away. His expression darkened instantly. He scanned the pitch-black forest around him with caution and shouted in a deep voice. Sir! Come out and show yourself. The ownership of this mutated demon can be discussed further.